There's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right.
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zoe,
What is up? Welcome into day number 2 here at ESL Pro League Season 23, getting into a few more games, 4 more on the docket here. Loads and loads of Counter-Strike happening at the moment. Myself, Scriven, now to walk through the first couple. Very much excited to get into things as we're sat on a bit high here in heaven, you know, we're doing a little bit of a tour of all the Counter-Strike maps, it would seem. But yeah, very much looking forward to getting into things today. Some bangers yesterday, I think it's safe to say, some mental moments that we had, especially on Nuke. If you caught that one, the Astralis game was just absolutely crazy.
Kind of the wrong reasons.
Yeah, a little bit. The vent dives, you know, losing my mind at the vent dives. That was pretty funny. But hopefully a little bit more of that. I think, you know, the online play, the Pro League energy, of course, we kind of live for some funny moments. So hopefully they deliver a little bit more here today.
Yeah, it was a really good day yesterday, and we were just saying some real scatty tunes to start the day.
Yeah,
really
for
warming
sure.
us up here in the booth as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to today. It should be another interesting one. Like we said, we had some wild Counter-Strike on the server, and of course, with it being online, we're kind of prone to a little bit more randomness in terms of the results, but also in terms of the wildness of the games themselves. Of course, here's our Swiss after the first day, and there's some, on paper, I would definitely say upsets. You know, Passion UA taking down Liquid, that new look Passion UA with Senzu looking really sharp. Senzu and Try, right? They both seem to have slotted in towards that side. They look very comfortable in terms of their play, so it's really good to see them playing as well as they did. I would say, arguably, the Pain side taking down 3D Max could be considered one as well, just because, again, like Pain have looked really rough this year. So that they get a win over 3D Max. Sure, they're going through changes, but no less, it's a big result there. And then Legacy recouping a bit of that form as well. Really good to see that side's back to some of their best. And there were some results that made complete sense. Paravision 2-0, Gaimin Gladiators losing to G2 2-0 as well. I say Foot getting another win to kickstart their campaign. Right, this is all 3 of these sides of Paravision, G2, Foot. They're expected to make it through this first stage, for the most part, without too much of a hitch. Like, either of those 3 could be 3-0s for me, and I wouldn't really be too surprised. I think if they continue to win, if I'm right in saying it, it would end up being a G2 Foot game for a 3-0. So, the Swiss system, the way it works, as we've seen with kind of the majors, one upset will throw kind of the whole thing out of the loop a little bit, but nonetheless, we've had some really interesting games already. We've had some decent results as well, and we continue. This is our schedule for the B stream. We've got NRG Monte to kickstart the day with myself and Harvey. We're going to continue that with 3D Max SemperFi. Then we're going to throw it over to our colleagues, James Dan as well. We're going to take the NIP M80 game and Liquid Gaming Gladiators to round out the day. Of course, there's plenty more Counter-Strike across the screens though. Over on the A stream, there's a derby in a sense. Heroic Astralis, of course, they story dogs for their rivalry, but maybe not so much these days. Paravision Pain to follow that up as well. Passion UA taking on Foot. That's a really good test for Passion UA in particular. And I will say as well, that's a real good litmus test for that Passion UA side. We know they're decent with their opening win, but Liquid are a side that's struggling at the moment. Foot are a side that are absolutely not struggling.
Yes, well, exactly. I think some really great matchups coming in. Stage 1 feels like it is sort of anybody's to be taking at this stage. We have a lot of teams in here that are, coming up quietly with some really good form. And then some of the more favorites that might be like the bigger orgs that, actually not looking as good as you would expect. So yeah, very much interested to see how things are going to pan out. One team for me, though, that really does interest is NRG. We caught them a lot at Krakow here. And they looked brilliant, especially... Is that OC? I can't quite see over the monitor.
I think it has to because he's the only one with black hair, right?
Yeah, on that side.
Yeah, because you've got basically Sonic, who's ginger, Nitro's got a little bit kind of like dirty blonde, and, Grim, who's got nothing.
One of the player cams of all time. But yes, either way, he was a real standout.
He was electric,
And I think that, the team in general, they made it through the stage 1 of Krakow. That was a little unexpected. Everyone's going crazy. Everyone's like, oh, look at OC, man. Liquid got to get this guy again. But maybe not. I mean, NRG making a few real quick, snappy moves at times. And obviously, they picked up Grim here as soon as he comes on the market. So yeah, a really, really hot kind of looking team. In my opinion, and I think certainly a matchup that they could win here today if they have that same sort of form that they had at Krakow.
Yeah, I think NRG are making all the right moves for me, where this is a side that, you know, when they initially came into CS and they came back into kind of the competitive Counter-Strike scene, it was like a North American side that were just sort of like, they were okay, right? There were some decent players
there he is. There he is.
Yeah, there we go.
He's been told.
Saw that camera out. There we go. They want to see the cheeky
I mean, it doesn't
smile.
count. It could be anybody playing if all you can see is your hair, you know.
Even he's realizing it's like,
He's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Nope.
Got a little tilt it up a little bit.
That's the exact same thing, just the opposite.
Yeah.
Now I can see your chin and nothing else, bro.
Fair enough. Either way,
God.
but for this NRG side, they're all making the right moves. Like, you know, when they initially came into the scene, I kind of had the assumption that they were just going to be like a whatever North American side.
Yeah.
But credit to them, they're making moves with kind of these aspirations of being quite competitive. And the way they're playing right now within the North American side, they are actually making a name for themselves as basically the best North American side. You know, we look towards kind of teams that are historically within that region, Liquid, M80, NRG. NRG at the moment are the best of the three. Like, Liquid are looking quite rough, and NRG are actually chaining wins together. Here's the map pool for these two sides, and it's really interesting, right? We've got the Anubis, which is a permaban on one side, but just a non-player on the other side. But depending on how teams want to go about this, it could get floated in this veto, which then could open it up to a first-round pick, which could be kind of spicy. Inferno, that should be permabanned out here by Monte. And then for NRG, they do get a little bit, I would say a little bit of luxury in terms of where they want to go here, just because that Anubis is a map in which we've seen that Monte, it's not exactly that they're like perma-banning it.
Yeah, I think it's like
not
lucky that they've just not played
exactly,
it yet.
Exactly.
You know?
So let's see. Ancient going to get banned out first by Montes. That's already interesting. And then Mirage, this is it. I thought this might get floated. NRG might pick into this, potentially. Nuke going to come through for Monte. That makes sense. That's their go-to pick. Do we get the Anubis here as the first pick by NRG? That would be a really spicy change up to the veto if that is the case. I have a feeling we might, because if it is floated, you know, surely for what reason?
It's been thrown up a bit quick. I think maybe bugging out. I saw Dust 2, and then I think Inferno is the decider.
Okay.
So we'll try and get a bit of confirmation on that in a moment if
Inferno
we can.
decider surely got to be wrong. Monte surely got a perm. No, no, but then they haven't.
But then they didn't.
No, okay.
Okay, wait a minute.
This makes way more sense.
Okay.
Inferno permaban, that makes sense. Nuke.
We're on a upside
do we
down
still
veto.
get the Anubis? We do. So we're going to get the Anubis out
Cool.
here. Now, this is
I'm
really
glad we
interesting.
waited for that.
Yeah, both of these sides have not played this map, right? So this is going to be a first time in an official. But for Monte, it was never that it was a permaban. They just haven't played it. It's been in vetoes in the past for Monte, but it's normally been floated towards that third map. They've just not played it. They've not got towards that third map, whether it's for good reasons or bad. So NRG have left that open. They've changed up their veto process a little bit, gone for that Anubis pick. We've got Mirage as the decider, which does make a little bit of sense. That is just a map in which both of these sides play and love. That's a great handshake. But realistically, if NRG are picking into this, they've got to have some ideas up their sleeve. So it puts a lot of pressure on Monte's Nuke.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I think Anubis is going to be a lot of fun. We'll see how things go over there. And obviously, what we saw yesterday, the pool for Monte is one of the areas that sort of lets them down ever so slightly. So I think they need to be very, very careful. Obviously, got to pick up the nuke, as we would say, but I think they do just need to keep their heads firmly in the game. It was something that went a bit missing yesterday, that they started off well, couldn't quite keep it going, and ultimately the tilt factor, I think, set in for sure. So yeah, this is gonna be a fun one, and I think that Anubis just really opens the door to hopefully some exciting kind of Counter-Strike. But NRG also a team on the other side of things that this is one they could be saving for the LANs and practicing in between these big events and whatnot, right? We don't rightly know what goes down in the domestic scrims, and like you say, one of the favorite teams at the moment. So they're hopefully building up a lot of confidence in practice on this map, but now it is time to put it into practice. That's cool. You know, practice is like with a C and an S. It's like two different meanings. The English language is pretty crazy.
Oh, thanks,
like
man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well,
some
you
viewers
have,
at home,
you have like a law practice, and then you practice law. You know what I mean? It's different.
I love how I can just mute your mixer from here.
Yeah. But it's different. It is, though. It's just one of those things, man. Practice is two words, but it's the same word, but it's different.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Sometimes
I didn't make the rules.
Yeah, no. You don't need to reiterate.
You know.
Well, we're looking forward to, I think, quite interesting yesterday as well. We had, obviously, Astralis taking on Monte in that opening game, and that was Ryu against his former side. Here, we've got Bro against his former side. People might kind of have forgotten, because it's been a bit of time now, but Bro moved from Monte to NRG. So this is obviously, for him, a little bit of a revenge. Now, granted, he probably only would have played with Gizmi back then of this lineup. Well, yeah, definitely would have only played with Gizmi back then from this lineup. But even still, in terms of like a revenge revenge against your previous org. I mean, there's no bad blood there by any means, but one of those where for him, it's nice to play against a former organization where he actually had some really decent times with, because that was sort of what rekindled his career. Like, bro, post-Astralis was sort of in a bit of a weird spot where it was like, he was obviously very good, but they were making, let's call them questionable roster moves, the Astralis side. And bro, honestly, by basically everybody's standards, got hard done by it, and everyone kind of agreed to it. Then he gets his move to Monte, rekindles the career a little bit, and then moves to NRG, and same thing again. It really, really helped him out. Obviously, when he moved over to North America, he was farming at the start, and has continued to be such a threat for this side. But he's now not alone in that endeavor. He's got a lot of firepower alongside him. We've already highlighted OC, who's been incredible. We called him a Krakow a lot. He looked fantastic. Even in the losses, he looks fantastic. And same thing yesterday. Even in losses, he's still putting up really, really good form. And now you've got a further injection of firepower with Grim, which is really going to help Bro in the rifling core. Like, that rifling core of Bro, Sonic, and Grim is actually really spicy. Like, Sonic, I always say, is one of the most underrated factors they've had in North America. He's so stable. He's so secure in terms of his roles and his positions. He generally always does a good job. And it's one of those where this NRG side continued to me to be quite exciting. Like, I really do have kind of high aspirations for the future for them. They are making a pretty good standpoint to be considered one of, if not the best in North America right now. If we consider Passion UA now not North American, well, they're not, right? They are international now. Then, yeah, were you putting in the headphones?
Yeah.
Saul's not going to be happy. Bless him. Yeah. He was right, though. Did you see his tweet? He was technically...
$500,000 per week. This is esports, not football.
I want to be a better man. I want to be a better entry fragger. You're a piece of shit.
Wait, I can't stop yawning.
Your outie is fond of films and owns many movies.
Pius, you love complaining. When will you stop?
Yeah. Listen, we got... Oh my gosh, we got...
I'm so sorry, baby. Don't listen to them.
Work till it hurts. You know the...
Look at me play. I'm the captain now.
I'm at the top, it's lonely.
So he's like, why you order Mackies? That's not in line with our nutritional guidelines.
Yes, I'm enjoying.
You gonna destroy everyone?
Yes.
Hell yeah. That's what I wanted to hear. Hell yeah.
This discounted Prime NAF No Grand Slam price tag on this one. And your grandma?
Loquacious, 21 points.
A lot of ops, especially recently, but a big conversation for us with Monte has generally been, you know, they've actually changed up their approach to Counter-Strike as a whole. We've known Monte as like these tier 2 grinders who play basically every tournament under the sun. But as we've seen in the last few months, they've actually changed up that philosophy and they're prioritizing lands. Now, we can already see that this is a worthwhile approach. I think 100 Thieves have proven that, right? They've hands... Oh my God, that is so
This guy's
cursed.
a joker, man. This guy is a joker.
Cursed. Did you ever play CS with a controller? Like,
you know what? My first experience with CS was the CS:GO on Xbox.
Oh my God.
Because, you know, we heard about it or whatever.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was like 2014, I think, when they released it on Xbox.
Did you have to pay for it?
Yeah, it was like 12 quid, like it was on PC.
Yeah, right, same price.
Played a bit of Office.
I remember playing on PC with it, and I remember if you like pushed in the right, like the, what do you even call that? What you move with? Analog stick, is that what's called?
Analog stick,
yeah.
yeah.
If you pushed it in, you 180'd immediately.
Yeah,
so
which is a great feature.
Yeah,
I think that's incredible stuff, but only if everyone else is on controller.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I remember I did like a whole game. I actually, funnily enough, was on agency where it was like, how many kills did I get? And I think I got like 6 kills. And every time I got a kill, I'd type in, you're losing to a controller. And that was good times, good times. We're waiting for this game to get underway in just a second. Like we said, there's plenty of Counter-Strike. 8 games today, 4 across each stream. And we're looking forward to seeing kind of how things pan out. I guess first one as well, for me at least, has all the makings to be a 3-mapper. I mean, especially with that Anubis sort of curveball thrown into the fray, that for me feels like we should be getting 3 maps. Like Monte's Nuke looks so clean, right? So unclean in a way. But Monte, we've kind of seen with their map pool that they've actually had these sort of moments where it's like the consistency is the big talking point about them. Like they can get really, really strong maps out the way. They can have really great moments, but ultimately their map pool problems are kind of paying out in a bad way. I think essentially. It's interesting they've gone for the Nuke pick after yesterday. Maybe they just realized that that was not a true showing of what they can offer.
Yeah, I think they were maybe a little stuck in that second map, right? The tilt factor. And this is one of the things with like Gizmi coming in. I think he could be a good mind, but he's still very young. He's still very fresh. And I think trying to lead the team and a team like this where you have lots of different like experiences of careers and cultures and things can be a bit hard to be that like loud voice that you need to be sometimes. And it did feel whenever we saw him on cam, he was looking a little dejected. And I think that'll come across in the game, in the calls, in the captaincy. So potentially just missing into that third map that, you know, they just really lost themselves on, unfortunately. And just some, again, it was funny.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why?
Doesn't even matter to bring! Oh, the fourth as well!
I killed my cat.
I killed my cat.
Cheers.
Pull the chair forward a little more.
Yeah. Do I need to be up like this, or do I need
Go with your chin on his knee.
Yeah.
This is. Here, come like this. So. There you go, bud. Because it's dumb if you put your chin straight forward like that.
Well, that's what my dogs do.
Okay.
I'm way too close to your.
Balls. Okay, let's go. Are you ready?
That have been inflicted upon them.
It's actually not too bad.
I love it.
Everyone, please quiet. We have a serious production. Please close the door.
Fair. She's not wrong.
The drummers don't have a sense of humor.
They've always had a sense of humor, man. This is a little.
That was really good.
You got scarf fluff in your mouth?
Okay, that was really cool.
The dulcet tones are crazy. Oh, this is gonna turn out. Damn, this is extra sad. Like shit. To make the eye contact like that, dude, that's great. That's fucking great. Okay. There needs to be an over-the-shoulder shot of you doing that. That's fucking crazy.
To your ear flicking, so Stunner, go to the other side with your hand, to that side.
This
No,
one?
with the other hand, yeah. Like start moving there, and then he like kind of pushes your hand away.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god.
What have we created here?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Brett player.
What have you done to my goddamn aim?
It's dog shit, Chad. We're telling you the truth.
He did fall in love with the game straight away. He always loved watching me play as well. That's when he got obsessed with the game.
To come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our reload, but they'll never take our freedom! Yeah! Let's go!
Anytime you call my number, feel like say I chop piloto. Anytime you hit the lampa, I'ma show my dark on Jojo. Anytime you call my number, feel like say I chop piloto. Anytime you hit the banker, I'ma show my dark on Jojo.
You cannot stop him! Dog is designed for violence!
Smiley face. Beans. Smiley face.
It's creamy. Hey, did somebody call me? No.
Now let me guess. Your mates betrayed you, and literally nobody has faith in you anymore.
$500,000 per week. This is esport, not football.
I want to be a better man. I want to be a better entry fragger. You're a piece of shit.
Wait, I can't stop yawning.
Your outie is fond of films and owns many movies.
Some pious, you love complaining. When will you stop?
Yeah.
The Jason Rogaine Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogaine podcast by night.
All right, here we are. Welcome back. Another episode of the Jason Rogaine podcast. I've been trying to get one of you guys into my show for a while now, so it's great to have you. One of the members of the Audio Only Listeners Club.
I do love listening to your show as well.
Audio only?
Yeah, I know that you guys do the video.
Yeah.
But just like all the content that I consume, audio only is my option.
Yeah, that's your preferable way of doing it. Is there a reason for that?
I just find that I really like to paint the picture visually.
Okay.
And I think if I watch the content, it detracts from my imagination. If you're visual, you got to watch. You're sat, you're focused, you're in one spot, you're on the couch, you're in a chair.
This is true.
If I'm audio only, I could be doing God knows what.
Well, first of all, how does this show go for you audio only? Do you normally feel like we do a good job here presenting the picture?
Look, occasionally when you do get an hour in, I'd like to hear how long you've been talking for.
Okay.
If you possibly could, maybe say the guest name a little bit more, because as I get further in, I might forget the names of some of the guests.
Okay.
But overall, I'd give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Okay. Well, could I ask you what your name is?
Gareth Smeagol, or IHSP. I go by on the internet.
Okay, nice. What does that stand for?
Not I have a small penis. I have smelly pants.
I have smelly pants.
Yeah, now this is the online realms.
Okay, so it's something like, hey, we're about 3 minutes in now. I'm here with Gareth, and or I have smelly pants, depending on where you know him.
You can call me whatever you want.
Okay, great. Okay, so just little updates like that, I guess.
Yeah, and look, I could be in the kitchen doing some dishes.
Sure.
Maybe I'm in the laundry doing some washing.
Have you ever felt like it's a little bit crazy to expect these kinds of updates when you're not paying attention to the content?
Well, this is the thing, and this is a common misconception that I think a lot of visual viewers do have, is the audio only listeners. We are a part of the community. I need to know the player name, the score line, where we are. I want to be immersed.
Okay.
And I feel that commentators of Counter-Strike, they don't respect the audio only listener. I listen to a lot of sports.
Yeah.
Like darts.
I mean, darts, they tell you exactly what number it lands in.
180.
Yeah. They update you with the score every single time.
Look, now I will say this. I will have it on the television.
You just don't watch it.
I'm listening.
It's just there.
Yeah.
Now, do you ever like glance? Like a glance now and again? You know?
Occasionally.
Oh, look, I just finished chopping the onion.
I wouldn't want to be caught glancing.
Okay, yeah.
You know, but
that might go down bad in the community. If your audio only community found you
in
watching
football,
the game,
I can picture the pitch.
Shit.
I know that number 9 is kicking to number 3.
Okay.
Right? They're really good at that. They'll just say the player name.
But you know, frequently when I am doing things and listening with audio only without a whole lot of visual ability, I just internally accept the fact that I'm going to miss details. You know?
I don't think that's acceptable.
But I think when you are only paying attention 10 to 60% of the time, you can't be choosing. You can't be begging for different styles. You can't be begging people to adapt their work to your 20% of attention.
I'm paying with my time, excuse you, to be consuming this content. There's been an uptick in preferential treatment to audio only listeners this EPL season of 21. I'm glad that our concerns have been heard and are being met.
Well, okay. Well, that's lovely. I'm very happy to hear it.
Jason Rogaine podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogaine Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogaine podcast by night.
And goat blood.
Shoot! On the left! Nice! You killed him. We killed him? Yes.
I have an autopilot, so.
You have an autopilot?
Yeah, that's gonna be a lie.
That's not a bad lie.
He heard me. 360. Here at ESL, we've been studying Rage for generations.
Welcome in, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. We were just getting things started behind the scenes, really. A couple of tech issues, of course, but that is the nature. You know, we're trying to get in there smoothly.
Yeah.
Back online for the first time in a while here, but Nuke getting kicked off. And I've already... Okay, it was for Mini, thank goodness. I thought it was going to be a vent dive, but no. They've got other ideas here. As Monte starting off on this T side.
Oh my God,
the first, they're going down the vent!
We're so bad, man. We are so bad.
Oh my God.
Vent dives for Monte.
This is crazy.
Shock horror as they go back towards B. And B must not lose his life, but a bomb plot will get out. Ooh.
Back up the vent.
Oh
Okay.
my God, no, why has he double pumped it? And now he's going to get out again. This is mental.
Seriously, back up the vent.
Yeah. But then bro's still here.
I don't know what to make of this, bro. Standing strong. Needs a couple more, maybe. It's not quite enough. 3-on-3 and the bomb plant coming in, and now an NRG that is completely displaced here now. Really not a good place for a lot of these players. Heavily split. Zuu with the retreat Julies here. Looking to do the damage. Going to be denied. His teammate Afro is in such a good spot, however. That lurking presence that maybe called them back towards A. Rainwaker peeking out, looking to finish things off. Not quite going to get it, but surely not going to happen. Sonic taps the bomb. Can he find this headshot here? Got to be quick with it. He's given a good chance, but he cannot land the shots.
So the vent dive and back up works for Monte.
Absolutely
that's
crazy.
the fix. You've got to go back up towards the top site, and that'll secure everything. It will be Monte who start off well here on the T side. Now, for those who tuned into yesterday's game, of course, they really looked worse for wear on this map. They couldn't get it going. They couldn't get that finish that they needed to that series. It was it was carnage for kind of all the wrong reasons, to be completely frank. But if they can get this T-side going a little early, right? And of course, this is a good opportunity, right? Pistol found out here now. It's a force fight to come through for NRG. They find the pistol as well. That's a nice little, generally speaking, 3-0 start on the T side of a map that is so CT-sided like Nuke. So we'll see. No see you'll break open the smoke, but patience for Monte as they then cross.
It's a bit close.
You know there's not going to be a lot of
making it
nades.
down.
That's the thing. So they
That
know
is
that
true.
after the first nade, they can probably go. Because it's a force fight to come through, they know that realistically they have like max 2 nades.
I just think they don't even want to be seen. Afro
Yeah.
at the back with the bomb.
Risky.
But yeah, ultimately no idea here, I think, from NRG.
Oh, hello. Oh, I thought Gizmo was
Vent
going to go
control
up.
secured. Most important area of the map, as we know.
Yeah.
Wild.
Monte put a real priority on that one.
Yeah, they love it.
Rainmaker lurking towards top side, though, I like this. He's basically the insurance policy to hold rotations.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think the vent dive is meant to be like one of the better rounds statistically. So I think they're really leaning in on that strat. Kind of comical. Rainwaker in a good spot here to just keep attention up top, right? All becomes about damage now, arguably for both sides. I think NRG will want to hold what they have into the next round. Monte, ooh, there you go. The opportunity to keep things clean. I think this man's days are numbered. Gives me looking to make a bit of money on the Mac 10. Maybe get the hands off that Galil as well, which would be important.
True. Makes way up ladder. He's been held here by Sonic. If he goes out of lobby back towards spawn, there's a player in towards their spawn holding for exactly that. Looks like they're going to go towards outside as their exit play, but Sonic's here with a D-goal. He gets one, but a quick trade will come through. And a nice find from OC. I mean, they're making it expensive. Both sides taking some serious damage, which is more of a knock-on effect, to be honest, towards NRG. That round was already a foregone conclusion. They're fighting on the way out, and doing so, it actually makes this next round pretty weak for them. You've got a scout to work with, and one slight upgrade on the pistol, and that's about as good as it will be. So a 2-0 should pretty simply turn into a 3-0 here for Monte, to be perfectly honest. Like, I can't see really NRG causing that much problems. But I say that, they back-to-back force buy off the back of the damage dealt at the tail end of that round. So 2 rifles are coming into play. The Galil that got scooped up by Nitro, and then Bro with an MP9 to support OC's saved scouts. It's quite a bold move to go in for a force buy again.
I can respect it, though. Yeah. I like a bit of creativity with the economy. If it's well placed, I can be a really big fan of it.
The issue is, though, if you lose this, and especially if you can't make it expensive, then financially you're in a tough spot. But I love that break open on the smoke. Gives me your go down. He was just a little bit too far forward, crossing outside.
So much damage done as well to the remainder. I think this is a very, very good spot to be in, and a fair guess that they're going to send some resources downstairs. Bro is here, the ramp players as well, getting a little closer to the B-bomb site. Just info for Bro. He will get it eventually. One of the most unfun jobs, but he's not even really been seen. So he gets all this information now, and how do they want to play this? Another player dropping down, just keep the extremities covered. Monte also have some guessing games going on, as they're unsure.
This looks good for NRG. This was actually really good. They've actually read this quite well. I mean, 40 seconds, like, there's not a lot of time here. I think Afro has to draw a fight out. He's trying to do as he spams.
Just reveals himself, though, unfortunately. I think really weird kind of angle from Bro to deal with. Should be able to cut off the single door. 25 seconds. They're not feeling it, you know? They don't look really confident in this play. I'm sure there's conversations about, should we maybe save? But they are giving it a look. No success, no dice. Rainwaker upstairs, 10 seconds left, doesn't find the important kill.
AK there.
That'll be that. Bemis is now going to try and save.
An enviable job. He's also made a step as well, so they know where he is. Yeah, hunt him at the tail end is the question for me. He's going to have a little look. He's going to go down. I don't think he needs to be fighting there, let's be honest. But he's also worried that potentially there's A-side players wrapping from outside, so he can't afford to go and sit in towards Secret. Nice work there from NRG. That is a fantastic round. Flawless, and on top of that, the read was immaculate there. And to further add insult to injury, is just that death off the time for Pyjamas. Yeah. You normally will force buy back in response here for NRG, but for Monte, may I say. But for NRG, that's a fantastic kind of first round to get on the board. It's a real kind of game changer in terms of the swing. We do get that force buy. They sort of have to because Pyjamas in double eco. And all he can get out is a P250. Can't even get out armor.
Yeah, that's rough. I feel they were just caught off by the notion of the buy, really. Especially in the initial moments. A little too excitable to try and get down Secret once again.
Yeah.
They really do seem to find a strat, something they've worked on early this morning maybe, and just continually forcing it until they feel like they're fed up. They are once again moving down off the back of the outside smokes. Gizmi going to get taken down. This time a bit faster. So they work on the C word, the old conditioning really, to just change a few things. Very, very subtle changes to catch that CT side off guard. The question always remains, is it going to work? Nitro standing strong here, surely traded. He is indeed, and it's Bro for the double down, which will make all the difference here.
Yeah, turning around for him and Rainwaker, who traditionally is the lurker on this side. On the T side, he's up towards top, but there's just nothing here. 40 seconds in a 1 versus 4, and sure, somebody like Bro is vulnerable, but there's no chance of making anything out of this round, really. I mean, to be honest, he just wants to go down. You just want to have a bit of that loss bonus money to work with before your next gun round. But it will be a tight game here by NRG, and not only that, a pretty easy pathway to turning that 2-2 scoreline into a lead for the North American side. AK scooped up. And the bomb. He's also stepping as well.
10 seconds.
He could get a plant out here just about, because that main player might be a little slow to denying it. Yeah, bomb plant out. Honestly, silver linings in what was a lost round already. You're swinging and you'll get one.
And I think you just say,
yeah, just keep hold of what you've got. Honestly,
all right,
not terrible. You get a kill, you scoop up an AK, and you get a bomb plant down as well, just to add a little bit of cash flow towards the Monte side. That actually isn't a bad ending, despite losing the round as a whole.
Rainmaker looking good. I am reliably informed by our good friend Ted that he's the first Bulgarian in Pro League since season 16.
Who would have been back then? It would have been Cirque, right?
With,
yeah.
With
EG.
Sort of the dying embers of that team, unfortunately.
Did any of the Bulgarian mixes? They definitely went to Pro League Conference, but I don't think they made it. Like the Skades and the Voivodas. I'm thinking players as well like Red Star and Oxygen Bubble.
Yeah. Just not quite able to break through that ceiling.
They were top end tier 2, but they could never really kind of crack in the door of the tier 1. Online demons, but it wasn't always the same when it came towards kind of the LAN portion of play. But yeah, I kind of touched on this yesterday. I always felt like Rainmaker's time in Liquid doesn't count. Yeah, it doesn't count. Yeah, exactly.
A bit robbed of his potential.
I always felt he had so much more to offer, and I always felt like of those Bulgarian teams that we had playing in the tier 2, he was always the better of the crop, right? The kind of the players that could make. We had obviously players who firepower wise are incredible. I think Red Star's a good example. He so relentless as a player, but there's obviously it's so hard to be a dedicated entry at the top level. Yeah. That's why we see them struggle ultimately, right? And we always seen them essentially be seen as and painted as one tricks. Yeah. Right? I think there's something that Cypher got painted with that brush a little bit, right? Like a one trick dedicated entry. It's an unenviable job, I think, at times, because it can really hurt. I mean, this is sort of what Azu's doing on this side. He is a daddy entry in a lot of instances. Doing so, it's really difficult to see. Let's see how Grim stacks up. Oh! Grim shuts down B ramp as he nails 4. In a matter of moments, Monte felt like they can make some movements towards B, and the bold buff of Grim has other ideas.
Afro all alone all of a sudden, as he sits on the deagle here, hoping to just find a stray head wandering into his crosshair. I think it will be the case, at least for some time, so a decision to make here. Are we going to sit around for a minute or so before he starts moving, or is he just going to throw himself into this and try and take a gun away? The round itself, surely not going to happen. He will start to have a look as he gets bored up there on the roof. Rightfully so. In all fairness, that's close. The aim punch getting the better of him. But yeah, solid hold coming in towards the ramp. Some good confidence building rounds, stacking them on top of each other here for NRG, who maybe not the tightest of boot camps, but they're still right next to each other, Crazy stuff. And then, bro, I feel maybe playing from home, potentially.
Like the little Microsoft Paint on top of the...
Yeah, I love a Microsoft Paint thumbnail. Me and my friends really fell out about that. When you try and start the YouTube when you're 12 or whatever, we really fell out about No!
Oh, we're back to basics. Back to basics. Chase them, bro.
They're ready. They're already ready. They're already ready. There's 2 down here. There's a guy in the vent ready to chase. Come on. The vent dive has been solved by now. Ooh, maybe not, though. Zulu. Nice shot from him. Oh. Grim to trade. That's the bomb hitting the deck out in the open. Really good spot to be in. And here is that quick flank to see it off. It's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes in a round, you'll call care for the rush, guys. Are going to be on a low buy. Feel like you're playing Monte. You watched that game yesterday, care for the vent dive. Every round, care for the vent dive, guys. Let's make sure we're on the pivot.
They're actually making Bro be a dedicated vent player. That is his entire job. I mean, in a way, it must be some of the easiest prep to do. You just watched that game yesterday, and it's just
they must have clowned a team with 10 vent dives in a row.
Yeah, 100%.
Just did not have the protocols.
Well, they picked up a lot of wins on LAN recently, which is why Monte have kind of scaled the ranks quite quickly. They found themselves coming in towards this tournament ranked 17th overall in the VRS, which I think for a lot of people might be a bit surprising, especially if you only follow kind of the top end of Tier 1 Counter-Strike. You might be a bit perplexed to see a side like Monte in the top 20, but they picked up some good good runs of form. They won the Copenhagen Gaming Week LAN, surprisingly, in Copenhagen. And a couple of wins.
Took place over a week?
Yeah. Who'd have thought? Yeah, there was games involved as well. They beat Ill Will in that final, who are a really scary tier 2 team at the moment. For those who maybe want to broaden their horizons in the Counter-Strike world as well, I'd actually implore you to go and have a watch a bit of Ill Will. They've been playing some really good Counter-Strike on Orged as well, so exciting times for them. They're flying up the rankings at the moment, playing so much CS and a lot of consistency. They actually had a day, I made a little tweet about it, but they had a day the other day where they had 7 games scheduled. 5 best of ones across, is it Roman or Draculan, one of the 2?
Yeah.
And a best of 3 in ECL Challenger League, or ESL Challenger League. And I think another one in, I think it was CCT. It was a long, long day for them. I think it was, it was a morning game on Nodwin, 9 a.m. start.
Right.
Then from 2 p.m., this is UK time, they had 5 back-to-back best of ones. And then to finish off the day, they had a best of 3.
Wish that
against,
on my worst enemy,
man. Alliance in ESL Challenger League Cup 1. They ended up forfeiting that ECL game against Alliance. But
they're
even
only
still,
like 2 games away from
they were in the lower bracket
semi-final, I guess.
Semis, I think it was. Yeah. But long days, and that is the tier 2 grind ultimately. But yeah, if you want to broaden your horizons, go and check out Ill Will. I do actually think they're playing some really good Counter-Strike at the moment. Got some players you'll recognize as well from their time in tier 1 as well. NRG 4-2. We take a pause out for Monte as they want to figure out what's the next protocol. Event dives. They figured us out early. How have they done it? How have they figured out the ruse, our plans?
Watch one demo.
Just tuned in to that Astralis game. Ooh. Nice fight for Afro outside, though. That'll help. OC goes down. That's an important player dropped already, and an important bit of control to have.
Swung away a little.
Could have been bomb spotted, by the way.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know if he quite rounded the corner. Difficult to tell sometimes on the X-ray. They don't seem... Well, they do have one player posted downstairs. Nice little boost up here as well, actually. Yeah. Really smart stuff to know that they've lost outside control, and
I'm just
therefore
thinking,
the T's could be anywhere.
If he was fighting like that, it looked like he reacted to that fight, then surely the radar would have popped up with the bomb. So.
Yeah. But it's no... This is the thing, the mini smoke comes in, it's no clarification.
Yeah.
Where they are going.
Wow,
Azure with potentially a dangerous angle in a moment here. Oh, my goodness. Snuck in. Timing's insane. Really is insane. He could...
The thing is, he can't do anything in terms of, like, he can't catch
important,
anybody. Like, surely he just loses this
and it seems it's being communicated that it's like we could potentially have lost control and they timed us in hell. So he's the first to move. At least it gets the information for the rest of the team.
Oh,
Grim standing strong. They were nice and low for him, set up to be knocked down. And he does just that. Had some pretty clean transfers so far. Rainwaker all alone. Might be able to get the drop on one. Even then, Nitro seems ready for him. NRG looking really, really hot here.
Yeah.
They are just so cerebral and ready for this Monte approach.
Another 3-piece for Grim. Yeah, that's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. NRG look very comfortable. And we've kind of already painted the picture, really, when we spoke about this. Because of NRG picking in towards that Anubis, Monte don't play it. And because it was floated, because it maybe even expected for NRG to be banning into it, it potentially opens up the door for things to be a little messy in that map number 2. And so we're kind of putting quite a lot of priority on Monte doing well on their pick. How is he not dead? The nade might see him off, or in fact, Bro will. Gets one, but a quick trade going to come through from Pyjamas. Here is a bountiful flank brewing as Grim makes that move. He catches Azu, and he will just tuck his head back around the corner. He found a little gap on that smoke. Nitro surely, again, a bit of an off angle here, but cleared out. However, what can they do with Sonic? Just for one for him. 2 versus 2. Grim, again, going to remake that move. Coming through, Rainwaker going to check, and he gets tagged, but he'll find him. Yikes. And a missed shot with the AWP. OC had to do something a little daring. It'll cost him his life, and Monte, honestly, they look on the back foot the entire way through that round, but they end up coming out on top.
Yeah, we might get to catch a little bit in the replays. Nitro thinking he was safe from door, maybe. Yeah. Sonic not quite on the watch in good time.
Yeah.
So it just becomes very, very messy. Too many players to be looking at for Sonic on the trades. Not quite on the same page. And it does cost them. This is the thing as well. Grim goes for that discipline drop back after finding his kill. Maybe needed a complete reposition to just throw the T's off. They obviously had information that he could be in behind. So it's good finds, but there is a bit of NRG falling apart there, you know, and losing the round rather than Monte with some crazy reads or incredible individual moments. So
definitely a squandered opportunity, right? I mean, that's kind of like ultimately the way it feels. A lot of smokes towards outside, and Sonic will try and break one open to spam, but they've crossed with an AWP in just a moment. You're going to contact in towards the big green. It should be an easy one. Oh, or not. Gizmi, nice work.
Uncommon angle, man. Works against you from time to time, as I think AWPers are really used to routine. And that works against it for sure. Sonic caught completely off guard. Couple rounds for this guy now where he's not quite locked in, not quite head in the game. Grim, however, has been hidden down here, waiting and biding his time. He's looking so good. These multi-frag moments, whenever they're presented to him, it seems he is capitalizing. He just needs some assistance. He needs a teammate. And Nitro being the only one left.
12 and 2
has
for Grim.
to get in here. Oh, this is so scary on the timing. Beamus, though, really well played in between the two angles on a pretty consistent basis. Leaves Grim to ace up in order to win this round. And it's not going to happen. Monte closing the gap.
Yeah, it's nice for consolation kills, but really decent round from Monte. It's a very aggressive post plant they've played. They've spread the team quite thin there, which does leave them vulnerable to isolations, but they just went out the head-to-heads. Nice work. And Monte still showing a bit of prowess. This is already looking a lot more competitive than that Astralis game, right? It's already looking like they've got a few more tricks up the sleeve, a few more rounds they can kind of throw at them. Back in place for Energy. I mean, realistically, like the CT side have built up a wealth of econ at the start, so they've got plenty of money to work with, but Sonic will fly in towards the fight, and that'll cost him his life. A very, very early death for him. It's information to be gained, sure, but it's not exactly like it's anything useful. They know Afra has been going towards our side with that AWP. Oh, she's got a gap just above that smoke that he can utilize. If they maybe think it's a little bit thicker, that smoke, than it is, it could cost them if they try and cross towards red. NRG will go for a top side stack a little bit here. They've got numbers in this direction, and Monte just pumped the brakes.
No real need, right? It's a great position to convert from.
I also say in situations like this, I like the gamble. Like, you actually just may as well take a risk.
Of course.
Like, if you lose the B site, you just save.
We're going to fake things is Gizmi. More outside smokes to try and sell the idea of that B walk down. You might have a little look, but I don't think they're super sold quite yet. He can't necessarily spot anything. It's going to be an A burst to close things out with 2 players on the util. So really has to be perfect here.
Yeah. They're not a good spot for it though, NRG. This could still be really messy. I mean, there's 3 players here.
Yeah, they're
Goes
so
back
ready.
over. Nice find. There's the first.
OC with that AWP, looking for a little bit more. Rainwaker does manage to chime in through the smoke. He keeps them coming, but so does OC. Grim on high, and the stack has paid off 15. Ultimately. Gives me not a lot of time to work with. Some missed shots, but he just gets overwhelmed. NRG dedicating to the top side stack, and it pays off.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Really, really nice work. It's a good gamble, and it's one of those rounds as well that, you know, just because they've taken that gamble, in a situation that if Monte go back towards their default, hitting towards that lower site, you just shell up and save. You just call it a day there, and you reuse those weapons in towards the next. But it's the flip side of it, right? Because you've picked it right, you can actually pug your way through, and they trade effectively. Really nice work. Lost the initial man, but they do a fantastic job of recouping that round. They've all got a timeout off the back of it. Here's an opportunity for Daps, coach of NRG, and of course Kakafu, coach of Monte, to enter the fray. But it's not a bad spot, honestly, from either side so far. 4 rounds already for Monte on the T side is pretty good, but it is feeling like on the CT side, NRG have a little bit more about them, which is sort of as you'd expect. So at the moment, in terms of the feeling of this game, it is actually ultimately quite even.
Yeah, maybe not what Monte want, though. I think they really needed to hit the ground running and not necessarily dominate, but be the team in control.
I agree.
Maybe that'll happen into the second half if we keep all these types of arguments up, but they feel like they need to steal some control back with a quick move out towards A. Bemis to find that first, but Bro is in a really unlikely spot here. Ooh, and there's some info coming in on it. Zuru now spotted. Patience could pay off here because there is that, okay, flank doesn't matter. Gizmi, I think, is just completely flattened Grim down, who'd been working on that position for so very long. And the A bomb site overwhelmed here. Not happening. Maybe an argument for a couple of these players to save. That's the AWP.
Yeah.
Sending it in a 2 versus 4 that did not look likely. So that'll certainly make a difference going into the final round.
I guess thankfully if Sonic saves there, they're going to have money for it to drop over for an AWP.
Yeah.
But honestly, saving is really unlikely. Yeah,
Ooh,
and he's seeing off at the end. Nice work for Azu, right? Just a little double check.
Grim on 1500.
True.
It's not good.
I think they're probably just rifle across the board here.
They should have saved that 4v2. They should have dropped back and saved that 4v2 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, diving in through the molly there for OC, it feels unlikely. I mean, especially just top site retakes on towards Nuke are already super, super unlikely as they come. But things considered for Monte, we kind of said we wanted just a bit of direction from them at the tail end of the half, and it's a good round to fall back on. And already, you know, again, coming back to a narrative that we build up every time we cast Nuke, like 5 rounds T-side, that is still very workable, very feasible. If they can get a tied game at the turn of the half, like, the plaudits are on the side of Monte. Look at this buy, right? You know, like you said, Grim, 5-7 for him. Pyjamas for Bro. And Yuto is unbelievably limited for the CT side. 2 smokes and a nade for the rest of it. At least they've got a kit. Keep an eye out. That's on the back pocket of Sonic. If they're caught into a retake, this can be really difficult, especially with just how limited the user is.
Yeah. They're trying to create something for sure. Slightly aggressive towards ramp, but not overly aggressive.
Yeah, I think you have to be. One of those, right, where I feel like with a buy as janky as this, you have to just hope you get a bit fortunate with a gambled fight.
Yeah. We'll see. Bro forced off. Looking to be alive, to be fair.
Yeah.
As they're really trying to fight him here. He will get one. Nitro on the back of the site that we've got to keep the eyes on. Grim's moved in quick, but he's dealt with quick. Solid advantage now and plenty of options available. Oh, down the vent. Nitro trying to catch them and isolate them. Not going to happen. Sonic caught on a reload, and he will indeed go down. 6-6. I think they will take that on the Monte side of things. Really keen from them, but the run of rifle rounds out from NRG looked very, very clean at times. So it's a map that could go either way. Excited to see how this one continues after the break.
Welcome back. Second half about to get underway, and despite NRG having real moments of looking really quite strong there, it ends up being a very good half for Monte. 6 rounds on your T side, much better than what we saw yesterday against Astralis. And the way they kind of look at the moment, they're in a pretty commanding position, especially, you know, Monte get a pistol here, can get a nice start towards the CT side. Honestly, NRG might be in a bit of trouble.
Yes, no, totally in agreement. Very, very curious to see how these opening rounds are going to go.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I don't believe it. I do not believe it.
Bro, have you not learned the lesson?
The
Where
vent
do they
is
stand?
Monte's, bro. The vent, you can't get in there. You cannot get in there, NRG. Will be traded.
Give me a Monte graffiti.
Yeah. That's what they need to do. Get the logo down. Sonic, though, with some pretty big kills here. He's going to wrestle back that control. Bemis has taken a lot of damage. Grim is somehow in behind its work, but he finds the kill. And the pistol is going to slip away from Monte here quite easily. I think these remaining 2 players will save what they have, take the armor into the next round. 2 actually giving it a look. Clean kill for the first.
Unscathed.
Do not write them off here. Of course, USPs especially, it just feels like they can change a pistol round in an instant, but NRG, I think, respecting that. Playing quite safe here. Not too many aggressive angles, just spotting for info. And that clock wind down. OC on the P250 makes it look easy. And of course, on 11 HP, Bemis, no real option. I think cheaper head armor for him.
Yeah.
But either way, just not going to happen. Has to be a bit careful and make sure he's as far away from that bomb as possible as well.
He might still go down, honestly.
I'm thinking the same on this
Well,
match.
he's going to go down anyway.
We'll never know. We'll never know
I think
if the
he
bomb
would
would've
have.
got him.
I think he would have anyway. I feel like you still take a bit of damage into his
Nuke
back
is
garage.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blast radius is crazy on Nuke.
Yeah, I feel like he might sort of gone down regardless. But who cares? I mean, it's nice that Africa gets a bit of money. Bro should really know better. Yeah, as we said, you know, that is Monte's area of the map. But everywhere else, NLGs, they can take that. That's all yours. I'll get a nice start. Buy coming in, but of course we will get a force buy from Monte. Double MP7 for Rainwaker and Azure. Rainwaker looked pretty good with the MP7 yesterday, so definitely worth keeping an eye out for as well. You get 1 rifle in play for Afro. And speaking of the MP7, here it is! Jumping MP7 in response from Nitro. Oh, that is... Yeah, you just hate to see it. Or you love to see it, depending on how much you like the carnage. They're down towards B and quick.
Made a lot of noise while doing so. Oh, great break. Really great break. The bomb still goes down, unfortunately. Could have been huge if he was just a moment earlier. M4 chiming in. The MP7 unfortunately caught reloading. There's a lot of low HP bars here on both sides of the equation. Bemis takes one of the healthier players from that T side, actually. So into the 2 versus 2. Open angle from Sonic is successful. Nice bit of confidence from him. Bemis also deleted, so Sonic bailing him out on that AK.
Yeah, they take a lot of damage, but all that matters are round 1. Nice work from Sonic. A nice B hit as well. Real tempo change here. That first fight towards Rainwaker is very fortunate, but it allows them to scale downside really, really nicely, right? You know, they're just flying towards the fights. They're doing a similar sort of strat to what Monte like to throw in, these quick B hits, but they just go from a different route. Learn the lesson of maybe not going down towards Ven, but it's really, really nicely taken. They move as a pack, they move as a unit. They know they're going to have slightly better firepower, even if it is a force buy coming through from Monte. They know they're going to have more to work with in that sense. Works well for them. Smoke outside, Nitro will actually get a freebie of a cross here. Get a little bit of an investment from Monte. Upgraded pistols can still be quite scary, but only half armor on Bemis. It should be, in theory, quite simple to shut down. They're quite fleshy here as well, so it will allow for Bro or Nitro maybe farm a little bit of cash. Bro's learned the lesson, he really has.
Yes.
Molly down Ven.
Every round. Double check, just to be sure. Nitro in a very good spot here. I think they'll try and converge with him, but not necessarily going to be needed with so much space and information for him to work with. Oh, not fully checking it. Gives me, had a small window to get away with a kill there, but not going to happen for him.
Well,
so I don't really know.
Nitro got down already.
Yeah.
Looked like he ran past him, but then like, how did
he didn't really check it, I think. So, yeah, maybe just a quick little look, and he was just hidden around the corner, potentially.
Maybe money to be made here, actually, for both Nitro and Bro, especially Bro. Shadow spotted. There's one. Does he see the second? Now he does. Can be a bit confident in his fight. Yeah, actually, a lot of money 3 kills for the SMGs there, so you take those. NRG, that's nice. We're going to get a buyout here for Monte. For NRG, more often than not, teams will just keep the bonus buy and play here. If they're able to make this expensive on the bonus buy, they're in a really commanding... Even if they lose the round, they're in a commanding position. Bye, Nitro. Into the abyss for you.
Yeah.
What was that old Yu-Gi-Oh thing? The Shadow Realm. That's
the
where
Shadow Realm, yeah.
It's just said.
Blue Eyes, White Dragon.
Yeah. Red Eyes, Black Dragon.
It's about as far as my knowledge goes.
To be fair, I was a Yu-Gi-Oh guy growing up.
Nah, I wasn't really.
Dark Magician.
I had these James Bond cards. They were crazy. They got banned at my school because everyone was getting upset with the trading and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was a bit of a Yu-Gi-Oh demon when I was like 9.
I think by the time I got to my school, Yu-Gi-Oh had already been banned. So I don't know what was going on there, but these card games...
The underworld Yu-Gi-Oh dealings back in your
They were not
school.
going well.
We used to duel for, like, whoever would win, like, would get, like, you know, like, their chocolate bar from the pack lunch or whatever. No wonder I was a fat kid. I was going crazy.
Suffering from success.
Yeah, single-handedly held back my football career a couple of years by my Yu-Gi-Oh successes putting on weight. Right, Waker? He's here, he gets one, he gets the support of Afro as well. Grim will get a consolation, but it's a nice little 3-piece for Monte out the gates. And the remaining 2 are Sonic and Nitro. They've snuck down Secret, yes, but you can't do anything. You don't have the bomb, so you can't really get anything out of this round. Again, like, it is a bonus buy, sure, but what can you really make out of it? If you can get a couple more kills, then we can talk about it being a silver lining and okay, but they're a known quantity. They've had to make noise to break up in the window.
Yeah. Immediately revealing. They're trying to go for the old classic where, like, Nitro makes loads of noise and maybe there's, like, a bait catch out from Sonic's AK. Lovely little angle. Right idea, but not quite executed. It's tough. It is tough. Rainwaker finds both those kills despite the airstrike landing right next to him. And things looking good for Monte in that one. Yes, it was the bonus buy, but I think a very clean response from Monte. So the gap close could be quick. NRG, they recognize that. They're going to take a timeout here. Really do or die type moments in these next couple of rounds. As this Nuke map is that one that maybe leaves us under a bit of contention. We don't know what to expect out of Anubis, so it'd be really nice to have a point in the win column going into that second map.
Yeah. Oh, we did expect this game to be quite competitive, like, all the way throughout. We kind of said, we built up the narrative that this feels like it's going to be a 3-map affair, and a lot of it did hinge on this Nuke, and you can see for NRG, in a way, their realization, like, we actually have to be taking this if we want to take this series cleanly. If we let this Nuke slip by the wayside, Anubis, despite NRG picking into it, as we've already built up, like, it's still an unknown quantity. Like, NRG do not have officials on it, and it's all well and good if you've pracked it and scrimmed it and got some strats up your belt, but it's definitely lower than the pecking order. I mean, they've, you know, by playing Anubis, they're running a 7-map pool. Like, there's just no way you have time to fully prack and prepare every map like that. So we're expecting this Anubis to be a little loose, and in doing so, inherently, it's a risk, right? So I think for NRG, especially with the strong start they've had in towards this half, they really want to be making sure they get something out of this. There's an ever so slight gap. Like, Afro, depending on the reactions, he might spot maybe a pixel. Yeah, well, jumping up, he'll spot multiple pixels. Nitro, that felt unnecessary.
Yeah, just a bit too much confidence, a bit too much belief in those smokes. Afro back in for a bit more. Then he gets his head ripped off. Rainwaker with the odd angle working on ramp by himself, looking crisp for the first, but can't get any more going. Big trade to keep this round alive for NRG. About a minute left. The bomb is, however, outside still.
Yeah, it's not committed yet, but they've got plenty of time, got 50 seconds.
Just looking to pick a player or two off, I think.
This feels like a finish towards A, with that bomb being left top site. I guess a lot of it depends on really what Sonic can get going as well. He actually has to be a large part of the contingency plan to go back towards his A site. He needs to come through main. If you say then dive, I want to strangle you.
All right, fair enough. I won't do that then. Bemis.
Don't do it, please.
Down below.
This is a horrible
They're
crossfire.
just trying to find a contact way in. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Really keen find there from Sonic.
Look at the time.
15 seconds. Bemis just has to hold them off and buy more and more time for his teammates to work with. Hitting at the back end of the site. He's got one player moving into him. Sonic just wasn't there to join, and Bemis going to hold down for both. Really well played.
Yeah, that is really well done. Bemis is under so much pressure there, and essentially in every engagement Bemis has taken, he's gambling, right? He's committed to the angle and he tunnel visions in. He does very, very well to be walking away with both. Gets the support, sure, but that's a fantastic hold. Like, A-site Anchor and Nuke is statistically one of the hardest sites to play. It's one of the ones where a lot of people struggle in the numbers department. It's one of the roughest places to play, and I think he does a really, really excellent job of just dipping and diving around that back silo. Fantastic work. And it'll be a one-round game, but realistically, Monte should be tying this up. No real investment to come through. And they barely even have util. And I'm surprised with barely having util that they're going towards an outside play. You got an AWP in towards Heaven holding. This cross is treacherous. Oh my god. Give it a trap, Azu. One. Looking for two. We'll find it as well. Nice work. He gets the support from Afro and the AWP, who gets his. But he now knows his body's coming his way. Hits another shot. He knows the last player's near. He spotted Bro just a second ago. So they're going to send the rifling core in, and it ends up being a near flawless round. Just losing Gizmi in the fray, but as low buys go, they're the kind of rounds that you want for Monte. They secure up your confidence.
Looking clean, and they have exponentially closed this gap now, folks. 9-9. A lot of pressure on the NRG side of things to remain in the conversation. Monte, as they did in the first half, picking up steam, swinging things back in their favor. A lower buy here as well. A couple Galils coming in, not necessarily ideal. So really, really important round here. Monte have built up some cash. NRG right at the bottom end of it still. And they're quickly dropping in. Gizmi so ready for that. However, the smoke spam is effective. Bemis gets blinded up. It might have worked in his favor because he doesn't strike too early and he's going to catch them off. Trade will be there. It's a 1 versus 2. Rainwaker bomb at his feet. Oh! And transfers across. Oh, yes, the Bulgarian beast looks so good.
Yeah, what a hold. That is not easy. Smoke's fading. We know that Bro was lurking in it, but he gets one and transfers so effectively, and it really does help that Bro was already tagged up in that engagement, but Rainwaker does so well. How Bemis goes unchecked for as long as he does, I have no idea, but that is such an oversight. Now the North American side, as Monte with the first half cracking to double digits, the way the second half started, it looked like NRG were priming themselves up to build up some serious momentum, but they're losing control of this game and quickly. Being that a full buy in towards there, no residual cash, no bomb plant means that there's no buy in round number 20. So this one feels like, in theory, a bit of a throwaway once again. Monte should be taking a 2-round buffer at 11-9, and at that point, they're so close to the finish line. There is essentially 2 gun rounds being the difference between where we're at now and this map going the way of Monte's.
Yeah, logistically such a big round to win because of, you know, everything that you mentioned there. Mentally such a big round to win as well. Really difficult to be on the end of for NRG and for them to bounce back.
Yeah.
A lot of work cut out for them and not a lot of room. We'll see. Backs up against the wall. Maybe they've found a way to smash through it.
That's trade.
Oh, these are the moments, though, aren't they? These are the rounds where you take your eye off the ball. Everybody thinking about the big rifle rounds. Rainwaker traded out. Azu in behind, but he will get caught. Trade to there. Oh, Nosi denied the bomb plant. It just spilled in such an awkward spot for him.
Yeah.
Already being dedicated in towards the site. For a moment, I wanted to believe, but Monte will hold them off.
Yeah, not to be this time. There it is. 2-round buffer. Monte, they are close now to taking this map in its reins and taking their pick, and already a considerably better showing on towards this nuke comparatively to what we saw in towards map number 3 yesterday. NRG, it is kind of now or never, really. You lose this round, especially if you can't get a bomb plant too. No matter what kind of loss bonus you work with, it's still going to be a janky buy in towards what is most likely the last. Afro outside. Deep garage for him. Break up into the smoke, nothing spotted behind it, but they can post up on the angle. He'll nade for himself. Hope to find a little gap. Oh, Nitro, you are one lucky individual. A tag taken. Oh, but he's limping.
Still committing, though. Re-smokes come in. Obviously got a plan for Nitro here. The flash is just not good enough. Gizmi playing really well from here the past couple of rounds, to be honest, to just hold the line and really be aware of these smoke moves. He will eventually go down, but I think he's done God's work from over here. So much information gathered. Catches a couple. Bro left 1 versus 3. And an ineffective flash, certainly around that NRG are going to have to go back and replan for future Nuke games. I think Bro will just save, to be honest. About a minute or so for him to do that overall. It's tough, but now 3 in a row going to be required. It just feels like Monte have had such a snatch of that pendulum.
Yeah.
Really controlling the game.
I'm loving what I'm seeing on the CT side. They're so aggressive, Monte, but in the right ways. Like, they're so happy to fight. They back themselves in a lot of these engagements, and they're just trading off each other really effectively. Like, the second NRG find a bit of space, attention's drawn there, and they're so good at chaining kills in their favor. Gizzy does well, gets one, but he gets a second behind him when he scoops up the AK. They're just not allowing any freedom of movement for NRG. Sure, it'll be a save for Bro, but it's not going to be great in terms of the support around it. Obviously, he's not really going to have anything to drop. He can pick up a bit of util around the saved AK. Smoking a flash, maybe. Smoking an aid. Monte, brilliant breathing room for the tail end of this map. And I think if they want to get full belt to util, it might require a Galil or two to come through, which is never really where you want to be. Third and final timeout taken by NRG. No better time to use it as Daps, of course, once again enters this conversation. Like we mentioned, Glils are going to have to come into play in some vein. One for Sonic, one for Grim, and I think probably one for Nitro as well. He might even go in towards like an MP7 if he wants a full belt as well.
Anticipation of what Nitro is going to buy. He's still thinking about it himself. It will be the Galil.
Yeah.
So maybe something outside, something with some range to it to get these rifles working as best as they possibly can. But going to need somewhat of a miracle. OC saying a little prayer before getting into things, I'm sure.
Bless him.
Really big moment here. As Monte doing a very good job of, you know, getting a feel for how NRG are approaching things and then being able to adapt and answer to their approach on both sides of the map thus far. Looks like there will be some outside presence at least shown. With 3 smokes, in fact, for the one player. So interested to see what the move is going to be. Afro on the aggression and Rainwaker using him as cover. Dink for Dink. Will be the AK to come out on top, but he is left low.
Oh, yeah.
Afro's got a deagle. Got all that money in the world to make sure he gets the secondary out, looking for more. And the Frenchman pushes forwards, mowing them down, creating so much space and waving. Oh, good night. Just a cheeky little knife from Gizmi. I don't think he was necessarily looking for it, but it gives him the info that he needs. Another map for us ends with a crazy knife moment. All the same, Monte really clean this time around. Sure, it's a bit closer scoreline-wise than they maybe would have wanted, but they do such a good job of moving back into these halves, picking up the momentum, and something that we did not see from them yesterday, right? They had a complete lack of that against Astralis.
And funny enough, it's also Gizmi again. He was the one who got knifed yesterday. So this time, he gets a knife for himself, which is the information gather. But, I mean, the real telltale sign of Monte looking a lot better, that CT side was lockdown. That was really efficient, really effective. When the money was in play and there was kind of consistent buys to come through, they just called excellently. You know, I'll keep singing his plaudits, but I think Gizmi, when things are going right, he has a really, really nice stranglehold on these games. Either way, 13-9 for this one. We've got an interesting map number 2 coming up, but before we get there, we're going to head to a break.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/.
He's got it, but the orb will trade, and Fuzi, I'm not counting him out.
With 20 seconds left?
I'm counting him out. Yeah, you probably should. Nice smoke.
Oh, what a smoke that was.
Big smoke from Fuzi, honestly.
Did he throw it on the ramp?
We catch that, Jay?
Yeah, it is on the ramp.
All the good nades today. There it is. That'll stop him.
That will stop him indeed.
Oh, no!
God! Oh, Oh no, Sus.
He's fine. Is it Sus? Okay.
Nilo, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say if it was Sus, honestly, there's a chance. What was the smoke?
I don't know.
You could do cross smoke, freak him out a bit.
It's a tense game. They're a bit stressed.
This game is cooked.
He's out.
Where's he going?
Not out the.
You can't see.
Oh, the
That's
glare.
why.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Close the blinds, if anything.
he threw his snus out the window.
Yeah.
No, wait. What just happened there?
I don't know what.
I would say close the
Can we
blind.
get a replay on that?
He's gonna have glare on his monitor.
Yeah, I'd close the blinds.
Close the blind, mate. You're 2 and 13. Close the blinds. Let's try him.
It's a B pop, B rush, B pop.
Put 2 snus in.
Sus car.
At this point.
Kilo plat. This is good setup. Gravitating close in case of the pop. They are reading this well. 3-man boost. Triple boost.
Oh, this is sick in their plat. It might. No, you're only going to see big.
They're going to hear the scope too. Sus will have heard the scope.
Snusp. Oh, yeah, and he's getting aggressive. He's getting aggressive with it, pushing into the tunnels.
Do it, Crizzen. Do it, Crizzen. You know the AWP started upper B. You know they were boosting. It means 3 players upper tunnels. Do you really want to force this gap?
Jabby is ready. The Jabster dead. Prison with the kill, and they're all stuck in middle and tunnels now, so not much room here for Astralis.
Oh. It's a bloody good nade.
Not bad.
Bowling Shane. This is a gap. This is a void. This is Hooksy's moment.
2 players tie turned.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear. Oh, no! Hooksy gets them both.
Now they're in.
Nice.
They're in.
Great. Storming. X-File could jump shot if he's going to get wacky.
One more for Hooksy. Yes!
Oh, why not?
Dude, he's actually saved the day here. It goes down to the 2 versus 2. Nilo boosts it up.
Both low.
Oh, bro, there's sus.
Stairs, no space. He's fine.
Oh, Hooksy dead. Nilo, good shot.
Oh,
and
great
then Molly's
volley.
going to deal with Stair.
Go on, Sus.
All right, they're back. They're right back in this thing. 6 rounds secured for Heroic.
Prison wants this 1v1.
Sorry, I just had to clear my airways. I swallowed a couple of sneezes.
Nice round from Hooksy. All in. Oh, that's a.
Whenever I used to come to Sweden, I would take pictures of Snus and say, these mints are delicious.
That's pretty good. It's not bad. All right, they're on eco now. X-Flood getting fired up. You like it when the boys are getting fired up. It's great. You're nothing better than getting G'd up by one of the boys. You have a big round.
Yeah. It brings the game back to life. You start believing again.
Be hit.
They're eco, Harry.
It's
full Glocks.
Full eco.
Yeah, but dude, I don't know.
W.
Bad round.
I'll be honest, I haven't seen a full eco B rush in some time.
Let's get out of the way.
Susp got 3.
Needed
Go
that.
on.
He's thinking, like, I knew I was right to readjust that blind.
Yeah, what did he do with the blinds?
Just try to get some vitamin D, maybe.
Well, I respect it. You either got to take the supplement or get it IRL.
Blind down for X-Flood. That's how you do it.
Smart boy. No blind,
Blind open for...
Blindless.
Blind, okay.
Well,
everyone's
Fuzi's
got the
making it
blinds open.
work, so... Oh, missed shot. In the middle.
This is a fast lower tunnel sprawl.
Saw the AWP mid.
Nilo's rotated over to hedge with this. Ooh, careful, Mr. X-Cloud. You've lost your nade. Oh, no, you got it back. All right. That one's not bad. Bosh.
Here we go.
Over
Down to 12.
Oh, big foo.
Doesn't look great, does it?
That was not the challenge I was looking for.
And now you just pivot into a B.
Would you call that a bozo def?
I'd call it a tough def.
Tough?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Back to long. Crizzen here. Yabby sprinting. He is on a absolute tear right now with this speed. Crizzen's heard him, surely.
Oh, he's got a freebie.
Block.
Okay. What is this mid-round call from Astralis?
Lose fast. Ryu's still got tunnels. They can go back. They know he's trapped. They want this 1v1 before they do anything.
Now just stay alive. X-Flood's coming. Oh!
What a play.
Crizzen feeling it right now.
Yeah, but look who's left. Look who's left.
Who's in Ryu? Late round. Late round. Oh, and
no, the
All right, so we're going to do truth and a lie. Now, it's a concept that I'm sure you guys are familiar with.
Shoot.
Steel works here again.
Oh, can you imagine? We don't need that kind of talent in CS.
Nice.
Охуел?
Report.
Get on, y'all!
Mr. Saranthus, the rumors I've heard in the community are all true. Your knife is a beautiful float. And each of your skins is more lovely than the last.
Can I interest you in some coffee or a beverage?
Thank you, Mr. Saranthus, but no coffee. You being a North American esports enjoyer with ties to many a Valorant pro, one would be safe in assuming you have some soy milk?
I may.
Then it is only right that I indulge in your soy. Mr. Saranthus, before we begin, I must admit my conventional English is a little out of practice. However, I've been led to believe that you speak Zoomer quite well.
I do.
Well, I kindly ask your permission that I may conduct this interview in Zoomer.
By all means.
Okay, Unk, obviously you're washed, but am I relevant or irrelevant to you?
Still really.
W. And you've heard about my little side quest out here in Sweden?
Gaimin's got you running down Wash Fallow players.
Shout out Gaimin. If there's one thing he fucked with less than Counter-Strike, it's Valorant.
For real though, why are you here? Valve pressed me 9 months ago. It's all good, they found nothing.
Facts. These files have been run through, but I've got to grind them out again.
Well, say less.
Now, when Project L hit, there were 4 orgs in this area, all sticker farmers like yourself. 100 Thieves, C9, EG, and NRG. Or is that cap?
No cap. Look, you cool if I hit my vape?
Bet. Now, clocking these receipts, all sticker farmers in the area have been unalived, except for NRG, which means they've either dipped, fallen off, or they're fully mask on. You heard anything sussy?
Only possible cap.
I love possible cap. It often reveals big facts. Give deets.
Well, again, possible cap, but I heard they were chasing Gat in Spain.
Ohio.
Spain.
Valo does tend to attract more Giat.
Gat.
Now, how did NRG vibe with, say, Team Liquid?
Used to vibe for real. Had some mutual fam until Liquid ghosted them.
Well, that should do it.
Some more soy before you go.
Fuck no. Stunner, you peeped what the NPCs are calling me out in Sweden?
Yeah, but it's kind of cringe, not gonna lie.
But you have peeped it. Spill the tea.
They call you the CEO of Mewing.
Facts. Before he was washed, on God, Gaimin didn't really fuck with his nickname. But why would he hate the name the Gigamogger? It appears to me he did everything in his power to earn it. Me, on the other hand, stand my title because I've earned it through hours of grinding Mastic's gum.
Mocking.
It is that feature that makes me such an effective leader of the Muse. You see, unlike your average dev, I can think like a mouth breather, where they can only think like a common looks maxer, or more precisely, a GigaChad CS player. Consider a hot min the world a Valo iPad kid lives in. It's an L world indeed. If a Valo player were to waddle into your crib right now, would you dap it up?
Finna crash the fuck out on that little thing.
Precisely. But has a Valo player handed you any L's?
They couldn't.
Say less.
You're giving some real philosopher energy right now.
You cool if I hit my vape as well?
By all means.
Now, my hustle dictates that my betas pull up and sweep the addy before you pass the vibe check. Deadass. Anything's wrong, it's back on site. No cap. Skins straight cooked. However, you come through with any deets, and we may be able to prevent harm to your account, or more importantly, your inventory. You're low-key sheltering enemies of Counter-Strike, are you not?
Nah.
Don't cap.
I mean, not low-key for real.
High-key?
High-key.
You're not clocking it, are you? You're not clocking that I'm standing on business. I'm assuming by the fact they're American, they've understood every word we've said and have long dipped. Well then, point out their setups. Accounts, inventories, I bid you adieu.
And that's what laser beam!
So, a really good showing in the end there by Monte. For NRG, just unfortunately, this fell a little flat in towards that second half, and it does open up a bit of a can of worms as we head in towards the second half. We've already sort of built this picture, right? We're looking at Anubis where neither of these sides have played this map in an official, so we don't really know what to expect. I mean, you saw that stat line at the tail end of map number 1. It was all the stats over that we usually use of like T-side round win percentage, GT side round, pistol round conversion. It's all zeros, all NA, because we have no idea. So this becomes very interesting. But for NRG to pick into this hobby, they've got to have something up their sleeve.
Yeah, you would assume so, right? I think that there's a lot of question marks coming into it, but I don't think that you would wildly take this risk here, especially you're in a 0-1 game, right? Like a loser side game. So I don't think that you just fly in just to see how it performs. They definitely have to have some sort of a game plan in here. Maybe, you know, a little bit of an addition of Grim has given them a new lease on life. Testing things into a game like this as well, they're going to feel confident, but may well have had that confidence knocked ever so slightly. And, you know, we talked about Monte in the veto process where it's like, they don't necessarily ban this map. I think they've just not had the opportunity to play it.
Yes.
Monte are a bit of an interesting team at the moment in the sense that we'd maybe call them like tier 2, tier 1.5, but they're just focusing the LANs.
Yeah.
They've not actually been playing a lot of online Counter-Strike. So I think it may well just be serendipitous in a way that they've not played any Anubis quite yet.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on, right? We don't know what to expect, but it's not necessarily a bad thing for Monte. In vetoes, they've just never actually played it. So we can get this kind of show on the road in just a second, getting ready for our map number 2. It has all the makings to be, I think it's safe to paint the picture of being maybe slightly quite chaotic heading in towards this one, just because when you don't have officials on the above, it's all well and good having the pracs and the scrims and all the rest and feeling kind of confident, but it's so different when you get into an official with actual stakes on the line. But when we look towards the positives for NRG, I thought Bro had moments where he was looking pretty solid. I thought Grim started excellent. He was 12-2 out the gates. He looked so good. He got 3Ks in the first 4 rounds. So, I mean, that's a really nice thing to have. Or 2 3Ks in the first 4 rounds, which is really good to have. Multi-fragging quite consistently. He looks super solid. I thought at times as well, while he started so towards the tail end, Sonic was finding a little bit more impact. You're just looking at this where I just think, unfortunately, on the flip side, Monte, they were just a little bit better at brute forcing, right? I thought Rainwake looked excellent, especially A anchoring. He looked really solid. Pyjamas playing quite difficult roles, same for him. Afro is a super versatile AWPer. Starting towards outside, he conditioned him in that position, and he changed things up and moved that over towards ramp. That's where he started to play. I think Gizmi as well, similar thing for him, where he's playing a lot of these high impact roles while calling around himself as well, playing basically in the middle of the pack through main and mini, doing a really, really decent job. So overall, Monte, especially on CT side, looked excellent. Synergy and cohesion was fantastic. These buzzwords we love to throw out, but it was a really, really excellent look in towards this side. And now as we head in towards Anubis, the big question is, how do you want to approach this? For Monte, of course, being at your opponent's map pick, you get a choice of where you want to start. And this is one of the few maps that teams actually do prefer to start T side. So I wonder whether that is the case for Monte here. But their T side was inherently maybe a little bit weaker than the C team.
Sure. Quietly excited, I think, to get into this and just see what the teams have got in store, what they can deliver, what kind of approach they choose to go for. I just think that this is, you know, a really fun kind of narrative to see teams doing this. We had a bit of it yesterday where, you know, we wanted to see maybe a map floated, maybe be cheeky with it. The other team had like a 0% win rate over 3 maps played. But teams often don't take those risks and don't go for the more wacky veto decisions. And it's something that I think we've lost in the modern game of Counter-Strike. Back in the day, it was pretty common to be like, oh, this map's come out of nowhere. What have they got planned for it? And they'd pull off a few upsets and a few surprises. I feel like the only guy that's done that in recent memory is someone like Carrigan. Save it for the big games, save it for, you know, the mind games and whatnot. But even then, he's not done that so much recently, maybe just because FaZe have not quite been in that top spot to take those types of risks in recent years. Either way, I like this. I like this, that we get some of this unpredictability coming into the veto side of things, and we just have to take it down to the basic Counter-Strike, hopefully, and see what these teams look like in terms of their fundamentals.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for get this one on the way. I think we're waiting on one player from NRG before we can get this show on the road. But with where we're at, the real hope is that you can kind of just completely reset. The helpful thing is that, of course, 4 out of 5 are on LAN together. It looks like Bro's playing just from home, which, of course, you kind of would. But the rest of the North American side will play together. And I'm assuming Dap's with them as well, but we haven't actually seen them on the cams. But regardless, kind of what we're sort of seeing as well from this NRG side is that we've already seen it. They know what it's like to be kind of a map down or a series down in the tournament. They're very good at just brushing it off. We saw it happen in Krakow. Despite losses, they were still coming in towards the next maps and games. Really, really competitive. So they're definitely a side that you can just never sleep on. So that's where we have to look towards Monte, and they have to come in and make sure they don't coast, because actually that's what happened yesterday, right? They started really well in that series, a dominant, 13-4 in the opening map pick to get things started, and it kind of felt like they coasted towards map number 2 and just got destroyed, and that leaked in towards that 3rd map and ended up costing them the series, where initially they were looking like they were very, very strong. So we'll see, but I'll sing his praises again. I think Gizmi called a really good game. I think he's, you know, also kind of really calling above his years. I tuned in yesterday after the fact to Maui's co-stream, and he was saying minus Carrigan plus Gizmi. Who says no? Carrigan probably, but
well, yeah.
but,
he should be coaching soon, I think.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point though where, like, you know, these young-looking IGLs who also can have a lot of impact in terms of the numbers department are going to get a bit of looking at it. I think obviously you've got players like Gizmi, but I think another fantastic example is Krebeni. I think for me at the moment he's probably the best kind of young fragging IGL we've got. He's sort of following similar footsteps to what we saw from Shuhei back in his Gamer Legion days, where it's like obviously calling a really decent game, but also putting up decent numbers in the server too. And that's now starting to become very impactful for kind of the tier 1, right? We're looking at IGLs who can also hold their own.
Just whatever you do, don't join Liquid.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's where maybe careers go to die at the moment.
Yeah, as we can see in hindsight, Rainwaker, your time on Liquid does not count, my friend. Your time on Liquid does not count because he's looking so sharp.
He's also only there, I had a little look, for like 4 months or something. I think it was like June until December.
Exactly.
Maybe January of the following year. So
probably only just got the jersey posted.
Is that,
to him,
wait a minute, that's like 6 months.
Yeah. Quick maths.
Yeah, I got to do a bit of figuring out.
Yeah. Yeah, carry the one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of course.
Maths
no.
was never my strong suit.
What
As you
was?
can probably tell by all the talking. English, history.
Yeah.
Drama, obviously.
Oh. I never did drama.
Yeah, I did it as a GCSE, you know.
Yeah,
It
fair
was
enough.
all right.
It was all right. Right, we've got a little bit of a break before this game gets on the way. Slight tech issues. So we're going to throw it back over to the A stream. That game is up and rearing, so go have a watch.
And then you beat the molly.
Yeah, but
I think
well,
that should
it's
be
obviously a situational thing, right? Depending on what you're playing against, what type of execute, what type of utility it is.
Can we add like tear gas grenades?
Here we go. Hey, the game's great. It's the greatest game in the world.
Yeah.
We don't need to add any gas grenades. It's not necessary. Next thing you're going to tell me to leave spawn on the city side, you have to buy a gas mask. The T's just have to have a handkerchief over their face.
Can we make dark maps and bring back night
They
vision?
spawn with the handkerchief.
Riot shields.
They're already in the game.
We could bring riot shields back. That's not a bad idea.
They're already in.
They're already in?
Very popular during the day.
Oh, and like
danger zone.
In
danger
casual.
zone.
Danger zone.
Kill streaks.
Kill streaks.
That's great, yeah.
Attack helicopter.
Yeah, I like that.
Here we go.
Waterfall.
Waterfall.
Got the wombo combo.
Avant-garde.
Bish, the bosh, the bash, the A fake into the B play.
Susp. He's come back in this game. Delivers again on this B site. Fuzi, nice kill. Makes this interesting, but he still needs to follow up and needs to do it quickly while his teammate dies. One round for Heroic. Could be worse.
Yeah, could be much worse. Could be no rounds. That's how that goes. Yes?
Rush, hold tab.
Ooh.
No, do it. You're off screen.
Oh, wait.
You're off screen.
Okay,
do
yeah,
it.
they have cams on right now.
Oh, are you just going to say about the coaches being in the slots?
I can't see it.
Is that what you were going to say?
Wait, hold on. We can just do it. There you go, Hugo.
Oh, yeah, we have access. Look, Chad, look, we had the bug. Look, 2 CT rounds. And then 1 T round, but it was Astralis on T side, 2 T rounds. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not, well, it's reflected correctly in the score.
Yeah, but
I know what you're talking about on the scoreboard.
It is, but it's bugging out, man.
Well, this is, yeah, I know what you're saying with it. So what you explained was different.
Yeah,
It counted the
but
score
no, it
up.
showed like that.
I'm used, this I know.
No, it showed like that. Okay, is that normal?
Yeah, that's normal.
Okay.
Wait, what are we trying to figure out?
So look, when we hit tab here, Harry, see how it said that 2 CT side rounds were won?
Yeah.
But it was only 1 CT side round that was won.
2 T rounds, then a CT round.
Oh, yeah.
But it does it. The score is correct. It's just reading incorrectly on the scoreboard.
How strange.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad we've gotten to the bottom of that.
It's one of the great mysteries. Had to get that Jamie guy from Mythbusters out to fix that one.
Oh.
Don't get me started on
Mythbusters,
Mythbusters.
bro.
Adam Savage.
Oh, yes.
Carrie Byron.
Grant Imahara.
Oh, R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
An actual legend.
Actual GOAT. Yeah, R.I.P.
And what was it? Tori Bellecci?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
He's my favorite.
Yeah, no,
Cheeky
he
guy.
was the GOAT, bro.
Cheeky guy. Yeah, dude, what a show. Oh, man. Hugo, thoughts?
Never watched Mythbusters.
Dude, I hate... He's never watched any media other than films by, like, the classic directors.
Scorsese only.
That's literally Hugo. I only want Scorsese.
Guys, the game's about to be over.
Yeah,
Sorry, films actually caused a lot of trouble last
I want that
season.
happened last season. Let's not have that happen again.
Films caused a lot of
Harry,
drama.
can we get a lock in for 2 rounds?
Yes, sir.
All right, take it away, mate.
I'm just sizing up the situation quick.
All right, well,
Youngster mid-control right now.
Got killed on B, so they know the AWP is dead. So you're up to date.
You have this long control for Astralis, but that means the rotates are going to be slow. And Hooksy's like toying with the idea of going aggressive out towards long. Might go through the smoke. But Heroic are already out in middle. And walking the tunnels. They're ready for this B split. They're going to be ahead of Astralis. But they've got to break through the 2-man hold.
Ink, careful. Nice.
Welcome back in. Thank you very much for your patience on that one. We are just about ready to get into the action here, and again, continually excited for this Anubis, and we'll see indeed what the move is. We've got a little...
Have some fun.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. The grenade. We're going to try and work on the noises. Maybe we'll try and get a taser guy out for the taser noise. That would be pretty good.
What's the classic one they do in movies, or the one that's been used for years?
Oh, yeah, like the Wilhelm scream. That's not bad. There you go.
I do some voice acting, I don't, but... In the way we're live. A pop flashing towards mid. They haven't cleared Sonic. Uh-oh. He's going to get 2. Make that 3.
Man.
Sonic, superb from him as he goes overlooked. Little mistake. And Nitro's here with the dualies. How good are the reactions? He's going to creep around this corner. But he's being held at range. He now knows where both of them are. And this becomes really dicey. Can he get the kill? He's dealing damage. He's just keeping pressure on. He's dipping and diving as he looks for the frags, and Nitro gets both. 2 guns, 2 kills for him with the dualies. And it all comes off the back of Sonic just completely unchecked.
Yeah, huge bailout actually though from Nitro. Sonic, despite how great he looks individually, nobody else was able to support him. Everybody else just going down. Lovely little angle though on the new window. Fantastically played from him to just hide away. Love that. And very well read.
Yeah.
But definitely hard fought from NRG to get that pistol as they rush down middle. So things kick off on Anubis pretty well for the CT side. It's going to be a hard eco coming in from Monte. Maybe a P250 dotted in there to try and net 1. And well, they're very close. Nitro is saved by Grim on that MP9, making a lot of money. 1800 for him coming through pretty quickly. So very fast round. Anubis moving quick here to kick things off. And we're already into that first rifle.
Yeah, really nice money to be made there for Grim as well with that MP9. 3 kills at that tail end is going to shore up the finances for the early part. Got team flashed yesterday. Now we get team naded.
Yeah.
BM from our producer.
I'm used to it by now. To be honest.
You're the one doing it.
Plenty of it. No. I'll have you know. Absolutely not. Pretty sharp from Afro to kick things off. Nade follows up. Little chunks taken out of Azuu, but Afro, of course, low. From his earlier exchange, it really is moving fast here. Contact play for Gizmi. Out through middle. Bro having a little look, and he just misses the timing, you know. Really could have been huge for him. This is a very, very strange game state. With that smoke coming in, they'll confirm the location in towards middle, but Gizmi's so deep in here. Can't get the second, but just so much chaos, so much like information overload all of a sudden. 4 versus 2 in favor of Monte, looking very, very good. And this is going to be a puggy one now. They are all over right now taking these fights.
Yeah, exactly. And Monte did up to start on that C side, right? We debated where they would lean, whether they would go for the CT because it felt really nice at the tail end of Nuke, or do they go for the T side just because that's how this map leans, and they go for the strength of the map itself. So far, in terms of the first gun round, it's a nice one. You know, for NRG in a bonus bar like this, you're kind of wanting 2 to 3 kills to kind of make up for maybe a lost round, an expected lost round in a sense, but they can't even get that. Maybe an extra kill to be found there by Grim, but realistically, all he cares about is keeping this AK in play for the next. So it will be Monte finding their first and doing it effectively, no less, as well. And even Afro got tagged early in towards the round. He'll survive on his sliver of HP. Nice, confident first to be taken. And maybe could spell some good signs for Monte. If they can just continue that momentum that they finished off map number 1 of Nuke with and start flying through these rounds once again, really taking the fight to NRG. We kind of saw that they loved brute forcing their way through a lot of the kind of initial rounds in towards that CT side of Nuke, and they might just try and bring that same level of confidence here. Fortunately, we are on another tech pause.
Yeah.
You'd hate to see it.
It is a little tough out here. Just a few teething issues because we have the sort of double whammy of moving back to online, and then a lot of these teams maybe not going to be as used to the online environment, and therefore how to set things up. And I think it's one of those things as a pro player you really like to try and forget and hopefully move on from, but once in a while you've got to do the online setup, the online tournament.
Yeah, no, exactly that. It's one of those too where for Monte they'll be a little bit more useless because they play a lot of online sets. I mean, so do NRG, but the difference is that NRG are on boot camp, right? So it's like an unfamiliar setup where maybe like PCs they're not used to. Obviously for Monte, these are the PCs that they play and prac with every day, so their anti-cheats.
And it does look like someone's spare room.
Yeah, no,
You know?
I was kind of initially thinking.
I don't know that boot camps have like nice plants and stuff in the
Yeah,
back
just the
normally.
potted plant and boxes. I was thinking like, are they actually like at Bro's? Because like is Bro like in his room and he's and he's just like got like a little LAN set up in the living room or whatnot.
Yeah, maybe.
Which actually would be quite funny to be fair. You've done a LAN setup with the boys?
No, actually. Yeah, we've never really set up. Hopefully in the near future.
Yeah.
Got a stag do coming up, a bachelor party, as they call it across the sea. And that's what we're thinking of doing.
So a little LAN party?
Yeah.
That'd be sick, actually. What a LAN party, actually. I can get behind that. OC. Oh, nice for the first. Only, just a tiny bit of that shoulder showing, but sharp on the reactions, quick to find. This gives me first to 4, now it's the call from the grave.
Yeah, not ideal. Really quite a tough one. He's definitely saying I was behind the wall. But not how the bullet registers in the end. Man advantage, NRG. After a long moment as well, ready and raring to get into a really important round here if they can answer back and just break the back of this T side.
I was about to say it's risky if Afro goes up with a bomb, but smart move there. Yeah. Drop it over and then send him up as his lurking presence. And he doesn't even need to be a lurking presence. He can actually just be an insurance policy to hold for rotations. Like, no matter which side they go towards, he can try and cut them off. But he's going to try and fight here and he'll lose his life. OC gets another.
Yeah, really, really smart stuff from OC as he's dynamic on the AWP. Meanwhile, aggression coming in towards B main. So I think this round really is numbered. Throw up top. Oh, that's a little rough. He leaves Rainwaker on 1 HP. Oh, God. They nearly get caught in transition. That could have been disastrous. I think they've gotten quite lucky to get away with that. Bemis trying to thread the needle here as he catches one reloading. Can he get any more to work their way into the site? The answer is yes, and Bemis remains healthy. Meanwhile, the CT side, not so much. Gap on the edge of the smoke, and Bemis is just absolutely tearing through them right now. An absolute demon. Rainwaker's HP makes all the difference in that fight, but Bemis is most certainly set up for this ace if he can get it going. Brings it down to just one. One last headshot required, and Bemis gonna get it. Oh my goodness. Puts the team in the backpack and wins the round all by himself.
Yeah, that is ballistic from Bemis. What a round from him. Completely bails them out. That round was dead to rights off the initial 2 from OC, but he single-handedly takes Monte and kind of forces them through in towards the site, and then in doing so, aggressive on that CT side setup. Really, really nice work from him. He forces the CT side back. He forces them into his engagements they don't want to be taken. And that's a bit of the Brian Bemis that we kind of had come to love many a year ago, and it kind of felt like maybe his tenure at the top had, that ship had sailed. But it's moments like that bring it back and show you that he has still got something in the locker. The tilter for NRG, that's a big nice one to be taken for Monte. That is massively going to help the momentum in the early part of your T side. Tying this game up to a piece, and of course just breaking the backbone of NRG in the financial department. They've got nothing to work with. Upgraded pistols is as good as it gets. Monte should be taking a lead here, and it's all off the back of one man's antics.
Crazy work, and a real difficult one for NRG to be stomaching and dealing with on the server. Few upgraded pistols here, couple smokes a flash, but not expecting them to get too much done. Might be able to kick off some damage. And kind of getting the shoulders out, really.
Yeah.
Smoking A main, making it look like there's some kind of investment here. Draw them in towards B, hopefully. Really, really common, though. This early A main smoke does often denote that you've got a decent setup over here.
Yes. Because you've got, util to expend if you can throw out that early in the round.
Sonic. Ooh, dangerous move.
He's dead here, surely. Oh.
Still in the smoke. He's just on the edge of it. Gizmi will take him. And hopefully he doesn't look A. Yeah, again, I think it's a really nice move from Sonic to be like, I can take this risk at mid because I have teammates on A. So they've really sold them down the river here in towards this stack. Is that going to be enough? Surely in a round like this with more kills, it's just unfortunately not enough, and not a single kill, in fact. Not a single point of damage, in fact. So Monte, talk all about this momentum. They are really picking it up here. And some sighs of relief, some tough... I don't know if I want to entertain it, man. I'll give it this. The 6-7s I'll give you because it's funny, but all this looks maxing stuff is a bit crazy. I just don't like that guy. I
hope there's multiple, isn't there? Like a whole,
I don't like any of them.
There's like an Avengers universe of like...
I don't think I like any of them.
Mog maxing people.
Yeah, and they're just not very nice. So,
What's funny when one of them got found out to be bold though.
Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty funny. I have no clue who that guy is, but wearing the wig is pretty
androgenic
funny.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm too in the roots of this.
You need to get out.
I know, I'm too brain rotted.
You're gonna show up with Botox and a huge jawline.
Yeah. You say my jawline's not huge?
Okay. Well, like, you know, way bigger, comically large. Comically large. You don't want a huge one. You want like a well-proportioned one, right?
Yeah.
That's what it was all about.
Like mine.
Okay.
Gizmy gonna go around this corner. He won't clear the close corner though. So Gizmy and Azu go down. I mean, NRG needed an emphatic response back in towards the gun round. And this is a nice way to start it. However, we've already seen them lose a 5 versus 3. Oh,
maybe not here though. Yeah,
that was close to the double though.
It's a bit of work. He needed that first one cleaner. Doesn't quite happen. Afro with 4 to find on the AWP. They're split. He can isolate the 1v1s.
True.
So I don't mind the way this looks for him. And the energy's already there. You know, if one big clutch gets won, it often opens a game up. Everyone starts playing a bit more nervous. And
it's just he doesn't have time is any issue, right? If he has like, if it's like 50 seconds on the clock when he gets that kill, he can actually start moving around, but he has to commit to something here. He might actually just slip a gap, but if he plants, technically for Temple, he's doing all right. Oh, and he might, you know.
He's just
7 seconds.
Yeah, this is not it. Not it. Peekaboo from Nitro takes him down before he even gets the bomb plant in. And things evened up pretty quickly here. So going to be a competitive start into this map for damn sure.
Yeah, if he plants a Temple, he gets a plant up. I can't see it really going anywhere in towards around itself. But nice work. Nice mid-aggression. And it's also like Sonic who's playing anti initially too. Fantastic work. Yeah, like we said, this feels like it's going to be quite a puggy map. And we sort of said that coming in towards this map with our limited expectations of needing to play it, we're expecting it to be very loose, and that's how it feels. Azu gets getting flashed, though, does have support. The Molly doing a hell of a lot of damage, and also a real good information gather. This is so risky. Oh, as for a second he was tempted. The devil on his shoulder was saying, swing that smoke, but thankfully the angel speaks louder and reins him back in. They've got numbers here. One decent break open of that smoke and a flash behind it, and Bro and Sonic are in a lot of trouble.
Oh my! Bro with the jump scare. Maybe this is what they want to try and bait them in. It's a great flash. Bro is able to turn away and find one. Maybe the best of a bad situation there. Flash to slow them down. But there's no real utility to stop them getting in towards this A bomb site. OC revealed in towards heaven. Flank dealt with. Catching everything here. OC has managed to drop one. There's a lot of damage done. Can Grim make something of this? They are indeed going to go for the boost up. It's being watched. And that reveals the location of the final player as well. So Grim will take the AWP out, and another back and forth round here. Swings back for Monte to take the lead again.
The real gaps are opening towards A, though. And I think, you know, credit to Monte. We've already seen this in terms of their calling style. I think it was kind of like famed at the start of the year by Pyrovision. But Monte have been implementing a similar style of calling off the back of Gizmy, which is, if there's a weakness that we find and we explore, just continue going there. Basically, living and dying by the if it ain't broke, don't fix it sort of moniker, right? Grim trying to save that all, but can't.
Not really, though.
Yeah, but the issue is, though,
a bit close.
He knows that there's a real world in which Rainwaker's just lurking through the side. But Rainwaker, in terms of his lurk, he's always sort of somewhere in the back line, so he didn't really want to fall back over towards the B site. I can understand why he's sort of like hiding in plain sight in a sense, but
I suppose
you probably want to be a little bit more tucked around the corner.
Yeah, I just enjoy the directive of focusing on the save a bit more than actively being involved and more heavily risking that weapon.
Yeah.
To be honest, yes, if you get flanked, but at least it feels like you've done everything right. It's a bit nitpicky.
Yeah.
But makes a difference, you know? He could have been on the AWP, could have been having some impact here. As it is, he's on the Glass Cannon M4.
Yeah. It's,
interesting choice.
I mean, I guess he's going to have money left over for the next round, but he really has to do something special with it. 5-7 up close. Can rip heads at that sort of range. He just really wants to pick up an AK, but he's so nervy about rounding the corner. Molly down. That'll tickle the toes a little bit further and push him back in towards the site. So no recovered guns, which Monte can pick up on. They haven't scooped up one of the AKs, and they're just going to double pump this hitting towards A. They're expecting that Monte, off the back of the initial contact, would have naturally lent the other side, but Gizmy, relentless in his calling. And like we said, when they find gaps, they continue to keep pushing on the weak point, and they're going to go back again towards the A site. Molly down in towards camera, bomb planted, and Yes, numbers favor NRG in the post-spawn, but the HP doesn't, and now that does the weaponry, and that'll help with Afro getting one. And he can stay posted. They don't really have the util to force him off the angle either. He goes back towards Pillar. The AK will reclaim this main space, and he surely gets both in. Yeah, guns get collected, but you just got to get clothesline. BMAS for both. Leaves it all on the shoulders of Nitro with 5-7 half HP and no armor. No chance is the easy call I can make in this one. A 1 versus 3. He'll give it maybe a loose look in, but he doesn't have a kit, so it doesn't really matter. He might tap the bomb to see if he can draw people towards the site or potentially try and see if he can get someone on the tail end, but it's not going to make a difference in the grand scheme. He gets his AWP, but he won't survive. But again...
That is insanely toxic.
Yeah, get rid of it.
That's so crazy.
Small percentages.
I mean, but he's just been walking the whole time on the site. Catches this guy in the back with like 2 seconds left on the bomb. I love it. I mean, I love it. And you are obviously going to go for it in a round like this. The big moment in that round for me, 4 versus 3, Sonic jumps a bit early into the retake. I think he needed to wait for his teammates to stack up behind him. Yeah, gives their man advantage away. They could have swung in with 3 players. With some rifles, there's a fair chance he draws crosshairs. The aim punch is less of a factor. So yeah, I think he was very nuanced, but will be the difference maker. OC with an active angle, able to drop the first. Looking for a little more here as Monte have sped up towards B, changing things up. NRG are very ready for it though. 3 on the B bomb site itself.
I don't know whether Grim actually spotted BMAS crossed or if he's just doing the due diligence of checking as a just in case. They know that timing-wise he could have made it over with the flash, but I'm not sure whether they do actually know anything about it.
Oh, God.
And this is where BMAS can maybe... Oh, he's got that crack angle. OC, I'm surprised he's got Bowers and be spotted. There it is. Gets his. Looks for a second. Oh, BMAS. That is so sharp from him as well. He's having a fantastic map so far. He's 16-3 out the gates. And the relentless pressure is causing NRG to just crumble. He pulled apart at the seams. He's looking for more, and he'll be seen off by Sonic. But the molly will bait out Nitro's position. It's a 3 versus 3. He's a known quantity, but Bro makes a move for E-Box, and they shut it down. Nitro should have been dead to Rice, but he's the one who sees off the round.
Really clean. They're just so distracted by Nitro's position, really.
Yeah, they get tunnel visioned in, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And just a couple players maybe caught with utility in hand. It does not make for a good look. But, you know, it's unfortunate he still had his smoke, right? That's a bit of an RNG move as to whether he'd laid that down early or gone for a re-smoke at some point. So they just missed the timing on it ever so slightly. Beamer, so as you say, world-beating performance right now. If he can keep this going. Zuo and Rainwaker, Gizmi just quite quiet. They don't really need to be doing too much at the moment. Shadow spot. How long are those shadows? OC, beautiful find. Disastrous lineup. But that was right at the tip of the shadow for sure. He had so much info to work with. Beamers keeps the nice shots coming. Is it going to be enough in a round like this where now a man down and the weaponry just is not quite up to par?
He's just not missing at the moment, Beamers. It feels like while he's still alive and with an AK in his hands, there's still some level of belief. Numbers don't favor them. And a smoke at an apt time just as we creep towards a minute on the clock. If in doubt, back to 8. Be what Monte have going for. The vast majority. They do have a bit of util as well, but they're just going to bait the smoke. I don't know if I love that. You see that goes down. So there's Rainwaker as well on the shoulders of BMAS. He's bailed them out on this site once before. It was an ace earlier, now looking for a quad clutch as he's left in a 1 versus 2. Bomb down. He has a smoke as well, which he throws. I'll go over towards camera. He's playing on the site itself, expecting rotations to come through heaven. He's surely got to realize in a second that they've got to be coming through main. Time is ticking, and he's just not really accounting for it. He's just dipping and diving, checking every single angle. He surely gets caught in the backlines. They've crossed. Back spotted, though, from BMAS. That should be 1. There it is. He's looking for another clutch. BMAS holds down Mouse 1, and he drops OC to 5 points of HP, but it's just about not enough. Fine margins, but it's NRG who find another.
Again, he's almost perfectly hidden away from them, right? It felt like he was going to be seen from main, but I think he was tucked close enough to that wall. Crazy stuff. Just needs a tiny bit more support.
Yeah.
I suppose it is a hard one. You get collattered as your first movement in the round. Really quite unfortunate. Getting close now, getting dicey. And the thing is, we look towards this T side. to be more effective. I think NRG are going to be happy with the spot that they're already in, keeping things close, keeping things even. Now taking timeout as well. So really looking to solidify their position moving into the second half.
If we're being frank, right, the money's not broken for this T side. They're going to save Econ to most likely buy in towards a loss. That's what many teams would traditionally do here. So it means that if all things go to plan and the stats play out the way that they should, that NRG should be taking a 6th here. So 6 rounds already on the CT side, you absolutely work with. And sure, Monte have had nice moments throughout this T side, but it's large in part coming off the back of one man. And you asked this kind of question. For example, like if Pyjamas is not playing to this level, he's playing at the level of the rest of his team. This is a dominant affair in this first half. And you know, you ask a lot of the question that I always had to ask in situations where he's pulling off clutches, like, is it replicable? You can't rely on one guy to bail you out, round in, round out. Flash in! Oh, that is a stunner! Superb from OC as Sonic swings into the fight and he lines up 3 with ease. Looks for a 4th. He'll nail it as well as Afro is caught on the jump across. Oh, that is sublime. Beautiful. What a shutdown and a flawless round from NRG against that low buy with ease.
Yeah, Afro forgetting you can just run around the back.
Yeah, true.
You don't have to cross like that.
Mate, that's long.
Yeah, true. Can't be bothered.
Only had a minute 30 on the clock.
Yeah,
You can't be wasting those precious seconds.
Whatever. It's just kind of comical. I mean, when you see a moment like that, you know the round's just over.
Yeah.
Although the bomb may well have spilled slightly forward, slightly awkwardly, but whatever. Whatever. Just being funny, just poking some fun at Afro. He is French after all. NRG looking set to get a 7-5 here. Really picking up steam moving into this second half, and I feel like 7's going to be a decent number out of your CT side, maybe a game-winning number, some teams might say. Monte, fortunately, dropping off ever so slightly towards the tail end here, getting a taste of their own medicine in that sense. No movement off the flash. They're still going to be confident to push forwards.
Yeah, I guess for NRG with that flash, you know, they didn't have anyone close enough to the fight. They were just hoping that there was a reaction to gather information, whether it's a shot or a bit of U-turn response. Speaking of, here it will be. Flash will come through. That'll allow Afro to get the angle. Oh my god, he's just trying to catch a pixel there. You're leaving Pyjamas to lurk over, but keep an eye trained it. Pyjamas has got the bomb. They're flashing out for B main control. Pyjamas is alone in this endeavor. If he dies, he's now getting a rotate over from Gizmi, but the bomb is over there. So as much as they're taking mid-presence and A-presence, NRG had a favorable fight. That could have been an interesting swing and a find! Oh, Grim and Nitro, the double swing is excellent. Wow.
I thought it was Grim's spray transfer.
Yeah, that'd be
but
ridiculous.
It was Nitro from behind. Still, a really nice move as a collective.
It's a great call as well. Like, what a re-aggress for information. Especially off the back of the Molly tick as well.
Yeah.
Poor Azu, he's having a tough game, but he's really taking some unfavorable fights.
Yeah, the licks are pretty nasty. 15 seconds left on this clock. 2 at A main. Surely not. You just mollied the site you need to plant on. That doesn't help. Missed shot from OC. They should be able to get the bomb down here, but it's going to cost them some players decent damage as the second nade doesn't quite reach. Again, though, wing and a prayer here for these remaining 2 players. One of them is Pyjamas. He's not super healthy. He's looking, gagging for a fight, but he will be denied. It's all on to Gizmi, the IGL. He gets overwhelmed, and a really nice finish coming in. NRG will just battle back to make sure that they are able to put up a really strong first half. And now, curiosity, what is this weaker side going to look like from Monte? Only time will tell.
We're heading on the way in towards this second half in just a moment, and it's been, as expected, a bloodbath all the way throughout that first. It has been a very, very puggy affair. We've had brilliance from Pyjamas, but unfortunately, it has been a bit of a one-man army show. Generally speaking, the positives to be taken away from this is that NRG look a lot more holistic in terms of their approach here on their map pick. They've got a lead heading in towards the second half. If they can get a pistol to start this T side, I mean, Monte could be in a bit of trouble. Let's see. First fight is good for Azu. But for a second, he's under a bit of pressure. He's also being flanked, which he realizes is just a little bit too late.
Yeah, but I'm in complete agreement. Oh, God. Knife damage is huge, actually. I think he might have missed the first slash, which just slightly reduces your knife damage. Sonic going to catch Afro with nade in hand. Surely still got to see this one off, though. It's all on Bro. He's known about now. The goal got close. You can't rely on it. The spin around is ridiculous, and he looks so damn cool for just a moment. Can't believe what he's done. A crazy 1-on-3 from Bro. And that might just be what NRG needed.
Oh, that is beautiful. How does he get away with that? What a misplay from Monte. And yes, it's early in towards this half, but that actually could be so costly in the latter stages. We'll get a force buyout for Monte. You lose this, not only are you 9-5 down, you're basically 10-5 down.
Yeah.
Because your money will be broken.
It's one of those things, man. Whenever I see like an individual popping off, I think it's really hard to translate that into a CT side.
Yes.
You've got a couple players who are struggling, and they're in this modern gimmicky style maybe going to be abused, but it will just show itself in the retakes. Quick burst out towards A, though, is a little wacky, if you ask me. Going through the smokes here. The flashes are good from the CT side. They've dropped that bomb, and things look really solid. Everyone rotating in. Trade should be easy. And NRG with maybe an overzealous move, maybe expecting an eco. It's what they did in the first half when they lost the pistol. They went straight for the eco. Changing it up here has clearly caught them off. And a big force buy win for Monte.
Yeah, it's a huge call from Gizmi there as well to gamble that A site. They have 3 bodies there in the early fight. They have one in towards mid, one playing solo B. And what they do is they just drag the mid player over immediately. The B player takes mid control just to see if there's alert coming through. And they just have numbers to fight. It's fantastic work. It's an inherent big risk to be taking, but it's one in which ends up being for the betterment of Monte. That's going to keep them afloat here. We said this has been a brawl all the way throughout this map so far, and it is no different here. Forced by, of course, in response, you have to take. Scout dealing decent damage here, though. Couple of tags early, and then Adel see off Bro as well, and it tags OC down to 10 points of HP. It's not the start that NRG were hoping for. Uh-oh. Airstrike? Yes. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Sees off OC and tags Nitro down pretty low.
Can you stand on stairs challenge? Unfortunately failed by NRG.
Like the ice bucket one, but it's 2026.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I nominate you, OC, for the stand on stairs challenge.
Yeah.
How long can you last?
That's why I'm going to hell. I never did mine.
Yeah?
Someone nominated me. I never did it.
I don't think I ever did one, but I never got nominated.
Yeah.
Because no one really did it.
I got nominated and I didn't do it, so.
Yeah.
That'll be on the list when St. Peter, you know, it'll be like, listen, man, you didn't do the ice bucket challenge.
Yeah.
You're not getting in.
Yeah. Says here, Toxic in Pugs didn't do the ice bucket challenge.
Yeah, that's fair.
No heaven for you.
Can't argue with that. Gonna show me my League of Legends chat logs.
What is it like the
2013?
The Dender hook or whatever? Is it Dender? Is that his name?
That's Dota though.
Yeah. Is that Dota? Yeah. I don't like either of them. So
that's the bait logo, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Oh yeah. I knew it from somewhere. I can't say I played either. So
probably for the best.
Yeah, I played one game
really
of League.
Just not good for your mental.
And really just didn't know. They're introducing voice chat into it now, though. That's going to be
idea.
Terrible idea. Yeah.
Terrible.
That's going to be interesting.
The League community is not good, and that's why I'm here. That's why I work on CS. You know what I mean? Rather than trying to focus League.
You pick the better of the two. You got that, or you can go Valorant and have E-couples breaking up in your game like midway through. I had that. Literally mid-game.
Feels like it's quite a normality in that game.
Yeah. Literally, I played like 2 games in the beta, and an E-couple was breaking up in one of them, and I was like, "This is
in the beta."
Yeah, it was like not for me. This is like
it's a bit quick.
Yeah, it was not for me. It was not for me. CS has always been supreme because we don't get that.
Yeah. Oh.
This is a non-existent round, really. I mean, NRG have invested nothing into this. They've not even got any sort of upgraded pistol. And they really can't afford to be honest. 4 out of 5 of the team are sub 2,000. One well-placed nade here from Pyjamas could cause a lot of problems. And in they come, walking in towards the MP9 is Azu. And Pyjamas will combine for kills apiece. He pulls out the Deagle. Yeah, such a simple shutdown. You get one constellation kill, which honestly is kind of impressive considering the buy, but that round was always a non-factor. The best you're really looking for there, energy, is if you can buy a miracle squeeze out a bomb plant for a bit of extra cash in towards the next, but nothing was ever going to come forth from that one. Monte, nice work that they're in now to tie this one up, and puts a lot of pressure on NRG in towards round number 17 with this gun round. You lose here, and Monte can start seriously pulling away, and that starts really opening the door for the 2-0. I mean, that conversation now starts to really become quite apparent. They're going to go for a B main pop, and Pyjamas for one. Azu's stuck in the open. He can't escape, so Grim gets both.
Yeah, I respect the idea. They're also getting aggressive towards A here, so really not letting up on the Monte side of things, trying to lay down the law. It's a lot of information, though, now for the T sides to work with, as well as that man advantage. 1 damage from the nade. Classic. That used to happen all the time in CSGO. I feel like the CS2 nades are way more consistent, but
yeah.
1 damage done, not quite going to be enough. There's a moment in the smoke here. Sonic is looking. Rainwaker's angle is very odd and not going to be expected. That's for damn sure. Seems like the bomb is creeping towards B. They're trying to fake things out at middle. They've abandoned the A site itself. These guys are really ready for a move towards B. Swing comes in off the back of a flash there. Does not happen. Gizmi with a really cheeky angle, but his muscle memory getting the better of him. Just peeks around the corner into the wall. Afro surely has to save from here. NRG with a big find.
Yeah, can't afford to get this one a look in Afro. It's just not worthwhile losing the AWP. And knowing that on the flip side as well, that NRG haven't had the finances to buy one, that they would love to scoop that up as a freebie, as a cherry on top to a nice T-side round. We said there was a lot of pressure on this one for them. If you'd lost this NRG, you don't have many gun rounds left before the end of this series ultimately, but it's that fight there. I mean, Gizmi, he has all the advantage. Spots his shoulder first and the gun bro, and actually all will end up being recovered at the end there. OC will love that freebie. Just add insult to injury for Monte in a less than effective performance there. NRG reclaim the lead. I mean, it still feels near impossible to predict right now. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. How did you feel coming in towards this one in terms of your prediction?
It's a good question. I probably would have lent the way of NRG. They were fun to watch at Krakow, so I wanted to see a bit more of that, really. And then Monte, I think, for me, just lacking some depth tactically. Yesterday, at least. Seems a little better here today. Like I say, I think a lot of it was mental.
Yeah, I got to agree. I'll come back to why I brought that up in a second, because Pyjamas has a chance at a couple, but he only gets one, and oh, Grim. Just a battering ram in towards that B site as he gets both. Barrel of Rainwaker spotted, it'll bait him out, and Bro gets a freebie. Left down to one, it's all on the shoulders of the young IGL, and Gizmi cannot convert. Grim, fantastic round from him, and NRG are starting to seriously pull away now. Getting closer and closer to pushing this towards the side there. Ultimately, as we expected, I will say, but yeah, fine margins. Now, brought that up because I spoke to our wonderful observers. Of course, we've got Chev and Jonas observing for us in this game. I asked what their predictions were heading into it, and Chev said 2-1 Monte, and Jonas said 2-0 Monte. So,
well, that one's under threat.
Yeah, but we're the other way. I would have gone 2-1 NRG, yeah. I think a lot of it really, if that...
I just like the team.
Yeah, I've really been impressed with OC from Krakow. We obviously, like you mentioned, I think we covered all but one of their games.
Yeah.
And yeah, OC looked incredible. And then of course, just I feel like the injection of Grim in towards the side is just only a net positive. Like, bless him for the successes that NRG have had. George has really been the outlying factor. He's just struggled playing those anchor positions where, you know, for someone like Grim, like he just is such an impact player. Yeah, as you mentioned, he's such an unfortunate upgrade too. Like, you know, don't mean to kind of mean to George in that sense, but it's Grim, right? What can you do, right? It's one of those, I think even he realizes that, like, he's got to accept it. Like, it's such a good move for NRG to make, and just continues to show how competitive the aspirations of the North American side are. Money is worse for wear for Monte, meaning that we've got the 1M4, an MP7, and a 5.7 to work with. MP7, I mentioned it earlier, that Rainwaker does actually look quite good with this gun. It's still a big ask. They still don't have a lot of util either. Monte, you got 2 flashes and a smoke.
Nervy here from NRG, though. They're not really sure what the buy looks like on the other side, I think.
Yeah, probably a bit scared of a gamble stack too. We know that Monte likes to throw these in.
Just taking it slowly. Small bit of info gathering outside of A main as well from both sides, really. Tiltil starts to come in now as that window of initial aggression begins to close. However, still looking for a move.
Oh.
1 is good, 2 would be better.
That. Oh, where'd that gun go?
Gets it. The spaghetti arms coming into play. Bro looking good over on A. So I think although it's slow going, it does just feel like NRG in full control of the round.
Oh, hang on. This is the bomb here towards stairs. And to make matters worse, this bomb is alone. Because they're assuming that Bro has got forward here because he is all alone. Oh my god, if Afro looks towards his left, he gets one for free. That is going to be the bomb drop. There it is. Afro gets time for a reload. Look at the time here as well. 15 seconds. If he can get a favorable kill, oh, it's going to save you. Gizmy's still here, though.
Yep.
If they plant for main, Gizmy wins the round alone. He's just waiting, biding his time. He knows where they're planting. Oh no, there's no time to plant. That'll be it. Monte win it off the clock. And Nitro could go down off the time. He does get the shot off, so he keeps the AWP in play. But that's an oversight by NRG. They left things a little too late and thought that the clock was their friend. But it was their enemy.
Yeah, watched enough Counter-Strike by now to know you can just feel in rounds when the energy's a little too nervous. You know, you want them to be a bit more confident.
NRG.
Ah, yeah, thank you. Yeah. But ultimately, yeah, it just had that vibe about it this round that...
We're here all week.
There was, well, yeah, quite literally. You know, airbed on your living room floor. So the things we do.
Yeah.
For
the love of the
Counter-Strike.
game. The love of the game.
But yeah, it just had that feel about it that round that there was maybe something brewing. And then we had this little moment of the bomb also taking it slowly. Like they just didn't have confidence to run anywhere.
The flanks were great, aren't they? Like for Monte, like I think, you know, we've spoken about for Monte that they're so calculated in their risk, but that's a risk that you just have to take. You know, you don't bring a lot of firepower to round. I mean, it was Gizmy and Afro both had pistols. They didn't have a half armor. It was just USPs. Gizmy had 1 flash. Like they've got to take something a bit risky in terms of their engagements. It's really well done. Speaking of, Sonic did well on the pistol earlier. He could get Gizmy overlooked here. Oh, and he will. There's 1. Looking for 2. He can't quite get it, but the quick trade that comes through from Pyjamas. He pulls out the pistol. I'd prefer he reloads, which now he opts for. NRG down to 2. Monte are on the brink of tying this game up and breaking the backbone of NRG, leaving them penniless.
OC. Oh,
needed that.
Misses the shot. So there goes the conversation for this round. Monte with a gift in the previous, and they have absolutely taken it with both hands.
Yeah.
Looking fantastic here. Back in the conversation. Game back alive. 2-0. Back alive, in fact. Credit where it is due. They've done very well under the pressure there to just keep this rolling.
We are Observer Jonas for that 2-0 Monte pick.
Hey, maybe.
Something. Chef said 2-1, but the way
that
things
still
are panning
counts.
out,
Yeah, he's listening.
Yeah, we get you, Jonas. Oh, yeah.
The win still counts.
He can go back to his nodding now because he's probably feeling good about himself.
Me and you getting it completely wrong is, you know...
Half of the course.
That's the tough... Well, yeah, it does happen. It does happen.
Yeah, we really should have kind of like, you know, back to Brits, to be honest.
Yo, that is true, actually. Yeah,
I did it yesterday.
That is an angle, but it's very dangerous to do, right?
Yeah.
In all sports, we always let the fans down.
Yeah.
You know, in the worst possible way, get to the final, choke.
Yeah, we are winning the World Cup this year, though.
I think the glory days of that team probably gone.
It's coming home.
The talent.
Football's coming home.
The talent's not as good. But it is going to be a hell of a summer. It's going to be a hell of a summer in the beer garden.
The last game of the day starts like 2 in the morning.
Yeah, that is true.
We'll be in the right schedule for it, though, game, isn't that?
Yeah, but I want to be in the beer garden in the sun watching
the government have actually allowed beer gardens to stay open later. Pubs are staying open later for the summer.
But the sun won't be out.
Yeah.
While I'm watching the footies, drinking me cider.
Yeah.
So it's not quite the same.
Beers.
And after they're playing in America.
True.
I have to watch that.
Oh, they're going to move towards B here. The low buy, and the Molly's going to really do some serious damage. But a drive-by with the Glock is, I mean, they're still causing problems. They might squeak out the plant here, which honestly is a positive. Yes. You're not expecting anything like that round. Getting a plant out of it is a positive you'll take. Still a round for Monte as they continue to pile on the pressure. And this gamble of a pick of Anubis is starting to look like an opportunity missed in this veto process. We've already spoken about it. Monte, generally speaking, that they just don't have a fleshed out map pool, right? And it is a kind of a glaring issue for this Monte side in their rise. But they find themselves 2 rounds away now from a 2-0 in this series. Maybe Anubis can really be incorporated towards the map pool. They've actually played some good CS on it.
Yeah, definitely a map to keep an eye on in future for this squad, but a lot of it comes down to, again, that unlikely round, just really riding the wave of that momentum. NRG, it feels like they are potentially out of ideas. Sonic goes flying in all by himself, no buddy system. Not quite sure what the idea is behind that, to be honest with you, and it just leaves NRG in a really, really tough spot now. The dying embers of this map, by the looks of it.
It's alarming to see moves like that because it really just reeks to desperation. Yeah. They are desperate to make something work in their favor. Frustrated, as you kind of put it as well, where they haven't been going to plan and becoming a tilting factor. Afro's posted on the angle. Shadow should work in his favor as well if they round this corner. Question is, how sharp are the reactions?
Look at this info from behind B as well.
Yeah.
So ready for the A.
Look at the numbers towards A. They're about to bring a 4th player over. I mean, NRG don't know it, but they're being strangled in a vice here. Oh, I thought like he could line them up there. Just threads the needle.
Yeah, Afro unable to hit the shot. He sticks around though. Confident to take a couple more thanks to that early opener. Will lose his head up eventually, but this smoke is just so perfectly timed. We're still going to try here, and all 4 waiting on the other side of the smoke. It's just not going to happen. They are throwing everything at this, including the kitchen sink, and NRG is just not working. They've been red, they've been entried on, really not looking good, and a dejected side now over on the T end of things to try desperately. It is the word of the hour to recover this one back.
Yeah, this CT side's looked incredible. They've really never given NRG any sort of a look in towards the momentum. They've never been able to get a proper grip onto it either. They've just struggled to put rounds on the board, and they've struggled to take real control. Like, bomb plants are coming in rounds that mean really nothing. And you look at, again, like, we talk about these like knock-on effects, but losing that round without really even getting that many kills or a bomb plant, again, the buy is going to be just brutal. OC, Deagle, bit of util. I mean, there's SMGs that are going to have to come in towards this. This is the worst kind of position to be in for what feels like most likely the final round of the series. Yeah, horrible spot, to say the least.
Going to take some time. Going to take some effort. But we'll see if NRG are made of sterner stuff. A lot of utility brought up into this round. That's the focus that they've gone for. What is the game plan for it? Do they have a pocket round saved for moments like this? Seems like a B lean with a mid fake to come through. Trying to oversell, a lot of utility over there. They're really, really ready for this B hit though. Again, Monte with some super, super solid reads and rotations. They've got no one in towards middle, tiny little eyeball on it, maybe a round that they are ready for that has been rehearsed. Afro trained in with this AWP. Will he be flashed off? The answer is no. They send a shoulder out to try and deal with him. 1-for-1, not going to be good enough. The AWP still standing strong and hitting shots. Absolutely no trouble for Monte to clean it up. And NRG running out of energy, running out of steam and fuel and everything you need in Counter-Strike to keep going. They could not match up. The Anubis, unfortunately, gets the better of them. And Monte may well indeed have done some work on it. We did mention not necessarily a permaban for them.
Yep.
So a small trap laid. It takes some work. It takes some recovery. But they look fantastic in the end. The finish is pretty beautiful, landing that flip.
Yeah, a heroic performance from Pyjamas as well. We kind of mentioned in the first half that he was a one-man army. Well, he got that support in towards the second, but he still kept up his individual form, still looked incredibly good all the way throughout. Just fantastic from him. And from Monte as a whole, that is really good to see. We'll keep singing the plaudits because I think it's worth mentioning, but Gizmi continues to read into teams really well. His use of CT side aggression continues to be so effective. And NRG, they just couldn't deal with that level of pace. That was a brilliant performance from Monte, a 2-0 in the series for them. And they're loving life, right? That's the kind of performance that'll help you really catch a bit of momentum now into World Pro League. You now sit 1-1 and I'll put you in a nice spot, and they can start hopefully building upon that. And they can maybe even as well just completely brush aside yesterday's loss, right? The first map was great, but obviously the rest of the maps in that series were really rough, but they can just say, opening game, you know, a little bit of kind of like the rust of the nerves and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now we can start building into this. I said it yesterday. I think for me, Monte, especially with how teams have ranked each other, I think Monte are one of the most underrated teams in terms of where I think they're ranked like 14th overall out of like 18 or something. They, for me, feel like one of the most underrated teams, and performances like that is proof in the pudding of why.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, we see some really good signs today of, obviously, they've talked about things from like a tactical, mental standpoint yesterday, where they would have crumbled, and they did. It felt like here they were able to dig deep, they were able to pull things back, which is a really good sign for what remains a young team with weird bits of experience, you know, some taste of the top, but it didn't quite work. You know, a couple players in here that really had the microscope on them in the wrong way, unfortunately, in the past. Maybe getting pulled into tier 1 a bit too early. But now that they're in a more comfortable environment, performing very, very well. Looks like they're having a lot of fun, some decent smiles. Yes, it's nice when you're winning, but still quite a close game. And just ultimately, you know, I lost that clutch. It was a nice try, though, you know, rather than these big, like, it's the end of the world. I should have won that one. This is, you know, and that was a little bit more the energy of some of the NRG guys in the end as well. So, yeah, really, really impressive stuff from Monte, I think, as we'll keep an eye on them. We'll keep a close eye on them. NRG not quite hitting the high heights, not quite having the same OC performances that excites everybody, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on, right? You know, run for some of these highlights as well, and there was a lot of highlight moments. I think in particular, of course, that Pyjamas ace was fantastic, and that was kind of like showing that he's still got a lot in the locker for him, but just all around a fantastic showing from a side of Monte, who, you know, will have aspirations obviously throughout this year, with especially their change and nuance of how they're approaching the scene and the VRS and all the rest of like prioritizing lands, as we've been speaking about. Having this is really where we want to be. I think even right in saying we potentially might be getting an interview as well.
Fingers crossed.
Really good to see. Get a moment to talk to somebody over towards Monte. You know, we've been singing the praises of Gizmi. It'd be cool to kind of have a chat with him off the back of, again, I'll keep saying it, a fantastic called game.
Yeah, for sure. Just getting everybody set up, I would imagine. Again, you know, as we know, coming from the online realm, it can be a little bit tough at times to get everybody in and whatnot. But I think that there is, again, just something to be read out of this game from the Monte side and also from the NRG side, that they just couldn't quite find that same sort of level despite, you know, everybody being sat next to each other and whatnot. I think it's really quite difficult for them to just pull out that same kind of energy. That may well be the side of things that they've got Grim coming in.
These
are the types of games where new player moving in, it can be difficult to slot things forward. But those final few rounds just looked a little bit lazy, looked pretty dejected. We had a few individuals like flying in, not really giving us very much to work with, which, you know, was kind of difficult to watch at the end of the day. And I think that NRG maybe could have taken a bit more time. They didn't have the timeouts left, but certainly could have taken a bit more time to be like, right, it's looking tough. It's looking like, you know, 11-10, something like this. Let's just go for a flat execute, try and make that work. Okay, it didn't quite work, but we got the bomb plant, we got close. Something to work from, rather than they had that round, Sonic just swings out mid. It's like, oh, okay. In your head as a pro, as a practical, statistical kind of analysis type mind, round's just over, right? Like you don't really win from there without a hero or a miracle coming in.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on as well. At the end, I'm just looking now, 32 kills for Pyjamas. He actually gets over double of second place in the side, which was Azu.
Yeah, crazy.
So yeah, that is a mental showing from him. He had a fantastic game. And you look on the flip side as well, it was a much more kind of even performance in a sense for NRG, but it doesn't always mean that's a good thing, right? You know, sometimes having somebody as a superstar the way Pyjamas was can be enough to kind of brute force your way through a lot of these games. Yeah, we were. I think we got the interview ready as well. I think we will be joined by Gizmi as well, so we can get a chance to speak to somebody from Monte off the back of a fantastic series. and a 2-0 from them. We are joined by Gizmi. Brother, thank you very much for joining us. Good to see you. Congratulations on the win. A very nice series, 2-0. You get that Anubis out as well, a map you guys haven't played. But I want to start by talking about you guys as a team, right? We spoke in an interview not even that long ago as well, and you were feeling very positive about the year, right? And so far, it's been a fantastic year. You've got a LAN win already at the Copenhagen Gaming Week. Decent performance at Dracula. You guys are flying up the VRS. You're in the top 20 now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Yeah, we've done a lot of work. You know, it came all from last year. We worked very hard, and the results are starting to show, which is great. Very happy with the team and coach we have. Like, I think for things like this to happen, you have to have like very understanding and like well-mannered people on your team, where you can actually build progress day by day, and it doesn't just get thrown away because someone loses their head or something. So overall, very happy with the team. We've put in a lot of work, and the results are what's being shown from that.
Yeah, I did notice you guys were still all smiles despite quite a tight map there, you know, to close out, and obviously a little bit of a comeback required from you guys, so the energy seems good. I wanted to ask about the philosophy that you guys have at the moment. It seems, you know, not too many, if any, online games coming into things, not focusing those cups. You know, you might call it the VRS maxing of, you know, the LAN double points and everything. What is like the philosophy behind that in terms of what you guys are doing a little differently from some of the other teams?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a genius of VRS or anything, but from my understanding, like the less games you play, the better it is, roughly, for like the head-to-head stats and sure. Stuff like this. So generally, we should prioritize LANs or like just important online events. As for like random cups, like a CCT playoffs or something, we've just been avoiding completely because, like, I don't want to speak about them, to be honest. That's disgusting work. Yeah, so that's the general strategy. We're just playing as many LANs as possible to get the LAN wins and get the points there rather than online.
Yeah, fair enough. I wanted to touch as well on kind of yourself in terms of, you know, we were singing your praises and your calling style. It seems like you're calling a very, very good game. You read in towards NRG and what they're throwing. But, you know, on the flip side, you've got Nitro, a vet on that side. What is it like kind of playing up against a team with a lot of veterans, kind of, especially comparative to kind of what has been a kind of short career so far, right? You know, it's a tough game against a lot of experienced players. And then also as well, throwing in an Anubis, which neither of you had played up until this point. So how did it feel coming in towards that game, calling against, you know, a team like NRG with loads of experience, and then having to call on Anubis, which you've not played in an official yet?
Well, so first for the Nitro and Energy thing, like, it's always nice playing these veterans. Like, I appreciate the opportunity a lot. You know, like, I want to test my game versus these good players, and it's always fun when I do. But, you know, when it comes to the server, I try to, like, when I'm in the server, I try to forget about all that. Like, just view the enemies as like a dot on the map, you know, sure. Like, not think about any name value or anything like this. And generally it works. But anyway, very happy to play teams like this now. And for the Anubis, yeah, we're just we're a team that likes 7 maps, and I want to play 7 maps. We had it last season. Unfortunately, trend got removed, so had to adjust slightly. We had Anubis as a ban like immediately because we were confident on the other 6, but now we've practiced on it further. We're ready to introduce it as a 7th, and so we floated it today, and they picked it. It's they've been banning it in a lot of vetoes. To be honest, I didn't expect them to pick it, but they did, and we were prepared anyway, so we showed our game.
Yeah, love to see it. Well, brother, I won't take up any much more of your time. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win as well, and best luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Big up Pyjamas as well. 30 bomb. Oh my god. See you, boys.
Couldn't agree more. We have got some more Counter-Strike to bring on your screens, though. We've got 3D Max taking on SemperFi up next here on the B stream, and there's not too much of a break between these two games. Ladies and gents, sit tight. We've got some more Counter-Strike coming your way very soon.
Chance, all dong.
Opening fight here, and no, you
opportunity to do it. Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
He's just having a little drink and a cough. Not at the same time.
It's water everywhere. Having a bit of a moment, are you?
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute.
Hugo, what's your go-to radio station?
You know me, Harry.
Oh yeah, Spotify.
What a juicy jump.
Yeah, sure. Spotify DJ, actually.
Yeah.
Hey, you've been listening to some cool tracks.
You've been listening
Can I recommend you some more?
Some sad songs. How would you like a couple more?
I've got some Elliott Smith lined right up.
Yabby not happy with that one, and Youngstar the very opposite. Big smile on his face. All right, Fozy get back the orb. Stair gets the Famous. Hooksy, unfortunately, as an in-game leader, even though he was part of the saving pack, we'll just use the USP with a couple of flashbangs.
Oh, flashing over the top. Stair gets the
done
repeat
very
off.
well.
Flash comes in, Stair goes up, he gets mollied off. Through the smoke goes the flare now. Stair with a double, that's actually sick. This one rifle going hard. Maybe they can win the eco.
Looks and stop.
Fozy rotation.
This is such a bad round for Heroic to lose. Right, this was your way back into the game on the T side of Overpass, where it's notoriously difficult. Now you're about to...
That's huge.
Well, it's costly.
Okay, I'm back. Hello. What was the
you're
question?
okay? No, well,
No, why don't we just toss
now.
around?
That's
Yeah,
done.
okay.
That's done now.
All right.
It's a big round.
Oh.
Yep.
One more of these.
What a feeling.
2 smokes,
Audio
2 flashes, HE, Molotov for the finish.
Dude, no way you lose to this.
You know that the Famous was aggressive A. He's gotten away on... What do you mean? Youngster's on half HP. There's 45 seconds left on the clock. They're in a number disadvantage.
I agree. It's not looking
They
good.
have no space. They're waiting for a reaggress. And by the time the reaggress comes, they'll have to start playing forward. Fozy now here with the AWP. This is Astralis' round.
Oh, Snow Leopard gloves. Forced back.
Wall bang.
Spotted. They could just wall bang him out. You're dead on, but goes for the swing. Does Youngstar. There's Fozy. That orb hits hard.
He's quick.
And so with the saved guns around the eco, in come Astralis with an unlikely round, and that maintains pole position.
Sick from Stair. Just push mid, double entry on the CT side.
And he went before the first flash.
Yeah.
He just went dry.
Flashed
And then look, that's insane output on a save Famous. Obviously, the orb is what you're looking at in this situation to go, okay, Fozy is going to find immense output. That's a great second shot, isn't it? But yeah, this one, I think, for Heroic, it hasn't slipped away just yet, but that was a gimme opportunity to take the lead. So let's see, can they bound back in now that they're fully gunned up against Astralis?
Put a penguin in the cage and it still walks towards the mountain.
What is this reference?
I don't know, it's really popular.
I know, it's a good one.
All right, 3-1-1. Taking A control.
Better than 3-2-2.
Fair to be fair.
I'll play out towards short here for Astralis.
Though, team flash, that's unfortunate, but not really going to cost them. Oh, he's missed that. You wanted that to go deep, surely, right?
Yeah, towards divider, I'd assume.
This 40-year-old mechanic still clears toilets the old-fashioned way.
One plunger at a time.
Stair, good position. Oh, if they boost.
He didn't see.
There he is, up close. Now he knows about Crizzen as well. Ooh, attempt at the jump shot.
Great
Wow,
trade, though.
good cover.
Yeah, Nilo, really fast rotation. They're understanding the situation. All right, they're looking to pivot back. Nilo all the way back to spawn. Sus still with the connector control. Crizzen with the bomb going to make it down now. So essentially a 2-2 with Yabby's position. Youngster to sell this. What are we, 20 seconds?
Running out of time.
Yeah, really running out of time.
Not a lot of time at all.
Ryu's rotating. It's just Yabby.
They've heard
You
that.
have to go.
Through Monster. Picking up the pace, Yabi to defend, needs a couple here. First connection, lands, gets the dink on the second.
Not enough though.
Do you save?
You're here. Well, now maybe.
Dead. Nice shot.
I understand they have the bonus cash because they won the eco with the saved guns, but still just, yeah, if Hooks can get the AWP and get away, it's not as terrible as it could have been, and I think this will set him up for another pretty strong buy. So, okay, tie up again, 9-9. They dug themselves out of that. That's down to the Nilo trade. The response time there from Nilo. What's the saying?
Never alone with a phone.
Yeah, my favorite saying.
Response time there from Nilo. Is there more to that sentence?
Got you there. He has got you there.
And also, the thing I was just confirming here.
This is about the pay.
Welcome back in. A brief break before we get into this second series. It's very quickly moving on. The Counter-Strike does not stop when there's 4 BO3s in a day. I'll tell you that much for free. But yes, very much looking forward to moving into this next one as we continue on in the lower bracket side of things here now.
Yeah, I've had a little bite to eat, so I feel like I'm ready to go. And a Pop-Tart. I felt very American.
Yeah, which is like, I didn't even know you could get them in England.
I felt very American off the back of that, so I felt like Pop-Tart was kind of the way to lead. But we're going into our next game, and we've got 3D Max taking on SemperFi as well. SemperFi, I think, respect earned by them in that second map against Paravision yesterday. There was actually some really nice Counter-Strike they threw in there towards that tail end. The first map sort of went as expected in that sense, but 3D Max on the flip side, they're in a weird spot. It's been a tough year for them to start off. End of 2025, they were looking really good. Back-to-back finals, making deep runs in top tier 1 tournaments. They looked really good, right? But the issue being is that as we've moved into 2026, it all seems to have crumbled. They seem to have been figured out now. So they made a change, and they brought in this man on your left in replacement of Body. They brought in Masuta. And you know what? I feel like on paper, I like this move a lot. While Body, I think he's kind of seen as a bit of a glue man for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Masuta can be a real injection of firepower if he plays to the level that we know he can. And the flip side as well, Hazza, from what we saw yesterday, he was the only real shiny light consistently across those 2 maps. Sure. Even in that first map they struggled on, he still looked really, really good. Yeah,
I don't know. Masuta's a bit of a tough one. I think his floor's a little higher than Body. I don't know if the ceiling is much higher. It feels, maybe with a small B, like a bilateral move, not necessarily a huge move up for me in terms of like some of the other extracurricular intangibles, as we call them, type things that you lose with losing Body. So I'll be curious to see. I think it comes in as, again, a very French Counter-Strike sort of move. It's like the stats are a bit higher. Let's just get him in, and get this guy out. So yeah, I'm not really super excited for it, but we'll see. They've obviously bolstered the engine room a little bit. NBK coming in to help things out ever so slightly over there. So we'll find out. We'll find out. I think there's still a lot of question marks around 3D Max, and I don't know if there will be that big change that this team needs, an injection of maybe creativity.
Yeah.
We do have this map pool here. Again, hard to read for SemperFi, missing some officials and whatnot to really roll off of, playing a bit more domestically, and it has been a few months over here in Europe, which therefore means a few less maps played. 3D Max in the same vein, their numbers are not looking fantastic for my money into this year either. Maybe Ancient is like their best lean. Inferno has a lot of reps. Do they want to take that against SemperFi here? We'll find out.
Yeah, I think the fact that we've got 50% across the board being your highest output is not a good look. Mirage going to get banned. That's a pretty simple perma as well. Nuke going to get banned. Not actually generally the kind of the perma. Anubis was where that was leaning for SemperFi, but they changed things up here. They've had 3 losses on Nuke and they don't really want to test it. But we're going to get a Dust 2 to start things off, a map which both teams have struggled on in the last few months, but historically has been okay for 3D Max. And then we get an Inferno. We had a Dust 2 Inferno Mirage being the veto within SemperFi yesterday. Of course, Mirage being banned, we get a change up here. We could technically get the Anubis floated as well, but it's also a map in which, generally speaking, I wouldn't say that SemperFi like. So Ancients, where we end things off. It's the thing where both of these sides don't really have super fleshed out map pools. They don't have real consistency across their map pool either. And I think you do a lot of the veto processes at the moment just based off the fact of where are we going to find advantages against our opponent, which I don't think is always necessarily a good thing in a sense. I feel like you should generally be picking for yourself. but they don't have the luxury of that because they've got these such big flaws in this side. Dust 2 Inferno Ancient is our pool, though. Dust 2, that one, for me, is kind of a bit of a wild one. I don't really know what to expect out of it, because like I mentioned, for 3D Max, historically a decent map for them, but recently not so.
Yeah, very curious, very, very curious. I think, again, though, the conversation when SemperFi is involved always just come back down to this argument of, like, can they match up?
Yeah.
They nearly did on one map yesterday, and we're singing the praises of that, right? So that really just sort of goes to show. What is in this?
Espresso, I'm assuming.
What is he? That's a weird cup, man. That's
Stinky.
a weird cup.
Yeah.
Can't be drinking it out of metal as well. Can't be drinking out of metal. It just feels strange to me. You know, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, to bring it back in. Yeah,
the Dust 2 for me, the reason why I'm like quite interested in it, I wonder how much time 3D Max had to look into you know, essentially what SemperFi can throw in, because the Dust 2 was pretty good. Like, they only lost 13-11. That was Paravision's map pick, and sure, they must have done a lot of prep for Paravision, expecting the Dust 2 pick. But like 11 rounds against Paravision, who are one of the most informed sides in the world right now, that's no joke. So 3D Max, they definitely can't afford to let their foot off the gas there. I mean, that's for damn sure. So it opens up kind of some interesting conversations there. Like, how much time does 3D Max have to prep from last night into essentially this morning? They've had a bit of time this morning into the early afternoon to kind of do a little bit of last-minute prep on it. But ultimately, I thought SemperFi looked all right on that map. I thought they threw in some nice rounds. It's obviously one in which they're at least decently well-versed on and well-prepped on. 3D Max cannot afford to coast. And I think the issue is with SemperFi is that a lot of teams might be tempted to maybe not come in at 100% just because, you know, they are overall the worst ranked side at this event by both the teams and the VRS, and in doing so, teams can be a little bit, you know, overzealous, cocky, confident, and in doing so, that's where you can get caught off guard.
I think for me, though, 3D Max are a team that only have like one gear.
Yeah.
So they generally employ the same kind of Counter-Strike against most teams. They're pretty annoying, pretty hard to deal with. So yeah, really curious to know if SemperFi are just going to be able to match and deal with that and be ready for that at the end of the day. But we are indeed into the map here. No more conjecture. Questions will be answered by the end of this one. We got Keen on the full utility belt in a pistol, which is crazy to see. Some assistance and dropping for that, of course. And smoke out for Addict, making its way all the way down towards the Xbox early on here. So see what the plan is for this T side.
Yeah, both IGLs wielding the util. Shady going to make a move in towards lower. That's smoking towards door. Get some control through mid. Flash over, going to send Maka around the corner. He spots no one. The dualies are up close here, and so is Shady. Don't know if he spotted anything out there, but at the same time, they're starting to scale their way up long.
Smoke comes over. Oh, Shady's crept in. He's found the timing here. Oh, he really has. The dualies just turned back in the nick of time to take him, though, and the shots are landing for the Frenchman here. There'll be a trade out from Keen, but that is potentially all they're going to get. Addict on 16 HP here. Not long for this world. He does recover the bomb, but he's got no sight control to work with. Looks set to be a nigh-on flawless pistol here. For 3D Max, that is indeed the case. And immediately hitting the ground running. Team Ace coming in there. I think just paints the picture, doesn't it? These shots will be crisp.
Yeah.
Are you fast enough to respond?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, since Gravity took over the reins on this side, I think it just feels like inherently the side has become a lot stronger in terms of that kind of puggy nature. They're always very, very slow in the past, and Gravity, I think, has upped the tempo quite a bit. And he's made them more prevalent to engagements and more prevalent to sort of taking these early fights. And that's what you want to see from 3D Max. If they play at their top level, especially in the stage one, can be considered one of the better teams here. Just that recently that we haven't seen that from them. They go for contact, no flash, and an anti-flash Lucky just completely perplexed by the pace. They can move up in towards A, no one's home.
However, they don't know that.
That's
so
unfortunate.
they've overcooked, as we like to say. They're going to drop back and try and go for something different. Gravity hears. Can he find any kills? I think the answer is no on that one.
He's spotted the bomb too.
They've got weird decisions to make. There's actually two players stacked up here in the end. There's a third behind them with the FAMAS. So they try and overwhelm what they think is just one guy pushed up middle. That's not the case. And it is unfortunate, right? Hindsight 2020, of course, but they could have made it onto A somewhat scot-free. Overcooked and missing a bomb plant, but all good. Ultimately, they take a player down. They've ecoed it out. They're going for the early AKs here. We'll see what they've got.
Yeah, this is sort of that big round for SemperFi to really get a look into, can they re-implement what was a really decent Dust 2 yesterday. He'll come down, and how are they going to go through this? This is a bold call. Lecter sees the flash has faded, so now he's ready for the fight, and that first engagement does well. Savage, I think, making the smart move of falling away. The only issue is, Lucky knows there's a guy who's crept up. I don't think Shady's going to realize this. Oh, he's going to react well, though, and he gets a second. Oh, Shady. Superb work from him. Keen on find one of his own, and the Latvian duo dealing damage as they're moving forward in towards A, but Exorcist is still here, and the aid of Macro will find one. Bomb gonna get scooped up, and Savage left with it all to do in a 1 versus 2. The good news is, though, B-side's open.
Yeah, we'll be able to make it over there, reset the round, get the plan, all these good things, but can he win this 1 versus 2? That's the big question. It's being watched. He's got a smoke. God, I mean, Maka, with the timing on it, could have taken a shot, but opts not to do so.
Hardest had to retake statistically, though. I'm not going to discount him.
Yeah, this is scary now.
Don't have a flash either. Smoke, molly, nade is the combo of 3D Max utility. It's one flash would be such a game changer here.
Not going to be the case. So what are the options? Try and get some utility downrange to just clear a couple of angles. That Molotov in particular used over towards the tunnel. They will just contact their way in, and Maka just holding that D key makes it look so easy. It will be another round for the Frenchman, and they are really rolling through the motions. I think I kind of trapped myself there. It would actually be his A key the way he was facing, but, you know, whatever. Fact check yourself live on stream. You get the point, guys. He just flew in and found the kill for the 3rd in a row here.
Knower of ball, he is not.
Well, it's just hard, like, perspective. I'm trying to picture myself, you know, POV Maka.
Yeah. Shot, actually, from Maka as well, from his POV. He has a slim margin to work with, and realistically as well, for Savage, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, he probably just needs a bit of time there, to be honest. The time was taken. There was kits in play for 3D Max, but just wanted to put as much pressure on as he could. I think also as well, you get inherently a little bit worried about a dive coming through from window while you're fighting a site player, so you want to try and isolate, but not to be. With that bomb plant and the kills behind it, they can rebuy back in. That shot just rings past Savage in towards top mid. Made noise as they regroup in towards lower. Bomb on the back of Addict alone towards top mid, but Maka not holding for it. If he would, he probably would have netted himself a freebie. They're going to come over. That should soften him up, and Shady takes exactly 50 points of damage.
Just really confident at the moment from 3D Max, right? Open angles, playing off the back of each other to just try and create these first kills. Shady's got other ideas, though. Clean find from him. Maka up top, what can he get done? He does have support on the side itself, but loses track. They close the gap. Masuta also going down quite quickly.
Bomb drops.
Ooh, yeah, that's not good. That is not good. 2-on-2, low HP bars with a bomb almost at the feet. It's not perfectly laid out for the CT side, but at the very least, something that they can work with. Poke over the top of it. Yorp. Slim pickings to work with. The fire finding the kill. It's all going to be down to Lucky, and he is dealt with. So 3D Max really wanted to get control of that bomb, and it kind of cost them with an overstep.
It's a good recovery, actually. They were really in a lot of trouble there. Bomb drops in one of the worst possible places. The 2 players in CT, they do a good job initially of just playing around the util to basically get to play time. But Molly forces out 1, which sets the AWPer of Shady an easy shot, and then he gets a second behind it. So nice work. SemperFi for their first attack on towards Masuta as well. Low buy for 3D Max. This one should be a simple one. A little bit of time as well to ask, what are your predictions towards this one? Who do you think's taking it? What sort of map score?
It's got to be the 3D Max 2-0, really, I think is the, again, logical answer. I'd love to see the Aussie boys and, you know, Ben the Legend and all that sort of stuff that's involved here do well. I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. Maka, sit down. That's crazy. Yeah, I think could come close on that second map. Their Inferno's pretty decent, you know, in terms of their own game, their own confidence. So yeah, could come close on the second map, could take it to a 3rd, but I think it has to go the way of 3D Max for me.
Yeah.
This is always the position 3D Max have been in, where it's like the keen gatekeeper of, like, they win the matchups you expect, and they can't quite pull off the upset or capitalize on their momentum from earlier on in a tournament. They've been in this space.
Perfectly placed at their level.
Pretty much,
I mean?
right.
Like, they beat teams that are lower rated than them basically so consistently, and they're so good at kind of dumping on them, but they struggle to punch up. Yeah, and it's finding that just that last level to be a real kind of
missing
like, you know,
puzzle piece.
Surefire top 10 in a sense. I felt like towards the end of the year they were knocking on that door, but unfortunately, as we've seen at the start of this year, it's been less of a performance. But I spoke to our wonderful observers, Jonas and Chev, and
are they paying you or something to like?
Yeah, they are.
Really,
they are. Yeah,
they're really promoting.
Yeah, slip me cash on the side here. But they said 2-0 for both of them.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
So I think we've all kind of agreed that 3D Max heavy favourites here.
No, I like it though. You're getting the observers involved, getting a few more opinions.
I'm backing the boys.
Yeah, man.
Jonas and Chev know I'm a real one.
And they're also, you know, they were right last time. We were wrong.
Yeah.
So maybe they should be doing our job.
Guys, should we swap?
I don't think that's a good idea.
I've never observed in my life.
I've never done it. Auto director demon, me, mate.
Yeah, I don't even have like the F keys. So like,
no, yeah, your keyboard, you would be screwed
on a 60% keyboard. I'll stick to football. That's where I'll be all right.
Yeah,
I can hold my own there. But anything else, yeah, no real chance. It's a nothing round after the initial 2 kills. Lucky and Ecstasy's 4 tools long. They just hit A, no one's home. And I think 3D Max made the smart call of just saying, let's just say, like, there's no point even giving this a look in. We're not going to be pulling off a numbers disadvantage retake. Save the finances. We're just rebuying towards the next with a similar level of a buy. And with 3 staying alive and a bit of loss bonus, you can reinvest around it. It will require a couple of drops. And it's still going to require SMGs most likely, or the FAMASs, but it's just better than what would have been, you know, a less than 10% chance of pulling off a retake like that.
Some belief here, I think. They win a big 2v2. We caught the cameras after. A lot of energy. Really, really big 50-50 moment.
It's true, actually, yeah.
And those are the types of moments that, you know, against Paravision in the end started going against them. There was like these crunch moments, these who's going to take it? And it would always go the other way. So they get one going their way, and you see the big, big surge of energy they're able to get. Closing the gap. 3D Max, slightly worried. Taking a timeout here.
Early timeout. Gonna have a look into Wasink as well, who has taken over the reins here. But also, I think it's worth mentioning, I think, you know, a lot of people caught that MBK is now assistant coaching too. Now, obviously, can't talk, but in terms of the preparation, that's a massive vet, especially from that scene entering the fray. I did quite like what I saw from Yuno coaching the team prior, so I wonder how much of a difference between the kind of the way they want to set the team between Wasink and Yuno as the coaches for 3D Max. I wonder what Wasink's going to bring that 3D Max are hoping for. Of course, a lot of experience, coached plenty of teams. The MBK too is it's great for morale more than anything as well, right? Obviously, Vet knows his stuff, but he really knows how to prep against sides. Door smoke that'll come over. And like we said, there is that reinvestment that comes through from 3D Max, but it is only double 5-7 as the buy. So they've actually kept residual cash here. This is,
which we like.
Yeah, in essence,
some temperament from the French side.
It's a little bit of
good.
like in essence, like a half buy around what's safe, rather than the full buy, which a lot of teams will lean in that way.
Yeah, good catch here as well by the Obs team. They've got 3 smokes in total ready to go to just keep short under wraps.
Now we're shouting them out. I do it and I get it in the ear.
Yeah.
5-7 were close. Oh, it needs one. Needs one. Desperately. Desperately needs one. Oh, and he can't.
It's just like, help me.
Oh, what a molly.
Not the best of starts. Gravity will catch Shady, though, which is their only sort of lurking presence. So mostly a long hit. Macca's trigger discipline. There's some weird jumps coming round to just distract him. Oh
no.
My goodness. How does he not find a single one? I don't believe it. Gravity's here with the M4. Can't quite get it going. Masuto will find one through the smoke thanks to some team damage, and he'll get another here. He's just so low. Down to just Keen all of a sudden, though, as the dust settles here on dust. 1 versus 2. They are split. He's just not ready for the push to come so quickly from Lucky. And somehow, someway, 3D Max have pulled that off.
And obviously, little did they know it for SemperFi, but there's no ult or no kit, right? So they actually had to take fights early. They couldn't afford for him to set up in towards any sort of a post plant to isolate fights. And they were isolated in the setup there. Well done. They know they've got to take engagements early. They know they've got to try and bring kind of the pain immediately of disease.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it is.
So, do you think we could cast and observe at the same time? What do you reckon? I don't know, man. I see obviously they do some stuff with like Rush behind the scenes and whatnot, and I see his setup and I'm like, it look like CS to me. Like, you know what I mean? That just looks totally different.
I saw one of our good friends, Tyler Phelan, right? A commentator buddy of ours from back in the day, of course, works now with ESL, and he did a clip from Krakow of like what he does for like observing. It's like 16 different things going on the screen at the same time.
Oh yeah, it's, like the broadcast screens.
It's crazy. There's a whole level of depth.
And it's like a whole other language, you know.
Yeah.
Cut to 4 for the GZ now, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, and it's like, what is going on here, man? What are you talking about?
How is Lucky got out alive there, by the way? Gravity also left reeling as well, but my oh my, how have they both escaped? Not a nice way to start the round off, though, right? You try and go for something a little bit aggro. The molly ticks them in towards lower, so then a known quantity. And to make matters worse, take damage on the tail end as well. Got to hit this shot. Obs is easy. This is a nice angle, but can he hit the shot? No, he can't.
And he goes down.
Yeah, what a swing.
Really big find. Exorcist in on the site has to be the guy now. He gets a flash out, but yeah, it's not quite good enough. Only half the team caught really far away. Ready for some mid presence. It never comes. SemperFi looking good, man.
There was a mid to B smoke as well, which actually denied that the B kind of grouping to rotate over. They were waiting for that to fade before maybe going to support the unit over there, but actually by the time it's faded, they've already taken the site. Exorcist needs 2. That's the unfortunate thing. Oh yeah, not to be. SemperFi going to tie this game up, and this continues to be actually quite a good map in the wheelhouse for them. Like, we were impressed yesterday, but it was one of those, like, we're impressed, but it's still a loss against Paravision. But the way they're playing right now, they do look like the scarier side. Like, 3D Max, I actually wouldn't even mind another tag time out, to be honest. Another conversation.
Yeah, missing the mojo. Keeping things close. I think they're really going to enjoy the T side in time, though. That is certainly something to keep your eyes on into that second half. But at the moment, they definitely have let things slip away after such great momentum.
I also want to give plaudits as well. I think Keen's calling quite well right now because I think he's realizing that this quite aggressive style that they're playing is causing 3D Max to be just a little bit on edge. But it's very grouped calls, but I like them, right? You know, they're just relying on, we might lose a player here, but our priority is taking early space in these rounds and just moving off the back of trades and relying on the trades to be favorable. It's ultimately what you would call kind of simple calling, but it's so effective at the moment because 3D Max is spread quite thin and it's not working out for them. And the flip side, you know, is something that we brought up yesterday in that Paravision game. I generally value sides on a map like Dust 2 in terms of how proactive it's the CT side, and 3D Max just aren't being given the luxury of it. Nice shot from Maka, no less. Only a slim margin to work with, but he'll catch Savage.
See if they can convert from here. A team like 3D Max absolutely have to make this round work now. And it's SemperFi who have had the wind taken out of their sails, it feels. Keen is desperate for someone to peek into him, and Maka might give it him in time.
It's right, a peek for Maka. He has the advantage.
He does go for it, though, and just not set up cleanly enough for that. Big sell. Gravity hidden away. What's he going to be able to do? Takes the first, and on low HP, he's an easy trade. The numbers remain pretty strong then for the T side to get this bomb down and indeed get the difficult retake going, notoriously so. They seem to be aware of a player towards the middle area. They would be correct. Addict is just not moving, though. He's really quite far away and actually pushing up short, thinking that they're saving. Not quite confirmed just yet. Now it is.
Yeah. Oh, this could be expensive. This could be very expensive. It's not.
Unlucky.
Nice check. Oh, very lucky.
Lucky, yeah. For lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Manifesting with the name and all that.
The way though, good round. I mean, you know, for 3D Max, it's similar in kind of the previous rounds where they're going towards A, where it's just like we don't have the numbers for this, and this instance is we may have the numbers, but it's the B site. You know, we just know that statistically the chances of us retaking that are so slim. So another great adjustment there. I really feel like the big letdown, unfortunately, is Gravity. He just has to play Trigger Discipline.
Well, I don't know.
He has to wait for a couple to come out because they weren't looking his way.
Does Maka have to swing? He already had an angle.
Yeah.
You know, just completely mistiming, misjudging the whole thing. Really dry move from him. No flash, no assistance.
Yeah.
They already had the man advantage. It just feels completely unnecessary.
Yeah,
and then he leaves Gravity in a moment of like, you could play that better, but he shouldn't have to play it at all if things worked out nicer.
Oh, there we go.
Maka makes up for it. Clean entry into this round.
He gets it.
Trying to remove the AWP. Nearly cost him his life. Again, another question of whether it's worth it. We like 3D Max. They play instinctual Counter-Strike, but if the instincts are just not on the right page, it can be very, very difficult to watch them maneuvering on the map.
Hazard. We highlighted him because he had a pretty good game yesterday, and he's generally put in a lot of good positions for this side, but struggled so far. If he can come alive, and this would be a good time for him, especially with Alec being tagged. The numbers not favoring SemperFi. That tag on towards Alec 2, that should be the alarm bells that they are trying to head towards his A site.
Utility rolls forwards. Oh, nade I thought was going to be bigger. Didn't quite bounce off the wall. Lucky can stick around here on ramp, to be honest. I think there's an oversight there. Might be 2 mollies. Okay, no, they will eventually get a molly into him. Now he's burning, nade's flying over, trying to take this site player. However, he's still alive. And now they have a decision to make. What do we do from here? Where do we go? Through the smoke, apparently. And Lucky doesn't find any at all. Still a 3-on-3. Still Masuta close to the action. Looking crisp. Takes 2 and the 3rd. Lovely move. Denies the bomb plant in that as well. 3D Max back on the board as they even up the scoreline.
That's why I picked him up as well, right? You know, he's the kind of player who can really be the difference maker in a round. And 3D Max need that at the moment. They need somebody to really kind of take this one by the reins.
They're missing some X factor for a while.
We looked at that previous series we just had as well with BMAS going nuclear, 32 kills, whatever it was. They need an X factor player, and there it is from Masuta. Fantastic work. He's tagged as well, so has to be more or less perfect in these engagements, and he is. What you want to say is going to force SemperFi towards their first timeout. This first half is imperative for SemperFi. You really want to get a good T side on Dust 2. Give yourself a bit of breathing room. They can close out, even honestly, even it ends like a 6-all. 6 rounds in your T side, you're pretty happy with. I still feel like SemperFi have the wind in their sails, but it's just capitalizing upon it. Also, as well, worth mentioning that for SemperFi, despite all the successes they've had, especially recently, if they lose this round, they've got no money for the next. And they're already having to bring an MP5 in towards this one.
Early peek. Keen trying to find the entry this time. He does miss Masuta crossing, who might have just seen the shoulder of him. Smoke comes in, attempt at the banger, but not going to happen. So initial pick was the name of the game here from SemperFi. They are denied it. It's going to be another short cruncher. They're pretty big fans of this at the moment.
Yeah. And actually, it's the only real part of the map with a gap on it, too. Maka and that orb's going to rotate back over. He's playing front side of car. It is the right kind of move if they start scaling up short.
Yeah, I don't know. This smoke comes down. Lucky's like, I got it covered. For the time being, there's not a lot of noise over here. The tiniest bit of noise on shore, and they look towards that. Keen's still here in the tunnels with the AWP, keeping some attention on B. So maybe a reapproach back towards B certainly is possible here. They've only got 1 smoke, which is usually 1 less than you would want on shore.
They've got to know where they are, surely. This wrap coming through from long, they've got to know what's going on.
They will in a moment. They most certainly will. Maka on the AWP here. Exit Cease looking. Oh, his patience could pay off. The bomb.
Oh, no! No, you got to win this fight.
Okay,
oh
thank goodness. Thank goodness. That was rough to watch, even with the kill coming in. Meanwhile, on the site, Maka standing strong here, looking for a little more. He will take it. All going to be down to Shady in the 1 versus 5. Now 4, 10 seconds to get it done. A bomb to retrieve that's just spilled perfectly. For the CT side, not going to happen. He's taking a couple names with him. Quite a few names, actually.
1 second.
There's no time. There's no time. He goes down after, I believe, but the 4K out of nowhere.
Okay.
Wow.
Nice individual. Yeah, nice individual shooting. I mean, all for nothing, really, but nice for the confidence, I guess, and nice for the clip. You're right. It's sort of all for naught in a sense.
See where the buys are. I didn't quite catch the econ. I was going to say they should have had enough running on that CT side that doesn't really make a difference. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the lack of bomb plant really hurts them here.
Hence why they went for that attack pause, right? I think they knew the implications of a loss there. So all signs point to, that 3D Max should be taking a lead. Heading in towards the second, we shall see. Keen, that is relentless. He's got 1 point of HP. The nade will see him off, surely, and it will. But, gotta be careful here. Maka's dumping util, but it needs to be careful. These Tech9s are tempted by the engagement. They dip back out a door. Not before a lurk smoke comes through.
Really, really, really keen to get that gun. Getting a smoke down to make it happen as well. Just to have the AK moving forwards here. Savage trying to follow the sound of the tracers. Now the 5-7 tracers. Maybe give him something to work with. Spam would be easy from here, but it doesn't quite happen. The Molotov, perfect. Splits them up, does a lot of damage, forces them away. It's an A-bomb site move, which they might be able to get a bomb plant out of. Quick and chaotic here from SemperFi. Seems to be working for some decent map control and site control. It's just all about the HP bars from here. Kills start coming towards the CT side, you would say. It's a decent big find on the cards. Are they going to get it? And it's Hazard on the Deagle that closes them out. An unlikely round to give SemperFi some confidence moving forwards. And we have a game on our hands here, folks. Do not go anywhere. Dust 2 performance coming in from SemperFi here to keep things competitive. Will they keep it up moving forwards is, of course, the question on our lips here now. I think 3D Max somewhat surprised, right? They take an early timeout at 3-3, can't quite wrestle their way back into the game. So they are most certainly being caught off here by the unlikely plucky underdogs.
This one's it feels like a really hard one to call. I'd say differently, but I think SemperFi have kind of a bit more respect than that, especially that ending. They get a pistol to kickstart. To be fair.
I think we're back.
There we go.
Gonna find out here. A little bit of a technical issue in the middle there, unfortunately. So apologies about that one. Will be 3D Max to take the pistol. Let you guys cast that at home, I guess. Giving it a go. But yes, ultimately 3D Max taking things, and we talked about the importance of that pistol. Does go the way of the Frenchman at the end of the day. So really quite a big one for them to find, and I think just fresh look into this second half is really what they need.
It's true. I think for 3D Max, they've got to get a real solid start out the gates. I feel like with some of the squandered opportunities in towards that first, it's just not what you're wanting, right? I think for them, they still have this unease about how things panned out. Smoke again will come through. Look from the CC side. They want to kind of make a move here for now. They've kind of gone past the ships in the night a little bit. Oh, gravity for both, in fact. I do like the idea of a re-aggress coming through from SemperFi, but it's costly.
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence to them at the moment, which is great to see. T-side can stand strong across the board or not. Slow move up towards short here on the 3D Max end of things. As they aim to potentially move back in here. Slow but short up short. Should be able to get the bomb plant. Now becomes a question of the flawless win, getting the money going, getting that bonus buy looking good.
Oh.
All of these lovely little things, especially for a T-side that they like to employ.
He was close there for a second. He just had a little gap to work with, but not enough. You just save here, really, if you're SemperFi. As you've gone for the force buy. MP9, that is potentially recoverable, but unlikely for that to be the case or group up towards long. So it will be a scout. A couple of upgraded pistols is basically all they've got to work with in towards the next. As 3D Max make it an 8, the 2-round buffer, and now have a chance to extend this lead even further with no real money to working towards the next as well. And not a bad position to be in, that's for sure. And of course, now we start getting to the part of the worry.
Missed that one. It was quite quick. What did that say? Did you catch it?
Something like casters restart. Please hold casters restart.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah. Once in a while. The British infrastructure, man.
Yeah. You can live in London and it still doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. Stinky.
Yeah.
Producer says stop downloading Valorant. I swear
would never
you would not catch me. I played it one time. You know, it was all right to begin with, but it's just a lot now. It's really just hard to follow.
Yeah.
You know? We've flashed for about half
We've been
the round.
in the Art Creators grind recently.
That's
our
true.
game currently.
That one is pretty good. I enjoy an Art Creators. It's fun, you know, the emphasis on the fun.
Yeah.
Community's quite nice.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a different. I've never played an extraction shooter, so I quite enjoy it. That's been my game of the moment.
That's good. Got a lot of single player games to get through at the moment.
Yeah,
so that's kind of what I've been on. I've been tempted to get a Steam Deck, sorry.
Yeah.
I feel like if I did that, I'd just never read another book again.
Yeah.
You know, I usually like read when I'm traveling to be like, yeah, I should probably read it. It's like good for me and my brain and some good books and that. I think if I got a Steam Deck, I'd just be gaming 24/7.
I've played a couple of
Doesn't
decent.
sound too bad, actually.
Yeah, it sounds right. That's good. Whoa! Kills. Oh! Hello! Hazard gets 2, but at the same time that Hazard gets his first, the Scout of Keen rattles off for 1. 3D Max. I think they're a bit bamboozled by what's happened in this one. They're left down to 2 against this re-up of the Force buy. I think they're even so baffled at how this has happened. They're also now trapped as well. Keen's wrapped. They can't escape. They're stuck in towards short. Smoke will come on towards Xbox, but I mean, good luck. That smoke in towards short is going to fade in just a second, and Masuta might be here ready for an engagement, but this is it. Can they now survive? On the exit, they might die off the time, and Masuta goes down. That's a great round. A cheeky smile from Hazard, but deservedly, a lovely little 2-piece.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a really, really great find. Going to give them a solid chance. Moving forwards, close that gap a little prematurely. Again, just winding their opponents with a huge gut punch.
Yeah.
They'll be able to buy back in, but not with the nicest of buys. Tech 9 stands out pretty ugly alongside all these AKs, so see what they're able to cook up as the Frenchman again put under pressure.
Look, smoke out long. She gonna sit behind it, but with that smoke, Max just gonna cancel. We'll back off that position. Back towards mid control. We've got 1 in towards lower. Masuta with the Tech 9. Sort of alone in this endeavor, though. More smoke will come forward. This will give them at least a little bit of a runway of how you gather some. Double nade here. Oh, Masuta. Unfortunate timing to double back in towards lower as he'll take a hefty dosage of damage. And the smoke down towards short, they're knowledgeable about the fact that they could have crept their way up mid, but they're sort of waiting for that engagement. Maka will find 1. M4 scooped up as well. The AK of Maka keeping pressure on, though.
Addict. We don't want to get caught in transition here. Needs to be careful. They're right around the corner. It is going to be a B split here. Addict with the off angle, but it's a crossfire move. Meanwhile, Hazard in at the window, stands strong, stays calm. Able to find 1 and predicting...
Oh! What's going on?
Oh, that's awkward. That is very awkward indeed. I mean, why Maka wasn't looking towards window while he's peeking, I don't rightly know. I suppose too many angles for him to be checking. All the same, 2 versus 2 here on the retake. Both players trying to move in from the tunnels, but it's just been freshly smoked, so that's not really a doable avenue. Well-placed nade could make all the difference here. Shady gets out towards window. It does soften up 1. Still got this Molotov as well. Curious to know where that's going to go down. Maka with the tough angle to clear, however. Flash retrieved could make all the difference. Flash comes in, he turns away, but they don't check him.
Oh, yeah.
And Maka stays so cool. Crispy headshots to net the 9th.
It's a nice crossfire as well, because you got 1 player holding for the extremity of window while not being exposed to tunnels. And then Mako Shaw is exposed. He just tunnel visions in. He knows that that door's engagement is the important one. It keeps his teammate alive too. It's a nice recovery, but I mean, it really comes down to kind of like Hazard there. He's obviously in reloading and he's panicking because of that, but him going back in towards the site was actually the more dangerous feat. If he had just stood tall in towards window, reloading while looking at Maka and towards mid, there's a freebie there, but you know, it's easy to say with the benefit of hindsight.
We're going crazy. The money's all over the place. We've got 2 MP5s, 2 AWPs. It's got to be a name for this kind of buy. Double AWP, the double MP5. What do you like?
And then a 5.7 to round it out as well. Like
cloak and dagger or something, you know, something like that.
I like that.
Something to do with like long range, close range. What would you? Oh, here you go. Here's one from what we just watched. The hammer and anvil. How about that?
Oh,
bang.
Any
it doesn't quite make sense.
Knight of the Seven Realms?
Seven Kingdoms.
Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah.
Same
My boy Egg.
Yeah.
Bold Egg.
Just
gives me confidence.
Beautiful bold head.
To know anyone can truly pull off a bold head.
Yeah. Yeah. Early onset male pattern boldness.
Yeah,
early.
yeah.
Really early. 10 years of age.
Yeah. Me too, man. Me too.
Good show, though.
Yeah, it's fun.
We'll see what SemperFi can do with the old hammer and anvil. One of the Orbs, Keen, the primary, already tagged is Atfian Compadre in that of Shady. How do they want to play this? This is really interesting. You're kind of having now where it's like the close range and the long range are playing off with each other. They'll even Hazard as the B anchor with the MP5. Double move up towards long, though. This is good information being gained here. You can leave one poacher on the corner, and Savage can start taking some control or information. A smart move by Keen, I think, here, just to fall away. He knows he just can't really afford to be peppered with any util.
Now, the big question is whether 3D Max expect this on the other side. Whether they're going to be ready for two AWPs in play, both in the same vicinity as well. Savage left alone goes chasing, and unfortunately, maybe the info towards short is oversold, you know, that it's like quite a heavy short presence. It's actually not. A lot of utility over there, but it's not a lot of players. Oh, Shady. There's a lack of the confidence coming in, doesn't quite pull the trigger. Too many targets to get through. Keen, unfortunately, sideswiped, and it's a nice idea, but the execution of it, the nerves showing here for SemperFi, as they will let this one slip.
Yeah, you can tell as well that for Shady, it's just not a primary, right? It's just, you know, we were speaking about it yesterday when the secondaries pick up the AWP. It's just that lack of the innate way to move with an AWP and to kind of position yourself around the map or to take engagements, and that was very prevalent with Shady there. Two MP5s, unfortunately, it's, you know, 2 of the 4 guns in the round, but the 2 that you wouldn't want to save. You'd love to have saved the AWPs and tried to work with that, but to be, both of them get dropped, 2 MP5s in towards the next round. It's not the greatest kind of guns to have as the foundations. 3D Max on 10, 3 rounds ahead, and now 3 rounds away on their map pick. And we didn't question the Dust 2 pick just because of how good SemperFi looked, but hey, so far, 3D Max have obviously done their prep coming in towards this. They know where the gaps are opening up, and they're really starting to throw a couple of spanners in the works. SemperFi, they are rapidly running out of chances now. And realistically, they probably shouldn't have a buy-in towards the next round, so that 10 will quite quickly turn to an 11.
Yeah.
They've basically got 1 gun round left to deny 3D Max taking their map pick.
Unless we've really lost the plot.
Yeah, true.
And they commit to this force buying mentality, which they haven't. More MP5s. I like them. I like them. I do like it. It's fun to use the MP5 SD.
Yeah.
It's very fun to use.
Well, I guess they haven't bought any other in, right? They've just saved the 2.
No, it's true. It is true. But they really want to pull them forwards. And try and get them in the action. Little mid-stack type move coming in here for SemperFi as well. So trying to
Zeus, by the way, keep an eye on that.
Remain creative. Probably the first Zeus we've seen ourselves, at least.
Yeah, I think so. There it is.
Our mate who's a Zeus demon. Okay.
Yeah. What's he trying to do here? Is it
It's like a silent drop. He's just messing about.
Not so silent drop. Just barreling into the roof of that car. Adding further dents to an already destroyed vehicle.
Yeah, leave him alone. What's that car ever done to you?
I get you a couple of £100 on Gumtree.
I don't know about that. Get you about 50. To be
just
honest.
just for the metal, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Spare parts.
Take it to scrap, man.
It should be a simple round for 3D Max. It starts well. I mean, Gravity gets the opener. And they're doing a lot of their due diligence here, 3D Max. They're just making sure they're not walking into a stack, but they're playing together. It's the right way to approach this. Stick as a unit, play for the trades, sort of expecting that the money's in a bit of a weird spot. MP5 gets 1. There was a dink and then a finish off on towards Masuta without even seeing anybody. One spotted short. They don't know about the Gandalf player yet.
Yeah, he's not too scary though, is he, with his weaponry? He's now going to have to charge forward. There's another player towards short. There's smokes everywhere, but yeah, Shady goes down pretty easily. Just no real threat of the guns here. Oh, clean. There you go. Grab that. Get out of there. I'd save the AK, the one-tap potential. Keen, though, he's confident, wants a bit more of a fight. Not going to get it. So, yeah, the gap continues to grow. They continue getting closer and closer to this victory. But things shaping up pretty well for 3D Max to just, I think, take it cleanly. And SemperFi, they've tried some creativity. They've tried some different ideas. Nothing seems to be sticking at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, this is what 3D Max do well. We kind of spoke about how their side are so good at kind of bludgeoning sides that are seen as lesser than them. And they're in this spot now where it can be seen as kind of quite boring Counter-Strike, but they're just not doing anything wrong. There's no mistakes being made here by 3D Max. It's very calculated in terms of everything. And unfortunately, they love drawing teams into their style of play. And it's so difficult not to fall for the traps that 3D Max throw at you. And this is kind of what we've got at the moment. SemperFi, they're just playing to 3D Max's tune. It's a difficult thing, a difficult cycle to try and break. Pop shot from Suicide. Mac actually kind of stuck it, and Addict's gone aggro. Oh my god, he should get one, but he doesn't. He's just spotted another head as well. He will get one. He will get a second as well. So actually, good effort to get even one, never mind two out of that scenario. And at the same time that all of this chaos and towards mid was happening, they've moved through. Did Hazard spot that?
No,
I don't think he
I
did,
think it's
right?
like down some stairs on a slightly lower level. Incredibly lucky that he doesn't see that. But now they ask the same question.
Yeah.
Has it been seen? I might have just caught him crossing as well. Big moment here. Hazard has to play this very well. Maka is lining up nades. Ooh, not quite going to be ready. I don't think has seen him. Meanwhile, they know that that one's a bit far away, and I'm not sure. That silhouette looks like the smoke might have missed, to be honest.
Ooh, yeah, maybe.
Tough to tell. Tough to tell. Oh, no,
we're good.
All right,
we're good.
Sorry. Stand corrected.
Yeah, Maka has no clue here. Oh, hello. How's it going to get both? AK picked up, and sure, Maka gets his, but a 1v3 now turn 1 versus 2. This is not easy. Nade for the cross and a flash behind it. He's looking to fight here. This is bold, and he's surely dead to right, and a missed flick will be the end of him. Savage sees it off. SemperFi continued to live to see another day.
I really thought they were aware-ish of Hazard, you know, aware of the fact that there could be somebody in there. So the fact that both players go walking in backwards.
I think Maka was a little too late to see him.
No, I know, but I just mean like
Just
someone
the
could have
potential
pushed
of it,
this.
yeah.
Someone, you know, a lack of control that we've got. You know, why is it so quiet? I just thought it would at least be like half considered. I see him finding one because they don't know the angle exactly. But the fact that they were both backs turned, be an oversight that could cost them in the long run. We're going to find out. Oh man, and they're going for the B burst here. I'm never a big fan of these. See if they can make it work this time. The flashes are pretty damn good. The gap has been closed quickly. And 3D Max, who else to make it work? Fantastic timing, fantastic nade usage. And they'll force the save out, an immediate response to hit number 12.
Yeah, it's one really great flash that forces that window player off, and Hazard got tagged on the initial engagement. So kind of that drive-by, it's so simple to see him off. Good work by 3D Max. Like you mentioned, these kind of like loose, quick B hits can be really dicey, but that one was effective. No crossover, so the save will be guaranteed. Keen, Shady, and Addict. Now they play for overtime. Quite the ask of this side. SemperFi 4 rounds in the hole. Consistency required now to take it towards OT. It's unfortunately just something we haven't actually seen in this series. It might be safe to say that this could be all but done here on Dust 2. I just think it's a bit of too tall a task here for the Aussies.
I'd be in agreement. I think they have, unfortunately, lost the touch into this second half, and it is something that I feared ever so slightly. Having to deal with the T side coming at you, having to deal with 3D Max's strength across the board. Proving to be too difficult.
You know, especially comparative to our first series of the day, where that was, you know, sort of chaos and really puggy in its nature. 3D Max, it's so concise and so strategic in terms of their approach, which obviously can at times be like a little bit more boring, but that calculation is so difficult to break down.
They're just very well drilled.
Yeah. Look at the retake. The second that they see that there's mid control taken by the CT side, they like step up the pace of moving forward in towards B. I mean, this is a difficult retake for SemperFi, and he's got some information. He also just draws eyes now away.
I feel like the CTs have got to move just like unbelievably fast here.
Yeah.
Get the utility out, get the flashes over before the T side is able to regroup and reposition. Try and use those numbers to your advantage. There's a brief window of 5-on-2. They will just throw themselves in here. Oh no, into the meat grinder. And it's not going to happen. 3D Max to take it over the line. SemperFi could not keep up into that second half. Too tall of an order. And the Frenchman, as expected, looking clinical, looking very, very good here. And I think an awful lot of question marks now being raised into the second map as to whether SemperFi can match up.
It's just what 3D Max do best, right? We know they're quite good at bludgeoning sides that are considered lower than them. They're really good at forcing teams to play their style, their tempo, their pace of Counter-Strike. And unfortunately for SemperFi, they fell for these traps so consistently. They needed a bit more of a gimmicky style at times to make 3D Max uncomfortable. And, you know, it just never came to fruition. And it begs the question now for the series, do they have enough to do that, to be able to take this towards a third? We've all gone for kind of 2-0 on this side of things, and that might be the case. But rather than us kind of converging on that conversation, let's find out. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, map number 2 up next.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
All right, so we're going to do truth and a lie. Now, it's a concept that I'm sure you guys are familiar with.
Shoot. Still works here again.
Oh, can you imagine? We don't need that kind of talent in CS.
Nice.
Ahuel?
Report.
Welcome back to another Getting Baked with Rush. Today I'm joined by Mr. Machine Richardson.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very excited. I've been waiting for my chance, my moment in Rush's kitchen. Chad's kitchen.
Yeah, well, no, this is my kitchen.
Rush's kitchen.
This is my kitchen,
okay.
All right? This is all my shit, all right? So let's get that right. Anyway, today we'll be making a lemon cake.
You know, I've never made a lemon cake.
I don't think I mean, I've made many in my time, you know, as a professional chef, you know, this is actually my recipe. I assure you that, but yeah, it's a lemon cake.
Are you always this organized? Like,
yeah,
I've seen how everything is beautifully laid out. Have you measured everything as well?
Of course, bro, just eyeballing it, you know, but let's have a look at what we've got. So this, do you want to have a guess what this nice substance is here?
Okay, well, that looks more sugary than that. So
correct.
That is probably flour.
This is flour. I did add a little bit of salt in it. Salted flour, you know, delicious. The flavor on salted flour.
And how did you ratio that? Was that just a little sprinkle?
I actually just banged a little bit in my hand and was like, that's probably a teaspoon. Okay, you know, but also we do have some lemon zest, zested lemon.
And
now,
the product of the lemon zest?
You may see a plaster on my hand. Let's just say this is no longer a vegetarian dish. There may be a little bit of my meat in there.
Oh, right. I've always wanted a bit of your meat, Rush.
Well, get in the queue, bro, all right?
Okay.
We do have some nice, beautiful baking powder here.
Okay.
I don't know how they make this or where they get it from.
From the bakers.
From the bakers and the powders.
Yeah.
We'd have 2 little bits of lemon juice here. Okay. The reason for 2, Alex, is because we're going to put some in the cake and some is going to be used in the icing.
Okay, and that's what that is.
Yes, now this big cup right here, we did run out of bowls, so I do have a cup of icing sugar, you know, so I mean, you live with what you got. Some beautiful butter here, grass-fed, I'm sure.
Yes,
I don't know what the packet said, but...
Yeah, and of course the chickens, happy
from
chickens.
From the cows as well. I mean, the eggs
happy,
from the chicken.
Happy chicken.
What came first? Who knows, bro?
We'll
Who
never
knows? No. And then,
Do you want to have that conversation then?
For the podcast
Okay,
later. Anyway,
right.
so this is some beautiful sour cream. I didn't buy this. I just left it out on the balcony for a while, and we've got some beautiful sour cream here as well.
But this is a mise en place. That's
A mise en place.
That's what a professional chef does before they do anything else.
With most recipes, you want to blend the butter with the sugar.
Okay.
All right. So I'm just gonna grab a spoon. So the butter, we're just gonna slop this in here. Look at
The
that.
whole thing?
Beautiful. The noise that comes up of that is beautiful. You know how to do this. You've seen this before.
Oh, I know how you do it.
I'll get some height on there, all right? Whoa, whoa. Okay, yeah, it's like tossing water out of a flooded boat right there.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit low.
What are the black bits in my sugar there?
That's from a previous recipe. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we don't worry about it.
No, we don't worry about it.
Okay, just
that
keep
was
going.
fine. That was, we know that was in there. We knew that was
so
in
there they go. There's the.
That's a bit extra flavor. A bit of extra
That's
flavor.
nice.
So now we have this in here. We need to get to the blending. Mr. Blender, my favorite. All right. Go, go, go. Let's just say the whisk, Mr. Blender, he doesn't do a very good job, but we're gonna continue anyway. We're gonna add an egg, whisk a bit, add an egg, whisk a bit, all right? Do you know how to do the one-handed little crack open? Do you think you can do that for us? Yeah, you can?
No problem.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, watch this.
Perfect.
Right?
And no shell. Literally no shell. Well done.
Thank you. Where's the jiggly wibbly?
I just bag it in the sink, bro. Beautiful. Nice. Now we're gonna mix this up again and we'll add another couple of eggs.
Okay.
So let's get whisking.
Yeah, that's the technique. Stay there. Energy. Power.
Now we can offset that to the side here.
Okay.
And now we are gonna mix together the sour cream, lemon juice, and lemon zest, and some vanilla, okay? So let's mix these in. You grab that one, I'll grab this one.
Okay, what, at the same time?
I don't know if that's 2 tablespoons, probably. We're gonna bang these in,
Okay,
all right?
at the same time, ready?
3, 2, 1,
Power!
bang. Okay, wow, look at that in there. And now we're gonna drizzle some of this in there.
Hang on, I'll tilt it for everyone so they can all see how beautiful it looks.
Am I gonna measure this? You bet.
You bet you're
bet
not.
not.
That felt good.
Nah, it's a big cake.
It's a big cake.
It's a big
okay.
cake.
All right.
And now we're just gonna mix this together until smooth.
Until smooth.
You want to get in there and just give that a little mix. And this is where all of our lemon flavor is going to come in. I mean, I think that's like if we were to do a bunch of exercise, die, and then eat the meat, it'd be sour. Anyway, that's for the next episode. Bit of lemon zest in there. Let me just get that in. So now we're going to mix this baking powder, not baking soda this time.
What's the difference? Sorry. Ignore that one. Pretend I didn't ask.
So we're gonna just drizzle that in there.
Okay.
And always, when you have dry ingredients, you think you don't need to mix it. You still need to mix it up. Some, YouTubers out there would say this is the whiskey business going on right now. Now we're gonna do some magic. This is where all the ingredients come together.
Okay.
So, if you would like to take this,
it would be my pleasure.
Give that a drizzle in there.
A drizzle. Can I do it like artistically and stylistically?
The higher, the better. This is getting baked with. Oh, look at that going everywhere, all over the kitchen. The sound of that.
That's lovely. That sounded good, huh?
That's good. That's perfect, actually. All right, so we're gonna pop this flour in here, nice and slow.
All right.
Just mix that.
And then I start folding the flour.
Yeah, just fold it
the gluten.
Fold it like a piece of paper, Alex. Like a piece of paper.
Have you ever folded a piece of paper with a stick?
Yeah, well.
Go on.
A wet piece of paper. Just a fold. Here, let me show you one time.
Give me one fold, then I'll see it. Demonstrate.
This here is a correct fold. You go under, and then you just like fold over. And then you go under, and then you just fold over. And you just keep doing that until it's all incorporated.
It sounds to me like you guys are just using a different word for stirring.
No. There's a folding technique going on here. Believe me, trust me.
So I bring it round, then I fold.
Very aggressive, these folds, but that's fine,
Round, then I fold.
Sometimes chewy cakes are also good.
I'm trying, man.
Yeah, no, this is looking good. We could have maybe sift the flour here.
I think you pulled it round like that, and then you...
Give me that, bro. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Now we're gonna put this in this beautiful bacon tray, shall we?
Get this all ready for you. I'm just gonna hold it steady.
Yeah. So let's get this high up as we can. Look at that.
That's nice. Now just move it around.
Yes, bro. Yes.
Yes. Keep it really unpredictable. Where's it gonna drop next?
I'm getting scared about my aim here. I'm gonna need to scoop. I need a scoop.
Okay, it's good.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna scoop some more of this. Whoa.
I'm here. I like this. I can play this game.
Gonna scoop the rest of this beautiful mixture. Dolloping in there as it goes. The noise coming up of that. Oh dear. I've got some on the pot.
Oh, you did. I wasn't watching. I closed my eyes for a second.
That's good.
Sorry.
But this is gonna be pure flavor coming up here. When this roasts in that oven, bro, it's gonna bake up and it's gonna be beautiful. Smoothing that out just so it's all the way across. This looks beautiful, honestly. Wow. Now that we've mixed all that beautiful batter up and we've put it aside, let's make the icing.
Let's do it.
Fantastic. All right. 3 ingredients. Very simple.
I could guess how this goes. I don't even need your help.
Go on.
Well, I mean, I would guess you put this.
Go on.
Well, okay. I would guess you put this. I would guess.
You were correct the first time. I'm trolling, bro.
Okay, so all of it?
Now this is icing sugar, so careful. It is gonna.
Oh, it's like asbestos.
Oh yeah, it's like asbestos. But you can breathe this. You
Are
can
you
breathe
sure?
this. Yeah, it makes the air sweet, bro. You can. It's
like we're making
sweet breath.
More Breaking Bad. Okay. Look at how little milk.
That is a really small amount of milk.
What do you think that's going to add to the entire product? I don't know.
A bit of moisture.
Okay.
Well, bang it in. You would be surprised how little liquid you need for this whole to come together. So I'm not going to add all of this. I'm going to save a little bit.
That's like a chemical reaction right now.
Oh, it is actually. It's kind of going into like a volcano.
Yeah.
Now, if you would like, just give us a mix together.
Pleasure. It's looking like icing, bro.
Yeah, we're going to put this over there and hopefully it dries up not overnight because they're waiting for us in the studio right now and we need to be real quick with this actually because they are waiting. But that is looking, whoa. Let me feel what this looks like. Oh, that is thick, isn't it?
It is a thick boy.
You know what? Wow. I think that's bloody perfect.
Yeah, legit.
All right, Alex, now we've got the icing sugar and mixture and the icing all ready to go. Yeah, that's all done. So now we're going to bang this in the oven.
No.
No, we don't have it.
Oh, we don't have it?
We don't have it.
Next map, maybe. Next map.
Next map?
Oh yeah, map 2.
We can't. What would be the point?
Well, we're gonna tell straight up.
Yeah, we should do the justice deserves.
Actually, Harry, could you break it down?
No, I'm asking. I want it. I don't have the knowledge.
He doesn't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand how it happened.
He doesn't know what happened. So I think the first Telestrator segment might be upon us.
Have you seen that meme? The what happened table tennis meme?
Is it as good as the Penguin one or?
No.
Okay, just checking. I know it's the bar at the moment. Penguin meme, top 1?
Penguin meme, dude. I need to show it to you guys. Not Chad, he knows.
I've seen it.
Save Deco. Going again.
The double dip.
Unhygienic.
That is true, actually.
But I wouldn't double dip if I was sharing it with someone else.
Sharing what exactly?
I guess a dip. You know, like...
I'm not anti-double dipping, because assuming you're not sharing with a complete stranger.
Yeah, but if it's your partner...
No, but if I was sharing with Hugo and he double dip, I wouldn't be like, what are you doing?
I don't know where your mouth's been. I wouldn't be doing it with you.
Double dip.
See? That's where the bar is.
I think it's so... Dude, I don't know.
Rush would double dip with you.
If you got stung by a jellyfish, would you let a stranger piss on you?
No, because it doesn't work.
It's a myth.
I know it's a myth.
Oh, so just for fun.
How often
recreational
do you get the chance?
A recreational piss, okay.
Harry goes swimming in jellyfish-infested waters.
I bring my own.
Asking strangers.
BYOJ.
Guys, very important round here. Can we stop arguing around
That's
for
why
once?
I'm banned from the pool.
I don't think they have as many safe routes out of this round.
Thank you, Chad. Bringing us back to normality.
They are going up short, though, where there is the least resistance. But what's the 2 pieces over towards A meant to achieve? Oh, dear.
Here we go. We're off.
They have to go A. Yeah, you're going into B with 2 players?
What if you just win it?
This is dicey,
Why don't you just win the round?
Why don't you just win it?
Mom's coming A. Back up through con.
Oh, baby B safer, but P2K overwhelmed. That's whelmed.
I don't know. This is what I want to know. How do you, as a Jame team, not get stressed out when you play the round so late?
Because you always know.
That you can.
Because you have full belief, you have full faith. If there's any doubters there, that's when it goes wrong.
Yeah, because like the thing that is uncomfortable.
Got to be all in on the plan.
For teams that don't do it, it's outside of your expectations. When like the clock's slow, it adds pressure. But if that's how you play every round,
But that
that's
doesn't
just
answer
normal.
how they do it. It just answers why they do it.
No, but I'm just saying, like it's normal to them. You know?
Yeah, well.
Like to you, it would be stressful. But it's like how. If you're driving, I don't know, F1 cars.
Oh yeah, here we go.
If I put you, Chad, in an F1 car and I said, drive it really fast around the Nuremberg ring.
I'm more of a NASCAR guy myself.
What would happen? He wouldn't be comfortable, is what
No,
he's saying.
he wouldn't be comfortable.
No,
Probably
he had to
end up in
drive like a
fireball.
He had to drive a van around. He'd be fine.
Filled with plumbing supplies.
Plumbing supplies and his colleagues. It would be fine.
Guys,
He'd be having a good time.
I wasn't in a van. I was in a ute.
What's a ute?
Like
it's a flatbed
pickup.
truck.
Oh,
Pickup
okay.
Truck, yeah.
And what's in the back? Pipes and shovels?
Yeah, different fittings, tools, all the good stuff. Definitely shoveled.
Jellyfish. Jellyfish. Have you been stung by a jellyfish yet in Malta?
Not in Malta, but I have.
Oh, look forward to it in Malta. You will be getting stung.
Is that common?
Yeah. I've been stung like 4 times.
Are they like, it hurts? Is it like serious
depends on
which baby ones?
No.
Well, looking very, very good here for the Frenchman. Excited to move into this next map, though. SemperFi giving us a taste of what they're capable of. You know, they're able to battle in a pretty clean way, just not the entire time, I think, is the big worry. Can they continue to match up? Do they have the level? Do they have the fatigue resistance, I suppose, in order to keep it going here? A very difficult team to play against are 3D Max, but we now move on to Inferno, which is the fan favorite and the team favorite of SemperFi. Ultimately, they're really going to be happy that they've managed to get this through, and I think certainly looking at the 3D Max results here, actually a little bit not a great map for them on the other side of things.
Yeah, I mean, it all started kind of going badly with a loss to Vitality, which is fair enough, at I Am Krakow, but then, you know, you got losses to Mix KS, right, who I can't even name who's on that side, right? And then Heroic and Pain as well. Of course, Pain, that being yesterday. That was an overtime barn burner, but it's a loss all the same. So it is one of those where it's been a struggling map for the 3D Max side. Flip side for SemperFi as well, where it's been, you know, while they've moved over to EU and been playing for the start of this year, been playing a few of those lands and whatnot, it's not been a bad map for them. Picked up some decent wins, had a 5-map win streak on this, and granted, the quality of teams they're beating aren't exactly anything to kind of like applaud it at, but it's the wins themselves. It's the officials under their belt, which is what matters most. I would look at that Alliance game, though, as a real good test, because Alliance are actually one of the better teams in Tier 2 kind of currently. Yeah. They're looking quite sharp, and the fact that they did really struggle there could be where this is still a really difficult map to come through for the SemperFi side. Yes, statistically it's very good, but we always say as well, right? It's one of those things with stats into a series. Once we're deep into the series itself, stats start to go out the window a little bit. It's about the vibe and the feeling in the game, and especially towards that tail end of Dust 2, like 3D Max, they just looked comfortable. Like the rounds were a little bit slow and worked out, but that's the 3D Max style. Like they are very good at kind of closing down on their opponents, and the worry here into a map like Inferno is that it just could be more of the same.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a map that hands itself to that. It also was the map at one time for 3D Max that they really made a name for themselves on, winning some pretty nice maps, you know, when this sort of roster was coming together under 3D Max and competing against the top teams. So they definitely do have the Inferno in the locker. It's maybe, as we're talking about, one of these maps against the top teams they're starting to get figured out on. Seems to be the tagline for 3D Max, unfortunately, this year.
Yeah, look at the tail end of last year. Of course, we were out doing kind of CAC, for example, and that was a really good map in the pool for them. They got them all the way to the final. It was one that they were consistently beating sides on and looked really good at all the way until they faced Legacy right at the end of that final. So it is, one of those where tail end of the year was very good. What has changed now? The introduction of kind of Masuto towards this lineup with Waslink and MBK at the helm as well in the coaching department. Have they found new ways to find success on a map, which is ultimately figured out, right? You know, as we always kind of say with like the likes of Mirage and a Dust 2, right? They're fundamentally quite simple maps. You don't really ever see that much new on them. Have they found better ways to play and to approach it? And maybe Masuta and that slight injection of firepower, we spoke about his ceiling maybe being a little bit higher than Body as well. Can we get that in towards this Inferno? We are looking really for 3D Max, if we want to show up this map back in the pool for them, of getting someone like him playing at a top level. And he had a pretty decent first map.
100%, 100%. I think there's, again, just an awful lot of consideration in terms of what this map is going to be able to deliver and whether, like you say, a really nice touch on what I usually like to lean on, like the feel of the game. I think that SemperFi just going to have to look at this and feel confident with it. They had a really, really good start into the matchup, couldn't quite get back into things. Similar against Paravision yesterday, but now they're on a map that doesn't raise as many questions and doesn't make them worry as much. They should be able, in theory, to play around their instincts a bit better here and hopefully match off individually in places which, again, at times they were able to do on Dust. It just didn't keep up. That being said, I just think 3D Max have that extra level, that extra ceiling that they should be able to lean on here pretty heavily. And especially they're going to start on the T side here, one would assume.
Yeah.
They might start CT side, actually, to be fair, given the choice. But I think that there's space for 3D Max to just take control of the game once again.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this starts, just because I feel like this start is so important for the likes of SemperFi, right? I feel like they have to get out of the gates absolutely flying to once again put the pressure back onto 3D Max. We're just getting bums and seats to get this game underway.
In your own time.
Yeah. Lamborghini chair.
I know.
It's kind of sick.
That's crazy. Does it like wheel faster, you think, or something? Like across the room?
Yeah, it's just super quick. It's got a little motor underneath.
Yeah. Someone would buy that.
Oh, 100%.
You know?
100%.
I don't really want to reveal how much I spent on my chair, to be fair, you know, but I do sit in it a lot.
Which one? Have you got the
Herman Miller, like,
it's fair enough.
embody thing?
It's fair enough. It's
not at the
nice
current
chair.
price. I got to hit you with the actually.
Yeah.
I did get it when it was a bit cheaper. Every 6 months or so, they're adding like another £100 to those things.
Yeah. There we go. We're getting on the way in just a second for this one. It's about staying alive. I mean, no one wants to go down to the O2 bracket. That's such a long gauntlet to recovery. And sure, of course, with a Swiss system, in the O2, you get to other sides who are also struggling at the tournament. But for SemperFi, that might be too much pressure for a side that are not well-versed in international lands, don't have as much experience in these kind of big-ticket tournaments, right? They need to be kind of staying afloat in sort of the middle of the pack if they want their better chances of making their way to that next stage. They were ranked the lowest by the teams and, of course, by the VRS in towards this, and so far, they find themselves very quickly going to a what feels like essentially an unreturnable spot.
No, it is true. I think the thing is, though, again, to consider, it's still pretty early on into their run.
Yeah.
Listen, we got... Oh my gosh. We got...
I'm so sorry, baby. Don't listen to them.
Work till it hurts. Look at me play. I'm the captain now. I'm at the top. It's lonely.
So he's like, why you order Mackies? That's not in line with our nutritional guidelines.
One eternity later.
Yep, that's true. That's true. One eternity later, we were filling for a while there. I think it's safe to say we wanted to get into the game just as much as you guys at home, but we are now into the Inferno, thankfully, as we get a nice wipe from one of the classic TV shows of all times. Yeah. Who's your favorite character?
Wait, what TV show even was it?
Wow, that's crazy.
What was it?
SpongeBob.
Oh,
that's crazy.
Was I concentrating though? I actually didn't watch SpongeBob growing up though.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I've watched more SpongeBob as an adult than I have as a child.
Yeah, that checks out. I was not like with you, but just the show in general. I think it's like 60% of their watch base is actually adults.
Yeah, but honestly, never really watched that much of it.
I like Mr. Krabs.
Yeah?
Yeah. Manny. Like a...
I remember when that was a meme. That money
yeah,
thing.
It's a bit of a rough meme, though.
Yeah.
I know which one you're talking about.
I think plenty of people at home will know what I'm on about with that one. That was a couple of years ago now. It's a slow start to the pistol here by SemperFi. That's bomb spotted down ramp, though. So Masuto will calm that over, and he doesn't need to be too aggressive here. He also does have support. Yeah, he spotted bodies here. He's going to stick up close, though. This is a really bold move, but he gets flashed into the fight, but he'll still lose his head. Savage playing anti. Swinging a find, adequate to get one of his own as well as he catches a player over towards A. It's all a ruse, though, but they still do have two in possession of the B site, and the dualies of Maka find the first.
Yeah, punishing a lack of discipline not to wait for the smokes. Gravity trying to work around his as well, and he will. They've evened up the numbers quite quickly. Opportunity to find another head through the smoke is missed. Bomb was spilled for a moment. Fake coming in, 20 seconds. Savage going to try and get things down here. They're looking to burst forwards, but they've done well here on the SemperFi side to just remain calm, get a fake out, draw them in. It works brilliantly. It's all going to be on to Ecstasy. That's rough, but he gets it. 2 more to find now.
You heard him go new box.
Yeah, he's got the info. He certainly does. He just doesn't have the armor. Doesn't have that all-important kit in a situation like this. So really just going to have to land quick headshots. That's his only mission directive right now. Checks out behind the pulpit. Creeping in, does get the catch, but Savage makes it look easy on the clock.
Yeah, nice work. I think it's that double from Addict that really kind of pull that round back in their favor. I like the idea in theory about trying to dive through the smoke before the C4 goes down, try and catch them off guard. You're kind of hoping that with a smoke down towards coffins, generally speaking, a lot of teams will just respect that and allow the bombs to go down and play full retake. They try something a little different there, 3D Max. It just doesn't work out for them. Nice work from SemperFi. The re-aggress back towards B was good. And I just think, you know, the flash in from Masuta, in theory, is nice, but there's just too many players playing anti-flash. He probably, and obviously we can say this with the benefit of hindsight, needs to just join up with the rest of the crew. Get a player rotating over from the A, have 3 towards B as they're trying to move their way forward. That's, in theory, your best option. French side go for a force buy, and Exorcist has got himself a Mag 7.
God, that is so ugly to look at. Look at that, like, keychain flipping through the gun, man.
Oh, some ugly shots too as well. Can't do anything with it. They don't know they're force buying too.
Yes, very true. But the fear of God put into them in the apartments with the Mag 7 in play. They don't want anything to do with it. It's going to be the A stack here overall. Nice nade. Really well read on the timing.
Jinx.
Go on then. I can't talk now.
I'll take it. They're going to come through as well in towards Banana up close here. Gravity does have some further damage, but he still gets spammed through the smoke. And the B side open. And you can already see 3D Max are shelling up for the save. That is the right call. I think, again, you know, we always say this. In rounds like this where you are force buying in or you're at a stark disadvantage in terms of firepower, the gamble is the right call. And this is the gamble that doesn't pay off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They'll take what they have into the next round. Try and make it work once again. I thought for a moment, you know, the posturing really over towards B could have worked brilliantly. Maybe Gravity not giving them enough respect.
Yeah.
Tough to say, but yeah, I thought smoke down at the top, nade following up. They might have paused. They might have gone, maybe
he's not surviving.
There's some danger around here.
Terrorists win. He's not surviving.
RIP.
Just no instincts there that that's a dangerous situation.
Well,
Doesn't know what the beeping of the bomb is.
Yeah, why would he?
He brained, quite literally, to be fair.
Yeah.
Before I got small.
No, they're peaceful creatures, man. They couldn't fathom something as dangerous and damaging as an explosive bomb. You know?
That's it. Of course, with 4 being saved, though, you get to just kind of reuse that force buy towards the next round, which is it's a nice enough silver lining to have, but it still should really be the same result. SemperFi should be taking a 3-0 lead in towards the T side of their map pick. We already painted maybe a little bit of a bleak picture for 3D Max on this map. They've just struggled on it. They've been figured out in terms of how they like to approach it, and they've struggled to adapt, I think, to changing up their meta a little bit. Go for a gamble stack once again. Like I said in the previous round, I think it is the right call with a buy like this. This time it's towards B. 4 in this direction, leaving 1 towards A. The only issue is, with 1 towards A smoke down towards long, which nullify Maka, and Hazard's got decent information through apartments.
Yeah, it is true. I feel like, you know, you can maybe move into this 4-man setup, but playing it initially just starves you with so much like info and control. That I think dedicating to it all round long, it's not really the move for me.
Yeah, they're going out here. They know this is
yeah,
a done affair. Unless they drag rotations right now, this round's all but done.
1 smoke over the top. I feel like you have to get a read that this is kind of a fake out. But then is it just to draw you away? Savage really selling, doing a good job of that. Gonna eat a grenade. Bomb is slow going over here. That's for damn sure, but it doesn't really matter. They've just not moved a single player. That'll be the round once again. So they'll probably try and give this a bit more of a look in. got that buy in the next round, you know, and maybe take some guns away here, but
honestly,
it's obviously going to be SemperFi's
I think they just save the armor. You hate to see it, but it's you know, it's what James done to the beautiful game.
Well,
right?
yeah, Inferno is the spirit of Inferno.
Yeah, as we saw on the timer there, save simulator.
Nap time.
Yeah. Me. Couple of Zeds in this one, but this is just Inferno in a nutshell. Easily for me the first map I'm changing the pool. I mean, we always debate what maps need to, you know, go in and out, and people being calling for kind of cash to come in, or cobble, or even kind of a reintroduction of train. But I was surprised to see Anubis get brought back into the pool, to be honest. But I can't say I'm too upset with it. I've been enjoying casting Anubis recently. It's quite a fun map, but we saw in our previous series, it's puggy, it's fun, it's aggressive in that sense, but on Inferno, for me, it has to go. I really want to see that map out of the pool. I've been saying this for a long time, though.
Yeah,
it's the ones. I wouldn't even really care what comes back in. I would actually like a cash. I will say, I don't know how you feel in the debate, but I was never a big fan of Cobble. I think I think nostalgia is really taking over a lot of people's
and like
minds.
a pro level,
it was awful at pro level.
Yeah, it was pretty solved.
Yeah,
which made it like pulling teeth, really.
B-side simulator at times on the CT. So
Cash was good though.
Yeah, I like Cash a lot.
Cash for Inferno, I think that's a great swap. Opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of the way that you feel like they would play. At least how Cash played. God, was it like 7 years ago now or something mental?
It's one of the maps I do actually miss.
Yeah. Big style. Why can I not play it?
Yeah.
Like, this is the thing.
They've bought it. Put it in. Make it a community map.
I like that we lean on the pro side of things, sure, but I also enjoy playing CS. Why is it not just in the game?
Yeah. Valve now own it. Let me play.
Why is Cobble not just in the game?
Yeah.
And stuff like this. Like, why is Season? Maybe that's too far.
Do you remember before it got kind of taken out back in like Tell Them to Go, like the A site of Cobble where it was just open?
Yeah, for like, oh yeah. They definitely changed it for Wingman.
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, but there was a brief window where it was playable.
This is big.
Gravity.
This is big. He's gonna get out as well. That's actually huge. To get one and to fall away from that alive is a massive undertaking. Damage is being dealt there over towards long, so this bait and switch that they're trying to sell isn't actually working, but Gravity's not all alone. He started this round, and he's now going to find a way to try and close it himself. They've gone back to B here, SemperFi, and it's worked out for them, and they've upgraded the gun, no less, as well. Unfortunately, 3D Max could, if they lose this first engagement, this 3 vs 3, they could go back to another save simulator here, but that's going to help. A 1-4-1 will still keep them intrigued in this B site.
Why has Ecstasy still got the Mag 7, man? For goodness sake, bro. And he lands a shot as well, and it just doesn't do anything. Maka making noise now. Taking the fight. This could still be winnable. He's got a kit available. Trying to get around this corner onto the USB, but he's not quick enough. Keen will take him down with the nick of HP that he had left. Really close stuff, but goodness gracious me. Why has Maka got a Mag 7?
Yeah,
not Maka, that Ecstasy.
Yeah, it's right down to the wire, that. And
just give me something automatic. And
quite literally, yeah, he has any sort of gun there.
So mad. I'm actually so mad at that.
Yeah. Because as well, you can tell he's not confident using the Mag 7 because he's using a USP. Like, at least get an upgraded pistol. Like, you'd get a 5.7 and he actually probably wins that engagement, but not to be.
Just so bleeding French, isn't it?
4-0 start. An early timeout. I mean, the woes of 3D Max on this map continue. They look all over the place. And to make matters worse, because it was a force buy for everybody, bar Exorcise, or not force buy, reinvest in, I guess you could say. Everyone else's money is in an awful spot. They got lost round sure, but he's the only one with a gun. So he's got an M4, and everyone else has got FAMASs, where they could have won that round, scooped up a couple of AKs, and a nice fresh buy in towards this one with a round on the board. So no. Yeah, this is not looking good for 3D Max. I mean, it's so early in the game, sure, but
you can just feel it, though. I mean, SemperFi, the way that they're entering in, bouncing off of each other, looks really good, actually. And then the answer on the other side of things is just not good enough. Gravity getting aggressive. He's so blind. Will be pushed away. Still confident to get some utility downrange to keep control of top banana here. Quick util coming out, trying to draw some attention towards B, and they will do just that. Rotation coming round. Anything to just drop some more utility. Meanwhile, is actually going to be an A hit here for SemperFi. Doing a good job of the mind games as well. Really solid stuff.
It's a nice smoke, actually. you're trying to kind of force them into a choke point through short. And immediately as that smoke comes down, there's one towards apartments, one towards long. SemperFi cancel the A hit, and they're going to go back towards B. The only issue is that 3D Max are drawing the numbers off that B site. Uh-oh, Masuta and Gravity have gone to shore up the A defenses, and they've left Maka alone and Orb as the turret to hold down this B site. He's got to go absolutely huge, and he gets both! Oh, Maka for a double. The collat is clean as he looks for more. He's still going to buy time, but Maka's still hitting shots. He's looking crispy with it, investing towards the big green, and Maka is miraculous here. He's looking for the 5th, and that would have been a clip for the ages, but surely the job's done in this round. This has got to be impossible for Keen. He misses that last one, and Masuta may fall, but what that is much more like it for 3D Max, and it's one man's antics.
Yeah, antics, absolutely. I mean, the collat, the reface in my mind, I was just like, just stay alive. You've done the work, just stay alive. But he took a reface, got another, stuck around. So confident in himself. Well, you can see why. Some great shots, some really great shots landed. As they look set to continue on the French side. We'll see if they can close this gap then. A lot of work to be done in order to get there, and there's some money to get through as well. The T-side reinvestment looks pretty damn good. But let's see. An individual moment like that, often good for the morale, especially for a team like 3D Max that I think really rely on those loud voices.
I just even slightly disrespect this mid-smoke here. They're going to go deep in towards ramp. They can take mid-control with that. And the double nade setup is going to really soften up SemperFi. Both Savage and Keen taking serious chunks of damage to their HP. They've rebought in towards the round a bit, and when you look at it now, you lose this one, especially if you can't get a bomb plant. Sure, Keen's got money, but everyone else is in a rough spot. He might be hero AKing. Potentially dropping one other over, but at least him with no money for the round following. It's probably a risk that's not worth taking. Let's see. Pop shots by Maka, just threading the needle.
Just starting to get the read here as well, aren't they? A bit more on it in this round, as the previous is really going to boost them forwards, but they stack up onto the A bomb site at the moment. Would be the correct read. I think it absolutely is going to be an A finish it. Ollie comes in, forces some forwards, looking to track, looking to fight. It's broken from SemperFi's Vanguard. They will be punished for it. Ecstasy going to lose his head quite quickly. So much damage done. Maka moving in again, because of course he is. But they just had so many bodies ready to go. SemperFi have hit a brick wall and hit it hard.
It was like and also Maka barely even realized what was happening. So the player jumping across the screen, I don't think he even expected that. Or if anything, if he was going to expect it, he thought he'd be fighting. But he just dives on past, and that smoke at a gap on the left-hand side. Maka gets his second. Nice work, and again, his individual prowess is bolstering 3D Max here. Yeah, it's a nice round. It's one you can build off. And like we said, for SemperFi, it's going to stunt the growth of this lead they were trying to build on. Keen hero AK. Kind of as good as it gets. Missed shot by Maka. He'll just about get out in tow.
Spamming away, trying to find that first. So far, just a trading of damage. No kill, sorry, as of yet. He might be the first line of defense that they need, however. Does get one. Oh my goodness! To the moon! He's gone to the moon! Lucky manages to find 3. Masuta will deny them getting any more. That's pretty funny. I don't even know if it would have looked like it on their end.
Yeah.
Bit of a server-side bug, usually.
10 out of 10 for sticking the landing.
Yeah. No, that is absolutely triple pirouette.
Yeah, the gymnastics gold goes to SemperFi, as they'll call their first time out. So what was a really nice start, it's actually 3 very solid rounds from 3D Max, just to immediately put pressure back on. And this is exactly what you want to be seeing. And sure, we're going to get the rebuy to come back in play here, but in the same vein, for SemperFi, you lose this one, not only are you losing the lead, you're actually giving it over towards the French side, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on. If they build up foundations on this CT side, it's where you want to be. There it is. There's one. Oh. Lovely.
He went higher.
Yeah, he definitely went higher, yeah. We saw him. He went up to the balcony.
Yeah, he was flying.
The new boost for long.
Never seen anyone go so high, you know?
Well, SemperFi off the back of a quick chat with Coach Zipper. They're bringing to change things up, like we kind of talking about. It feels like they've been figured out a bit. Nice 1-for-1. Oh, and a tick in the molly. Shady. Yeah, he was tempted to push with that smoke. Makes a smart choice of not.
Lucky moving away. Able to survive. SemperFi somewhat back to the drawing board here as they're trying to figure things out. Lucky got to be careful. I mean, Hazard's just floating around weirdly here. Goes out dry, really cheeky move from him. Masuta on the site, overlooked. Can he get any more? He absolutely has to. Oh, the last bullet. Just as he turns to meet his maker. 2 versus 2 then, thanks to Masuta's heroics. Bomb going to go down. They'll force their way out here. There is no Moto smoke, which is often such a problem for the CTs to deal with. A couple mollies. See if Shady's able to re-molly it. Util available for the CT side as well. Tagged there. Landing, but not quite the frag. Gravity left low, got the information to work with. Molly surely seals the deal. Maybe not. Maybe not. The nade's going to bring it down to a 1 versus 1.
Good smoke.
Smoke's been found. And just not going to happen. AWP will be retrieved. Yeah, it was a tag from the AWP there. That's very unfortunate for 3D Max. But pretty serendipitous for SemperFi's 5th.
Yeah. Nice to find one back in blood. Worth mentioning that for SemperFi, it's great that they found that round, but it's still very costly to get it, and that is actually going to have a culmination towards the next. They're still going to get a buyout, sure, of course, off the back of success, but they're still left in a similar vein where it's like we don't actually have real foundations in the finances. An oversight there from Hazard, but that second shot from Masuta is really, really nice. So making it expensive is a nice thing to have, as we can see on that T side. They don't have loads of economy left over. I mean, Keen and Savage. This round, if they don't get a bomb plant, their buy's going to be roughing towards the next. See? He's going to come over. They're going to come towards B here. They go very quick. Oh, it's an oversight. And sure, the nade will get a kill, but you surely expect...
Oh my God,
what are we doing, Lucky? 2 players caught with Util out. And that could be the round itself. And Molly will come down for the cross. And to be fair, they haven't crossed yet, but they don't care. They'll go through the flames. They know it's worthwhile taking the ticks to get that C4 planted. That's a rookie error. 2 players getting caught with U2 on hand.
That's like the worst round we've seen since we have been casted. The tournament, not that ever. That's a bit rough.
I've seen some rough ones.
Yeah. But that was not good. That was not good. And like you say, some rookie errors. Completely missed timings. Yeah. What are we waiting for? Release the nade. I don't know what's happening, and Lucky caught with his pants around his ankles. Just insane. His pants on his head or something. Like I don't know what he's doing, to be honest. I can't explain it. Either way.
Just feels so unnecessary, right? Why not just get that molly down and buy time for the rotate to come through, right?
Yeah. At the very least. You know, it feels like that's what they were playing off, 3B, but beyond that, they didn't have much of a plan. Is Gravity waiting for like a flash?
Yeah.
Is Lucky a little late? Did he make a mistake? You know, get the wrong piece of utility out potentially? Strange. Very strange. Got to take it in stride. Move into the next.
It's a nice change of tempo though from SemperFi, right? We've had, you know, for them for the early to mid round, it's been quite slow for the most part. They've been taking bits of map control, but they've not gone for an all-out rush like that since the early rounds of this half. So in the gun round, they throw one back in their face. It's nice to see. Nice nade, really nice nade. We're going to go for the boost there, and it will cost Gravity his life, and Masuta has to be careful. He's surely dead to rights. There's surely no escape here. Lucky going to get one. He gets a molly down, but he's being hunted. He's given the luxury of pulling a pistol out and getting a reload off of the M4. And now again, it's about buying time. Lucky doesn't have Utor to work with, but Exorcist and Maka do. The molly will force him into an engagement, which he wins that fight out, and he looks for a second. Backs are turned, and Lucky by name and by nature, as he puts this into a 1 versus 2, favorably for the French. As the Exorcist flank looks like it's got legs, and it does. Oh my God, it is still a little dicey, but Lucky does so well.
That certainly makes up for it, I think. A much cleaner round coming in from Lucky as he's able to hold the line. It was only a slight step backwards that killed him. We were robbed of the potential of him finding all those kills. Yeah, really well held, really well played, and 3D Max staying hot on the heels. It's not going to be an easy good night here for SemperFi. They are once again up against the ropes in terms of the money. So curious to see what 3D Max are able to cook up here to break the back and maybe bring it to even Stevens going into that second half.
Agreed. 3D Max, considering the slow start and even just the shakiness maybe of the CT, if they can end the half of 5, I think you'd actually end up taking that.
Sure. You feel like with the 5th comes the 6th, hopefully, depending on like the plan, etc. So fingers crossed for them. Gravity for the first time maybe in the half as well is deep in Banana.
Yeah.
So they've given Banana control across, putting more chips into A, it would seem.
Well, they've been throwing that banana, the deep banana smoke from spawn, from the CT spawn, and basically everything around SemperFi have been ignoring it and going through because they know they've got the advantage of getting there. This time they don't, and that allows Gravity to push forward. I like that. It's kind of like a small thing, but it's good for information. And it also gives Maka the reign and maybe the confidence to go for a peek there in towards short. That's the first. Down goes Shady.
Yeah, mid-round move from him. He loves a bit of a cheeky contact in the middle of the round.
Shadow.
Oh, Shadow spotted. Who's faster? Flashes not good enough, but he's not quite fast enough to hit the shot. Looking for the crack. Oh, it's a tag somehow. Not quite the kill, but surely the rest of the boys able to hold strong here. Exorcist will do just that, using Maka as the bait. Really well played.
How does he not get the kill?
I know, I'm not quite sure. But usually where Maka thrives is in those super chaotic moments, but nothing coming at all there for SemperFi.
And like you mentioned as well, right, this is going to have a real positive effect for 3D Max because of the lack of bomb plan. Yes, they got lost bonus building up, but financially in a really, really rough spot. They call for their second timeout, but this should be 3D Max ending the half of 6. Much better firepower, the full belt to Utah, and that's just something we can't really say over towards SemperFi. We got 2 Tech 9s, a Mac 10, an AK on Addict. For Savage, he doesn't really have a lot of money to be bringing them too much himself. So it looks like 3D Max, they've survived a real scare here. Guess that tag, which even that, how has he missed that?
Yeah.
That looks like he's been
it's like
CS.
the curvature of the leg.
Yeah, CS2'd a little bit.
Maybe through the...
I nutmegged him or something.
Trousers, potentially.
Yeah.
Surely that's a hitbox, though.
Yeah, exactly. 1 Mac 10, 1 AK. Tech 9s to round it out. Oh, this is bold. This is bold. 1 for 1, you'd argue, is actually not worthwhile because the gun dropped over.
Yeah, very true. It's so deep in, I suppose, is maybe their argument. Maka misses the opportunity, he was blinded. But he could have taken the man advantage with an aggressive step forward on the 3D Max end.
2 AKs to work with now.
It's scary, isn't it? It is definitely doable.
And decent utility.
The one smoke, though. That's
Yeah.
what sort of sticks out. Pretty raw, pretty problematic. So what are they going to do with that? Flash in the long hauls, try and get some control over there. Slow going. They're really hoping for some more aggression to come their way, but 3D Max will put the brakes on, so to speak. Where are they going to finish is the big question. It looks like they do definitely want to go A here.
Under a minute to decide. Lucky left alone on B as he drops the smoke to, again, just try and slow the roll a little bit, but in they come. Gravity will swing off contact. So Maka, this first fight, he's heard a step now as well. First engagement will probably be this player coming out of Boiler, and there he is. First find is lovely. Looks for a second, but not given that luxury. Gravity for his. Molly down to deny them pushing on his position, and he forces them in towards into a short, may I say, where Exorcist is there, posted and ready. All down on Savage's shoulders, and there's just no chance. There's no way he's making anything of this. 10 seconds left on the clock, and he can't even get the kill. What a recovery, in all fairness, by 3D Max. That's what we want to be seeing, but can they continue this positive roll towards the second half? Alrighty, second half about to get underway. And for 3D Max, a really good recovery considering that, especially for the start of that half, they really looked just non-competitive at all. And they've made a real half of it now and they've put pressure back on towards SemperFi. The Aussies have got a really difficult task ahead of them, right? They've got to kickstart this second half, this CT side well. If they don't, and if 3D Max start rolling through the motions, they could very easily be under a lot of pressure early.
And again, we see this flip coming in as 3D Max on the T side. I think it's going to be more favorable in a matchup like this.
I agree.
So that's the big thing that I worry about for SemperFi. Quiet here, as it is just 3D Max slowly making their way up middle. Shady with the Julie's got to be careful. Be very careful indeed. Rounds this corner. He's going to have a nasty surprise. He's just watching the angles at the moment, though. Good discipline. It's all, I suppose, going to come down to the timing, really, of what the Frenchmen decide to do. They'll burst forwards. Julie's in only for one. He's gathered a lot of information at the very least, and they are very quick down. Banana, smoking the way, unfortunately, though, is going to make a difference. 3-on-3. One plank coming in. Can they mount the retake here? Savage with a quick move has been spotted. Exorcisto, great discipline from him. Not wanting to dedicate to the fights. He's had a lovely reposition here in and around this smoke. Been so useful for the T side. He will be traded. But again, locating the final two players into this 2 versus 2. Hacker in the pit on the P250. Raid Boss gets the info, got to hit these shots in. Not swinging, waits for them to come into his crosshair. And that might just be exactly what the doctor ordered. Maka stays calm.
Exorcist does so well there. Finds a kill, dips through the smoke, gets another, dips on back. He just draws so much time out of SemperFi. He draws so much attention away from them committing to that retake and committing to actually trying to move their way back in towards the site. It's excellent work from him. Really, really, really well done. It's a bit of a human flashbang in the sense that he knows he's going to go down. He knows he's cannon fodder, but staying afloat in the way that he does is so important. So, the all-important pistol for 3D Max. Won't be a force buy from SemperFi. They're going to low buy here as they put all 5 towards long. Well, this depends on really, as the smoke plumes, what the engagement looks like, and also whether they commit to looking up and through Banana. Will they think that's the only man here? That Ace could help. Util in hand. This could get a little messy. And somehow, they come out of that flawless, 3D Max. I don't know how they survive unscathed.
Yeah, they were expecting a bit more. Maybe not quite that close. Yeah, looking good. Well held. Going through the motions. Going to be the rifle buy coming out quite quickly here. Technical pause plaguing us ever so slightly. Just got to readjust the hair. That's what it's for, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel that. I've been growing mine out. It gets in your ears and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a little bit annoying.
There you go.
Tech pause over.
That'd be so funny if it just ends up ending right here. But, you know, it's a good position to be in. It's a nice little 2-round buffer. Oh! There he goes. Into the abyss. Yeah, nice buffer for 3D Max nonetheless. I mean, just puts them in a spot where they can breathe a little bit. Oh. Well, I think it was Keen who was sitting there.
He's been up and down. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's in this corner, bottom left. That's not your PC, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, I think he might need his phone or something.
Oh, is it like logging back into Steam or something?
Classical game closing randomly. No Steam log on. What even causes that? Nobody knows. Somebody's blue screened over there.
Yeah, blue screen over here. Yeah, it's rebooting or something.
It's all going wrong.
That's not a good look.
I wonder where they are. I'm trying to figure out where they are.
Yeah, I've never seen this.
Kind of looks like the NIP logo a little bit, no?
It does.
Like on the window.
Yeah, on the wall, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where they are. Because it also kind of doesn't really look like a proper LAN kind of cafe type of. It just looks like a normal conference room.
Yeah. The computer's set up and stuff.
Oh, there's a cable coming over.
Oh.
It looks like it's an extension cable.
Okay.
They just completely lose power.
Has his headphones died?
Oh, that's...
He's got his headphones like in his hand, quite...
Oh my god, I think they did.
He really is after
I think his headset died.
Yeah, damn, that is tough.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Now he's going to have to play with his headphones wired in.
Yeah.
Man, once you go wireless, you can't go back. That's the damn truth. I don't think I could ever. And then it's like the wire's not quite long enough. You got your head like being pulled down a little bit. You know?
Yeah.
Just checking some Instagram reels while he's waiting.
Who?
He's just on his phone.
That was.
I think he's getting his login for sure.
Yeah. But it was just his headset. It died, right?
Yeah, I think
He
so.
needs to log
but
back in.
I don't know. I don't know.
Plug him in, maybe, all right? But sometimes, depending on the headset. Oh no, he's setting his cam back up.
Right.
Yeah.
Did the battery of that die? That's kind of funny.
Oh, actually.
Wait, no, because we're seeing his player cam right now. What are we talking about?
No, but like they will have a setup to show their monitor as well, just for.
Oh yeah, of
just
course,
for like the admins and stuff. Yeah. I actually think his phone might have died, and it wasn't his headset. It's actually his phone that died.
And then they're like,
yeah,
we need that for sure.
Now he's like, I need my phone charger. That answers the question. His phone died, so it's actually so he can't.
I like this game. Get into the bottom, you know.
Yeah.
Sherlock and Watson get into the bottom of the tech pause.
Yeah.
Neo and Scriv. You know, you don't want us on your murder cases, that's for sure.
Neo, Lock, and Scrivson.
I actually prefer Scrivlock and Neoson, personally.
Yeah, sound.
Yeah. Why don't we both be Sherlock in this scenario? How about that?
Later that day.
There you go.
There we go.
Back in.
That was SpongeBob-esque, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did that similar. The one eternity later.
Yeah.
They did that earlier.
Oh, we had it muted.
I caught the words.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, nice nades early.
Ooh, Maka, yeah, very, very low indeed. Not a great start for him. Need to see, after all this time, if there is a readjustment from SemperFi, if they're just kind of going to trust in the initial rifle plan. Up short they come, barreling on through, two in towards the long haul balcony area. Certainly not going to be expected. Would have been nice to see at least one out from this player. The trades are good. Thankfully for the double kill of Keen, it will mean it's a 2 versus 2 on the retake. Quick rotations actually here from Savage. Kit available though.
They can re-smoke long.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough to get in here, man.
There's only one flash to work with for SemperFi. Oh, there's a gap.
Not a great one, yeah. That's going to give them the confidence to move through. Surely Savage is just going to look to flash his teammate at the best possible moment. However, see how far he can get, and it's actually quite deep. Flash is not really going to give him too much, unfortunately, here, and hard angles to be clearing. Not a lot of time to work with. He shows his back, loses his head, and Savage can't get anything done either. Big fine from 3D Max.
That's really going to hurt the chances of SemperFi. This map and therefore series is slipping through their fingers, and you can see Tilt starting to play a bit of a factor there for Savage. But understandably so. They can feel it. We can see that this map and series is running away from them. It is getting dicey now. Chances are becoming incredibly slim. I don't know. That was the buy-in, and sure, you know, for SemperFi, there's a few kills there, but it's just not going to help them with the reinvesting towards round 16. 3D Max should be getting double digits here. That's a 4-round buffer with 3 more rounds to find before the end of the series itself.
The 18-man boost coming in over here towards B. Love to see that. However, still a question mark as to whether they head B. Certainly could.
Bomb's not committed at least.
I want to see it. I want to see it in fruition. I do want to see this come alive. I think they want to go A though. It feels like they're just leaning that way. It's a slight bit more, faking it out towards B. Got to get that bomb. Maka's just awkwardly walked past it. They are going B, actually, as they start to back off. So, unpredictable round, as Inferno often, you know, this is about as unpredictable as it gets, about as chaotic as it gets, which bomb site the T's going to, even with all the information. We're back and forth and back and forth. They're just slowly starting to move away from B, so timing might get caught, but they're still in pretty close proximity. The double boost, can you still see over that smoke?
I mean, you can, yeah.
Just about. It's not going to be perfect. It could be workable here, though. They seem to be really ready for some kind of a boost, though. Not quite ready enough. An advantage comes in. A lot of players here as well as the Pistols trying to work their way through the smokes. The bomb's been dropped. Not a lot of time to get this down. Is there one more kill to drop the bomb again? The answer is no. It gets planted, and they hold strong. Keen, 1 versus 2. He's close to the action. Could certainly make this work. A cheeky boost on top of each other.
Made noise.
There's just one pool, but still doesn't quite know where that second player is. Doesn't have a lot of time. Doesn't have armor. The input's going to get the better of him. You would assume they're both looking the wrong way. He's just not ready for the second man in the same angle and cannot get it done. 3D Max skin of their teeth, but they will hit the double digits.
Yeah, and now we're looking at this one and saying there's just not many opportunities left at all for SemperFi. Those chances are getting slimmer by the second. And it's not a bad effort, don't get me wrong. You know, they still made it kind of expensive and given themselves a near chance there. But in the end, all 4-0. Essentially a couple of gun rounds left. Keep themselves afloat in this one, SemperFi. There is a 4-round buffer. 3D Max. In the hands of Gravity will have a Mac 10. Despite having plenty of cash, he opts for the more versatile weapon in that sense for the drive-by, and they're going to dive out towards the A side. Let's see how they deal with it. Shady is good for that first, which at the very least you'll take, and he hasn't really been traded in his Endeavor, so he goes for a second 2. Gravity up close with the Mac 10. He was tempted by looking in towards long, but opts against it, so they can get the C4 down now as well. The molly will force him out of that angle, but even still, a 3 versus 2, a re-up of the smoke towards Moto. You most likely are tempted to save here if you're SemperFi.
Yeah, especially with the AWP within grabbing range. It's reluctant, but you have to save. It's the way it unfolds. It's unfortunate. 11 to 3D Max here, looking likely that they will take it over the line if this kind of form continues for them. SemperFi unable to match in this second half, and similar to D2, man. Feared as much.
Yeah.
You know, like, it was good in the first, able to battle a little better, but 3D Max just taking control of the game with both hands. Driving it into what should be a clean finish here if they continue playing this way.
Yeah, you're right. Just kind of where we're at the moment. You look at SemperFi and it just looks like it's so kind of easy to see. They just run out of ideas. Not many chances left. With the save, they can buy back around it, which they will. You open the M4 save the cross, they get the reinvestment around. Of course, they got the benefit of loss bonus, but the situation isn't beneficial, that's for sure. Despite the slow start in towards this, opening 4 rounds go the way of SemperFi. Since then, they've only got 2. On the remainder of the 12 play, that's not where you want to be. Hazard gets the first, but a lot of util thrown back in response just to tag them up a little bit. He's so blind. He's so blind. Hazard, if he just instinctively held mouse 1, it could have helped. Is the anti-flash good? It's not. Savage. Oh, he can get 3. What a re-aggression towards top banana. And SemperFi, through brute force, retake this round.
We saw that flash coming from a million miles away, and it looks so damn good. Gorgeous stuff, leaving Exorcise alone. And I think maybe giving this one up lightly. Just take the AK into the next here. Spying on him from the safety of our apartment. While there's some sort of war going on the streets.
Yeah. Good for the rent prices in that location. What goes on? Yeah. Bring them down a little bit.
Yeah, well.
It's a lovely area. Quaint, they're probably worth a lot, but not when this is going on.
Just much needed, isn't it? Anything to bring the rent prices
down.
down.
Yeah.
Do you think that's all the conspiracy of what, started this conflict between the T's and the CTs? It's all rent prices.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what the conspiracy theorists say.
Yeah, I've been hearing that on the grapevine. Basically, someone just owns the pharmacy. They've been like, this is getting out of hand here now.
No one's coming to my pharmacy because they can't afford to live here.
I'm paying how much for electricity bills?
Well, yeah.
You are taking the Michael, mate. Single-handedly bringing rent prices down in the area. Ha! A save here at the end for Exorcise. It will be a 7th on the board for SemperFi. I mean, it's still a long road to getting back in towards this game, and I probably don't even entertain the conversation until we're at like an 11 to 10. But that's a positive sign. It's a really nice round. It's a clean one. Another one casualty. It's all things that you'll take.
Still a long road ahead, though, of course. A lot of work going to be required here. Ooh, and the kind of last second timeout. I heard the ticks of those final few seconds of freeze time.
Wassing just wants to get involved there.
Yeah, I think
just
so.
to really reassure them. The good news is 3D Max, despite that loss bonus, you've still got a buy-in towards the next round, and you've got money for a buy-in towards the next one. And if you get a bump on any of the next 2 rounds, you get a third buy to follow it. So basically, what we're saying is that if SemperFi want to recover this, they've actually got to do it the hard way. They've got to do it against full buys basically the entire way through. So, yeah, it is, as we've been painting maybe a bit of a bleak picture, it is potentially a bleak situation for SemperFi. I think they know that the odds are stacked against them.
Big round on the cards then. SemperFi absolutely need to be winning this, convince themselves that they are capable of that comeback. Easier said than done. Aggression coming in here. We've got the man thinking about second mid, but backing off very last second it looked like. Shady going to go dipping in towards Boiler. Lost the apartment's control really quickly here. The T's work their way in. I think it's been heard it was so fast.
Yeah.
So, yes, they get the control, but the information could be there for the CT side. They're looking to keep things fast here. Orp finds a lucky kill. Perhaps an overswing from Hazard at the top end of Banana. He will be punished for it. Keen, meanwhile, locked in. They're going to double swing him, though, and he doesn't find either. Splits the difference. Big find from the double swing in the apartments. I think with that, you start to soft save unless your defenders of the site itself can go absolutely nuclear. It's going to have to be Shady. He's kind of the only one in a good position here. They know that as well. Molotov comes in to force him away. Takes quite a bit of damage on the toes, but still relatively healthy despite the amount of ticks. And they are slowing way down here, giving the CTs a moment to adjust, get ready. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Just not quite enough damage done. 12-7 now for the French side.
Yeah, unfortunately for Shady, he was just a little bit indecisive about do I actually play on the left or the right-hand side of that Molotov, and because of it takes a couple too many ticks, and it's probably quite indicative, I think, of the SemperFi side who feel like they're under so much pressure. They're really struggling to be decisive in terms of their engagements. That's a lovely double swing, it will be said, but realistically, Keen's got to be getting one there. He should be going 1-for-1 in the trades. If he is, that round's completely different as it plays out. But it's the F-bots and maybes. The absolutes are 3D Max on map and series point with 5 series points to work with. On the flip side for SemperFi, sure, you get a buy, but will require Hazard building a 5-7 here. Oh my god, how can they not see Savage above that smoke? He's staying here as well. Oh, he's going to lose his life though, and so will Keen. Half, mate, I think this might be the beginning of the end.
It does certainly look that way, doesn't it? And they've also tried to bolster up B, which at the moment seems to be the false bomb site, false prophecy over yonder. Taking it slow now. 3D Max know that they are in the game-winning position. Should be able to see things off from here. Smokes over the top. Take it easy. Take it cleanly. There is only that one defender. Shady in the same position as last round, so that might go overlooked ever so slightly. Or it might get doubly checked. See if he can hold. And they're really quite certain of a B play, not rotating anyone around. I think if you were able to like gamble into A with a read here, it could be doable, but with just one player on the site, he needs the best round of the series so far in order to keep SemperFi alive. Changing it up, playing the headshot box. A little bit of a dodgy Molotov.
It splits the park.
It does indeed. Slows him down slightly. Buys more time for the rotations now, actually. So they've managed to worm their way in. Addict going to go down.
15.
Hazard does get a couple. Shady, no, falls to the AWP. They gave us a real solid bit of hope there at the end, but it's just not going to be enough as the Frenchman will take it over the line, looking very clean in doing so. And again, it's those T-halves, just too much for SemperFi to deal with.
Yeah, it's a really good run from 3D Max. And again, it's worth bringing up that it's actually a really nice recovery in that they were struggling at the start. And they just couldn't get a look in at all. SemperFi looks so clean. And 3D Max, they take a pause, they take a moment to just take a breather more than anything. And they find such a good run of rounds. And SemperFi just couldn't find a way to shut them down. The snowball effect was just too strong from the French. And well, unfortunately for SemperFi, it's back to the drawing board, but down into the 0-2 bracket now. Tournament life on the line in their next series. Never where you want to be. A 13-7 there on map number 2, and a fantastic showing finally on Inferno for 3D Max, who really struggled on that map for a little while.
No, it is true. I mean, it's tough as well. SemperFi, you know, with a great showing on D2 yesterday against Paravision, we maybe gave them the benefit of the doubt, right, that they might be able to get something done here. They might be able to take a map away. They got their Inferno, their sort of favorite map at the moment, one that they have built up some wins in Europe when it's been a tough trip to Europe, let's say, in some of the tournaments they've been playing in, you know, some of these tier 2 tournaments and things to build into the Pro League. And unfortunately, looking down the barrel of a Swift 0-3, a Swift maybe no maps picked up as well, depending on how things go in their future games. So it's tough. It's tough. And, you know, I like this team. There's good flashes of moments. It's just lacking a bit of that punch at times that does get the better of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they just lose a bit of control in kind of the mid to late stages. We saw it against Paravision yesterday, right? They were in a really decent commanding position. But again, it's kind of like Paravision. They lock in a little bit. They manage to chain a few rounds together. And it just feels like, unfortunately, for the SemperFi side, they struggle to kind of bring themselves out of a rut. Once they go into a bad place within these games, they just can't find the form back in their favor. So credit where it's due, a fantastic run there from 3D Max, especially towards that second half. They just never let up the pace. They were relentless in terms of the aggression, and they were so good at playing as this pack and playing as this unit, and they moved SemperFi around the map and made life so difficult for them. That's what Inferno can bring. You know, Inferno played at a top level, can be exactly like that, but in the end, for SemperFi, like, it's another one where it's similar to kind of what we saw in that Dust 2, where like there's bits of respect earned. They're definitely not like as bad as maybe people would have initially put them as, but it's still in a position where they're 0-4 now in this tournament, and I mean, towards that 0-2 bracket, it could continue all the same.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're a team as well for me that like could continually improve if they were given the chances to get more reps in and whatnot. It's just the fact that it's kind of once every maybe 4 months, if we're being generous, that they get to play in like a bigger tournament with some of the bigger teams, and also in a tournament where it's like they're not just coming in as that wild card, you might call it, slot. They're able to work their way in and be like, okay, these are some teams that we could potentially beat and whatnot. They're not just getting immediately slammed by like Spirit or Vitality or whatever, given the way that things are at the moment. So there is potential. I think there is certainly space for them to keep things rolling here and keep improving, but it's going to be difficult to ultimately get those reps in if you are going down quite quickly. So we'll see, and it just takes one bad tournament to completely lose that sort of improvement and momentum that you might have been building.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on as well. Hopefully we'll jump on an interview in a second off the back of that, because it was a really nice showing from 3D Max at times. And I think, you know, for them, we're still asking the questions of where this 3D Max side are at, because it was a really good end to the year, but a really poor start to this one. And we're trying to see if we can get back to all the highs of the tail end of 2025, because there was some really good Counter-Strike being played there that obviously made changes, and they're looking at trying to have a bit of a new look in a sense. But I think we've got this interview ready. I think hopefully we'll be joined, if I'm right in saying, by Maka at the tail end of that one. And we are. Maka, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Talk me through the series, right? You got that Dust 2 and Inferno you come through, and both for the most part pretty comfortable. It feels like you figured out SemperFi, especially at the tail end of Inferno. How are you feeling off the back of that one?
Yeah, to be honest, feels really nice to be able to get back to victory, you know? It's been like quite a long time we didn't win a match since Krakow, and I think since the end of the year we are struggling to win some matches. I mean, a lot of matches from Bucharest to Chengdu to now. So yeah, it feels pretty nice, and I think SemperFi was a good test for us, because they are not that strong, but they could be annoying. The way they play could be surprising, because they have nothing to lose, and we pretty much have the pressure on our shoulders to get back to where we want to belong. So yeah.
Yeah, you guys obviously have made some moves as well coming into this tournament. It feels like quite sort of last minute to us. I'm not sure if there was a lot of planning going into it, but ultimately, can you talk me through like Masood's coming into the roster, and then of course MBK sort of behind the scenes, maybe not sure what he's been able to do just yet, but that is a name that catches some attention, of course.
Yeah, sure, for sure. So Mizuta just came into the roster because we needed a change in the team. So it's been decided by 3D Max, not by any kind of staff, you know. The coaching staff was removed, so it was kind of above us. So the management decided to make a change, and we picked Mizuta. and NBK and Wasing because they were working together in Gen 1. So it was a pretty nice match to have because they knew each other pretty well, and NBK is bringing a lot of like experience. He's been able to make us improve from yesterday to today about like some kind of rounds. We were messing up yesterday against Spain, and Mizuta is like someone who's like less vocal than Body, I would say, but he's pretty much focused individually. You know, he's very sharp, and he's been known for that for quite a long time. Like he's like individually aim-wise, is insane. To be honest, he can really be insane at some moments. He's like very flashy, very able to have some insane multi-kill, so it helps a lot the team to have that kind of player who's confident on his skill.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much for joining us, Mako. It's a pleasure to have you on, as always. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Opening fight here, and no utility to do it. Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
Down in the mud. 5-7s. Bottom of the barrel loss bonus. CT side doesn't feel good. Biguzero with a bit of space though. Maybe he can do something with this. An opening kill, but they've already got so much long control. I don't think it would matter either way, and he's not going to find it. So 5 players towards long. You'll see an A finish similar to the pistol here. Pretty much exactly like the pistol, in fact. Scout and 5-7 connecting.
Hey, that's not bad.
Everyone's here. The boosters are being set up as well. This could actually be quite dangerous now. Anyone's round.
Happy with the Utah right now from the Visionaries.
Here comes the leap of faith again. Another boost, I would say.
It's always so sketchy though, right? You're doing that boost and you need to hope that there's enough distraction that they're not ready, because otherwise you just sit and duck. Okay.
Oh my.
What a spurt through that smoke.
It's fine. It's all fine.
Well handled.
Everything's okay.
Exciting for a moment. 5-7s, always problematic, but that was the force buy. Full eco up next. 3-1 locked in.
Anyone interested in the mailbag?
If you've got a banger, then yes.
Yeah,
I can't confirm I have
It's
a
not
banger.
always bangers in there. There's sometimes just, you know, spam mail.
Okay, we got an interesting one here. This is from Alexander.
Okay.
He emails in.
Interested.
Much love from the night shift in rural Australia hospital. In a rural Australian hospital, excuse me. Y'all are making this mandatory training bearable.
Oh, is he an audio-only listener, do you think?
I'm not sure.
You'd imagine so, but...
Either way.
If he's at a hospital, I'd prefer if he did the training.
Well, it's in rural Australia, Rush. You won't have to worry about it.
Sure, good point.
Thanks for the good vibes. I only sometimes I could have a Chad crash out at my patients. Oh, I guess it means I wish, or I only sometimes have a Chad crash out at my patients. It's one of the two. Either way.
I think he's saying he wishes he could sometimes crash out like you do to the patients, but he has to be professional.
That's
Maybe
unfortunate.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just do it. See what happens. Say the ramifications.
Don't do that. Bad advice.
Throw your career away. USPs, all in line, all ready to strike here.
Do we ever eco? We didn't really need to yesterday.
We didn't.
We played the cheaters on overpass.
I think we did it on Anubis a couple of times.
Yeah, that's right. One of the Anubises was a little bit of a battle. The second one where we did the T-stairs smoke every round.
That was fun.
Spawns always. But did you guys see what I was doing with the rotation?
Yeah.
Right, like as soon as the con guy has the boys in water, he drops down.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody, back to the stream. It's now time for a takeover of James and Dan. So, hello. Here we are again for a couple of best of threes. And how are you feeling, James, to start things off here?
Hey, Dan, have you been beating your meat recently?
What do you mean?
Because I was looking at, like, kitchen knives yesterday, right? But today, I'm looking at the food mallets, you know, for beating the mincemeat and stuff in the kitchen. So I don't know if you're a meat beater, but I don't have any tools for the beating of the meats. So if you have any advice, then send some links my way.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, to be honest,
you can...
sometimes like the play is to get like I'll get like a chuck eye, like maybe like 32 pounds of chuck eye. Like that's a lot of meat, but you got to tenderize it, James. You got to break apart the sinews and so on. Yeah, so it's not all too chewy when you have to go. And
you're in Texas, you must be doing all kinds of meat beating out there. But I want to get into the meat beating scene with a big. Because I was wondering, like, can you get like a Damascus steel? Because I've got Damascus steel bread knives.
The production's like
kitchen knives.
Talk about the brackets.
But like, can you get a Damascus steel like food hammer? I don't know. Anyway, this is how things have been shaping up. We've had some action today. We've had more 2-0s than we did yesterday, so not everything is going all the way. There was some hint of a potential comeback towards the end of that last game, but didn't quite happen. We'll see if these next ones will be some 3 mappers. NIP M80, the next one up on the stream. Of course, the stream A is still on the first game there. See if there's going to be a comeback, but it's clean sheet so far, Dan. 2-0s, top, middle, and bottom.
Yeah, it seems like teams are going through the meat tenderizer today in terms of the speed of these matches. We'll see if that continues, though. Towards the end, at the end of the day, things obviously. One thing I love about the Swiss system is just the stakes. Every match has value. It's not like matches don't have value in like a round robin or something. But round robin doesn't get me excited, James. Whereas it's very easy to get excited in the Swiss system, which is why I think it's persisted here. So, very curious to see how this first matchup's going to go. NIP. Is a team, obviously, I felt like they were in the spotlight recently, I suppose maybe for the wrong reasons, losing to 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, you're doing that VRS grind at the moment, has been a really big, I think, storyline, them returning to the scene. And NIP, is a team that has gone through many iterations over the years. And, we can see some of the grinding that NIP have been doing of late. And, things haven't been looking too bad, James.
Yeah. It's. I think it's good to be in the trenches, putting in as much work as possible, and it's a brave new world with all these VRS lands. So I think it's quite interesting, and I think it can be difficult to topple a newer team as well, because the more storied you are, the more data there is on your team as a unit. So I wouldn't put too much into that, but one of the more stable rosters. Of course, they've got one new man on the block who's Khan, but the rest of or Ken, I should say. But the rest of them have been there for a while, which is good. Again, we saw lots of I don't know if turbulent is the right word, but like when we had the 3D Max game yesterday, of course we've got people who've been there less than a week, but I think a month is a lot longer than a week. So NIP should be quite stable coming into this one. Got Exist in the back as well. Love to see him. Had many great times with him. Nice to see him still in action here. So yeah, we'll see what NIP are able to do today. They're a brand who've had many fans for a very long time, and many of the most famous players in the world have gone through their system. So hopefully that continues to be true with the current and future players as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely see over time. It's been interesting to see how the roster's developed over the many years. Trying to keep things Swedish for a long time, but then obviously now they're just trying to be as competitive as possible. I think some culture issues there previously. But you can see Kaspersky, actually the sole Polish player on the team, on the roster, is going to be highlighted here against Swisher from the M80 side. And we definitely saw some really great stuff yesterday from Swisher. I feel like M80, I think they showed that they are quite dangerous from an individual level. I think Foot obviously are in much better shape overall as a team at the moment, which is no surprise. But M80 obviously coming off of the win of Flomsland, I think obviously does also add to some of the confidence and perhaps some of the growth that this team is currently going through. So M80 I think is definitely a dangerous team. And I think if you look at the rankings as well, where these teams fit respectively, they are quite close together. I think 25th versus 29th on the world rankings. So this should be a very competitive game, James.
Yeah, I think one of the long-standing issues for North American teams is, if you're going back home and playing a lot of CS and NA, the scrims and such are just not going to be to the quality of what you're able to find in Europe. So the longer they can be in this region playing these teams, the better it will be for their overall trajectory. But they seem to manage that well enough. If you look at their recent matches, you'll see an American team in there. But again, they seem to be able to transition to the higher tier, higher caliber competition quite well. And I think we did see some potential from them yesterday. There's definitely work that these guys are ready to put in against some of these bigger brands like Ninjas and Pyjamas. So I think this is a well-matched game, 29 versus 25. Again, we had some matches yesterday where I think it was hard to pick a winner. And I think I'm in that camp for this series as well.
Yes, I think you'd be crazy if you felt super sure of what the result's going to be on this one. We'll see now the vetoes coming on through as well with these teams, and obviously we have some data yesterday from the play that we've had so far in the tournament for both these sides. Obviously, we got to see M80 on our side of things. We got to cast that game that they played against Foot. Which was pretty competitive on Anubis, actually. M80 looking really nice there, if I recall correctly. And we're going to get Anubis coming back out again. So that's going to be a fun one, I think, to start things off with.
Yeah, the more Anubis, the merrier. I think that everybody wants to see what Anubis is like, fans and players alike. And I think there are so many, I think there's a wide range. I think like over time, maybe things will, the range will narrow in terms of what people are doing on that map, what makes sense. But for now, it seems to be pretty wide. Although, we see a lot of discussion about CTs having options to send it through the window with multiple players and so on. I feel like people, at least yesterday, were a bit gun shy in that regard. But perhaps with a different matchup, we'll see more aggression there. Ancient as well. Speaking of aggression, plenty of action to be had there in mid as well, and Dust 2, which I think is the most popular map at the moment in Counter-Strike. And it's been here for so long, but there are still new looks to be had. I was watching a video from Nart earlier today about Dust 2 to see what nades look like versus all the ones that I've learned over the last 10 plus years. And there's so many different things now, of course, with the dynamics of smokes in CS2. So even on Dust 2, there's plenty to learn. So I'm very interested to see, if we get that far, what these teams will have to offer. But Anubis first map makes this very juicy indeed.
Yeah, I think this is a good selection of maps to make, for the most competitive or entertaining matchup. And it's going to be fun to see what the form looks like for the individuals. Of course, as always, often comes down to that. And, I agree with the Dust 2 sentiment that you shared. I am not someone that thinks you have to have new everything, and it's because historically I've come from, games like Quake, where it's about perfection or trying to reach perfection. And that in of itself, is actually a very interesting journey. Just having a new map itself doesn't necessarily make everything more entertaining. I guess it can make things feel a little bit fresher, but in some respect, it actually then takes quite some time for people to establish how the meta should be played, what's optimal, what's not. And it actually makes the results a bit more variable than you'd want them to be.
And into Anubis we go. M80 starting on the CT side. First map of our third series of the day on the B stream. Lake. You can expect him to do lots of lurking on the T sides as this series develops. That HE is quite notable for reasons I'll get into later on, but there'll be a straight send into the B bomb site by Ninjas in Pyjamas, somewhat smoothly. They've got a 5 versus 4. Bombs planted very quickly. Slats coming in from the back, though, has collected one with JBA dropping Snappy. There'll be problems then for NIP. They'll need to find these headshots. Down to a 3-on-3.
Oh, the run and gun. That's a nasty one for JBA. In comes Swisher, though. 2 players in E-box. It's a nasty setup to deal with. Very difficult indeed, but headshot found initially, at least. But good trades to secure the round there for the NIP side. So, you know, you never know what to expect from a pistol. But NIP get off to that positive start. And I have to see how the force buy goes. You know, that seems quite prominent. No one wants to save their money, James.
I know, we live in uncertain times, so it might be a good idea. But back to the HE that you saw being thrown by the CTs at the beginning, with the common passive positions that a team might hold outside B with, that HE can be enough dirt kicked up to kind of sneak past the angle and catch people off guard. We'll see if that happens later on. But for now, Snappy's looking to punish Swisher. Well, that's an expensive lesson learned early. Tighten up his game then.
So far, so good. You know, taking that E-box control for NIP. You know, it's a slow progression into this eventual B split, but that's one of the more dangerous spots. And the rest of the dangerous spots can kind of be dealt with by that util, which is mostly being utilized now on the site. And a very sensible choice now from MAT to potentially just try to save what they have into the next round. This round is basically, well, it is effectively done unless, you know, NIP do something quite ridiculous, but round is basically over. So, you know, what do you have for breakfast today, James? I don't know. People get mad when you ask that question. Never mind.
I just received never mind breakfast. I just received a delivery of Aleppo soap from Syria, which is really cool. Aleppo soap is a thing in Syria. I watched a guy. There's a few guys who you might consider a bit crazy who will visit places that you know, foreign, whatever, the foreign office will say, oh, don't go here, it's dangerous, blah blah blah, and they're like, yeah, but let's go and see what it's about. And the guy went around Syria, which was super interesting. But he went to one of the places where they make Aleppo soap. There are like different families in Aleppo that make soap, and they stamp it with their family name. Interestingly, this one's from the Jubaili family, which I don't know. The FGC aficionados, you might know Alex Jubaili, who's got Lebanese heritage, but it's similar to his last name. So I did ask him if he's got any Syrian connections. But yeah, I've got some Aleppo soap. Smells all right. I haven't tested it yet. Maybe I'll have a shower between games, Dan.
It's probably not a good sign if you have to do that. So, anyway. Blake might be considering getting in the water himself, though. So he's going to be able to keep tabs on what's going on beneath in this middle position as the default kind of begins to unravel.
It's worth noting, though,
unfold.
You see Snappy went under, he walked past him on the closest wall. So Lake can't see that angle. If you hug that wall, you can't be seen unless you like overcommit and stick your head out. For the most part. But he might just be looking for a boost into the window. And there are different angles that you can do that from as well. Just for people who are a bit unfamiliar with the new Anubis, you can boost under the window, but you can boost on the other side of the water and have some pretty good angles in towards that mid position. Now things are getting awkward for Snappy after he caught Swisher in the previous one. Swisher gets some revenge in this one.
And there we go. The push is triggered by the CTs trying to make their way forwards. There's a small bit of time that maybe they could get something going, but they get shut down. And again, you know, I think so far we can note that we are seeing just well played rounds by NIP, making sure that the anti-force spy is dealt with effectively. You know, they're not overcommitting to things. They're not panicking. They're using their utility. I like the pause that we had here, trying to create a scenario where the opponents are kind of forced to make a move. and then they get shut it down. So all according to plan so far for NIP. 3-0 is the score for them. Now as we look to the gun round, and Slacks is taking an AWP straight out of E-Box, peering all the way down through the water area, and he's going to see absolutely nothing for the time being. Lake, on the other hand, nice defense onto Kaspersky, who is alone there in the mid position. And what does that tell NIP about this setup?
It's a really sneaky angle Lake had. Even if you're like hard clearing a corner, and there are corners in Counter-Strike that you think you're hard clear and sometimes you won't, but that you can kind of stand in the hole. So you go for that hard clear, but you're in a deeper angle that doesn't normally exist, which is exactly what Lake did there. So abusing the new mechanics of that hole. So again, if you're clearing that position, it's more than 90 degrees you need to look at. Otherwise, you'll get caught off guard like that. So again, I think in these, if you will, early games of Anubis, there are going to be some gimmicks like that, which are going to give a strong advantage in a round as people learn from, I don't want to say mistakes, but things they just might not be aware of like that. It's a perfect example.
Well, it's a really good start then to M80's buy rounds, you know, after NIP had that kind of smooth initial opening 3. You see Lake defending mid very well there against Kaspersky. It's very difficult, obviously, if you're by yourself, you don't have enough utility to flush that player out. It's definitely a little gambly, perhaps, which Swisher will take full advantage of. Hey, you're not allowed to film here.
And have you been to ancient Egypt?
No, I have not. But I do want to go. As soon as they open up those pyramids and I get to like go beneath them.
You can bribe the guards for like £2 and just go beyond security barriers and just get some outrageous photos. One of the Ramesses tombs, I don't know which one. I should know. It's kind of disrespectful that I don't, because I kind of put my hand on the tomb. I gave the guy like £2 and he let me go and put my hand on the tomb. I don't know why. I guess I did it because I could. It's like, oh, they'll take a bribe. Go on then. I'll put a picture up later. Buy round for both squads then. 3-1 for NIP. M80 well studied on the current Anubis meta. Quirks, gimmicks. Unique position being abused by Lake there in that window. He's got some great nades for Ken's position here yesterday also. Quite punishing HEs, but they will make some inroads towards this A bomb site now. Will they pull rotation? There's over a minute on the clock here. They're by no means committed just yet.
Kaspersky gets himself that mid control. Lake is not there to be an annoyance. At least not at the moment. Nice! Wow, great slide out there from Ken. Finding Slacks into the sights. And that's going to attract some attention. Lake making his way from mid all the way to a closer position for the defense here. Big push out of the main spot, but Lake is doing a great job. The flash initially from Sin, perfect. And that push has been dismantled, leaving Kaspersky and Wrinkle alone. 30 seconds to play with in a 2 versus 4 in. Goes Swisher on the back, and Wrinkle is about to have a rude awakening. Uh-oh. There's no way that he checks this. Oh, the barrel as well. The Swisher's going in. Oh, he teased us, Chase. I thought the knife was coming out today.
He could. The way the guy's going, but he's checking his 6. The moment he pulls his knife out, I guarantee you he spins around and shotguns in. Damn, boy. Face down on the pavement like he's in the ends, bruv.
That's true. Face down on the pavements. Sounds like you have had experience with that, James.
As long as I'm not the guy face down on the pavement, it's all good. But, you know, I've been outside. I've seen some things.
So you wouldn't be the bottom there, you'd be the top.
If that's the bottom, yeah, I'll take whatever the other thing is.
Nice. Okay. Well, Hero AK, Kaspersky. Is it Kaspersky like an antivirus program?
Yeah, or like a search engine or something. I don't know.
Yes.
I feel secure though.
Internet tool.
Orb's got a lot of work to do. Slack's pulling up a flash, which might help Lake hold things down, cut the numbers as the ninjas try to get this bomb planted. Repositioning of this box on A is pretty good for the CTs, especially trying to defend a site push if you're in the right position. You drop a smoke down these stairs and give yourself some good cover. Ding dong. Kapaski is dead. That leaves Shush in a 1 versus 3. It's under a minute on the clock. There's some work to be done here. There's some damage to do. Keep the CT spending. IP had a good start to this one, as MAT looked to tie the score. Every frag that can be collected would be good for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but there will be no more on this occasion.
Yeah, the defense is looking great. I think MAT, they've showed a lot of confidence on this map. We saw it yesterday, as already mentioned, against Furt. They had a really, really strong time, and I think they also made Furt's T side look a little bit lost overall. I think Furt really struggled to make their defaults work and get value off of them, and so they never really, I think Furt at least, never really got into that T side, fully from that point of view. So NIP. Up against what seems to be a similar repeat performance so far. I mean, it is early, of course, but so far it's looking quite nice on NAT's end.
Up for Slacks. It was fun to watch in the action we saw yesterday with MAT. See if you can keep it up today. A responsive game being played. But the CT's on the B side. Again, more timing with the grenades, forcing Shush into the light. They'll be snuffed out by Slacks. Great work there from MAT. A long-held plan reaps rewards.
The challenge on E-Box from both sides. Oh dear, you might get sprayed. Good thing you had a silencer. Cannot be detected as easily at least, but still the E-Box position will be taken over by the NIP side. 3 players on site for defense. Now can NIP break in? This is going to be tough. Rotation not necessarily needed at this point. See how this defense actually stands up against this push. Swish able to take down one with the help of JBA. JBA with 3 actually. And it is such an easy hold for NIP, or rather for MAT. They are looking so nice on this defense from both sides. James, they seem somewhat untestable.
I thought it was quite interesting with that exchange we saw by E-Box. There were 2 HEs that came through as the, I forget what T it was who was facing the smoke there. But I wonder if that was a suggestion, because I wouldn't imagine that either of the people who threw that grenades were covering the other entrance to the bomb site. So I do wonder, was that a suggestion that there were maybe 3 players on that bomb site? Even if there were, they weren't necessarily in position to pivot over towards A. There was time though, but it would have been a gamble. And they find themselves on pistols in round 8. Hero AK-47, no utility whatsoever. Operation Human Shield for NIP. Wrinkle, no Kevlar. Everybody else has got some kind of protection. Again, we haven't seen much of the rear boost yet, if you will. This would be the front boost, but this is what I'm talking about. You can have some deeper angles. Did Lake spot something there? There is a threat to his right-hand side, which he will deal with. Little bait and switch with the sniper. And then there were 4.
Confidence building for the CT side of MAT as they look to receive Another push onto the A site. Well, they may not be looking for it, but it is. We can see that it is nigh. Slacks ready with the AWP posted up. Oh, very well done, Ken. Instant headshot onto Slacks. And it's actually going to be an open bomb site. Good entries coming in from LIP, giving themselves an opportunity. Ken has to go absolutely massive. This AK-47 needs to really do so much. And now against 3, Ken spotted. Nice headshot, quick flick onto JBA to dispatch of him, but the double peek is going to overwhelm and once again bring another round into the hands of M80.
Swisher always busy for M80. Doing good work so far. Hello to Flom, who is tuned in. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Hello.
It's good to see some Anubis action. And indeed, M80 have definitely been doing their research for all the little gimmicks, nooks and crannies that people have currently found on this map. We'll pout for both sides now. Wrinkle will wield the scope for the T sides, and Swisher will be decapitated. Close costly funeral for him. There's a bomb carrier spotted by Lake. Nasty shots onto Snappy and Khan. Is there anything left for him? That AWP is on the way now. Not sure if Wrinkle may have seen the barrel of Lake's gun, which might have been a clue as to which way he's going. Scoped in already. Oh, he's gone beyond the angle for Sin. That's an unfortunate one for NIP. That leaves Shush in a 1 versus 3. Some gambling to be done. Lake's been a nuisance in this round. Sin and Slacks remain. Still a minute on the clock here. This is not comfortable for either side.
Yeah, when things get to situations like this, so much can come down to the timing. But we can already see one dynamic that is scary for Shush, where the AWP is in Slacks' hands, and the AWP is really the best weapon, or one of, in these scenarios, because the T kind of has to walk around. The element of surprise is everything, but walking into an AWP angle is obviously certain death, so you've got to be quite fortunate to avoid that. So definitely quite challenging, and Shush just rerouting through the water, actually finding an entry towards that B site, for looking like he might be able to plant here. Of course, the AWP of Slacks now routing its way around to B main. So again, some of these angles could be opened up. It depends which side does Shush try to plant on. Where does he feel safest? There it is, the plant comes in, and the angle is open and exposed. Well played by Slacks on the reposition. And yet another round going to M80. Is that, they're flawless, right? Since the first, 0-3 down?
I think so. You're putting me on a spot now. You're making me think that I'm stupid, Dad. Nice fragging here.
Yeah, 6 in a row there.
Yeah. They have stabilized. A lot of util in this round for Ninjas. More opportunities on New Look Anubis for grenades. From and into close positions. That's an old one, but very, very useful. To cut off rotations. Pistols have closed the distance. Lake rotating away from the A-bomb site leaves only Sin and Slacks to do all the work here. They'll be smoked off on either side now. Sandwich waiting for reinforcements. Oh, swing and a miss from Slacks. There are some nice volley angles, I was about to say, from that pillar as well. Which will make things even more oppressive, but they're all still standing for now.
There we go. CTs. M80 looking to burst in for the retake against these pistols. Ken goes down. Really slowing things here. The Tech 9s, but slowly diminished. Down to just 2 players, Snappy and Shush. Shush with the Galil. But again, this is going to be very difficult. In come the CTs, looking for the overwhelm. And Shush now with the Galil, looking for the wild spray that's required. And it's just too much to handle. And the defuse looks to be coming in here. That kit is there, ready for a task such as this. And another round, 7 in a row now for M80. They are loving it.
That was a close one. Survived the Tech 9 test. Yeah, so far so good for M80, enjoying themselves on Anubis. Swisher certainly is. A bomb plant will certainly be helpful, though, for Ninjas in Pyjamas to keep up the pressure. They can keep it close at half-time. If they can find that a little bit more success. Plenty to learn from these rounds. Seen different levels of aggression from MAT. More action through the window today. Or the hole, if you rather. I think people were a little gun shy previously. Oh, have a look at this. Ooh.
It's fine. Gotta relax, Jake. Recline in your chair.
Oh.
Ooh, Lake is going crazy. Straight out of mid, just finding two. And that is honestly, I love that call. How can you not love that call?
That's a bad miss.
That's the first time we've seen an aggression like that this entire time. Completely catches them off.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, the aggression through the window has been somewhat raised today than we saw yesterday. Lake indeed is that nuisance for MAT. And Swisher spots problems on the B bomb site now. JBA's got himself in a very interesting position, which compromises a potential rotation. The remainder of NIP somewhat spread out from each other now. Let's not forget how important the trade fragging potential is for a T side. Oh, Sin, you thought he had that all day. Tide is turning. 2-on-2. JBA spotted, but he hasn't been able to exploit this position. Not as much as you might expect. He has delayed the rotation, though, which allows Swisher to get into position.
Yeah, that's good position. Very good position. With Wrinkle low, maybe Swisher can do it all. And the sound cues perfectly. This is brilliant play there from Swisher. Takes down both. Absolutely ideal approach. And that's going to lock in another round for MAT. That's just so crushing for NIP.
Yeah, these boys are prepared. See the body language. There is frustration there. I forget what percentage of communication is non-verbal with humans, but I am enjoying these cams very much. So close and yet so far.
I knew you were a cam enjoyer, James.
Yeah. I'm not beating the meat. I'm on the cams.
Well, all right. Give me a moment to recover from that. Okay, so we've got, once again... Actually, MAT might be going aggressive here in A main, and this could be problematic. They get caught by a fast pace from their opposition. Slacks, though, looking to slow this one down. Good help there from Lake to take down Shush, and that does actually deflect the push, but the rotation comes through, and for a moment, seems like there is now hesitation from MAT. They've realized that the round is getting reset, and... But do they realize part of the reason is because Kaspersky, in the madness, walked all the way into the B site?
He's not going to find anything with his position. You wonder if we're going to end up with flanks on flanks here. Oh, JBA is actually looking, but he will receive lead to the face, which will certainly help. That's a great flick from Slack. Somehow still survives the flames. 2-on-2. He needs to run distraction as Swisher is currently position unknown. Kits for both the players here for MAT, looking to continue their streak. A big swing from Swisher. The mollies are here to flush out Snappy. Now it's down to Kaspersky. He's got to find two. Beautiful work. Very low health, but is there time for Swisher? I think there is. Looks like they've secured that last one. The bro fists are there. That's a solid half for MAT. strong half from M80. After losing the initial rounds, it was smooth sailing all the way to halftime. Those faces changed for Ninjas in Pyjamas pretty quickly after a frustrating half versus a well-versed M80 on current Anubis, Dan.
Yeah, they're a problem, I think. I think that's what we're really finding out here, based off of yesterday's performance as well. This map is looking very strong for them. And now on the T side, we'll see what they're able to do and what NIP is able to do to try and maybe stem the bleeding. Apply the tourniquets. But to begin with, we have a very passive opener from the T side. You've got M80 really fishing for potential aggression from NIP, and they themselves are playing fairly passive, double E-box setup, 2 players around same main as well. So it's ultimately about the waiting game for NIP here, and they're not going to be waiting for too much longer.
There are many pieces of utility. There's a grand plan for M80. And the set piece begins. Staging area is uncontested, and in they go, full send. Super Mario Brothers, as they try to avoid the headshots, do M80 and deliver some of their own. Bomb sites taken then, 3 versus 5. They are currently untouched, 500 HP M80 versus the remainder of NIP.
There's a problem. NIP need to find some magic here, dig deep, or else they could be looking at a fast exit on Anubis. And of course, the numbers are just absolutely wild there for M80. Still 5 alive at the end of that one. And they will be picking up the pistol. Of course, they lost the pistol on the first half, which then resulted in them going 3 rounds down, but proceeding to lose nothing. They have not since lost a round. So they're looking in good shape. And we'll get a timeout from NIP to potentially find some sort of a solution, provide a mental reset, and just recalibrate as they look to do something in this Anubis game.
Yeah, you wonder if this might be a brief one for the Ninjas. But even if it is, there's definitely research to be done in the demo. Easy lessons to learn. I think Lake's shenanigans in the first half set some good examples of what is possible at present on this map. Let's see if they're able to turn things around. I have a chance, no matter how small.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And for NIP, they've only got 2 Anubises recorded in the last 3 months, and for M80, they only have 1, which was the yesterday match. So I think it really, we are starting to see really that this is a map that maybe was prepared quite significantly, given M80's form so far. And now, but this is one of the tests though, in terms of how drilled they are, looking at this anti-force buy scenario. Ooh. Double HE there on A main, and replaces the position briefly, and before backing out.
I think at this stage in Counter-Strike, new map comes through, you have to jump on it straight away. Some teams, like over the years, some teams often did. Some teams would just veto it and so on, but you just can't have a weak map pool. You need to have places you want to go. You can go if you are to be successful in Counter-Strike. "45 seconds remain. M80 still have quite a lot of utility. The chained flashes will surely yield an opening on this A bomb site, and rotation will start. However, they're pushing both bomb sites at the same time with varied success. They'll lose one, but trade over towards B as everyone's out of position now for NIP.
Good smoke timing though, looking to block Kaversky's entry. He'll still have to push forwards though, and does get dealt with. JBA with that one, and that's going to give him a strong position backside here to spray down the rest, and that is exactly what happens. And it definitely looked a little bit scary, but just as we were talking about, there was a plan there. There was the ability to pivot, which definitely shows that again, M80 have got some good experience here in terms of the preparation for this map. And again, just worst case scenario for NIP after, just being in a situation where they're going to have to force buy every single round of this second half. There's really no choice. They are so far behind at this point. They just need to win a round. 3 to 11. It's a desperate deficit.
Anubis yesterday versus Foot was 13-10 to M80. Seeing a very different look here, which I don't know if it's NIP being strategically outmatched. Maybe having less experience, of course. Again, we've got the public stats, but teams will be scrimming it unless they're crazy. But I think there might be a deficit for this particular map. And for future opponents of M80, this might be valuable data for a potential veto. It's going so well. I think it will come down to how versed a future opponent may feel on Anubis. How ready they may be for what they've seen from M80 today. Even that poke and prod between A and B in the round prior, timing-wise, requires a lot of organization and synergy. M80 looking quite ready on Anubis.
Looking to hit this B-bomb site once again. Shush needs that magic headshot. Doesn't find any quick headshots though. That's unfortunate, and the distance is close. Wrinkle though, on the other hand, with the USP, doing some work here at the back of the site, but again, overwhelming forces, overwhelming armaments there from the M80 side. Easily cleans up the site, and everything is just going according to plan. I mean, we might be in and out very quickly of this one.
Yeah, a prompt one, it looks like. But even so, valuable lessons for the ninjas.
Well, like this, M80 taking a timeout. They're like, let's not mess around. Let's just close this one out. Okay, what are we doing? You don't often see that, I think, James. But this is, you know, when you're at 12, it kind of is that spot where you start giving rounds away. And complacency starts to set in. It's like, I need one more.
Yeah, you should always be looking to play optimally, which is very, very much easier said than done. You know, my pistol coach always tells me I need to be training with the same intensity I bring to a competition, and I just can rarely do that when I'm training on my own. It's easy to lose focus. And then CS throws some rounds away. Momentum is something you don't want to give your opponent. So let's see if they can close it quickly then, M80. AWP will be out for Wrinkle, currently 7 for 13 after a difficult first half. Lake has been the man who can, 19 for 6. Doing great work for M80. Very important tool for the squad. Somewhat silently creeping through mid now. And NIP are very quickly devoid of information. You can see them trying to find something outside the A bomb site. Scared to go all the way though, and Snappy's got little help. They fall like dominoes all across the map, rotating over towards B, walking to their demise on A.
Oh, it comes down to this, I suppose. 2 versus 4 on the retake. Pesky, this person nade takes a big chunky nade himself. This is looking absolutely dire. No choice but to go for it, of course. The re-smoke, just to make it worse, of course. Why not? Some sound cues as well. This really is the most horrendous sight you've ever seen, and they'll get sprayed down by Slacks and JBA, and it's a clean 12-3 from M80. What a start to the series for them.
utility. You're Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/.
Double T up.
I felt attacked.
Don't ever bring that tweet up again, please.
All right, they won't expect NQZ's up here. Oh, now they will, because he fired the shot.
True.
Okay, well, they have the money, so may as well splash the cash.
Get splashing.
Pyria will be back off the AWP onto the AK, so just a default round now. NQZ all the way back around the world from the upper tunnels.
Why VSM no grenade? Did he throw? He threw, I guess. Picked up a molly. Putting it to use on the short side.
It's the 3B stack again, so they're going to try and gamble the game out.
I do enjoy this B stack.
I love the B stack.
Eventually, we'll win it.
This guy's unreal.
Just typed to Twitch that these casters are in the mud, and it really got me.
We are in the mud.
Okay, Henry, this is what I was telling you about before Dust 2 started.
Yep.
So as long as Wei maintains long control and James stays alive, we will see likely 5v5 retake on A. And it's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty.
Let's have a look.
Break on the smoke.
Oh, great.
Hey, but they're pushing you back.
There you go.
Oh, okay, we're on.
Out the retake. This is it. Wrap it up, Hugo.
Wrap it up. Well, it was a great series. But ultimately, all we remember is that nade from Gaimin just slammed him down to half health on 3 players.
Look at the fundamentals, Henry.
5v4 retake.
5v4 now. Snow, he tried valiantly, but there were too many players in the spawn and Paravision. It took them rounds. It took them far too many rounds, you could argue, here on Dust 2. But after an overtime close on Mirage and their best map in the pool, we knew that Paravision always had them right where they want them into one more round of play, looking for the final
time.
Okay.
And he's done it.
He's done it. It keeps going. We keep going.
Round 24.
Right. If they win now, they are paid by the round. They are not beating the allegations.
I can't quite believe it.
If they were truly paid by the round, we'd get overtime.
True.
I
and then a third map.
I believe this.
Oh my god. They had credit to Payne. I know we're trolling you, but credit to Payne. This is a very impressive.
Guys used to choke.
Yeah, it's a bit of resilience.
This is a wild clawback.
Guys, this was 10-2.
Yes.
Paravision won the pistol.
It was
11-2. They lost to the Force Buy. They won one more round for the rest of regulation, and now we are looking at round 24.
All right, let's see.
A streak of 4, and now a streak of 6. Or 5,
Are they stacking the B bomb side?
Surely.
Not right now.
One more stack.
No, there is. They are.
We just need one more
They
stack.
are. They're stacking it again.
We just need one more
It has to pay off eventually.
I guess so.
Well, they came into the Triple B and they still lost.
True.
So
I've never seen anything like it.
what a comeback. 10-2. 11-2.
Unbelievable scenes.
If they
It's
win
always
now,
3
Harry-
maps. It's always 3 maps.
Well, it's not. This is just their best map. It's shocking to see them falter on CT Dust 2. This is where they do their best work.
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
11-2 up.
Or noted along.
If they just execute A again, obviously they don't know that the stack's in play.
I think it's because we keep wrapping it up. I think that's the problem.
Let's not wrap it up this time.
Don't wrap it up this time.
Payne, they are on for this overtime. The most
There we go, there we go,
unlikely
there we
of
go.
comebacks.
There we go.
It's been a-
10-2
yeah.
down on the half. 11-2 down after the pistol. On the home map of Paravision. They were never meant to get here. A snow clutch kept them in it.
A streak of 4 rounds, and now a streak of 6 rounds if they can find this final one, which surely at this point...
Big smoke at 30 seconds.
Yeah, true.
And they're playing nobody long, so Zway's going to be able to support Jaime on this fight. They're not playing retake. They're going to fight this. This is all in right now. Oh, he's missed this.
Out it goes.
This is going to be late.
They fumbled it.
20 seconds.
done.
Good nade again, but it wasn't enough.
No way, not like this.
Jaime on the cross. Zway backed up. Income Payne. Receiving
15.
exactly that. 4v5. Need this bomb down, but it's all come crumbling apart.
Oh,
Wait, what's this?
Oh,
Not enough.
get away with it.
Not today.
NQZ doesn't have the time. And here they come. Paravision are never beaten the allegations. The full 24 rounds needed, but they lock it in. From 11-2 in the lead. A hell of a comeback attempt out of pain.
Wrap it up.
Did all they could. But in the end, it's not in pain, it's in vain. It gets away from them. And Paravision waltz on through 2-0 like they own the bloody place.
Beautiful match. Beautiful map here from Paravision. And some credit to Pain for resilience. Not something we...
Welcome back to the excuse me, ESL Pro League, and we are going to be continuing. I know there's a frog in my throat, as they say.
Look, this is my Aleppo soap straight out of Syria. Maybe NIP will want to wash themselves after the dirty beating they got on Anubis.
Is it like Turkish soap, James? Is it like?
I don't know what Turkish soap is like.
It's got like
what's
olive
Turkish
oil
soap
in
like?
there.
This has. Let me read the ingredient list. Sodium laurelate, sodium olivate, aqua, glycerin. That's it.
Yeah,
I don't know what those things mean.
Sounds similar. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
All right. Well, we are going into the game. Here we are. And if you guys missed the map one, it was an absolute blasting. NIP got sent into the bins, and I think this is much more favorable ground for them. I think this is the common ground in this series. So we should expect to see a close matchup here, James, on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, if I was at NIP, I wouldn't be like concerned with, in the short term with that loss on Anubis. It's a learning process, I think, at this stage of the map. The important thing is to learn from that process. So we'll look for that in the future. Now let's see if they can right the ship here on Ancient. Some jewels in red room will be unfavorable for the Ninjas. Looking to collapse on the B-bomb site now, but they're on the receiving end of the lead at present. This is not going favorably for the Swedish organization. Snappy has much to do and will have a brief chance to do it after Kern goes down. So M80 will be out of the blocks quickly on Ancient.
What if they don't win a round?
No.
It's been a while. It's been a while. They haven't run around in how many rounds? Now it's going to be 14 rounds.
Oh yeah, the string continues. It's a long piece of string.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was the first person who said how long is a piece of string? Because can you imagine, like, it's a kind of an irritating question, and it's continued for perpetuity. There we go. Yeah. How long was a piece of string? I feel like it was someone in the east end of London who said that. Anyway, the string is getting longer. The string around. Oh, that someone screenshot that. That was the flipping producers. Mate, that's an emoji right there. That's like a emoji. Anyway, this string is getting longer for M80. And I think to start this way for the Ninjas, after all those losses, after round after round was lost, ain't gonna be good for the psyche.
No, it sucks. I mean, we've all. I feel like if you play Counter-Strike, you have had this experience. Obviously, in a competitive context, it's going to feel a little bit different. But that feeling like you just can't kill anyone, you can't win rounds. It is something that gets to some players and teams more than others, and it obviously improves the confidence for the opposition. I think that's why M80 took the time out at the end of the last map, because they want to make sure that they keep that pressure on and they don't get complacent and allow that psychological edge to come back for NIP. Where NIP are like, oh yeah, we can win these clutches, we can win rounds. But you just don't want to allow that. It's a huge psychological edge, and as we see the opener here into this A site, it's actually going to allow NIP to maybe make something of this with the post plant.
Numbers are being thinned very quickly indeed. Yeah. That was pretty solid. That's a great round if you're M80. Like, you're happy with that. 4 people surviving. Not going to be too concerned with the bomb plant. Just build that money. It's good times. A promising start. But now let's see if we'll have that role reversal where NIP won the initial rounds and kind of lost everything on the first game. Can NIP have a steady focus here? They really lined up nicely for Swisher there. Didn't need to do much moving of the mouse. All right, so a relatively clean start for M80. There are 3 players looking for their first frag for the Ninjas.
Some initial nades. They're into mid by both sides, and The creep down the ramp. This is the perfect timing for M80, though. Or rather, sorry, for LAP, as they were just looking for opening kills and handed to them. But it is a 3 versus 3. So still a lot more to be done. And Slax is in a great position should they walk their way around his angle. And again, we talked about it in the previous map. In situations like this, Ops can gain a lot of strength because you kind of need to be walking into spots. You don't want to announce your presence. And so there is a real danger here that Slax could get a freebie and then reposition.
Big focus on the B-bomb site. They start to move in. Slack still focused on Snappy's position. That will certainly be helpful. And now Ken will find himself alone in a 1 versus 3, trying to isolate these fights, but can't finish the spray on the first one. And that will be a victorious one for M80. It's looking a little precarious with the push on the ramp, considering the SMGs involved. I think maybe if Slax was in position to drop a flash for them, they may have been standing with more at the end of this round. But again, they're looking strong at the beginning. And is it early to have concerns for the Ninjas?
Yes. No, it's not. I think we do look at this as something that's continued from the previous map of struggles. I mean, if we're counting it, 16 rounds in a row now for M80. They receive a very fast push into the B bomb sites, but lots of nades hit to slow this one down. So looking like it's a good hold so far, but still more to be done, of course. I'll have to wait those smokes out, potentially.
A chaotic environment is favorable to the pistol-wielding team, but the results say otherwise. Lake and Swish are heavily tagged, but still standing. Now, they could easily be dispatched of. Will it be a dry peek? Oh, no. Flash is on the way. I think it might have been heard there by Snappy. He will deal with Swisher. Tin's got to be careful. That range is very nice for a Tech 9. Is rotating over in the hands of Shush. No util remaining for NIP. Now, will the CTs be patient? Will they hold position? I don't know the full climate anymore. Noise has been cut, just one player showing presence. Well, there is some util on the floor there, which might be helpful for a potential bomb plants.
So it's the opportunity for NIP finally. And the wrap is starting to come here around the side. Lake, JBA leading the charge. And that smoke on ramp is going to be quite problematic. Molly as well. All the retake utility. Persky with the lineup though. With the Eagle. Oh, he's slightly off. Oh no. Well, I don't think it would have mattered too much anyway, but another round for M80. And we have to keep the tally going, James. That's 17 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's not looking good. We need to see more competition here from the Ninjas. Not able to close at present, and they will soon be running out of rounds to lose. Let's see if they can figure things out before it is too late. Well-equipped round for them in round 5. No AWP on the T side, but perhaps it won't be necessary. Lots of focus towards mid with the instant grenades. Great work from the observers as per usual. Small note, actually, there's not even time for that. Oh, Slacks just kind of swung off the player there. That was a very well-timed push, though. We often see the double HEs delayed in mid from M80 on the CT side. We didn't on that occasion. But maybe that's a tell if they're going to be aggressive elsewhere. We'll see in the remaining rounds. Lake will be traded around that red room position, though. So NIP have got some good mileage with plenty of time on the clock here.
Nice shot from Slacks though. But yeah, I mean, good position that was taken, and they made some good ground in this round so far, but now another problem. Good position from Sin there. Oh, but the peak. Crash peak. Working out for Kaspersky. Now, what is the play here? We got the rotation from the CTs, but actually making their way through M80, the middle position. And also, you know, Slacks, he's 46 HP. He's going all the way around the long way at the moment as well. So M80 might have unsuspected positions, but great find there at range from Shush. Does he really hold this for Slacks? I mean, it feels like low percentage that you're worried about that position. Now running straight into Slacks. Beautiful work there from M80, but still 2 versus 2. And all the time in the world for them to play with still here. 2 smokes still available.
So key that NIP have the information as to where both these last players are coming from also. They don't need to worry about much, and I don't see how Slacks solves this issue. He hasn't died yet in this game. He can keep that true. He can get far enough away. It was an unusual retake, though, with no one coming the way of CT. To be. But I gotta say, the spatial awareness there from Shush was really good. And again, we saw some issues in yesterday's game. Like, you've got to be aware of who's standing and who's been fragged in terms of where the rotations might be coming from. And he seemed to be very aware of potential threats. Was standing looking in T-spawn for quite a while as his teammates were moving up the ramp. So good awareness there, and maybe that can pay off in the rounds to come as they try to mount a recovery on this almost dead horse.
Yeah, breaking the streak at least. In this streak of rounds. So big presence in mid though from M80 this round, at least at the beginning. So that's going to force NIP to have to retake that later. And Swisher on the other end of things here of this smoke outside of B is definitely a position you want to force back if you are the T side. So they're going to look to be doing that here and just looking to try to delay things with the smoke. Not interested in the fight. Okay, there's the info. And there's the smoke to delay things. 113, that's that smoke planted down. Really playing the delay game right now. As NIP set themselves up.
Slate gonna swing. He is. Big flash. He'll collect 2, and he's still standing. Really nice work. Then collecting Wrinkle as well, leaving Snappy and Excapacy with much to do. Snappy making his way through. Tired of losing these rounds. Does not want to get reset. And they make it a 2-on-2. More to be done, though. 28 seconds. He's got some useful, but no smoke. It's going to be hard to find safety to plant this bomb. So they need to get another frag. They will. Sin dropped. That leaves Slacks alone now. 1 versus 2. Eating the nades. Has to look away as the bomb carrier makes it to the bomb site. Can he avoid the trade frag? Oh, he's got a small chance, but they swing together. What a comeback from NIP. That was a must-win round for them. Really hard fought for. Really well done.
And just like that, you know, you can breathe, you know, some energy into the team with a couple rounds, you know, back-to-back in that fashion. And I mean, we are seeing a lot of these rounds being won by just really great, you know, individual moments of just like finding great shots, snappy shots, no pun intended, in addition to just some good team play and good resolve. So with that, you know, M80 take a timeout. Again, I really like this because it feels like M80 recognize that they have a huge edge in this series, not just because they're 1 map up, but it's the fashion in which they've managed to win, in on map 1 and also some of this half as well. So I think they really want to get back to that and just shut down any semblance of resurgence from NIP as quickly as they can. So I think the timeout is like a really nice spot to do it, to kind of allow them to focus on that. And also just try to cool NIP off a little bit as well, because they're going to be feeling it after winning those 2 rounds. And it sucks to then have to just sit in the buy time, sit in the spawn, doing nothing.
This might be a fast one. A full focus on the A-bomb site from the Ninjas. 2-1-2 setup for M80 at present. Lake might be able to rotate quickly. That smoke and molly might come in handy. CT is smoked off very quickly indeed. Slaxis drops and JVA is not far behind him. Bomb site is open for business.
This is a very difficult retake to make happen. Ooh, solid shot there onto Swisher. And it's wraps. It is a wrap. Even if Slax had connected his AWP shot, it still looks like this would have been extremely difficult. And this is not around that you're going to see NIP do every single time. Of course, they're going to just sprinkle in unpredictably the very fast timings. So you don't want to over kind of prepare for that in the following rounds. One thing that I did like that M80 did around the same main position was they did do a two-man push at a fast timing. I think with moves like that, I think it'll be quite important because you don't want to allow the NIP side to condition you too heavily to be afraid of information gathering on that side of the map. But we'll see how NIP plays it.
Now's the time to build. Sometimes it's about how long it takes to break that CT economy. Then keep them on the back foot. Here is the opportunity then for NIP. But there is an investment. This is a lethal buy for M80. They've got utility. They've got plenty of one-shot weapons with these 5.7s and Deagle. They have a plan. I'm not going to take it lying down here. NIP have a focus on, you might argue, is currently the wrong bomb site. A swing and a miss though from Swisher. That'll certainly help if they can thin out these numbers. The util will tell a story. They'll have to be careful. They do have Shush in position as a plan B. Now with one player lost, will M80 try to combine their efforts?
Looks like that is going to be the case. They did half buy in this round, so there is stuff to be saved for their 4-buy in the following round. And I mean, it doesn't really make too much sense to lose any players here. Not because it wouldn't be great to maybe do some damage to the T economy, but I think it's just at this point, the positioning is too horrendous. With that said, they're going to take over T-spawn, which could allow them to yield a kill or two with their numbers and maybe get an upgrade. So making a play regardless, but I mean, this could be disastrous at the same time, James. They could actually lose everyone because the T's can absolutely and will absolutely try to remove these guns.
Oh yeah, they're in trouble now. Surely they can't survive all of them. Seems the T's won't pursue too much. I feel like this might be an opportunity missed to make them spend a little more.
Ooh.
But I mean, they have a buy regardless, I think. So maybe they want to prioritize their own economy. Either way, NIP continue to secure some rounds. Might become more difficult now, so we'll see if they can continue. They can keep the wheels turning. As it was rare they were turning. They had square wheels on the first map. Oof.
There's a well-placed rock in the way.
Unchallenged mid.
4-4.
Yeah, we have 3 CTs over towards B at the beginning of this one. Maybe fearing a faster play after the action we saw towards A. And then NIP will take that mid area relatively uncontested. It'll be the slow game then with Sin dropping a smoke in red room.
Ooh. That's a couple now that Slax has missed, where you probably give him the advantage with the AWP. And this has actually been partly some of the reasons why NIP have been able to kind of come back, because those early round AWP kills obviously go a long way. But we will get a setup in Donut. Ooh, the bang, though, coming in from Kaspersky. Gonna take down Swisher. So there we go. A trade at the very least in terms of numbers. 4-4. As we get the B site under full attack now.
Okay, Lake will get dropped, but he's got somebody to pick up the slack for him just around the corner. JBA will catch Ken off guard. His teammate took one for the team, and it might be to that CT's advantage then as they find themselves in a 3 versus 2 post plant. All here already. They've got a kit in the hands of Slacks, and Wrinkle's got so much to do. 1v3 with an AWP. He's found the first one. No trade just yet. He's got to be real careful. Battle sniper mode. He spotted some jiggling. Oh, surely he had Sin there. It's getting even more urgent for him now, but he's still somehow made it a 1v1. Where are the trades for the CTs? The fuse is being committed to. Can he find an angle, Wrinkle? He's baited him off of it. Or has he? No, he hasn't. The bomb's been defused, but that was a great effort from him to even get that far.
Yeah, it's a little bit sketchy. Very scary situation for both sides. And NIP take a timeout. Again, I think you know, the timeouts, I think for both teams being used well here. Very close round. NIP still have a bunch of money. We want to close out the half strong. The CTs will have economy again. How do you maintain control of this half of your NIP? You want to finish this one out strong, of course. I think both teams have been playing fairly unpredictably in terms of their setups. We've seen a lot of mix-ups on both the offense and the defense. Nice flick from Wrinkle. Okay, well, this is the moment, James. I feel like we're starting to see really how the first half is going to shape out in terms of who goes into advantage in the second half. And we're getting that very typical exchange of utility in the mid position. CT's usually getting the better of this and then sort of forcing the T's to have to reinvest. But it looks like actually LIP, they really want to go for this. But the play from the CT's as another layer of flashbangs and aggression is going to give them 2 kills. That's brilliant work for M80.
Wrinkle is in an interesting position. He's carrying the bomb. Of course, he's got the AWP over towards B as well. Be a great time for him to find an opening, but he will show the bomb at the same time. Now, that could be a trap for the CTs. They see the bomb towards B, but a bulk of the remaining forces are looking for entries elsewhere. See Wrinkle going back and forth in T-spawn as they try to figure out what's best. What can they choose with the evidence they have given their opponent? Wherever they choose to go, they'll still be in a 3v5 situation. But can they pull that third CT in the wrong direction? 40 seconds remain as they look to converge on the B bomb site. You can see Lakers simply playing the utility game to buy some time. Perhaps Swisher can get over and give them some extra help. Oh, surprising angle, but not good enough, or is it? They'll take that trade. 4-on-2 remain. Wrinkle still looking for flanks at present. 19 seconds on the clock. If they go for a push, they are guaranteed to get wrecked here. So what is the play? Looks like Wrinkle will be holding on to the AWP. But what are the plans for Snappy? DT's disengaging, maybe expecting a gamble towards the A bomb site. It would have been a very bizarre window to plant that bomb.
They allowed them to live. It's very nice of them. Yeah, that play mid was really cool to see. Just hitting from all sides at once with the, you know, that's timing of flashes. But normally the CT, because this is again, like if we look at the conditioning, the history, typically they disengage out of mid at that time. So it gives an opportunity for the T's to take it, but it was a trap, which is a beautiful setup from MAT. Really nice stuff. Oh, this could be a good opportunity for Wrinkle. Do they have the presence of mind? Does JBA have the presence of mind?
There are no other eyes on this.
To not give anything.
Yeah, but the problem is there's no one else to take an angle for him. Well, now Lake's coming over. He can be the initial engager, but for a while, JBA was alone there, so I wondered if he'd have the discipline. Indeed, he did, but it's Lake who's going to get caught off. He sees so much, but is able to do so little. 4 on 3 now as NIP take the bomb site. Could see Sin rotating over from CT. There are smokes for the time being. Have to wait for his teammates to get closer, though, who are coming through mid.
It's just the spray through the smoke, trying to catch what he can as the CTs here from 80 look to position for this retake. 3 versus 3. Be a tough one. NIP really need this round. Money on the line for them. Zach's trying to hold this angle.
Oh,
position
the
will be fine. Oh, just as he moves. Unbelievable, though. It does get traded, but the numbers are with NIP as they pick up the round. And I agree, James. I think that the setup there ultimately was pretty sus, I suppose, is one way to put it, that we saw with JBA and Lake. Because also with JBA, you know, his teammates getting killed by the boost, and then he's peeking on the right side of the box, which will expose himself to the multiple players. So you've got just a series of
forehead
situations there that's just not favorable for their defense, and that's like NIP finding the hole. They found the weakest point across the map in the setup.
You got to take gambles sometimes. On that occasion, it didn't work out. So we got a real match. A tight game on Ancient between NIP and M80. Everybody looking focused. JBA with an MP9 and no nades. He's opted for the helmet and no grenades, which is interesting for the last round. Surely no helmets and a smoke would be, or a defuse kit even, might be more useful. Each to their own note. He will be taking a gamble and pushing straight through the A bomb site. Oh, his teammate's almost caught with a grenade in his hand, and ultimately he will be. Lake has expired. Now JBA's position becomes more important. The timing through the smoke, gambles being taken everywhere, and the losses are heavy for M80.
Oh, good situation. He's some hero moments now. And there's maybe the start of something. Sin was looking for something as well. The pause from the T side gave opportunity, it seems. So now they make their way to the B site, and you've got a lone defender there in Sin, and he's going to take this ramp position. Slacks makes all the noise. That is a confident peek. And he is rewarded. Another one around the side. Might catch another player. Sin, though, announces his position and goes down. And then with Slacks smoked off, suddenly the odds seem to be tipping in the favor of NIP. Slacks coming out with the AWP is truly a bold move. And that now leads it to JBA with the MP9. So plenty of time, but can't pick up the AK. That's going to make some noise. He needs the element of surprise here. And he is the one to be surprised as the NIP side with a resurgence in the first half of Ancient. We'll see if they can drive it home to a victory in the second half.
I've got thanks for that production. I've got to give props to Kapowski for that last round. The spatial awareness was great there after we had the AWP baiting at the back of CT, finding a CT on the ramp, spotting the push through the smoke while watching the other side as well. Like, I got to give that guy his flowers because he did a lot at the end of that round and we had to acknowledge that. So well done to you. The score is tied as we switch sides. M80 now the aggressors on the T side as it's NIP's turn to defend.
All right, so let's see if this half is going to be the half that brings NIP back into this series after a devastating map 1. I'm also curious what kind of flowers you'd give Kapowski. We'll,
Orchids.
In a moment, the pistol push will come in through onto the A site.
Got Kernan Donuts and Wrinkle on the floor. Terrifying when multiple assailants charge at you with Glocks. Kapowski with the Julies simply won't be enough. Maybe he needed a third pistol to connect there. 5-on-3 for NIP. They've got a good spread, and Swisher's in a great position to make things even worse for M80, who had a good start to the first half, but may not have a good start to the second.
Cannon Snappy trying to come in on this retake. Doesn't look too fun. Intimidating is one of the words I might use to describe this as they make their way through. Throwing the fire down, but it might be all for naught indeed, as JBA will deflect them. And the opener goes to M80 on the second half, and looking in good shape now to potentially set the pace, the momentum. But nothing is for granted. And I think Ancient definitely affords you a lot of opportunities with a force buy, so I don't want to speak too soon.
Great start from NIP. It's always about how you finish. Look how passive a start this is. Giving the CTs all the space in the world to make their plays. And maybe they are very expectant of M80 in particular. Quite interesting. A resmoke off the ramp, and they'll have to wait out this util then and try to limit the risk. But while Kapowski has that smoke up, will be a stack on this A-bomb site. Minute 10 on the clock. Plenty of time for NIP to do whatever they want. They've got Swisher keeping an eye on things towards that B-bomb site. Very careful presence.
Yeah, we saw this approach from M80 on Anubis as well, on their T side, where they opted to really fish for CT aggression in a situation where they had a force buy. However, the disadvantage of doing this, as you can see, is they've given up so much space. They've got 35 seconds left, and they haven't cleared any of these forward positions. So that could potentially make things feel a little bit more urgent than otherwise they should, and that is when mistakes can happen.
Yeah, that ventures into coin flip territory, although they've got mollies to reduce the variance on this bomb site, and they will do exactly that. So in those mollies, they will be secure. NIP losing the pistol. We'll see what they choose to do now, because this is a big investment from them, NIP. They've spent all the money. They've left nothing in the hole, really. Again, at situations like this, you lose position and you kind of go again in the next one. I think I had a brain fart and said it was a good start from NIP in the second half, but clearly that was a lie. A half-truth.
I can't believe you've done this.
The pistols will be lost as well. There goes the Kevlar.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'd be like that, Dan.
Very true. Very true indeed. It's not looking all that fun for the pistoling players, but yes, it's expected. Very expected. Now, M80 look to have control of the game so far, on this T side, and again, it's really nice when you're on the T side. You can start with the economic control because you can start to condition your opponents, set the pacing, expectations, set the timings. You know, which lean are you taking to your default, and these become things you can play with later to kind of break expectation and gain element of surprise. And so we start off with a three players towards the B for that lean for the default. Nice pick though, really stunning shot there from Shush with the deagle. In the meantime, the bomb is going towards A actually. Ken is around the corner. This could be devastating.
Love a 5-7 from this range.
Oh no, that's dangerous.
So difficult to challenge, but the trade is so important there for JBA. Sand cues for Sin. He could have really done with a punish there. Many players are tagged here for NIP. But if they are standing, they are dangerous. Mac 10 might be a great tool to clean out what remains in this area. Wrinkle will be smoked out. Resetting with his deagle. Shush on the way as well. The bomb carrier needs to cross. Again, definitely not a duel you want to take once you've spotted him. Actually getting to work with the Mac 10. Maybe the worst is over for M80 in this round. He will feel firmly in a driving seat now as they are on the cusp of double figures. That'll be encouraging for Wrinkle though. Time is of the essence with this deagle spam. He's just saving the deagle? Why wouldn't you try to get some more kills here? Oh, is there something to collect on towards A? Let's see if he picks something up.
Yes, there should be an AK there, right?
Ah, there we go. A Galil and an incendiary.
Galil.
Not too shabby. That's good comms. Talk about spatial awareness. That's the other side of the map.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense. We like to see it. But yeah, that 5-7, if it drops the bomb there, that's not necessarily round over, but it's definitely, you know, it's going to tip the scales, you know, pretty massively. So very fortunate they get that trade there. The 5-7 is very dangerous. But 9-6 to score, 3 in a row here for M80, but it's not been super straightforward as we look to see how that default goes. And we talked about having that B lean on the default previously. They've only got Swisher, who is towards the B site right now. The rest of the teammates are going towards middle for mid control, perhaps. So we're starting to see a divergence already from the opening, which is important to take note of.
Great exchange of util in mid. Such a deep HE. Answered with the molly. But now the firefight begins and the CTs are sending reinforcements in mid to great effect. NIP 3 rounds down, 2 men up in round 16. They need a lot of rounds like this as Swisher and Sin look to do more damage. Kapusky tagged, and that can be the bait for Shush, who's got an off angle. In the meantime, Wrinkle caught rotating for free. Tunnel vision towards the B bomb site. Doesn't know there's a bomb carrier either. More or less shots in the back of the head, and it will be a turbo plant coming through. 2 on 3, 1 pair of footsteps heard at least. Sin looks to reposition. There will be a trade. Can he find more now? 1 creeping through the smoke. 11 bullets in the magazine. Trying to reposition before that trade can come through, but he can't quite make it around the corner.
Still, though, actually turning that into a very good round ultimately, despite losing it, doing the most damage possible, leaving just 1 player left alive, and getting the bomb down for the team as well. So this is a threatening position to put NIP in, as Shush will get the defuse here. But you know, the AWP will be collected, but you know their money's not in a great place, and it does feel like M80's in a great position now should they win this next round to totally reset NIP's economy. So this is a pivotal round now that M80 must win. And I think, you know, they will of course realize that, you know, they should really put whatever their best foot is forward in terms of their playbook into this next round. Ooh, okay. A little close.
Okay, a 0-3-2 set up at the beginning. Quickly rotating over towards B is Wrinkle. Post up with the AWP. The action starts lightning quick once again. Exchange on both ends now. Do they think there's a path into B now? It may come with risk for M80. They don't know where the bulk of the forces are. And they start to creep down the ramp. Slack spotting something though, as grenades will be exchanged by both sides, but they Who's walking into the trap? We've got CTs wrapping on both angles. The AWP will drop Slacks as he tries to get away, and Kylan is here as well with support, leaving JBA in a 1 versus 3. Turning into a giant battle here on Ancient as M80 try to hold on to their lead. That's proving to be difficult at the moment.
Perfect round for aggression from the CT side. You really love to see it. We talked about how you want to see a really strong opening from M80, but it just gets taken away from them. They get disrupted heavily by the aggression. It's such a good timing for NIP to put that aggression to them. Very good call there, I think. And JBA is not in a position to do anything. He's covered from multiple angles, from the front, from the back, and he's got 10 HP. So
from the back,
looking beyond some miracle. Like a one tap there, maybe, into a transfer. You know, it's not really looking doable. So, yeah, massive props to NIP, truly. I genuinely think that was such a strong call. And the B default is, you know, typically, or the B lean is the most likely. So if you go and shut that down like instantly like that, it can be very, very painful for the T side.
M80 are hurting. Desert Eagle and a P250. They've got some grenades to wait out. I think this is essentially an extended pack pause because they do not really have much to offer at all in this round.
I like the knife sounds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they've been. I mean, change is always controversial. Change is always controversial. Oh, the timing!
Oh my god!
Unbelievable, honestly. Put that in the Louvre. That's just ridiculous. That is the most CS timing. I want to see that in a slow-mo. That's just the most CS timing of CS timings. It's just crazy. It's like they're all ovulating together.
Well, M80 actually take a timeout after that. So, you know, apparently, you know, waiting around in spawn for the entire round wasn't enough of a timeout. And, you know, again, some of this is about, you know, trying to, you know, ice your opponent out a little bit. You know, that is one part of the utility of taking these really big breaks with your timeout and just pausing in the freeze time. JBA looking to the heavens. Give me an answer, Lord.
Very, very deep smoke on the ramp. Plenty of fire, but M80 will be confident enough to hold position. 1-1-3 set up for the CTs in round 19. Still close between the Ninjas and M80. If you're joining us late, it was a very strong victory on Anubis for M80. A long string of rounds, but more even ground here on Ancient.
Scary. Oh, the double peak lineup is actually even more scary. Still works out though. And Snappy gets Molly back. Get back, sir. Okay, well, oh my god. Talking about another lineup there. In fact, it's the same two players. I guess that they were just destined to die together, Jim.
Kern's got the
like
sound
Romeo and
cues.
Juliet.
Certainly hears the beeps though of that bomb being planted. Much rotation to be done. You can see NIP taking, M80 taking forward angles. They're lining up all over the shop. JBA will reap the rewards on this occasion, which gives his team the advantage. Wrinkle and Kern remain as they try to find a way to solve this puzzle. On that defuse then, as JBA comes in from the back for his third and fourth. Explosive round.
What's going on in that round?
I know, it was a bit crazy, wasn't it?
Magnetic attraction. Everybody lining up. It's just in twos. It's like Noah's Ark in here. One, two, everyone.
Round.
Two of everyone, everything. Would you get on Noah's Ark, James?
Yeah, I would identify as a giraffe.
Nice. You think Noah will be tricked by by the clear discrepancy in species?
I mean, you're gonna need giraffes. Might as well. I'd rather be up there than down there. You know, if you're small, they might put you in the basement. If you've got a giraffe, you can have a view.
It's true. Probably get a lot more supplies as well, food and such. Either way, we will be supplied with a mid take from the T side. MAT 10-9, very close affair here on the Ancients. On the map of Ancients. And Snappy and Wrinkle picking off two players there, mid and outside B. This is pretty disastrous. Now Hero plays activated. Ken with just an incredibly strong timing now himself, but he might get timed. The timing might get timinged. He definitely didn't see anything there. Oh my goodness. Lake has walked all the way through. Does he know? He doesn't know. Do they know? Wrinkle was sometimes looking towards spawn, but there is someone already in red, so Lake might have the position of Kings right now. Just a really nice flank, but this angle, just with the AWP post on it, will be pretty impossible to challenge. So what on earth do they do from this point?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Sin perhaps looking to join his teammate. Well, this bomb's about to be lost, it looks like. Or is it? That's the open door then, and now Lake's got the rotation cut off for all of the CTs. This is crazy. He's got some nasty peeks from Red Room as well. He can play some headshot angles if he wants to. At some point, he's going to have to take a look. Surely he's going to hear something. Or he'll just head towards CT and the bomb site. The CT's walking into a sandwich now.
Sin does have a Molotov. There's a couple of flashbangs for Lake, so there's util to play with. The CTs have a smoke. Yes, they got a smoke on the bomb now, so they can just try to stick it. Huge kill. And now a big distraction from CT side, although dealt with, gives space here for the knife to come out for Sin. He's actually done it. They have done it in absolutely ridiculous fashion.
Hashtag not like this.
Wow, what a way to win a
unfortunate.
round. Look at the 1v1 in Donut, though. That's just... Oh, no.
I wouldn't be too mad about it. It's not going to happen often. It may or may not lead to 2-0, but, you know, sometimes it be like that. I think that's all you can say. Got to focus on what's in front of you, but that's such a painful round for NIP. We see the MP9s come out, the FAMAS, the limited utility. This could be where the cards collapse. We have one flashbang and there's a minute 30 on the clock.
Again, you know, we get this play from M80 where they really, really make you feel uncomfortable. We're just pausing. They have occupied the the A main position though, and it seems like NIP are not too far off with their setup. Just understanding that they need to, with that deep B control, be quite concerned about A. Donut smoked, Red Room smoked. And now, you know, of course, we get some toying. Swisher very low, though. Ooh, this is scary. Swisher's quite low, but still the push will come into the A site. A nice entry is found, but Kaspersky is going to slow this one down. Bomb is down on the ground as well. They're committed into this. Very committed. Just the last 2 players left. This has not worked out too well for M80. Great recovery from NIP in this round. And they keep themselves in this one.
That's a really important turnaround for NIP. Heavy losses, though. Would like to have taken more collected rifles into the next round, but we'll see what their buy looks like. Wonder if it's going to be brittle for M80 as well. You could see, again, the lack of utility. NIP started with hyper-aggressive angles at the beginning of that round to the victor, the spoils. Much better position than M80, but again, if they can close that distance, then those Tech-9s could do a lot of damage. This is a very critical round. It's a big investment from M80. It's a winnable round for them, despite the lack of primary weapons. Someone's going to be hurting at the end of this one.
Trace in the mid is going to be very favorable here for NIP. This is desperate. Straight through the smoke. And kind of just like that is over. 11 to 11. Which way is this one going to go? Are we going to get a third map here? Dust 2 is where things will conclude on this series if we get there. But the question is still in the air as to whether we will be there.
M80 suddenly find themselves in a very, very awkward position. A sacrificial round, a bomb plant if they're lucky, eating damage from the grenades, charging into the bomb site. We'll see if they can get that bomb plant. The numbers are dwindling so quickly, though. And then IP find themselves at game point. A bump in the road, but maybe there is water at the horizon.
Okay, comes down to this then. M80 losing a grip right at the end. No one likes a loose grip, James.
Does he bait with a reload? Does, but they're smarter than that. Now, if he sprays some more, maybe the direction of the sound cues could give an opportunity for Shush. This looks to be a flashpoint either way. Oh dear, 1 for 1. 50 seconds on the clock. Big pressure for M80. Oh, that's a big shot from Wrinkle. Dust 2 gets ever closer for the Ninjas. 38 seconds remain. He hears that rotation. He's got an angle now as well. The bomb's been collected. Desperate times. The bomb's lost again. Slipping away from Ancient. Well done, NIP. Again, that was a big problem late on, but they were able to deliver under big pressure, and M80 will feel like that's an opportunity missed, but indeed, it will be a Dust 2. We're not done with this series just yet.
So up to map point from Foot Esports.
They make it look simple when they do break in, don't they? Just the trade game.
Yep. They had such a nice timing too. Like you could see
just about the right time.
Passion's getting set up to re-aggress and retake A main. Maybe they can go for a push in the mid round, and it's just the worst moment for Foot to turn the corner. Yeah. So 12 chances. Or 5 chances, excuse me. 12's a lot
12
of
rounds.
Yeah, that's my apologies.
Throw maths on air, physics on air.
They're going to get to 12 and then 5 chances.
Yeah, right.
It's super clear now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But maybe they'll take their first chance.
Of 5.
Of the 5 that they have.
Yeah.
To reiterate.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as the sun set, Foot Esports just fragging out. And timeout here for Passion. Last timeout available.
TC's done his job, right? That's the coach's role. You just got to make sure you've used all 3 by the end of the map.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, tough day in the office for him. He's had to really spread those out.
Checks it like, yeah, okay, I think it's fine.
Yeah, whenever 10 minutes.
And then he takes the time out, pulls his mic close to his mouth and says, guys, we have 5 opportunities.
We have 5
not 12. I don't know why anyone would say that.
We have. This is so stupid to say 12.
5. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Not 1. Not 2.
Every journey of 5 steps begins with 1.
That's what I'm saying. Does it end here? Pyjamas, MP9s.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Dinko has spoken.
You got Senzu enough for mass.
Yeah, that is sad.
Kvem should give it
Kvem.
the M4 in this round.
It's not been his map. Maybe this M4 this round is actually going to be where he finds his form.
Maybe this is Quem's law, right? If you're having a bad game, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, right.
Senzu's getting 2 kills every round. I mean, just do it with the FAMAS guy.
Exactly.
It'll be fine.
All right, let's see if Senzu's able to get anything.
I don't know. I'm not filled with confidence.
He's a little jittery with an A's, isn't he? In time. Backs off. There's a kill with the FAMAS.
Comes number 2. HE swing.
Well, the logic is nearly there. Maybe he would have got it with an M4. We'll never know. But Senzu's dead, and it might be the map now.
Well, Kvem needs to step up. He's got the M4.
Yeah.
This is where his time is. A quiet map so far. He's got 1 through the smoke. Can't find the second. Jugs is low, so doesn't commit, and Kvem just staying alive.
Yeah, I like that from Kvem. Just playing his life as best he can. That USP not going to connect onto the low HP player. Still finding output on that low HP is Jugs. Gets number 2. Bomb to be picked up, and the remaining 2 Nix and Try coming in from CT side.
Smoke's making him real nervous, so they're slowing this down. Bomb's out in the open as well, and they've got no utility to block it off.
What's it going to be? Jugs looks like he's set to collect. That's 2 kills since being put onto 19 by Senzu. Solid output from Jugs, and a really tough retake situation for Tries for the game, and he's missed his chance. On the cross, now bomb can be retrieved. They know exactly where you are.
Grenade though, grenade, the planter's low.
Right, the nade. Boom!
15
seconds. How does he play this? Walking up, he knows he's got him under scrutiny. Now Kreveni with a wide swing. Classic! Way to end the game. 13-7 on the first of 5 opportunities. They close it down and take Passion's pick away from them. Foot 1 up in the series.
go.
Shoot! On the left! Nice! You killed him. We killed him? Yes.
I have an autopilot, so.
You have an autopilot?
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's gonna be a lie.
That's not a bad lie.
He heard me. 360.
Here at ESL, we've been studying Rage for generations.
Hey Future Pros, taking B site on Dust 2 can be brutal. With this B door smoke, however, it might feel a bit easier. To throw the smoke, get in line with this dot at the back of the stone pillar. Aim at the left tip of this ray of light. Then while holding mouse 1 and mouse 2, use your forward step jump throw bind to throw the smoke. This will land in the doors and completely block off vision from anyone playing outside of the B bomb site.
Do you think that stealing is okay?
What?
OMG, that's huge.
Like your mom?
Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Need to take out the cucumber and...
Hey Future Pros, back to Dust 2, this time with the door smoke that you can throw from T-spawn. To throw this smoke, get into this corner. Aim at this point at the top right of this distant building. Then simply jump throw the smoke. Just like that, the mid doors will be blocked off. This smoke will also deny CT sightlines to peer over it and get info on catwalk. This is a Dust 2 essential, so commit it to memory.
It's time for a quick reset and a refuel.
Chef's kiss. You're camping like a beach man.
We like that.
Are you a bot?
No, I'm a bot.
Counter-Strike Combat.
Face to face with you.
Window no scope from Senzo! No way! It's a perfect end! What is this Counter-Strike? This is madness!
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League, and we are in for a treat. Dust 2 is the arena by which these two teams will face and decide who moves forwards in the Swiss system, who takes the dub. NIP, with a resurgence on Ancient Map 2, is a really great way to get themselves back in, get their heads back in the game, because they got trounced on Map 1. So as we move on to Dust 2 here, James, expecting to see a reinvigorated NIP team.
Yeah, the stats for both teams are reasonable and somewhat similar for Dust 2 in recent times, so I'm excited for this one. I think for where Anubis is at the moment, between these two squads, it was always going to be a 3-mapper for NIP, so there may have been some raised heart rates with the late round loss that we saw on that map prior of Ancient, which was the pick of NIP. And again, that was also similar stats for both squads. Well matched they were on the second map of the series. But moving into Dust 2, I think they've had time to get those heart rates back to normal now, and the game can really begin on this deciding map. We'll see who starts where. I guess there'll be a knife round to play for this one, but I'm interested. I mean, I don't think we can put too much stock in what we saw in Anubis in terms of picking a winner for Dust 2. Again, both teams very capable on Ancient, so yeah, I think it's going to be neck and neck. M80 83% with 6 maps played, NIP 60% with 5 maps played, so there's not really much between those numbers considering the maps are slightly different. So yeah, for me, I think it might be a coin flip.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assertion. I think, I mean, I don't really know which way to go with it either, but we are in luck because the action will just unfold now before our eyes as we get into the pistol, and we'll get to see precisely how things break down. As we have M80 on the T side, and on the CT side, we've got Ninjas in Pyjamas. And M80, they've been having a good time with these pistols overall, and on Dust 2, a T pistol is highly valuable. It is coveted.
Oh, they're curious. They're be curious. An IP clearing the halls. A it is then. Rinkle has a look from range. Oh, you've got to land that headshot. That was a free one. Back of the head is one of the greatest tasks of our times. T's trying to make their way up long, but the results are less than mixed. They are just unfavorable, although perhaps JBA can turn things around. Running out of bullets, running out of health. It's down to Slacks versus Car. That's one way to do it. Things were looking rough on long, but on the bomb site, much better. That was quite clutch.
Absolutely clutch. Ooh, big sigh there. Big out breath. Big in breath.
Exhale is the word you're looking for.
Oh, nice. Yeah, thanks. Okay, cool. Well, M80, they pick up that ever important pistol. You mentioned yesterday that the scouts have been generally disappointing. Very rare to see too much done with them these days. So we'll see if Snappy can blow your mind.
Deagle's way cheaper, man. Just buy Deagle. Just buy Deagle and just get closer to your monitor. It's basically the same.
That's true. So that's a fair point. Got to be an innovative thinker.
Winkle and Shush keeping an eye on things over towards the A-bomb site. When the buy rounds come through. Ooh, hold on a second, it could be two! They've made assumptions and they've paid for it. Someone around the corner, a classic setup. Things become urgent now, in this area at least. Time-wise, there's still a minute. Slacks will hold position, waiting for a peek, waiting for curiosity. Oh, the 5-7 almost gets a second one. Bomb spotted. And now Wrinkle's got an interesting angle with this scout. That smoke won't be there forever. And he has a good idea that no one's heading towards the door. Kapowski can focus on the tunnels. And he might soon see the bomb if he has another look. It is absolutely in the open there. And this is really going to kill that clock. Wrinkle says hello. Spots the gun exchange. Kapowski will just hold position on that B bomb site. A swing and a miss, and he gets absolutely domed. And it seems they'll head to A.
Yeah, such a phenomenal pick there. That really does everything. Not too much time left to plant. And a jumping MP9, could you imagine denying a plant here? That would be something. That could be the way for Kaspersky to really create problems. He's not going to go for it, though. Looking for the kills and gets shut down. So, could have been a catastrophe, but instead, we can forget about it. Never happened. Never happened.
Wild, straight out of the gates. But honestly, to be on the receiving end of a headshot like that after swinging with the scout is brutal. It's painful. I'm telling you, man, just get the Deagles out. I don't think the scouts are worth the money. There's maths to be done with that.
Maths.
Sniper P will have a scout for this third round. And like this, get the pug strats out. Everybody rush mid with the scout watching suicide. That's how you have impact. Definitely work in a pro setting.
You gotta respect the attempt, of course. The bravery to get close to a MAC-10 with a taser. But I like this though, you know, the long position is easy to clear, and as the T side, you don't have to worry about too many 50-50 positions. Utility does a great job handling it, all of the dodgy spots. And straight onto the side they'll go. Nice little flick from Sin. And that's it. The bomb's going to go down. And with that, there really isn't a chance to win the round anymore for the CT side. And they might choose to try to hold on to some of this stuff, but obviously they're going to be buying or trying to buy in the next round. So they can try to do some more damage.
Maybe if the way swinging works feels more like in CSGO in future, then perhaps there'll be more. We'll see better stats with the low money scout buys, but I feel like it's harder with the way swinging is in this game. Oh, he could find a few more. They're all in the reds. They get something at the end, at least. An explosive start to Dust 2, the deciding map of this series. There's more action to come after this match. We'll have Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators afterwards. Lots of fun en route, but for now, it is
Gladiators,
the deciding map of our third series. Ninjas in Pyjamas and M80.
Pensive look.
We see lots of nail biting on the cameras. I do bite nails on occasion. I don't chew them down like a gambler or something. They're just, you know, it's hard to not do sometimes, but it's a bad habit. There we go. See, look at that. I'm
Washing it down with the drink right afterwards. All the bacteria in there, you know. Do you see? Have you seen what's under your neck?
Man, well, the drink might kill all of it.
I think it will create a breeding ground.
It makes for a strong stomach. You know, you can't be if you're like bacteria averse, you'll be, you know, your immune system won't have the reps, so you'll be prone to everything. Prone to all the chemtrails, Dan.
Nice. Why consume the chemtrails when you can be the producer of chemtrails, James? That's what I ask myself.
You know what? I'll see what I can.
Would you put in the chemtrails?
That's a good question. You know, I think people probably aren't having enough vitamins, so I'll get some vitamins in there. Some fish oil. The vegans would be mad.
Just oil everyone up.
No, not like. Oh dear. All right.
That's what they used to do, like in UFC fights, right? Like or like grappling competitions a long time ago.
Yeah,
apparently people would soak themselves in baby oil for like the nights before, and then it's undetectable on the day of the fight until you start sweating in the fight.
Yeah,
and then all the oil comes out.
There's
ungrabbable.
All kinds of nonsense. Man, I would sweat buckets when I played 11-a-side football in Santa Monica. My jersey would be soaked, so you wouldn't want to grab me. I mean, you know, some people there'd be some shirt pullers sometimes, but you know, if you're playing physical football, like it would be gross to try and barge me because I'll just be soaked by like 30 minutes. Man, I haven't played football since COVID. When we used to have the studio in LA every Thursday night, I played 11-a-side. It was great, but COVID ruined football for me. I've literally not played football since then. It's really sad. Interestingly, but if anyone goes to America for whatever reason, you can there are pickup games for football all over the country. When we did a show in Miami some years ago, and I played 5-a-side football on a garage rooftop, and we had a goalkeeper from the Caribbean. Every time he got the ball, he would try to dribble to the other side and score. Even though, generally speaking, you're not allowed out of your like goal area and 5-a-side, but you know, guys are gonna do what they're gonna do, so it's good fun. But yeah, it's easier to find a football game in America than it is in the UK. Because you kind of have to, like in the UK, like in London, for example, you need to go to a sports centre, find out if some people have a regular game and kind of just turn up and be like, oh, hey guys, do you need any extra people sometimes? Here's my number. But in America, just go to meetup.com. There's just games everywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot around these parts as well, where I'm at, because I'm in the US, obviously.
Obviously, yeah, obviously.
But not
they can tell.
Obviously, to those who it is
They can
not
tell by your
obviously.
internet connection where you are.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, I've fast internet. I mean, the internet is really, really fast. It's great.
I had crap internet.
It's hard to get fast internet in London sometimes.
Yeah, I had where I am now. I had crap internet for ages. Then I got fiber, 900 up, 900 down. They're installed after 3 days. It died, and I had no internet for a week. But now it's fine. So yeah, dodgy, slightly dodgy installation. The fiber installation is like really fragile. They bring the cable in from outside, and then they kind of bind it, but it's like super fragile. And I guess it came unbound or something, so it just died. But dude, have to come and fix it. But yeah, now I've got good internet finally. I had Potato Stream for like 3 years, but.
All right, so we're going to do truth and a lie. Now, it's a concept that I'm sure you guys are familiar with.
Shoot. Still works here again.
Oh, can you imagine? We don't need that kind of talent in CS.
Nice. Achuiel? Report.
We're back. We had an overheating camera situation, but they've put a bag of frozen peas on it, so we're good to go. Looks like the scout will continue in the hands... Oh, we have another tech pause. Okay. Well, we have the scout will continue in the hands of Snappy, along with the AWP. I would like to see some mileage with the scouts, whether it's in this match or tomorrow or whenever. I would like to see some more successful action, but it seems to be an also-ran in many of the matches I watch. So, yeah, if it came back into purposeful circulation, then that would be good, because I love me a scout. It's got the best skin in the game because it's got a big shark on the side of one of the skins. Of course, I have that one. It's the only one to use. Got HEs left in spawn, which may be of use later. Long been a common strat on Dust 2. So if you've got a good spawn towards the B bomb side, you can take some really nice angles with an AWP, or otherwise, you can catch a CT jumping onto the platform at the back of the big box. You can see Slacks going for such a peek. Definitely worth trying at home. On this occasion, empty-handed though.
Some scary presence, but if the AWP is there, you can be sure that Long is probably not guarded. At most, there might be one person there. But in this particular orientation, there's actually more of an emphasis around the mid position, mid timing, where Snappy is with the scouts. So this potentially could be a weak position. Ooh, Snappy is going to take some damage there. Kaspersky, though, is close. So 2 players spotted on this setup. What does that mean here for the T side? They're looking to walk into the B side. This might not be that bad of a choice. Shush, by the car position, really has it all to do. Does have a teammate coming by, though, Snappy. But he has the scout. How much can he really do with that one? Shush holding on for now. The trade on through, and Snappy will be able to take down one at the very least. And that actually might be enough here. 2 versus 4 for the after plant. Should the bomb even be planted at this point? I think that's in question. Oof. Lake now looking for a frag, but he is to be fragged. And now it's just the game of saving the AWP, and the AWP might be the weapon to take down the AWP.
I don't know if we can get a replay of the car position we saw there, but we mentioned on the Dust 2 yesterday that it's a very strong position to avoid many flashbangs, and I think that exactly the flashes that came in that push and bounced off the wall are exactly the flashes that CT was positioned to avoid. with the pieces of the car, basically. He looked away also, but I think he would have been good. So thanks for that replay. Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. There are some flashes that will thwart that position. Definitely another thing to be aware of on Dust 2. Very common to see people in that car position for that reason. Sin trying to make his way out, but he won't. Kapowski is here as well. So that is a failed push out long. Some action from the scout finally, which continues to persist. Difficult situation to come back from here, though, with 3 plays remaining after a failed long push.
Snappy once again investigating. Scout still in play. Does get the connection. And that's really tough now for the M80 side.
Swisher has.
This is great for NIP, to be honest. You know, just getting off to a decent start on the CT side is huge on this map, of course. Already picked up 2 AKs as well, which feels really nice.
It's such a crap situation to be in because you more or less know you're going to die, but you can't save versus 5 people and potentially die after time either. Swisher and Lake have exactly 0 money, and perhaps there's a bomb plant. They've got the numbers here to maybe trade versus Shush, but he gets away with the first one, and Kern gets here in time to keep the numbers high. 4 alive at the end of the round. They lose the scout. They won't be concerned with that. Again, pretty much a done deal once that shutdown on long happened. So there's some uphill struggle to come for M80 in the short term here, because they are broke as pocus.
Cool. Got quite the angle. There we go. Good connection. Ooh, nice second flick as well. And Kaspersky laying down fire for cover is going to be super effective. So this round is gone. It's done. It has been easily handled. Ken with the finishing kill, and 3-3 is now the score. As the CTs are off, they are off to the races. Now the question is what M80 can do on this T side now to begin to throw a wrench in the works. We haven't really seen too much of the, I think, typical Dust 2 shenanigans. It is early, but in terms of cat takes, long takes, either early or kind of delayed long takes based off of spawns or preference. Then the pivot from the cat play, this very typical stuff, I think, really is the bread and butter of this map, which is highly effective.
I need to learn that flash. There's so many nades, even on Dust 2, which I learned and forgot, because there's just so much to remember. That is a really useful one, because short can be quite a problem with aggressive CTs, and indeed, we will have some wrinkles posted up with AWP, but there is the utility to try and shoo him away. M80 have been quite good with the util on the CT side in this series. Some thrown there by NIP. I think the pacing that we see with that util sometimes is good from M80 as well. We'll see what mileage NIP can have as this half continues. Can Snappy get more than one here? He gets just the one. Will that be enough? Oh, he's in all kinds of trouble now. No one's in position to throw any flashes for him. He's fully committed and he falls. They've lost position on short earlier on as well. So maybe they needed to reinforce that position. They're in so much trouble on an island and eliminated all over the A bomb site. Wrinkle forced off short quite long ago. And again, really good awareness there with the jiggling on long from M80. Once Snappy lost his position, there wasn't much else for NIP to do.
And this is the bounce back you need if you're M80. Ooh, Sin. You're gonna try and find yourself a couple kills. Guess you don't want to give away another AK, but yeah, you can take this pretty chill. Their economy needs to grow. It needs to be in a safe place. So it is the correct decision not to die, I think.
Terrorists win.
4-3 as we move into the next round. I'm sure we'll see more of this from M80, at least attempted A splits.
Okay, another camera issue. We'll have a short delay before we continue. I'm enjoying Dust 2 more now. Went through a period of playing too much of it, but I'm enjoying it again. It just has a solid layout.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where the fundamentals are really apparent on this map and everybody kind of knows how to play it. But it's surprising because, you know, I would say that's the case for Inferno and has always been the case for Inferno. It's not really changed. It hasn't changed fundamentally. Okay, some bits here and there have changed, but principally how you play the map is the same in terms of how you work the macro, the map control, the information game, the utility play and how it intersects those things is the same. And it does surprise me that despite that never really changing, there are lots of teams that still struggle to execute execute the fundamentals well, even at the top level. You can see that.
All right, next attempt out long. And they are still standing. Swish has taken one for the team, but the team have space with a focus towards B as well. You can see that the CTs will have to get active. Long compromised. And when they lost short earlier on, things became very, very awkward for this CT squad, and they are trying to have an extra man. Are they really going to walk in with the... Oh, this is so cheeky from M80 that they seem to have a read. This is one of the great things about Dust 2 also, which we'll get into when there's more time. Oh my God, we've got the SpaceX launch for Slacks, but the bomb site will still be in control for M80. So hard to retake this, and there's plenty of util also for the T side, as well as the CT side.
And JBA becomes a very key positioner. You surely must, I mean, you must be looking for this, the smoke. That's actually maybe helpful because JBA might be able to timing them with this. Oh, absolutely. Someone's watching the smoke. Okay, now with that, the push comes through. So cognizant, but still going down Ken, not knowing which way to look. Down to 46 points of health as he starts to encroach further towards this bombing. This is getting quite ticked here. He's got to take action, and he will, but the trade comes through. Brilliantly played by JBA. I mean, to not just push through, just straight away. And they were still looking for him, James. I mean, that was really well done.
Yeah, I think it was all the presence of mind as well from the T side to walk through the smoke on B. So one of the great things about Dust 2 is that it's hard to not have habits, especially when you're on the CT side. So you wonder if this is a common response, losing the player on long, putting a smoke up on B, and then kind of using that B guy as an extra man to keep eyes on that mid position. M80 walking through the smoke, taking B unannounced is pretty solid stuff. I don't know if they could hear the sound cues of the B player rotating towards that mid position, or if it was something they have seen done habitually. But that has been a common exploitation on this map. I remember actually one of the classic NIP rosters on Dust 2 when they lost their mid guy on CT. There was a period of time where they would, I forget what it was, but they would always respond in a similar way, and it was exploited by teams for a period of time. They take the lead in round 9 though, as they try to claw back a few rounds. Swisher creeping. Support flashes. He may not be going where we expected.
Good entry there from Slags. Keeps the pace going. Ooh. Challenge onto Snappy, forces him back, and enables a bomb plant. So now, the short plant, we'll get the play here. But the CTs are actually here as well. 2 players, pretty quick. a re-smoke, but the T's are fairly contained on the site at the moment. See whether that's a problem or not. It can be hard to find positions to fight from, and they are getting forced back further. This is awkward positionally. Have to hit the shots, and that's exactly what will happen. Sin, Slacks working to great effect. And now Wrinkle has nothing to do but to run away. Save the orb.
Terrorists win. I quite like this M80 team. You may consider me a fan. I'm enjoying their strats across the various maps, their offerings, making it difficult for the ninjas in the deciding map of this series. Again, we have Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators to follow. This would be a hard series to lose for either team, I think. Really important one, both with a 0-1 record at present. Body language tells the story. These are rounds that they cannot afford to lose. And again, they start to hurt now in IP. Util could be worse though. Snappy's gonna have to take one for the team and wield the MP9. Oh, that is a big flick from Slacks. At least Snappy gets an upgrade. Deep inside, he might be happy that happened.
Well, Dusty feels super awkward when he loses CT this early. It's really the perfect thing for M80, perfect position for a T side like M80 to be in right now. The CT's looking to try to adjust though by just focusing on cats. You have to pick focuses at this point. You can't cover everything equally. Wrinkle is the backup man. Oh, he gets actually dunked on. Fine headshot from JBA. And with that, I mean, this is, again, another situation where maybe you're just trying to save, but they're in deep positions. They are not going to survive this. Got to fight your way out, but Kaspersky is going to have multiple oncoming assailants, and there you go. M80, another round. It seems like they've kind of figured it out. And, you know, we talked about this earlier, just the power of playing cat correctly and as well as long. It just is very, very solid because it creates so much conditioning and fear. And then the CTs... There's not many ways to get aggressive, James. And if you get aggressive, you start to get into sometimes... Oh my God, that was actually such a nasty play, wasn't it?
It was huge. You saw the B guy smoke the tunnel and went towards mid again to try and offer some support to his teammates, but they were victimized in that round. No other way to put it. Landscape becomes more arid as we head towards halftime. Scout is out once again. Will not announce his presence just yet, but how deep does he go? Because he is being looked for. Oh, that's a tag through the door. Snappy will remain standing. Baker's in position for an A split. Being very careful about it. Our M80. Plenty of time to do so as well. We have the 5 towards A for the CTs. Lake needs to be careful now. He's good at being a nuisance for his squad. That's kind of his role, is nuisance. And he takes it well. I love how...
Easy clean up.
Sorry, Dan. I love how Swisher, the third man there, is just facing the wall the whole time while they're spraying, just waiting. He's the worst case scenario, waiting for that flash. And it's details like that are kind of why I like watching M80, because they work really hard. They're disciplined.
I agree with that. I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, this is just very classic CT stuff on Dust 2 as well so far. Very hard to get going once you lose that momentum. Matey are an interesting team because they definitely feel like very dangerous in this tournament. You know, you're not going to necessarily expect them to be, you know, heavy hitters, but they can definitely punch, I think, much above their weight. So you got to be very careful when you play against them, especially Anubis. I think Anubis is interesting because a team that has a map pool where they're comfortable to be able to ban it against their Matey, I think that's something that you must probably, you really probably should do that. Unless you yourselves an Anubis specialist.
I think it depends. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, because I think they're one of the teams that's probably worth playing against to get better at Anubis. But of course, the closer you get to a major and a VRS cycle, the more likely you might want to veto it, because the risk might not be worth it. Anyway, last round and a half, and Kappaski will find the transfer. 3 quick frags for MIP. They desperately need a 4th round here, and it seems they'll find one in lightning fast fashion. Slacks has a lot of time, though, to try and get a crazy clutch. We'll see what he's able to do. The NIP will likely be trailing by 4 at halftime. And maybe the worst will be over for them. Perhaps to have a better time of things when the sides switch. MAT have had more than one good start to a half in this series, and who knows what lies in the next pistol round.
Welcome back to the third map between NIP and their opponents, MAT. NIP got crushed in map 1, had an amazing resurgence on Ancient in map 2, and now as we are looking at map 3, NIP once again are feeling worse for wear. After the first half, their CT side just couldn't get going, but now they move on to the T side here in the second half, James. And with that, with 4 rounds on the board, they definitely have some space to work with.
Yeah, this is their turn to take control now. Lake looking to control things with that smoke grenade, especially with his teammates rotating over towards A. How much time can he buy for himself, though? The Julius is a great combo. He'll get 2 of them. Now, what can the rest of his team do? A flash, a quick look for JBA. Doesn't see much of anything. Slacks coming in round the back. The remaining 3 will be all together, looking for angles around the big box. Edging forward. Kapowski's in a good spot, though. Oh, man. Sin just ran to his demise, but Slacks will avenge. Wrinkle's got a crossfire with Kern. What's the last one now? Oh, he runs out of bullets, and there might be time for Slacks to do it. I think there will be. So close, and yet so far.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, that really sucks here for NIP, but at least they get the bomb planted. So, you know, they're going to be able to have a strong round here that's dangerous, very dangerous indeed, for the CT side. So, time comes for NIP while they try to concoct the plan. But will it be a concoction that is helpful? Where do you want them to go, James? What do you want them to...
What, an IP? Oh. You need util.
You are the
you
captain
need
now.
util on Dust 2. But if you... Yeah. God, it's a tough one. I mean, it also partly depends on what their spawns look like. I don't know if you go for the full force, so you're gonna have all the tools you need. Oh, it hurts. I know. They honestly, M80, I just feel like have got the better side of things. Yeah, see, something like this makes sense to me. A hero rifle, because you can't get the guns and the util, and Dust 2's so open. There's so much range. So I think a calculated risk like this. Keep the CT economy honest. Give yourself a small but noble chance to maybe squeeze a round out. It's the right play.
This is nice too. You know, they've got the hero AK getting damage already. They get the initial kill. Kaspersky's going to go down. I mean, brilliant move from Slacks there to be able to find him in amongst 5 players. Wow. How did they shut that down so easily?
Yeah, there was good backup. I think Sin with the MP9 was critical for that orb to stay alive. So yeah, a calculated risk. I think that's all you can really do in a dire situation like this. It hurts because you're pretty much conceding a round you don't want M80 to get to double figures. But I mean, it's just a bad situation. And even with that light investment, look at their buy now. Less than ideal, to put it mildly. Wrinkle have the AWP though, and he's really got to find an opening for his squad here. We need some individual brilliance from him or someone else to find an advantage for an NIP who are hurting. They are bleeding, bruised and battered, but still standing.
And Slacks is he's anchoring with the AWP from the car position or the slope on A. So, you know, that's one of the dangerous players. He's 14-7 actually for his team at the moment. So having a great Dust too. I think Ancient, he struggled with Ancient more than he did on Anubis. That's that individual performance. A couple missed shots, but no such action here so far. Looking quite precise. And we are going for just a straight up catwalk play onto site. And this is actually brilliant right now because Slacks is fairly isolated, smoking himself off, trying to just delay for his teammates. Good move. Playing from the smoke with the sniper, able to actually pick off a kill. So not too bad, but certainly a good opening from NIP with the bomb down now.
Yeah, that was awkward for the CTs. No flashes from long to come up behind the sniper's head on the bomb site. 2 and 4s in the MP9. Seems they will hold position. Now, this is going to be a highly likely flashpoint. MP9 will be the initial engager and the rest will swing. They want to make it expensive for that T side, and they will do exactly that. But how much will they lose as well? Almost everything. Does the AWP go their way? Nope, an AK does. So some calculation from M80 as well. They want to keep the opposition poor. That shot through the smoke was crazy. But yeah, there's quite decisive from M80. They knew what they wanted to do at the end of that round, and there'll be a lot of Galils because of that in round 16. Again, they chose the risk. Swish will be on the MP, the 5-7, the MP9 for JBA in round 16.
Cat take again. It's definitely proved to be helpful for NIP to just have this big threat of these cat takes to the A site. But that has the response of that is three players on the A site right now. So it is a gamble, but you have to do that if you're in the CT position right now where you don't have all the weapons to work with.
Yeah, I think...
Okay, threatening the B split.
I think if it's B, it might be an abandon from M80. They're positioned to heavily fortify the A-bomb sites. Maybe they can make up for the mixed bag of weaponry with numbers towards that short area while Swisher keeps an eye on things with the 5-7. Now pot shots to the AWP, finding a lot of progress!
Oh, no!
Nothing is going the way of NIP. I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's got to be sound cues. He must be heard here, Kern. The bomb is a mile away. Oh, man, that is a depressing round to be on the receiving end of. Like, what can you do? He did everything right and just got smoked through the smoke.
That is what we call, in poker, a bad beat, James.
Not one.
This is runner,
two.
runner. That's what this is.
My word.
Oh, no.
That is a diabolical round, but I mean, he put himself in position to win.
Seen enough. I've seen enough. That's not okay. Hero AK again from Wrinkle now from NIP. And again, so far with these rounds, they go up cat into A. Looking to maybe go through into mid. The Slacks is waiting. He is the abuser in this scenario, and he's going to be the abused. Pivot back to A though. Might actually yield a bomb plant here for NIP, and in fact, they only have pistols to work with, but this is doable here, especially with that kill. That's a massive find from Shish.
Doing it the hard way. Sometimes we're only human. It's got to be hard to just shake off a round loss like we just saw, and bring everything into that next round. But I mean, these players are so storied. They've all had rounds like that before, so perhaps it doesn't matter. Perhaps they're completely emotionless.
Okay, well, that's a way to answer back after getting just devastated through the smoke by Slacks. So, got something to work with. And it's, again, M80 taking the timeout. We've seen them do this so many times in this series where their opponent will win a round, and it's like, okay, they're going to maybe catch fire, they've got some momentum, something, and an M80 timeout. Even if they're really far ahead. They did this timeout when they were 12-3 up in the first map as well. So I strongly suspect they are trying to ice their opponents out.
There is a chance. You know, some of these situations have been rough at NIP, but they don't have an AWP. Slacks does have an AWP. Slacks is pretty reliable with that. But there's plenty of firepower in that NIP camp. If they can take the right real estate and keep the numbers up, anything is possible. A careful approach at the beginning of round 18. Mid will need to be cleared. Short will need to be taken. Can they manipulate Swisher and put him in the wrong place?
On control here for Sin, for now, at least. There's a monster at the door.
Held on to so much util here, NIP. Time is of the essence. Once you get to that 40-second mark, there is high urgency. And without an early challenge, that smoke could be quite problematic. There are 4 people for NIP behind this smoke. Kapowski creeping through mid, but it's not gone the way Sin was expecting, and his teammates dropped as well. Suddenly, Swisher is in a potential world of pain. 3 of his teammates have been lost. Can he stop this bomb from getting planted? He has no help whatsoever. He's on an island. JBA is miles away, and they're all coming for him. My word, to play with a pace like that is nerve-wracking to watch, but they did that excellently.
Yeah, really a good counterplay just to ensure that the one way that they lose that round, which is Sin waiting on the other side of the smoke, is dealt with. Because that really truly is the biggest problem. If you know the long player can there's a lot of different setups they could be in, and that is obviously one of the more dangerous ones. And so just really good presence of mind to deal with that. Yeah, scary round, and you know, playing a slow pace like this on the T side it can be pretty effective, although risky, because the CTs don't feel very comfortable on this map to push. You know, you might push up a dark, but you could be pushing into an AWP. You could be pushing into a lurker that's there. So you have to have setups to do it. And you know, if you're doing it and you make a pop flash noise, and then someone's maybe lower dark, then that gives the T's the information as to the information that you just got, and then they can play around it. So like there's at this level of play, there's a trickiness to every single scenario, especially on a map like this. But NIP, they're 4 rounds away now. Nice tag onto Slacks.
Oh, okay. JBA's gone. That's really important. Wielding the AK-47. Just the USPs left. It would take a calamity. It would take a natural disaster for NIP to lose this round now. Bit by bit, they are closing the gap. M80 on the back foot. I think he got a bit further than he expected to there. But nothing doing. All is well in the Ninjas camp.
Alrighty then. 8-11, bringing it back. This is one of the things with T side Dust 2 too. You know, it's always possible on a T side of this map.
Snappy's had a
1-2-2 setup.
Snappy's had a tough round, a tough game rather. 6 frags for him. So is Swisher, actually. We always lean on Swisher to be the flag bearer for this squad. But I think if either of those two can get into this game a bit more, it could be the difference maker. NIP with an early loss on this one. trying to keep M80 off that match point, but it may prove difficult now after Shush gets dropped on long. That's the split, no longer possible. Slacks has a flash as well, which is really important. So if Swisher needs support, he can ask for that. Although the flash goes towards long, so Sin can go a little deeper. AWP will be here to stop this push from short.
Oh. That looks like a connection. Very important pick on the site there to get the bomb down, but just as important on the catwalk push, we get the CTs now really creating problems. Ken, the last player standing, he's got players on multiple angles. That's not happening. And there you go. M80, starting with that 5v4 in this round, managed to really convert, forcing NIP into that cat push. Didn't really have any other choice. And that brings them to match points. Really well done.
Short hold for NIP post-plant could have made all the difference there. You saw the urgency when they lost their third man. They had to pursue short and try to clear the whole area out. Very difficult to do with the CTs essentially playing headshot angles or having the potential to. Got to give them credit for getting that far after losing 2 players earlier on. AWP will rise once again in the hands of Wrinkle. You need 4 from 4 now, do NIP. Otherwise, it is a 0-2 record here early on, which will be definitely frustrating. Certainly both teams feeling capable of winning this series. Anubis and Ace in the hole in the vacuum of this series for M80. But NIP clearly ready to play the long game here. Oh my words. Instant impact when he gets the AWP. Wrinkle. A few rounds of AK after some struggles. Some trials and tribulations for the ninjas, but perhaps they've got enough left in the tank.
In. Just standing in front of the doors. You love to see it. But oh! That's a really nice one to just find right before you go down. And that makes things a little tricky. But with over a minute, and it's a 3v3, there's definitely a lot of space to be played here for NIP on the T side. Slacks locking down the long position. It's not a fun challenge. And with other options, you can see that NIP will decide to explore those. But timing from Slacks,
that was
it's
the bomb
so
carrier
close.
as well. If he stays scoped in, he just won't be able to catch up in time unless he goes up mid. Because they're going the long way. That's an important frag from Swisher. There may be some clues within that. You see him making his way over towards B. Slacks has only rounded the corner from long doors just now. Again, JBA in that common position, looking to avoid the flashes. We'll see if he can, if there are any. Looks like they'll be playing contact. And Swisher will be using JBA as the bait. Nice elevation there. Again, it's such a common position in the current meta. And Swisher makes it just Kapusky now. 13 seconds to get this bomb planted. Slack still rotating over. That molly is going to be crucial. The advance continues. 6 seconds. He has to commit to it now. There's no choice. And there is the final frag. It's done. A tough first map for NIP. They bring it back to a third, fighting tooth and nail with a deficit late on in Dust 2, but ultimately it will be M80 to take the series. And a great one it was. Again, Anubis seems to be a strong map at the moment, while many players, many teams are playing catch-up. We'll see if it gets vetoed in future matches for them. But that was a strong victory. Up next, it'll be Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators.
저리 Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
Welcome back. How do I look? How do I look? But you've really like put some work into your hair. Look at his hair. Have you got
It's
like
just because when we started the show, I just come out of the shower, and now it's just, you know, slowly over time, like gets drier, and there's the humidity, and it's just go.
Okay, it looks kind of like you're, you know, you're going to play some blues or something. Looking good on the cam there, Dan. Looking great. Anyway, we have our fourth and final match of the day. We have Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators. It's kind of like North America versus South America, but we've got some imposters from Europe as well. Man like Shuhei in the jersey. That prancing horse, beautiful. One of the great logos in esports, I think. Would you agree?
Definitely. I mean, especially for me, not just aesthetically pleasing and so on, but there's so much history that goes with it because I used to be on the Team Liquid forums, you know, back in the old StarCraft days. You know, I used to be like reading all the articles, like reading all the drama, and I was really invested in that scene. And for those of you that don't know, Team Liquid as a team was formulated out of the community first because it was this StarCraft forum and website that tracked news, and then they started a team, an esports team, and here we are. You know, because obviously they started with StarCraft 2, I believe, in terms of the first like team that they had. So they got some real legacy in the esports scene. They've been around forever. So there's a lot of like, you know, because it's all about the associations, right, James? I've like a lot of memories and feelings connected to that brand across multiple teams.
Yeah, that's really cool that you can grow from like an enthusiast forum to something much greater. There's a lot of great history with that brand. Gaimin Gladiators, a newer brand for Counter-Strike, a young team, let's say, with some old heads on it. We love to see Henny. Of course, the OGs know it was Hen1 along with Lucas1, his bro. But we're going to take a look at the cameras because I have heard that some of these webcams are, let's say, better than some of the other ones. Some you could even argue are a bit dodgy on the Liquid side, perhaps. So let's have a look. Might have a look at Gaimin Gladiators first and see how the cams are looking. This is pretty reasonable. This is pretty reasonable quality, you know, for internet. Very close. But yeah, good quality. You know, I can see the details of the face. I know what's going on. Like, I understand what I'm looking at. So things are quite reasonable on this Gaimin Gladiator side, but it's the Liquid. Oh my word. Oh my God, it's back to the 90s, man. Elige, I feel like my modem's going to connect. Crikey.
Oh
it's like
God.
He's in space. He looks like he's really far away.
It's probably like the same cameras that they got that cut out, you know, in Epstein's cell.
Wow. I think 41 is a generous clarity score. Yeah, I think that's way dodgier. I mean, I'm not sure if that's a leisure. I'm looking at a planet in orbit. The detail is quite lacking, man. I love that. That's amazing. I do think I remember that vintage camera on the left as well. I think I've had that in my hands before, but like, I don't even know if he's white or black. It's that the detail's that bad.
But does his aura, does it make it through the pixels?
Wow.
There's some aura there of multiple kinds.
Looks like he's opened the briefcase in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good reference. That's a great scene.
Looking pretty reasonable here for Naf.
Say
I haven't
what
seen Naf in ages. Yeah, Naf's cool. Naf's a nice guy to. He's a warm person to talk to. Plenty of awkward people in gaming, but Naf is. I wouldn't say he's one of them. I think he's pretty reasonable. But man, all that brightness from the screen. That's a great transition as well. Doing God's work here on the 1s and 2s, our production. So Shuhei versus Lucan. Their rating is, well, neck and neck. And I think these two will be ones to look out for on the server. I mean, when you've got a team with Henny on, he's always, like, there are so many crazy highlights of him bunny hopping through Palace on Mirage and doing crazy stuff. But Lucan's the one putting up the big numbers. So these are the two that we are going to be looking out for on the server today, Dan.
Yeah. And I think, obviously, it's always interesting to see a Brazilian Counter-Strike team, just because well, not all Brazilian league is Argentinian, right? So, you know, it's always like that South American style, very aggressive, and it can often have quite a lot of flair. But, you know, I've always had a love-hate relationship with it as well. So I'm curious to see what we're going to get today from them. And on the other hand, you know, Liquid, you know, at least, you know, rejoining the roster not too long ago, is going to also be a fun prospect. And, you know, in terms of the world ranking, you know, you said Gaimin Gladiators is a newer team. They're sitting at 77, and Liquid are sitting at 15. So Liquid in that top 16 at the moment. But obviously, you know, they've had a bit of a drop-off in terms of that ranking of late. So looking to reclaim some former glory and bring themselves back up. And this is a good team that, in theory, James, they should be able to have an easy matchup against.
We shall see. Dust 2. So we're going to have back-to-back Dust 2s as far as the broadcast is concerned, but a very different look with these squads. Dust 2, the first pick by Gaimin Gladiators, and Nuke picked by Liquid. I love a Nuke pick because it's just like, all right, let's see how what your depth looks like. It's a great test, great measure of a squad is Nuke. So I like that pick coming through from Liquid. And then let's see what the final map will be between these two squads. A lot of 3 mappers we have had in our hands, and perhaps this will be another one. Ancient, the deciding ground, should it be required. So you're favoring Liquid for this one. Of course, they are much higher ranked. I think we've got... we've always got that kind of washing machine of South American players. There's so many teams, there's so many players who have previously played together. You know, there's always a different mix coming through and a rotation. So we'll see what Gaimin Gladiators are going to offer. It's like someone drew the webcam, you know, like it's a slideshow.
It looks like 240p.
It's
That's
one
what it looks. It's like I'm trying to connect to a stream, you know, in 2012 or 2011, and I've got terrible ISDN almost like internet.
It's one step above MS Paint, and I mean just the one step.
Well, here we go. Off to the races for the pistol round for the beginning of this series on Dust 2, and we saw the troubles both on this stream today and yesterday of the CT side of this map. It's very challenging, but that's where Liquid are going to be starting off, and it's going to be Naf who will get first contact.
Trying to create some space for himself then, and that smoke can't come fast enough with Molly's being thrown in his direction. He will get popped. Jota putting in great work thus far. Neckers will make it a 3v3 as he falls to the floor. Nurse takes one in the face, but he's still standing for the time being. Needs to show presence as Elige comes in round the back. Now it's about the frags. Win by elimination, because that bomb plant won't be coming anytime soon. Unless there's bonus money for Phelps. He's got much more to do. How is he still alive? 2 to go, hunting for that reload, but he's got to be careful himself, and he just can't make that fatal connection. High energy, straight out of the gates here on Dust 2. I love an explosive pistol round.
You don't think that Liquid will have an easy time here?
An easy time?
Easy.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think an easy time should exist at this level. I think it's for sure an uphill struggle for Gaimin Gladiators, but we have plenty of experience on this roster. No one keeping an eye on that mid position, and Liquid are setting the bar early. Taking liberties immediately. Respect must be earned, say Liquid. I mean, this round they'll have an easy time for obvious reasons. But I want to see a competitive series. I come into this with no expectations, Dan.
Well, that's always good. Especially at the start here. You know, both of these teams not having an enormous amount of maps played in the last three months. And the thing is for Gaimin Gladiators as well is that they have had, in comparison to Liquid, much easier opponents overall to, you know, that they've played. And, you know, most of the opponents that are going to be in the South American region, mostly Brazilian teams, almost exclusively, in fact. until this competition. So they're going to be up against a different class of opponent here against Liquid. They also previously played G2 recently, of course. The Gaimin Gladiators, that is. So really testing themselves at this point and what they're able to do. So they are discovering it as we are.
I wonder what Henny's bunny hopping is like with the recent changes that we've seen to the game. Perhaps we'll see some later. It's a nice opening from Nekkers. Some heavy damage taken. Got to be careful because there's more util. Well, just in the hands of Naf now, really. But they're still posturing in that mid position. Oh dear. With a team kill, no less. But they keep the man advantage. There's some information, though, for Liquid, who posture a bit closer to that mid position. But there is an inquest towards B from Lucan and Phelps.
Ooh. Well, this is going really well so far for the Gaimin Gladiators. See what else they are able to do in the rounds to follow as Jota takes down Naf. So really not too much being carried forwards into the next round.
It's nice to get on the scoreboard early.
Said it would be easy, James.
Sometimes it can take a while, but you know, this is fairly solid. See if there are some toys to collect. Some may have a preference to the M4 over the Galil, despite the increased armor penetration. Yeah, so far so good. This is the pick of Gaimin Gladiators. They've got a good amount of games won in the maps they've played of this recently. 67% on Dust 2. So let's see what these boys have to offer Liquid. Certainly an underdog in this series. Henny and Luke and the recent additions to the squad. Wow. That would make a good card. I mean, Elysia's just a meme machine. So for sure, you could make like a birthday card and sell that at events. Give them a card. That's the kind of, you know, that's the kind of merch that really sells. People buy that and give it to like their grandma or something. They just wouldn't understand. But I bet that would happen if they actually made that. I'm a marketing genius.
Marketeer. Like a musketeer, but less deadly.
Hopefully not deadly. Pretty solid default coming through from Gaimin Gladiators. It's about how they vary things in the mid to late round. Again, how you get that third player to reposition in the wrong direction. The lack of respect, though, shown by Ultimate, walking through the smoke with the AWP. Really crucial info. That is a problem for Gaimin Gladiators. Now, if their intentions are towards A, perhaps things get more urgent, but Liquid will drop them, falling like flies they are. Not really getting close to Terra Firma on that A bomb site, but it is a 2-on-3. The trades will continue, and now Henny's in the clutch. He's got some smokes, he's got some cover. The AWP is lurking. Naf is rotating over. Position unknown for the time being. Henny being real careful about his angles. Going for the body! Oh, he shot the body! He was already on the floor, and that was the clue that Ultimate needed for the no-scope. Very unfortunate. I think he was in a really good position to eventually get that frag. On this occasion, though, it wasn't to be.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll get to see all 3 kills from Ultimate. I think the second one in particular, I think it was a kill through the smoke. I don't know if he jumped or because he was in catwalk, I think. Okay, no, okay. I thought he was like on the boost or something and just jumped and no scoped it. But no, that was a great performance there from him. Really saving Liquid. 3-1. Still good opportunity to put the pressure onto Liquid's economy, but a lower dark aggression The play here for Liquid, and it is dealt with fairly reasonably. A trade is pretty good considering that one kill came also towards the B dark position. Responsible stuff from Luke and just looking for that push there as well. And now we get a quick pivot into the long position that's completely voided. Free space to be occupied. And now Shui, this is going to be really rough. Trying to make it across to the car. Oh, this is very scary. Now he's stuck at car. He's got to make these frags happen, but absolutely denied. I don't think Ultimate can save this one. 2 versus 4.
Still a bomb spike to get on. I don't know how you creep around the smoke. Come out on top, though, with Henny so far away. And who knows? Oh, look at the angle. The rifle obscuring the vision, allowing Nekkers to walk past. Normally that happens on overpass. I still wonder if Henny had managed to get his hands on the AWP in the last round. They might be in an even stronger position, but they're still in a pretty damn good one. Huge flashpoints in this round. Just out position there towards the end. Oh dear. Is that a man or is that a worm?
I'm gonna
back of the cupboard, webcam. Back of the cupboard. That's what happens if you buy like a cheap camera online. The low light quality will be rubbish.
He's got to be trolling though, because I feel like you can't find a camera that bad.
He might be using a dash cam, like a first generation dash cam as a webcam.
It's like closed circuit TV. CCTV.
Definitely not reading a number plate with that camera.
Okay, so the default is on here, but challenge from the CTs might be afoot. Elf sprays him down. Nuts is able to at least get a trade. You do want to keep the T economy somewhat honest, so we do need to see some kills, even if the round is lost on Liquid's behalf. I guess we don't need to see anything. We're going to get what we're given, I suppose. But...
Ouch.
Nice setup.
They need to protect the weapon if they can. Oh dear. That's his further away from the corner of engagement. Henny on the pistol, forced away, but he is baiting essentially for Lucan, who's coming in from the back. Quite handy help there. Successful round.
3-3.
I still wonder, I still wonder why don't we have our clear decals? Like, why are we being oppressed like this? The game, CS2 is supposed to be better, but they removed stuff, including our clear decals. I like a clean... I like clean walls, I don't want the spatter. Give me our clear decals. I think everybody wants that. It ain't fair.
I don't want it.
Devil's advocate over here.
I only don't want it because you want it.
I know.
At least I'm honest. Well, a bit of an on-round. Not too much to say about this, obviously. But I'm sure we'll find something, won't we? I suppose that's the job, isn't it?
It is. That is the challenge sometimes.
Am I failing then? I think I'm failing.
We find a way through. Not the fastest eco round, but a good one. I mean, this is a promising start after losing some initial rounds there. It's a promising start from Gaimin Gladiators. As the underdog in this series, my focus will be towards them. They lead. An AWP for Ultimate, as well as Henny now. Nekkers continuing with the Mac 10. Lucan's got $10,000 in the bank, and Nekkers has the Mac 10. Now, the test on Dust 2 is, can you get close enough to make use of that Mac 10? if you're swinging along short facing the site, you're essentially useless unless you're, say, jumping down towards CT. So it's a bit niche, the implementation of Nekiz, unless he's going to be the grenade man for his squad in this round.
Focus from ultimates. So they're working that mid approach. Some pressure there. Actually looking like they might want to go in for this one, for the challenge. Nice shot from ultimate. It gets away as well. Quick B hop to safety. Oh, that really slows things down. Makes it awkward. The Gaimin Gladiators.
Where's Lucan off to? They've got the smokes out in mid. They don't have a pick anywhere just yet. Nekiz holding an angle on short. I feel like they're going to eventually head towards the A bomb site. They forced that third player over towards B, but can they keep him there? Doesn't look like they can. Ultimate in more than one round has been good at getting that important info towards the end. Phelps chooses to pursue. That only makes it a 3-on-5. Lucan's still waiting outside long. So a stunted progress from Gaimin Gladiators here. Again, pushing that third man over towards the B bomb site, but unable to keep him there. Unable to get the pick. Unable to go for that late choice because Ultimate is just continuing to be a pest. You see, Phelps understands the mission there. They have the urgency. They need to try and force him away, but in doing that, they lose too many players on this occasion.
Yeah, I think you're totally right in going for that A finish, but they just couldn't quite, maybe just spending a bit too much time here, just playing with Ultimate, just like you said. So great command of the tension from Ultimate in that mid position with the AWP. Oh, and speaking of which, Ultimate will pick off Nekiz early in this round. It was to be a rush here into the B site. They're going to get slowed by the counter util, and Ultimate is repositioning too. He's going to make his way to a spot where he's going to lose his head, actually. Spray comes through, but Naf delivers the defense that's needed. And now the entire squadron is on the way. And they're almost there.
So much support utility flying through from Liquid, stopping the advance. Loads of flashes over the wall to help Naf. And they will secure the bomb site. Again, stuck in a choke point there, Gaimin Gladiators. And they are without the bomb. So much time on the clock there, just kind of stuck at the mouth of the B bomb site. Those flashes stopping them from holding that W key. It's raining over the top, keeping the screens white, leaving Gaimin Gladiators with nothing else to do. Bit of hesitation there. They got that far, but then no further. It's a great pick on the sniper hopping on the wall, a classic peek on the B bomb site, punished. One there from Ultimate. That's a really nice shot there. So yeah, at this point, the flashes just start raining in. Gaimin Gladiators stuck at the mouth of B. An awkward place to be held. So after a spurt of success, things are proving to be a little tougher now.
Yeah, and I think, obviously Ultimate is a great piece to that. He gets that initial pick in mid, just the previous round, all that presence in mid as well. And the other thing too is that he has a great capacity now also to play off the spawns and just, mix up his position or just do so anyway. So Gaimin Gladiators take a timeout. They must figure out what do they want to do here. The opponents are starting to get some momentum. Obviously, AWP in hand and for Henny as well as AKs. So they have a lot to work with in this round. So I think this is one of those spots where you're really consolidating information, figuring out, okay, how do we, what should the focus be? Because I think one thing that you kind of highlighted there on the round where they were toying with Ultimate a little bit too much for a little bit too long was maybe that created too much of a distraction from their timings. And so they get to dial things back in here, create a clear plan.
Goodbye for both squads in round 10. Good matchup so far.
Looking for ultimate, but he's gone long. Exactly what we were talking about. It's mixing up his position.
CT's looking really aggro on B as well. Different approach for Team Liquid. As you mentioned, repositioning the AWP. Lucan with a very nice angle, though.
Ooh.
I love that Gaimin Gladiators. Not making assumptions here. False sense of security for Liquid. And that is a minute 20 to capitalize on that early pick.
Yeah, in theory, you want to go B split off of that. You know that if there's two players there, it could either be a 2-1-2 setup or a 2-0-3 setup. So how do you exploit that? They are holding position for now, though, and Liquid are starting to get a little bit worried. So they're worried about that B split. So they bring a player from A to protect that potential timing. As we see Shui getting real close to the doors.
The angles are awkward for Liquid across the board now. There's a high concentration around these mid doors, which leaves them in awkward positions towards the A bomb site, as well as B. Gambles being taken, but they will be rewarded for it. As the re-emergence was very deep for Liquid, not expected maybe, and now they're being held here by Gaimin Gladiators, and their advantages are being lost. 25 seconds on the clock. And again, they've been holding position, but it almost feels like Liquid are at the advantage, despite being a man worse. Still holding from outside B. Great angle from Naf. Finds the headshot. Shuhei takes advantage of the distraction as Naf finds another one. And the round just slips away from Gaimin Gladiators. A nice early pick, plenty of time, but then not much of anything afterwards.
Really well played by Liquid. Like you said, even though they were down a man, it kind of felt like they were ahead of the game there. And they were, you know, they reacted really well to a difficult situation. And it seems like Gaimin Gladiators have a big focus on these mid plays. Like they wanted to go out mid. They don't have to go out mid there. You know, they have obviously put Liquid in a situation where they are going to have to make some gambles. And Liquid got a gamble that, hey, they're probably going to go mid. You know, we lost a player on B. B split or a mid play to B is probably quite strong. They're able to isolate that side of the map pretty easily. So Liquid decided to go for that. And then obviously it just comes down to some of these gunfights. And Liquid just seem a little bit further ahead in the game. So well done by them. And this is a pretty difficult situation because I don't think there's a lot of money here. No. So AWP on Henny, though. What's his spawn? Does he have a spawn? Oh, he's going to drop down.
I think though, rounds like that, I think are for a team like Gaimin Gladiators, are their biggest weakness, where it's theirs to win, but there's a bit of paralysis there. Again, there's high urgency for Liquid to keep presence, have information in that mid position on their CT side. I mean, that is the dance. Take control of short and try and push that third person away. A great pick from Henny. He's definitely got more work to do if you look at how equipped these Ts are. But again, they get that advantage. Like here, they've got a minute 10. I mean, this isn't a great example round because there are a lot of limitations here for the T side. But I think the grander question can still be asked while they approach this A bomb site. That decisiveness, that bite, when you've got the window, needs to be taken.
More smoke left for the T side as they move towards the A sides. This might actually be a pretty nice approach from them. Not too much to stop this right now from Liquid. It is a leash as well. So now it gets even more difficult. Planting still an issue though. Where are these CTs? Phelps finds himself another headshot and suddenly not too much left and so many guns to be picked up. You need to get some kills here. That's rather taking down one. A second kill as well. That's actually really nice to find. Don't want to have the T's picking up all these guns on a round like this.
Yeah, we need more of that from Gaimin Gladiators. Decisiveness, the confidence. Yeah, Liquid understand what they need to fight for. in these CT rounds. That mid to late round is so important to have that info, the skirmishes around those mid doors to see what the T's are up to. There is information up for grabs. They do a good job of grabbing it. They've got an AWP in the hands of Nekiz already. As we head to the last round of the first half. Close in the first map of the series. That's why you'll see, I think Monte holds a wider angle there, rather than being kind of touching the wall, if you will. He will go, like from Henny's perspective, he'll be more to the right-hand side. So if you've got a lineup, he'll be elsewhere.
You're looking for the pick here. Vitan's big presence, lots of nades. This feels very urgent from Liquids. Or rather, Liquid will be detecting the urgency, seeing multiple players, hearing the first steps, lots of nades. And they did at least just also is checking from Cat. So they have a sense that if there's going to be a mid take from the T's eventually, and Cat control, it's going to take a while. And Alicia's waiting to throw this molly, and that's going to slow it down even more. So this is really nice adjustment, I think, so far from Liquid. I think this is what we've seen from them, James. They're quite active. They play really well off the information they get so far.
Precious utility left for Liquid. A good tag, but Ultimate's still standing. And that's all that matters, especially when he's wielding the AWP. Again, he's looking for that mid to late info around these mid doors. And there's often information up for grabs with the Gladiators who start to posture up towards that short position now. Elige still has his incendiary. He may hope that there'll be some grenade queues to throw it. He won't wait that long though. 30 seconds, good timing. He could really reap some rewards here with this position. And now he can play around this smoke. This is perfect for him. This has gone swimmingly. Ultimate with the AWP as well makes things worse for the Gladiators. And time is of the essence. 15 seconds as the numbers dwindle. Jota's got too much to do as he connects to Ultimate. He's got to plant this bomb now. Makes his way to the site, but falls to the floor as there's one last round for Liquid as we reach halftime.
Welcome back. We are here with Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid. And Gaming Gladiators actually having, I think, a pretty nice start against Liquid, all things considered.
Yep. Go on.
My hit?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay, great. They've been having a great start. Seems like I'm not having a great start, James. So why don't you take over?
I was just saying forehead. Yeah, let's see how this goes now. Impressive. I mean, I enjoyed the Liquid CT side. They understood the mission there. The action around mid doors was great. Trying to abuse the range of these USPs now are this South American side. Phelps and Neck is combining to do great work. 3 of the 4 frags, one for one for Lucan as well. The Argentine for the squad. And Ultimate has the ultimate task. 1 versus 5. With inferior range. Look how far away they are as well. What's the opposite of ultimate? Minimum? He's got 1 HP.
Ooh, okay. Well, he's dead now. Dead now. We will remember him. Well, it's going to be an interesting series because, as we talked about, you'd expect that Liquid would have a massive edge. Obviously, this first map is not done just yet, but a lot of rounds here gained by Gaming Gladiators to kind of work with, despite this this situation for Liquid right now, where they can obviously bring things back. It's dust 2. Anything can happen.
Oh, that's what we're looking for.
This kind of action. It's nice. You wouldn't want to clear those decals. Look at that.
Henny's the man we needed with the scout. Of course it's Henny. Look at that. Wonderful stuff. Oh, I'm an M4A4 enjoyer. That's great. That's great for Gaming Gladiators. Minimal damage done. Highlight flick from Henny. Love to see how much water. They look well hydrated, Dan. Well, there's water in other drinks, but there's water.
I find I need a massive vessel for water, or else I get really dehydrated. Because I don't like going and refilling it all the time, James.
I have tankard. I have a tankard with my Xbox Live gamer tag engraved on it from the Street Fighter 4 days. 7 apiece.
Worst beef ever, right?
Yeah.
I was just thinking for a second.
Yeah, from a brewery in Amsterdam. Good times. Used to go there for Red Fight District. I said fight. I used to produce it. Great competition.
I used to watch those streams back then. Well, the cat take has been... It is suspiciously quiet. So Lucan is... he is asking questions. He's going to reveal to his team that nothing's going on there. Nice response, though. Neck is getting aggressive, trying to head this one off, but this might create some problems. Good catch, though, by Lucan. We now have a 3v4 for Team Liquid on this T side. They need to kill Phelps, but Phelps, he needs to delay. We'll see how much he can delay. Really nice angle there. Isolates the fight, but doesn't matter. Naf still picks it up, and Elige, with that pinpoint precision aim, is able to pick one off as well. And suddenly, it really has gone sideways here for Gaming Gladiators. Nice shot, though, from Henny. That's not bad.
Chance. Elige's got to be real careful as well. He's got 11 HP, and he's around an angle that could be pre-fired. But does Henny pursue? Is there more value elsewhere? So he throws his gun away early so as not to give the sound cue to people who are on the bomb site. Great presence of mind to do that. Really important stuff. Elijah's going to die for sure. I forget, I used to test this. If you did a default plant and stood in that car position, I think I made a video years ago of like how much damage you would take. But of course it is increased now. There was some really nice shots on that B bomb site from Naf. Ever reliable. Great spray from Elige, from Henny rather. But maybe too much to ask to pursue that round with 14 HP.
So getting started again with a pretty fast pace actually on mid. Hit from Liquid. I really like that. You know, getting onto catwalk pretty much straight away. He's going really, really fast here. This might not be expected. God. Oh, whoa! Henny with their scout again.
He's only got a scout.
That seems unreasonable.
No one frags with the scout. Henny's that guy.
And he needs to be regulated.
It is Hen 1, but we call him Henny. It's like Zywoo is Ziwoo, but we call him Zywoo. Swinging to the site now. It's so awkward when you're trying to retake from CT spawn. Elevation is such a problem. Now, they have Jota on long. Doesn't have necessarily the most ideal weapon. This, again, I think could be an invitation to lose a crap ton of weaponry, but they're 5-on-4 for the retake. There are flashes coming in from long. Good angles for the T's, but he's got to find these connections. Ultimate now will do what he can. Shuhei connects as well. 3-on-3. Clock is ticking, and now only Naf remains. Only Jota's got a kit, and he's a high health player as they look for him. But the numbers game, Naf will run away, and the score will be tied. Again, very, very nervous territory for the CTs to go for the retake there, but they find a way to do it.
Yeah, some good damage, though, from Liquid in addition to the plants. But yeah, you can see that Naf was set up to be in a really nice spot. And this is, spots that he does really good work from. That kill from Henny. That's an over delivery. That's another thing that goes really well for them. But yeah, there's just one more kill that gives Naf the 1v2. They could probably win that round. Jota with the long denial. And two-man presence on cap from CTs. I'm trying to find the timings for as the T's come down the steps. They're kind of just missing it slightly.
That was a really hard nade to throw as well, with his teammate jiggling in front of him. Shuhei will have the hand cannon for round 17. Again, Dust 2 to pick of Gaimin Gladiators. With the score tied, you wonder how important a victory is here for Gaimin Gladiators. What happens if this one goes wrong? He's got one flash. I don't know if there'll be time to throw it for Jota. He's got to go deep, surely. Chooses to re-peek for the second one. A long spray for Henny, but he's able to drop ultimate. They don't know the climate towards short. It'll be a careful rotation, which means a slow one from the remainder of Gaimin Gladiators as well. So Henny may be stuck for a while.
This will be a tough one for Liquid. One smoke. There we go from Nuts. Smoke the across. Here we go. Now Monte to create some space, allow them to get onto the side. Good counter util though on the CTs. 13 seconds to plant though. It's getting a little sketchy. There we go. Plant is coming on through. Oh, multiple peaks coming on in. Elige unable to get enough damage done there. 2 versus 2 here for Liquid. Just down to 1 though. Henny against 2 very weak players. Trying to play the angles here. Oh my goodness, Henny's on one today. Looking to try to complete the clutch. Henny with the taps. being baited. My goodness. Nuts is down to 2 HP. He couldn't be lower.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, and Eddie's going to find it. Just unbelievable nerve from him, just holding it the entire time.
So many bursts. He really deserved the headshot there. I was like, is he going to get it at all? Man. Hold your nerve for both of them for that engagement as well. That was a difficult one.
He's had some of the most impactful kills so far in this game.
Did it. Yeah, I think that's...
I think the 2 scout kills that he got were really big impact kind of swing kills that were pretty definitive in those rounds. And then he gets that clutch here at the end, which is pretty crazy.
Always a pleasure to see Henny on the server. They must still call him Hen1 in Brazil. I wonder how you pronounce that in Portuguese.
Haven't the foggiest.
Someone tweet us with a phonetic Hen1 Portuguese pronunciation.
Very tense here. The bomb is actually in Upper Dark at the moment. Oftentimes, I think you might expect to see a short plant. Just get the numbers up catwalk for a short plant.
What has happened to Phelps?
That would be a great way to get damage. Oh my god.
Luke and keeping the T's honest in mid doors. Trouble could be coming his way. Wow, only 5 HP.
Yeah. Makes sense.
They've managed to creep through as well. There's trouble on his B bomb side. Suddenly, the odds are looking pretty good, I think, for these T's as Lucan finds himself on an island, gets his bell rung once, and then one too many times. And suddenly, we've got Hen1 by the car on A, and Jota and T spawn. I can't see them risking losing the AWP here. Outmaneuvered through mid, smokes out. They knew that the CT would fall back to the bomb site, and they simply split with pistols and took everything.
Yeah, it's a really nice round. I mean, you start off with the hero AK, and it just takes, you know, that one initial fight, against Phelps, at least gets to pick up the AK, and it's really hitting a good timing. And okay, well, and he's going to get one. Terrorists win. But, you know, we can see, you know, the money was not really good for the CTs at all. They're not going to be able to, I mean, they might buy around the AWP because they saved the AWP, but I think they're only going to have around $3 to $3.4K on most players. And that's, you know, in large part because Liquid have had a lot of these close rounds where they are doing damage actively. So this is a dangerous time now for Gaimin Gladiators, and momentum could fall away from them. It really is at risk.
Welcome back, Phelps. Not sure what happened to his cam. Ended up in the wall.
They cut the cams. Probably criminal activity, James.
Lots.
When the cam's cut, you know.
Delivered food in the bin. Look, overflowing with delivery bags, I bet.
You break down your boxes before you put them in the recycling, James.
I do flat pack, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, to be fair, that's a good use of the many knives that you have.
Yeah. I'm holding one right now. Never far from a knife, am I?
That's great. You're ready to be attacked at any time.
As is Henny, opening with the AWP. Difficult round on paper for the CTs. Sure, Phelps will be happy to disengage. Perhaps not. Okay, going back to the well one too many times. A 5-on-3 was looking quite juicy for the squad. Perhaps not expecting Ultimate to be waiting with the AWP. Maybe that gives Liquid little more of a chance in round 19. The score tied once more.
Mid pressure from Team Liquids, and Gaming Gladiators forced to play to a site. Not an uncommon response at all from the CTs in this position. So, Liquids, they're going into the long setup. Oftentimes, you only have one player in the setup for the CTs, but they've managed to stack them. The shadow is going to be visible, but does it actually backfire? I think it's backfiring, in fact. Not working out, but they're not going to expect the next player. This is what we're talking about. You don't often have both players on long. Now they're starting to spin around, and there is some damage. Maybe you would have wanted more, but 2 players for Liquid, very, very low, and he gets smoked off. 20 seconds for the plant. Enough time to make it. Although Neck is looking to try to stop this, but the fire is there in time.
Just becomes so awkward for the Gladiators. Great angle from Henny, though. There's a flash for Nekiz. Goes deep, but does next to nothing onto Naf. Now, do they swing together? Oh, there's the flash. He has lost his angle. Is Henny ready, though? Is that going to land? No. Henny posted up. I don't think there was much Naf could do from that position, especially when you know who's on the other side. That is a nervous round for Gaming Gladiators. Again, they had the advantages. I think maybe they overextended when they had a 5-on-3. Could be comfortable with that, but maybe there was a read of a quick play towards B. Naf looks like he is not amused. So awkward here on the door as well. And then afterwards, but somehow they managed to survive all of that. Now, it was a good effort, actually, to go past the angle, but Henny was still able to catch him.
Still, though, the game really is on a knife's edge because the economy is terrible for the CTs. It just really takes... It takes Gaming Gladiators losing 1 round at this stage of this map for them to potentially lose the map. So, really difficult scenario. Liquid, they're just going to look to just smash it into the B side, it would appear. Just looking at their positions, there we go.
Streaming in. Phelps cutting the numbers. That's a great third frag from him. Full spray, not going to be so successful. They've got AKs. They can land headshots. There is a chance. Oh, 0.1 for the judges on that pirouette attempt. Nuts has to gamble now. Goes through the smoke, but there's just too many man on road. Another one collected by the Gladiators. 3 survive at the end of the round. Now things are getting a bit testy for Liquid. Again, this is the pick of Gladiators, the first map of the series. Dust to Nuke. Ancient, should it be required? That was really nice, that last one.
Position announced. Just some deeks. Again, money is really low for the CTs, but this is a good round to make the money back. Ultimate takes down 1 player. Nice headshot with the last bullet from Phelps, and they get to actually build some cash, some reserves for once, as we move into what could be map points now for the Brazilian and Argentinian side. Liquid taking a timeout.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators.
Really hard for
They are pulling away like an RS3 being chased by the police. I'm not sure if they're going to get caught. They may be too far gone. Could have a good buy, though. They've got the people as well. It's been close the whole way, but you could see the frustrations. It's been very emotional cameras these first 2 days of ESL Pro League. Season XXIII. What is left for Liquid? That's with 15 frags. Phelps with 21. He's had a few multi-frag rounds, important multi-frag rounds of late.
patience. I mean, an absolute game, 16-7, and does connect with the Liege. Gets the legs, I would think. So he's down to 16. They want to just go for a straight cat play, or will we get a pivot from Liquid here? The position's quite nice. For a potential A play, they should be able to get onto the sites. But for Gaimin Gladiators, they can very easily play retake as well.
Starting to reposition now. That will be heard as well, though. They're all here. Henny simply waiting. Neck is sliding out and just getting absolutely JFK'd. And he's got the flashes as well. But he's using it to kind of fall back and take some space for himself. Jota's on long as well. He's been holding long doors the entire time. Oh, just above the head. Shuhei could be in some trouble here. Bomb's planted though. That clock is ticking. 4 remain. Starting to creep up is Jota on his retake. They're looking for lurkers. They don't realize that all of Liquid are just chilling and they are ready. That clock is ticking. There's not much util. They've got to find all the frags here and they are finding them. Naf is completely out of position. How has this happened?
I can't believe it. Was Naf like repositioning because he's just not expecting them to do it? I don't know, but they did do it. Gaimin Gladiators with a huge win in the opening of this series. We'll have to find out if they can continue with such prowess in map 2.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
It's a Saturday night. Making some moves. Deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night. Under the moon. We do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. Leave all your troubles at home. You know the night is young, and you're not alone. The lights of the city will carry you away. So many dreams, so many hopes, so many plans, let them go. It's Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night. Saturday night. It's shining like a cosmic light. I'm holding all my silhouette kites. I let the moon dip into my sight, into my skin, into my limbs, and through the rims. Doesn't need to be the craziest itch. Maybe meditating in the center of a dish. People spend their time diff, gotta reach for the tip. It's a Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with Saturday night.
Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun, you talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights. You talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet, that swept me off my feet.
Liquid may have felt like they could have done it in 2. However, that was not to be. Gaimin Gladiators forced their way into a victory on their pick of Dust 2. But now we get into more technical waters, the toxic, arguably, waters of the nuclear facility on Nuke. Liquid will certainly feel at home here. You can see some frustrations on the cameras for Liquid towards the end of that first map, especially then. Do you think they'll come into the second with full focus?
Yeah, I think so, and I think Nuke is a really good map for them. I actually think Nuke is going to be a struggle map for Gaimin Gladiators, and I'm just really using historical bias here for what I expect based on no information, James. So do with that what you will, but that's just a feeling that I have. But one would expect that Liquid gets to bounce back in this series again. They are the favorites going into this, and you know, to be fair to their opponents, Gaimin Gladiators did a really remarkable performance on that first map, and I think a lot of it came down to some of these really impactful moments from Henny there on the screen at the moment. Initially with the scout hitting some just phenomenal scout headshots, which we have been basically saying just doesn't really tend to happen very much. But Henny obviously reliably delivering them made an enormous difference. And the economy is so fragile that doing that at the right moment can really turn a game around, and that's what Henny was able to help to do for his team. So I'm very confident that Gaimin Gladiators might actually still deliver much more than you could expect, given that first map.
Yeah, when I look at the percentages for Nuke for both teams, I wonder how much of the numbers are small, but I wonder how much of it might be in Brazil for Gaimin Gladiators and not necessarily versus the top flight competition. But I think that there might be some weaknesses for Liquid to look to exploit again. We saw on Dust 2 that mid to late round when Liquid were on the CT side, they found exploits with the holding, if you will. I'm not sure if hesitation is the right word, but holding for Gaimin Gladiators, which gave information away, crucial information that allowed them to put their players in the right places to find victory later on. Ultimately, not enough to take the map away from Gaimin Gladiators, but there's certainly something which, if we see similar behavior on Nuke, could also be problematic for the Gladiators. So, I mean, that's something that they will, of course, be aware of as well. They all know that they had problems there. Liquid were able to find that crucial info and get away with it all too often. So we'll see if that has a role to play in this series. But again, I think some of the faces were tired and annoyed towards the end of that first map for Liquid. They'll have greater expectations of themselves. They'll want to have had a 1-0 scoreline here, but sometimes it be like that. So let's see if they can have a strong showing on their pick of Nuke. Again, a good test for any team.
Yeah, and Liquid are here because they lost yesterday against Passion UA, and one of those maps that they lost on was on Nuke. It was an overtime matchup though, so definitely a really close one, but still. So we'll see if they can kind of right the ship here, get the dub on Nuke today here against the Brazilians plus Argentinian.
Going back to our previous match for a moment, I did see a tweet from Snappy. Quickly see if I can find it. So he said, "We are two different teams in practice and official. It's so crazy. There is nothing else to say. Either we solve it within the next few weeks or we won't go to the major. GG." More on that later. But for now, it will be the beginning of Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators on the second map of the series, Nuke. DT side chosen by Gaimin Gladiators. The B bomb site chosen by what remain of Liquid, as they have lost Elige early in this one.
Love the pace on this, really fast down into the lower sites. And there we go, the plants. But Decon currently held by the CTs. Okay, Naf is going to easily be able to fight that. Not a comfortable spot for Naf to fight him, but he is delivering the headshots so far. Not able to get the reload off though. And now 3 versus 3 into this retake.
Staggered push from the CTs at Decon there, maybe expecting Naf to look elsewhere. Not many places for him to look though from that position. We'll see if they can find the defuse. They don't have a kit, so it's not looking likely. Ultimate has been dealt with, but nobody's on the bomb. They had 3 players standing, 2 remain, and they just don't have time. Goodbye.
Liquid with the pistol. It's a close one, but lower rush works. Yeah, this was the play though from Naf. Like, getting 2 kills there is really nice.
Still believe.
Uh-oh.
The scout's back. Still believe that winning the pistol and consecutive can be, all too often it's going to be really important on Nuke. And Liquid will be off to a good start. And of course, you'll always pick that map with the expectation of starting on the T side. Oh, just a bit too deep to expose. Crazy how his head goes back even from the grenade on the X-ray. Elige will be dealt with. That's good information for the CT side looking for their first round early. But Phelps will be hyper-aggressive and be dealt with by Nerds.
I respect the scouts here in the hands of Henny. 50 seconds left now as Nerds continues to work on the outside control. Again, Henny feels like a really big threat here. We'll see if he can connect the shot. Ooh, actually not a connection. This gives a really good chance now for Nuts to be able to take him out. We'll see if he can do so. Henny is trying to delay for teammates to come by. He's done some damage and he's delayed enough. Oh no, that is terrorizing for Liquid.
Still a chance for him to win this round though, because how many players are on this A bomb site? Henny has got an upgrade now. Running distraction, that clock continues to tick, but Nekkers has been dealt with. Who else has position on this bomb site? Well, Jota has some now, certainly showing some presence. Not sure if Lucan's been detected here. Can he play off of his teammates is the question. Naf closing the distance now. Oh, just around the corner in time. They're losing position on this bomb site. Outnumbered for a moment, but now Lucan finds himself alone. The 180 won't come fast enough. And Shuhei will keep a clean sheet for Liquid.
Ooh, close one. Just sometimes feels like the hardest rounds to win. Lots of variants, but there you go. We'll see what can be done with this good start. I did like that double secret play. I felt like that was really nice there too, because there was initially a really heavy outside bias from Gaimin Gladiators, and that's something that, you know, it is in part a gamble. It's like you're opening. You don't know what the opening is of the opponents. You just have to pick one yourself. But once again, Henny back at it with his scout.
So many targets. Perhaps showing to too many on this occasion. So this will be a very slow start after all then for Gaimin Gladiators, unless they find a miracle round, which is looking less and less likely. Not that much time has passed, but only 2 remain. And again, they've spent all the cash for the most part. But perhaps Jota can give them a chance.
What a time to burn in this one. Good to go. No sound cues for the Gaimin Gladiators to really work with here. It is just a silent creep across the map from Liquid onto the upper site. Nobody is home. So that will be a free bomb plant for them. Might just be an auto save here. I don't know. This is very, very difficult. Is there any weapon of value to collect? We've got the AK.
Yeah, I don't think they pursue here. But yeah, a very, very slow start. Didn't see the lights change. So only Liquid are off to the races at the start of this one. Again, this is an encouraging start for Liquid. Frustrations of the last map will soon fade away.
Terrorists win.
One of the many reasons Elige is somebody I'm a fan of is what he does outside of the game in terms of content and so on, and understanding the importance of profile. I remember I saw, I don't know if it was a coach or like a manager of a team kind of gloating at how little his team had to do in terms of like media stuff at an event, which was so idiotic. I can't believe it. But Alicia's the opposite end of that spectrum, understanding the importance of profile for the individual, but also educating the masses as well in terms of like pathing. You saw him doing the pre-fire angles there as he went through the lobby and so on. Definitely somebody to check out on YouTube and beyond. It's important to have people like that in our community. It's great to see him on the Liquid squad. 3-0, a great start. I don't think they could ask for more, really, in terms of how they've begun this game of Nuke. He could ask for more pixels.
Yeah, you could. You could always make a request, but it will be denied. Which is basically your experience with the Valve developers over a good decade.
Yeah, can't argue with that. Throwing bodies at the problem are Liquid, and the problem seems to lie on the B-bomb site, where they've all successfully gone completely unscathed. Finally being touched by Yota downstairs. I need to stop saying when I pause. Bad habit. This is a successful round.
Have you tried
shocking
yourself?
Shocking my what was it? Electricity.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't thought of this. But
negative reinforcement.
I will you know, I'm terrified to touch a fly swat. I just can't bring myself to do it. An electronic fly swat. So I could, this could be the way to do it. When I say I'll have to give it a touch.
You could always try one of those collars Hassan uses.
Oh my god. But find me wearing a collar of any kind. Unless it's a shirt collar.
Yep.
Okay. Sartorial excellence is never far away.
Here's another look at the entry.
There's not much to say about
nice and straightforward.
Yeah, there's not much to say about Gaimin Gladiators just yet. I mean, we've had a lot of crap buys from them. We've got a better one now. So maybe round 5 is where the game starts for Gaimin Gladiators, because there honestly hasn't been much to say. We're kind of out of words, but now our vocabs, I'm sure, will be rich.
Creating the expectation. Well, there's going to be a fight in the outside here, potentially set up there for the CT side. Gaimin Gladiators looking to see if they can catch these players dropping down.
So many people facing at the same time, and Joseph's just stuck with his hands in his pockets.
Elves is like, what about me, though? They are backing away from him, so he's not going to get a piece of the action. Lucan, though. Oh, Naf turns just in the nick of time, but Henny will trade it at the very least. So 3 versus 4 now for the Gaimin Gladiators. With a minute to play with. We go back to outside. Maybe Phelps will get some action after all. He's going to jump straight through the smoke. Or will he? He's got to be very cautious about his timing. He's found a decent time. He gets a double out of it. Although it's traded, what does Ultimate have left to work with? 40 seconds, and he's got to recover the bomb.
1 versus 2 could be worse. No sound cue on the way back down. That's really important. 30 seconds. He's got time to go to many places, but Henny's angle has got to be too oppressive. Indeed, it will be. Punctured immediately. And Gaimin Gladiators start to build. Only 2 survive, which isn't great, but at this rate, I mean, the way they've been losing rounds at the beginning of this one, I think they'll take the round no matter how it comes, won't be concerned with the circumstances. They're on the scoreboard. They've got some catching up to do. And even in losing that 1 round, there can be opportunity for Liquid. Get that loss bonus reset, put them in the bin firmly, neck deep.
Well, you're right. You know, it was the round to work for Gaimin Gladiators after a 4 in a row. Not going super well. And you know, big credit to Phelps and his patience there. You know, he was so patient, could easily have pushed so much sooner in multiple occasions, for multiple reasons. But we get one posted here. And the money's kind of gone. To get 3 AKs though and a decent selection of nades, so it should surely be a fast round here. Explosive play from Liquid is assured. They're going to force out lots of counter utility early in the round. But they themselves are left with no smokes. They have no smokes now to speak of.
Show me the flicks. Thank you very much. Oh, plenty targets. Henny will stand here all day. I don't think support's coming in time. But he wants all the frags for himself. That HG could do some good damage to Nerds. Indeed it will. Up close, he's ready for the shotgun mode. And him simply existing here will eventually draw support. He has some lower ramp and they will be collected. Will Liquid. Suddenly things looking far more difficult for them on Nuke.
And he's a problem. Elige needs to do damage. That's sort of the minimum that you're looking for here. Just get some damage. The CT economy, if you can get like a couple kills at least, you prevent it from growing. If you can get 3, obviously you start to really damage the economy. But it doesn't really look like Elige has the opportunity to do much of anything. The bomb is being sat on by the CTs, and so Elige with no options is likely just going to be saving here. And yeah, the Henny really is a big problem to deal with. He's kind of too good, James.
He's very good, but career-wise hasn't reached the heights you would expect for a man of his talents. A good run at EPL would be a great way to have a resurgence with the Gaimin Gladiators. GG's in all kinds of ways. But this is just his bread and butter all day. Loads of you people running at your AWP? Yes, please. Support as well. And he understands the importance of staying alive and allowing his team to clean up when necessary. So yeah, they broke Liquid. And now as Liquid struggle on the T side, we'll see how important those early rounds were for their success overall in this first half. Again, they trail by 1, which they could have won on a different day, but not today.
Elige versus Henny, perhaps. Ooh, actually getting some tags.
Don't make it too easy.
Elige the assassin.
Of these Glocks and the AK. Don't want to overextend and lose the player when you don't need to. Showing a bit of leg. Police won't be happy with that. Handily dealt with. Patient. I mean, there wasn't much that Liquid could realistically do there. But you don't want to see Gaimin Gladiators capitulate in a round such as that. Consistency is key.
Truly is. Is there an upset on the cards here? I really do. Well, I'm really starting to wonder. Gaimin Gladiators, if they manage to defeat Liquid, that would be a really rough situation for sure. For Liquid, that is, but incredible for Gaimin Gladiators. And they're looking much better than I expected so far in the series. Outside aggression for both sides. Set up there deep in a position is Phelps. Henny deep for support as well, further back in garage. And Phelps, he's got a great spot right now. He's looking for how many can he get out of this. Guess one player is looking for more, but at least there's a trade for the T side. Ultimate, able to find another through the smoke, and suddenly it really falls on Jota to do some damage here to this attack. It's getting a bit chaotic.
Match loss for Liquid here is interesting for Gaimin Gladiators, because I think everybody would look at Liquid in the loss, but not Gaimin Gladiators in the win. So they'd still be kind of under the radar. But Liquid are looking to turn this around and keep their lead. 45 seconds in a 4 versus 2 now. Nekis has a chance for a multi-frag though, but timing might not be his friend. Heading through Squeaky. As many Liquid players are just around the corner. Heading to the outside now. Will time be on his side? 30 seconds to get this bomb planted. The Shota's moving as well. He's going to be ill-positioned to stop a plant on this A-bomb site. Imagine if he did a Hail Mary spray and was able to stop that bomb from being planted. That would be interesting. Not today, though. But there's loads of cash, though, for the CT side. Henny's got 9k before the loss bonus comes through. So they've got some stability.
Yeah, they definitely do. I wonder if Liquid will go back to some of the outside chaos here. It's definitely a good way to shut down the CTs because it does feel like they want to fight Brazilians. They want to fight outside so far. You know, they've had reliably, you know, most of the rounds Henny's posted up there. You know, Phelps is going to be in some setups too. And at least in the previous round, it was somewhat exploitable. But maybe, you know, such as the chaos of pistols as well. And we go back to the full buy. We'll see what Liquid decide to do, if it's more of an outside-based default or not.
Curious where Ultimate goes with the AWP as well. On the T side specifically. Quickly boosted up, looking for action. Neck is getting barbecued to 7 HP inside. You'll have to be really careful. It's so nasty when you encounter CT AWP downstairs because they've just got so many places to take a shot, fall back, post up. Too many nasty surprises that will allow the remainder of the team to focus outside. And it seems that Liquid are quite happy to creep around these smokes and look for engagements. They have been favorable in previous rounds.
A minute to go. And he still posted below the secret stairs, like you mentioned. So Liquid's looking to definitely avoid that. They don't know it's there yet, though. Phelps around the credit card position. See what he can do there. Starting to wonder, okay, noise has been cut. Is there a rotation? Liquid might, though, just re-hit outside.
So uncomfortable to continue to hold an off angle and not fight and look for that info, which Liquid are looking to punish. But at some point, they'll have to reposition and look to collapse on a bomb site. Closing in now. Noise has been cut for a long time, but Phelps is off angle. So good! He's often so good at the multi-frag, getting that second one, not on this occasion, but Neck is so low for the round after that. Molotov is able to deliver, try and buy some time now. 12 seconds to get a bomb plant, and Lukin still round the back, trying to stay alive for as long as possible as the Leech desperately tries to find that frag. Great patience, not engaging. They learn their lessons from prior rounds. They know Liquid are looking for those 1v1s outside with the AKs. They deny them, hold the off angles, and secure the round.
The patience really is remarkable. I agree. And this again, Phelps outside has been playing brilliantly this game so far. Super key player. And look at, you know, they've got a lot that they can play with now in terms of pacing. They cut noise for a very long time there. Now they're just going to absolutely send it straight into the upper sights. And Nekis, Lucan doing a decent job getting those initial kills down to a 2v2 in the chaos. Phelps comes in from the outside and he's going to get set back out. Jota now going to Huts, seeing if he can find something. Has all the sound cues he needs. They're going to go down to the vent. Is that what they're doing? Yes, but Jota, he's quite quickly behind them. They may not realize quite how close he is.
That double peek from Liquid was awesome on the bomb site for CT vent. Big footsteps, somewhat clouded by the grenades. Only so many places Elish can be, but he is ready to win that clutch. 5 pixels and all. Back and forth we go. Very tense in this second map of Nuke. 4 pixels. I feel like we're losing pixels every time we go back to the camera.
He's as much bandwidth as he can get. Play the game.
It's $1 a pixel for that webcam. Paid by the pixel.
The fast play did work out. They're going to go for a similar one. Ooh, an elbow for a second for ultimate, but no pick. The question is, do they slow down overall a lot, or are they going to go just keep the pace pretty fast again? Obviously, they can't rush into the upper side. They cannot rush through the smoke here into ramp either, so somewhat forced to slow things down. Annie, this is the play. AWP against AWP, potentially. We might go into the angle, though, and still gets the kill. It looks like Ultimate was happily posted on that one, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to work out. The trade on to Jota is going to help Liquid get some space towards ramp, but it's gone, just like that.
Timings we're seeing here are sick. I can't believe he won that duel. But here we are. 5th round on the way for Gaimin Gladiators. Don't expect they would want to pursue in this round. They'll want to full buy for the last round of the half. What do Shuhei and Elige choose to do? The remaining 2. Perhaps they've got a good chance at a 2v2 on one of the bomb sites, but have a look at this hold around A. 19 seconds on the clock. Elige with a wild play. Make it a bit more expensive, but they'll collect AKs for their troubles. 3 pixels.
Okay, well, hard-fought game for both teams. I mean, again, look at this Henny guy. He's a thorn in the side of Liquid, that is for sure. Super responsive plays there from Gaimin Gladiators. 6-5 for Liquid, though, on the final round of the first half. Very bad buy, though. And they're going to just absolutely rush Henny down. They are going to send it so that he cannot survive. That's one way to do it.
He was at the point of no return. AWP in the hands of Nerdstyle. We'll see what he can do. Might be exactly what they need for an unlikely final round. Elige pulling a grenade out, but the trades will continue. Ultimate through the door. That's such a key one. That stolen AWP rears its ugly head. Even Lucan in a 1 versus 2. He's got some of the info. Catches Nerds trying to reposition. He's got some utility as well. Trying to figure out where Ultimate is. Spinning like a Dalek and is able to find one more. A very good half for Gaimin Gladiators, it must be said. 6-6 at half time. All to play for in the second map.
Welcome back then to the stream here, the lovely B stream with James and myself here for the Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Liquid battle here in the Swiss system at ESL Pro League. This is the 0-1 match, and it's getting a little bit tricky, I feel like, for Team Liquid. Actually, they're having a bit of a struggle here on just closing out this series, which, you know, surely they should have the better of, because we're 6-6 on the second map, and Gaimin Gladiators picked up map 1, Dust 2. So a lot of work here for the Liquid boys to do.
T-pistol is going to be really important for Gladiators, I think. If they are to have the struggles they had on the T side of the first game here as well, then I think Liquid could really rise to strength here. And they've certainly started well on this pistol. Have Liquid 3-on-1, Lucan alone. Nobody responding on the radio. It's got to find the 1v1. So many places for NAFTA B, but still delivers. Reload is in. He doesn't have the bomb. He does, however, have time.
Plenty of time. For a second, I thought everything froze. Thought the game froze. But Lucan's still here, still trying to find a solution. CT's not going walkabouts, they're just covering the bomb. Lucan needs a very fortunate circumstance here to find these kills.
Oh!
Okay, well,
that was it!
Not looking is definitely decent, but gotta hit the shots too.
Oh, perfect timing with what you said, Dan. That was exactly on a plate for him. But, you know, the pressure to deliver is the problem. You grab your mouse a bit tighter. Oh, man. If it didn't matter, he gets that headshot all day. I think because it does, a bit of psychology there. It's such an urgent situation. Yeah, he knows how close he was. No bomb plant either. So it'll be the definition of an eco round here for Gaimin Gladiators. And again, if you're joining us late, mid to late round, Gaimin Gladiators did get exploited here and there on Dust 2, a map which they did win, but yes, there were problems on their T side. I do wonder if Liquid have a plan in that regard. I expect this to be a stronger half for Liquid, but I've been wrong before. Oof. That's crutches at least, 6 months.
All right. Unless you get those peptides, James. That Wolverine stack regenerates.
I almost forgot, Dan. Just a reminder about the mailbag. If you want relationship advice or bad crypto advice, you can email dhlmailbag@efg.gg. Excuse me. You'll see it on the lower third. And put B stream in the title. We will secure your romantic future for you. That's to secure the man advantage for his squad. But it won't last long because Henny continues to be a problem, a thorn in the side of Liquid.
Like Shui's position there, a little bit forward into towards lobby. With the UMP, this is a good range for it. Very nice indeed. Oh, hello. Waiting on the other side, Neck is holding onto upper, but still some problems to get across there. Jota deals with nerds. Oh, wow, Phelps. He's the outside player, James. He knows the shenanigans. He knows.
They've just got all the better angles. Gaimin Gladiators could pull something out of the hat here. I mean, you were wondering a few rounds prior. They are a threat. They've secured that round early. They've got the CT spending. You know, sometimes it's a long slog when you're on the T side of Nuke to break the CTs and then start to build, but there are shortcomings already. Nerds with the 5-7. Ultimate, however, has an AWP. He was a dab hand in that first map. So this is a critical point for Liquid if they are to win their pick of Nuke. Surely they must deliver in this round.
outside aggression getting deflected. What's the outside man taken down? Ultimate has a nice post up here, although we might not expect that should be so deep. This is actually a very strong position now, potentially from Henny, that is. Oh wow, Henny really set up to have a great situation for himself and his team. But does he realize that Ultimate's even there?
No idea.
Because his teammates could get blasted and he won't even realize. Okay, well, there we go. Now he understands. And he's trying to make this into the play that wins the round. You're drawing his teammates across so he can kind of set this one up and just hit a better timing. There's the execution. And now it's time to go downstairs.
Will they be expecting Naf in this position, considering he's got to be careful about where he puts his silencer? I may concede his position there. I think he realized that quickly. There are problems on the way. But will they check? That is the question. Or will they assume? 20 seconds left. They may not have time to check and assume. Nerds has got position now. And this makes distraction even bigger for Naf, but he gets deleted by Joseph, but the bomb still needs to get planted. 10 seconds. Elijah on the way. Last man standing. They found a good angle. He has so much to do.
And no real options here. I don't know exactly where he's going to come from, but... Okay, 2 players on the angle, and that is that for Elige. Gaimin Gladiators in a really good spot now. I mean, that play from Henny, that timing was really cool. Really, really cool.
Naf saved his teammate's bacon there. There was a peek about to happen towards heaven. Yeah, Henny's in the ceiling apparently. Big swipe at a mouse pad and the webcam's gone. And look what this has done. Again, I mentioned that was an early-ish critical round for Liquid, and it has left them with nothing. Pockets are empty, turned inside out. Gaimin Gladiators looking fairly solid, looking like a unit, it must be said.
Taking command, indeed, of this game so far. And the series. Also making his way downstairs and seeing what he can find. I mean, at this point, just getting a kill, stealing an AK, these are some of the greatest objectives you could have. Nuts. Oh, he's got a great spot here. Oh, okay, he gets the kill. I feel like you almost want him to run out and die and just allow his teammates to kind of be unseen. Another dink runs at Neckers, but... okay, maybe the AK can be collected. Is it recoverable up there? Where did it go? Is it on top of the silo still? Yes. Okay. I mean, this is really the best case from this round, probably, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And I'm sure Shuhei thinks the same. Gaimin Gladiators in the lead now. It's important they continue to play to win and don't play to not lose. And that hesitation could be exploitable. They're coming for him as well. He might get the first, but they are all here. They're all here! I love this. I love the urgency from the squad. I love the confidence to all go on the hunt. At the right time, I might add. Go again.
Hello, hello.
So, who do you fancy for Nuke? You think Liquid have got what it takes?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I feel like we would have seen it already, James. I feel like we would have seen it already. I mean, it's not that they're playing in any way a bad, or anything like that. It's just I think we're seeing just better moves overall from Gaimin Gladiators. Again, I think we've seen some really key moments from on this map. Phelps and Henny stand out. Everyone obviously doing a great job on the team, but similar to the first map too. There's some really nice individual performances, kind of over delivering in certain spots. kind of, changes the whole equation. And that's how Gaimin Gladiators, I think, have been looking so good so far against Liquid. Looking to send them into the 0-2 part of the bracket.
That's an undesirable part of the bracket, Dan. Highly undesirable.
Yeah.
No AWP in round 18 for Liquid. Also none for Gaimin Gladiators. Henny quite happy with the AK-47. Nice to not have a dependent. I was wondering if he was going to go for a flank and pick up that AWP from Ultimate on the ramp, but he understood the bigger picture, and it's important too, as well. Definitely a team player. Three mollies for the Gladiator squad. Noise absolutely cut. Even the spin of the skeleton knife has got a chafing sound now.
Chafe. I'm a fan of all of the new sounds. Chafing sounds, the clinky sounds. The Molotovs have like a sloshy to them. That's really satisfying.
You're a chafing sound.
Can't deny it, I suppose. 30 seconds to go, and now finally the movement into lobby, through lobby into ramp is had. 1-for-1 trade, but they need to go a little bit quicker here. They need to get onto a site. Now the jump up around the outside towards heaven. It's going to help them gain some position, and that's a very important kill, unlocking the door. And Phelps, perfect timing, catches the player right up the ladder, and another to be had. Shui dead on the site, and you know what? Elige once again just left alone in an impossible scenario, 1 versus 4.
Crazy thing is that the bomb carrier being spotted in the lobby, of course, importantly winning that duel, sent the reinforcement straight up the ladder to their demise. So it sped the round up in trying to secure the A bomb site. Crazy how things happen sometimes. Gaimin Gladiators moving to 10, and look at the lack of money for Liquid. $50 for Ultimate, Nerds with 0. It is looking dire. The forecast ain't good. That was a nice 180 though, but can he escape the bomb in time? There's another bomb coming! Oh man, the detail. I love it. Gaimin Gladiators give them nothing for free. They hunted down Shuhei and T-Spawn, and it will be shrapnel for Elige.
It's really good timing. I mean, we were talking about how everything felt so slow and disconnected almost in a certain way, but then everything just came together so beautifully. And that final kill on Elige really, I mean, it just feels really oppressive right now for Liquid. Get the outside movement here from Gaimin Gladiators. And they're able to deflect this lobby aggression, so seemingly a step ahead.
Still a dangerous round. Elige inviting a close quarters engagement, and he is rewarded for his efforts. These are rounds that can be lost. These are the unlikely rounds where you should be pulling away that can be lost. Nerds has found himself in a very awkward place though, but he still somehow gets something from it, and he's still standing!
Oof, Neku's taking down Elige. 2 versus 3 for Liquid to try to find a recovery. Shui in the door position right now, and Naf in the rafters. I mean, if they go lower, then it's going to be pretty tough for Liquid. I'll say it's starting to make the move. It's really tough for Liquid too, because you don't really want to reposition if you don't have to, and so sometimes you just staying in position is the safest thing to do, but in this case, it's going to end up putting them at a huge disadvantage on the retake.
I wonder if it...
Unless there's a crazy world where they go up the
vent. If it
vent.
ends up being the B bomb site, they just go to find some rifles, maybe.
I think so. I think that's got to be the only option.
Risky one towards the end, but they have opened the correct door. I think it will be a scavenge for the remainder of Liquid. Future rounds have to be the priority here, surely. Yeah, plenty of value in that. That's all you need. No exits. Got to prioritize scraping every round possible. But the hunt will continue. Gaimin Gladiators, merciless. Shuhei will get the better on this occasion. Might be good to save these rifles now. As Gaimin Gladiators move to 11. I think maybe some viewers with Gaimin Gladiators winning Dust 2 thought the third map was guaranteed. Not looking that way right now.
No, it's not. It really isn't. Gaimin Gladiators team, I was kind of wondering, what damage they can do in this tournament with the performance that they're showing us so far. Looking pretty sharp. Good reads on Liquid overall. And, they've got some of the clutch that's really necessary and not afraid to run the clock down a lot and still have control in the rounds, despite the urgency that then appears. And for Liquid, it's a pretty bad situation for sure. I mean, you're on the CT side as well, so the CT side on Nuke is usually, it's not like a Dust 2 CT side, right, where you kind of have to be passive and it's kind of a struggle, but the rotations are in your favor on this map, and there's lots of setups you can play that allow you to kind of find solutions. But there hasn't really been many found so far now for Liquid. And if there's any to be found, now it has to come in this moment. Round 20. And Gaimin Gladiators threatening to once again wipe out the economy of Team Liquid.
Scopes return for both squads. Facility raining down. From the CTs at least. Gaimin Gladiators are, purposefully holding on to most of theirs. It's exactly what Liquid need. An early 5-on-4. Phelps dropped outside. This will compromise presence somewhat. Oh, and he gets a second one for free as well. Should be round done. Now, there is money. If Gaimin Gladiators get wrecked in this round, the pressure will continue. Of course, it is absolutely must-win for Liquid. Now, do they want to keep lurking around this outside? Only 3 players and an AWP looking to surprise them yet again. Might get their health insurance payout quicker than they expect.
Not a lot of time for this one. We don't have anybody lower just yet, though. They've got to surely suspect this is possible. 20 seconds to go. Door is opened, and that's the sound cue. Now, CT start to move. Now, can they get here before the counter nades? That's looking a little challenging. Lucan able to find the first one. Henny as well. So these CTs now starting to dwindle in numbers, but still slight advantage. Lucan Neck is playing up close, seeing what they can find back to back, and they will back to back die. Liquid make the retake happen. Losing only 3 players, so not the worst. Liquid are still in this one.
Yeah, I think they're prioritizing retaking together to give themselves the highest chance of winning the rounds. Doesn't matter about the bomb plant. They've got money regardless, the T side. Just got to be as careful as possible now. 0-2 will feel unfathomable of a start for Liquid at EPL. The lead is narrow. The rounds are nervous. Again, Phelps picked off very early, and another free kill afterwards, just out there in the open, exposed to the AWP. Not a mistake Gaimin Gladiators will look to make again. Double AWPs now for Liquid. Naf picking up a second one. So
very tense stuff outside here.
Worth noting as well.
And he's not afraid though.
It's worth noting, Ultimate's very deliberately announcing his AWP outside, which may catch somebody off guard when they walk into Naf somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a great point. He's posted up in the ramp room at the moment. I like this. You know, we are in, when saying we as in Liquid, are in defensive positions there. Gaimin Gladiators moving towards ramp. And that's exactly what you're talking about. Getting caught there by the AWP. And now 50 seconds to work with. What is the plan? You've got to concoct a plan. Helps. Again, the very experienced outside player trying to see if he can predict how the CTs are going to be set up there. Late smoke indoor. That is pretty devastating. That really splits up the push.
That would have been the opening, but it seems everything's going to fall apart now. Gaimin Gladiators could do with some loss bonus from the bomb plant at this point, and he definitely wants to hold on to that AWP. And it's these late in the day calls like a double AWP, where if you know there's a second one or you don't know where the AWP is, you may have a different approach to that ramp position. But again, Ultimate perhaps leading them into a false sense of security. And Naf getting a sitter towards the ramp. Things like that can really swing things in your favor at a crucial time late in the day, as we are here in Nuke.
Oh, Liquid really going to bring it back right at the end here. It's definitely looking a lot better. But it can also be to some extent too, you know, this sense of, you know, we're so close in terms of the Gaimin Gladiator camp. We're so close. Okay, well, the AWP is still in play. In the hands of Henny. And the lobby presence is going to be the focus early for Gaimin Gladiators, giving up the outside. And Liquid also have a very, very passive presence outside. Just Ultimate is holding an angle. There's the pop flashes going into the wrap position. It's given by Liquid.
They've heard so many footsteps. Does Phelps get one for free? I think Shuhei is checking. Yeah, nothing's taken for granted there. Great focus from him. Bomb plant is really important for Gaimin Gladiators here. All together on the ramp, holding position. Are these the kind of rounds that Liquid are able to exploit? Because the clock will turn against the Gladiator squad sooner rather than later. Nerds looking for opportunity. Naf on the way down with the AWP. Still dual wielding on this team. Oh, collecting almost two heads there as Naf swings out, but nothing doing. Tide may be turning for Gaimin Gladiators, but there are still angles for Liquid. Nasty from Elige. Catches the second one. Bombs on the floor. Nekez with so much to do now. 25 seconds. There is support for Elige here as well. Is this too much to ask for Nekez? Footsteps being made. He knows Elige was there. Can he find him? Tucks into the corner just in time. Just in time. And the score is tied.
And they didn't even get the bomb down for that extra money that they really needed. Timeout comes in and everything was going fine. It was all going great until the last 2 to 3 rounds, when suddenly just can't find the openings, can't find the position, the ground, the timings that you're looking for. And Liquid are kind of ready to turn the series around completely, right at the 11th hour on Nuke. The timeout is up, and it's just pistols here. I doubt that they would force buy. I think they need to save some money for that, to have one proper buy.
This might have been a nerve-wracking game if you're a Liquid fan, but I think in this particular scenario, they can thrive. There'll be less pressure in a round such as this for the Gladiators, where you're looking for that high variance. But these fast plays from Phelps are not yielding results outside versus the likes of Liquid. And that might be something to think about once the rifles come out once again. Lurk has been troublesome. Great confidence from Naf. Just a noble P250, but he'll be given nothing for free.
Liquid looking calm. But so are Gaimin Gladiators, to be honest. I felt like we had a lot more emotion on when teams were kind of losing yesterday. On some of the cams, it was more visible. I think in particular from 3D Max, there was a period of time when they were not having fun. But they did manage to kind of pull through yesterday and today as well. All right, so... (12-11) Liquid on the precipice here of turning around their fortunes.
I love the significant changes in these late rounds. Ultimate surely gets one for free. I don't think anybody's going to expect such a deep angle. Dismantling Gaimin Gladiators. They were knocking on the door, but it's Liquid who get to game point first. I don't see a way back in from this point. How do you solve this? Where can you go? It's one sniper now for Liquid. So hard to play 3v5 on Nuke T side and not give sound cues and avoid an AWP. Nightmare mode for Gladiators.
Yeah, and time is against them too now. It has been fairly often. Naf gets the angle. Oh, sprays both of them down. In fact, Nuts gets one of those two. And he 1 versus 5. It's like, where am I being attacked from? It's everywhere. That's the answer. And Liquid are going to pull it out of the bag. The comeback, the rejuvenation, giving us now a map 3 in this series. We'll have to see if Gaimin Gladiators can pull it together on the next map.
Come to me.
All right, well, you got 2 Galils, a Deagle, and 2 AK-47s to try and get this one into overtime. Otherwise, it's going to be a heartbreaking loss here in Inferno for G2. Up next, Dust 2, G2's map pick. There's the push. Aggression coming in from Legacy in this round. Dumao racing towards Matters. He's got him. You play at the half wall. Dumao only the one. Art goes out and dies to Mob's Deagle. And it's a good time for Mobs to arrive because he's been so quiet on this map. We're sitting at 9 kills at the start of this round, but a double on the Deagle has reopened the opportunity for G2 to keep this one going.
Yeah, now Heavy God, if he finds this, it's round. He's been dispatched to go searching. Has just drawn the line here, hoping for a jiggle, and he puts his head in the vice. That's the end of that. That's the end of Nissim. That's going to be overtime.
You got a challenge for this if you're Sadzen. You actually want to fight more aggressively. Find that kill before everyone else arrives, but now it's too late. Heavy God gonna just apply the pressure. Wow. Double kill for him, double kill for Mobs' Deagle at top banana.
Oh, you're regretting the aggressive move at that point.
You said it as well during this game, Dinko. You said, you know, you always get at least one Mobs Deagle round. He waited until round 24.
He waited till the round, didn't he? Oh, well.
So happy we got to see it.
Ooh, B-Stream enjoyers. We've got map point over there if you're interested in checking it out. There's Team Liquid versus the Gaimin Gladiators. You can check
Actually, by the time this reaches them, they'll already know that Liquid won 13-11 on the second map.
Oh, there he is. He's playing the game.
He is playing.
He's playing the game. I like that. It feels like he's spoiled, but he hasn't.
He hasn't, actually. It's still live.
Because what you're seeing there, Alex, is 4 minutes ago.
Oh. Are you cheating?
Yeah,
okay.
always.
I knew it. Okay, things have reset for G2. Surely now you kind of get over it. You get over it. You know, you had a couple of missed opportunities. You know, it could have been better.
You know what's scary, Alex? You remember yesterday and the Legacy game and Ancient and Sadzin was sucky until the very end where he turned it on and seemed like he started cheating and he was really good.
He was. He got like a 4K into like a 1v3.
Yeah, he's the closer.
He's on 10 kills right now. So this is the moment he starts trying.
Right.
He starts playing.
It's got him right where he wants him.
That was Mobs in the last round.
Lulled into a false sense of security. Flashbang over the roof.
Well, Sadzin starting very far back in this round. Starting big.
And Dumel not deterred by losing out on his close half-wall positions, trying it again. AXEC, 3 smokes in the sky. And you got 3 CTs to receive.
Well, they are coming at Sadzin, and there's the shot. It's going to be Matsush going down first. Sadzin drifting over to the mini pit. He's got his teammates standing down on default. 30 seconds here. That's all you've got. 30 seconds here for G2 to figure it out. And Heavy goes leaping in towards Nissim. And he definitely ain't missing. And Sadzin also chiming in for a second kill of the round. It's Sadzin on the shutdown. There you go, Yankee. You're right. 3 kills for Sadzin. He's back.
That's that execute doesn't work out at all whatsoever. He's getting trimmed off by SemperFi at the broken wall, not blinded, not flash, nothing in his face, no utility whatsoever. So he just gets a free shot on the first player turning the corner, or Sadzin, excuse me. Nice and easy. And then the crossfire is set up with all the smokes in place, some of them being G2s. There's just no chance at them actually getting a glimpse of any of these setups.
Yeah, just running into their demise. That was a little too easy.
Slaughtered.
Ooh, Sadzin's going for a deeper line down mid. He's immediately searching.
Ooh, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. How long do you hold it?
Trying to be disruptive. How ballsy are you? Yeah, he hears him coming. Dips away. Doesn't go down. Doesn't even take a lick of damage. But early fight for Banana is going to commence. Half-wall smoke fades. A bit premature on the HE. And then the second wave of util, or just contact walking. Okay, called off. You get the space, but there is that third man, a little Joker position.
Joker, you said it.
Yeah.
I heard him.
We've got a soundboard now.
That's kind of crazy, not gonna lie.
Pushing. Flashing. But again with these flashes.
Dumel destroying them. He's managed to take himself 3 kills, finally taken out by Hunter, but then Lato's there to make up for it, and Heavy God is so far away from the bomb, he's on the other side of the map, so 14-12, Legacy winning these rounds too easily.
This is their turf, man. They picked it into G2, and
it was obvious it was going to go this way.
Are you guys seeing what I mean with, like, they're playing a bit too set?
Certainly in overtime, everything's been like calm, default, don't pressure anything for 40 seconds, and then dump utility and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't look great, does it?
No.
Feels kind of off, doesn't it?
Not in today's Counter-Strike.
Bit retro.
Would be cool as hell in 2015, though.
True.
Yo.
It's harder to do that because it's easier to ruin executes with the nade breaks, for one. 2, players are just better at dealing with it. Like, they're smarter today than they were before. Like, team play is better. You can see in a couple of these B hits, the counter flashes from the CTs just being super strong. Saw taking a timeout. Let's see what he can cook up for this final round. It feels like G2 really needs it. There's the Slovakian Nico.
I'm telling you, you not see it in his face? He's got a little bit of sight. It's like it's there. Just a hint.
I like Jason. I really want to be able to.
You can't? You got nothing? You can't help me out at all?
There's nothing.
You see nothing.
The rage.
All right.
Hunter, though.
I think
Yeah, they could be family.
They could be like related or something.
You guys can. Can't say what you guys can do on the broadcast. You guys can go
Sure
do
you
it.
can.
You guys know what I'm thinking. You guys can go do it.
Believe me, I've tried.
Oh, we're thinking about the same thing.
14-12. I mean, we usually feel like the experienced team is supposed to show up in OT, and the lesser team is supposed to kind of fade away.
Art is the most experienced in-game leader on the server, so I mean, it makes sense, Jason.
I could make an argument against that.
Art being the most experienced in-game leader?
Yeah.
In terms of time?
Yeah. Oh, in terms of time as an IGL, but not time as experience overall.
As a player, I see you.
Depends on which way we want to.
Heavy B fight for the side of G2 nets them a good trade 2 for 1. So let's see now. They were good at these mid rounds in London, man. Like Hunter was doing a good job of applying some pressure one side, then a player utilizing the opposite side of the map with that created space. Let's see what they decide to do here. It's looking like just SemperFi searching with the AWP. And finds Lato.
Wow.
Led to the head.
Yeah, that smoke catches him off guard in the off angle around it.
It ain't London, Yanko.
Yep. This ain't London, mate.
That's explaining the same ang.
All right, 2-on-2. Nice kill from Matush. And we're going to start moving into the bomb site. Sadson chucking it. Here we go. Flick up, missed shot. But that flank is coming in, and
Here he
G2's
comes!
with it all game long. He's in.
Oh, that's wild. Miss him, though. It was all a distraction to set him up for this 1v2. He's got all the nades you could want for this. He's going to start using them as well.
Bang!
Out goes Hunter.
1v1.
And now Matus left alone.
Matush.
Matush has moved over towards second oranges. Nissim still thinks he's new box. A genius plays. He peeks out and gets the headshot to round out a 13th round win here for G2.
Yeah, nice move. Good. That's a must-have clutch from Matush.
You know what's his favorite band?
No, tell us.
Black Eyed Peas.
My humps. My hump. My hump. My humps. Pick it out.
You got it.
You got it.
I drive these players crazy.
Black Eyed Peas.
Touching
Child.
on the daily.
We're hitting all the musical notes, aren't we?
Yeah, we're doing a wide variety. You know, we cover all.
I Want to Be Ninja.
I want to. Everyone's favorite. I've been fighting the main.
I know you have.
This entire game.
Maybe we could do some throat singing.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yanko?
Not right now.
It's the translator.
I ran so
I'm so
far
happy when
away.
it comes
We're all cool, right? We're all cool. Okay. Just map 1, by the way. Best of 3, by the way.
We got a little bit more coming.
Wow. Plenty of Counter-Strike still here on the server today.
Malbs is going to get flashed in.
Well, he had his Deagle round. Hasn't done anything.
Timing's not
really
there,
since
Arts.
then.
Flash.
Oh, it's perfect. It's there. It's there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, a second later, he's fine. He was on the anti-flash position.
Give him an heart attack right there. Well, the nade going to be going all the way down to the logs. Sadson not seeing any aggression following up on it. Some bias. Smoke's now faded, and oh, takes damage.
It's fine.
Gotta get out of there. Yeah, lucky to get away. Drops the utility to make sure Dumal can't hunt him down, and so things come to a halt for the next 30 seconds. It's about Legacy figuring out where they want to finish with this bomb. Still got 2 players positioned outside of A.
And they were hoping for someone to push behind them to get the punish and rotate back to A, but Matush and Heavy God playing it safe.
Well, they're going for the A finish, but only 10
10
seconds
seconds.
left. This is going to be wild.
There's no way.
There's no way.
Yeah, I mean,
you can win this
G2
round.
win this surely just on time. Just stalled them out.
4-3.
Oh, no,
it's the
no way,
time,
there's
yeah.
no way.
You've won.
G2's MVP, the clock, winning this one, 14-14.
All right, evening things back up. 16 is that magic number to win. It's right there in the middle of your screen. Overtime for 16.
That's what it says on the tin.
Yep.
Just like soup, you know? Tomato soup, tomato inside.
True.
In soup form.
In soup form. What's your soup preference? One soup for the rest of your life. What you having?
One tomato.
Tomato? Classic. Grilled cheese and tomato soup? Classic.
Does a stew count as soup?
No.
It's a stew.
Miso.
Miso.
That's an aggressive only soup for the rest of your life.
Yeah, especially when like it does taste like armpit.
It's really bland.
That's a good starter.
I think chicken noodle, dude.
Chicken noodle.
It's like a classic, but it's so dependable.
Actually, I'd take the Serbian teletje chorba instead.
I'd take that actually too.
Yeah, teletje chorba.
Yep. I don't know what it is, but I trust Serbian
Just
food.
wheel broth soup.
I just trust Serbian food with my life. It's so good. Anyways.
I'd have the Matush broth.
Although honestly, Jurek in bread in Krakow, that was sick.
That was good.
That was a hangover cure.
All right, Sonny P. We need something out of you here.
Give him the vitamin D. Hunter's tucked in on the long side. He's going to be dancing around this smoke. It bounces off his face. 50 damage from the HE. Ugly. Bomb's not committed though. They're just now starting to try and regain control. Matish is on the jump spots. And
This is a round that makes you feel like Legacy are the ones a little bit hesitant, right? There's 38 seconds. They haven't taken their first step towards control.
Okay, promising signs. You've forced away Malbs and now you immediately accelerate. Whoa, they got the HE deep. They chase him down with that, and down goes the defense. Matish and Matush and Malbs. Just trying it on. Just taking it for a spin. Malbs and Matush. Nah.
I'm not really sure why Malbs is smoking deep banana with that little time left.
Normally you see them like kind of holding in the pin and just wanging it off the wall.
He can just do that at half wall then, and if they come, he can come back and smoke pool, and they can just play together behind it.
This is a real half-hearted retake as well. Like, you're not feeling great about this. Couple of flashes and have a go.
It's going to be the best flash from the sun into the sky. Hunter. Oh my god, he got that one. All right, but not much else. As Nissim and Dumal find the final 3, and Legacy head up to map point on Inferno.
I do echo your sentiments, Jason. You know, that looked like Legacy were on the back foot there. Like 30 seconds, you don't have any map control whatsoever.
Yeah.
Bit of a foot fault from G2 as far as it's concerned. And that's for 15. Like, this is that chase down nade. Malbs can't quite believe he's gone down like that.
Or he's probably pissed because he's walking back.
Yeah.
He's trying to like walk so he can hear some footsteps and get a last piece of information on their scaling, and because he's walking, he just catches the nade right at the tail end of that. Yeah, I think that's one of those situations where it's like, I think in some sense, he probably played it correct by textbook, right? You haven't seen any presence in banana, you can still kind of smoke deep, but with like the time on the clock and the situation at hand, yeah, just take the jiggle and back away and drop the smoke.
The deciding map means knife rounds, so let's see who gets to decide who starts where. The blades are out. Oh, the M9 fade. Used to have one of those. Looks a bit cartoony to me in CS2 versus CSGO, so I got rid of it. Oh no, it was the Bayo, not the M9 that I had. I used to have a Bayo a long time ago. 100% fade, but it doesn't look like that in CS2. But anyway, I wonder, the scales have tipped in which direction? Almost a 2-0 for Gaimin Gladiators, but Liquid pit them to the post. They got to game point first and were able to convert. Gaimin Gladiators definitely pose a threat, but have their best opportunities passed them, or do you think they've got what it takes for Ancient?
Yeah, I kind of want to say that because it's just how it goes, you know, that would just kind of complete the story that, you know, they were so close and then now Liquid get into this territory and find an amazing level of comfort because Liquid have had, you know, a couple maps to really get going today and warm up into this series. Ideally, you don't want to have 2 maps to warm up. It's not ideal. You want to be kind of, you know, firing off, you know, straight away. But yeah, getting into Ancient, I kind of favor Liquid now, having made that comeback at the end of the last map.
Yeah, it was really cool actually. The some of the T rounds we saw from Liquid with big presence outside, just holding, looking for opportunity. But Gaimin Gladiators were able to adapt to that once they understood how Liquid were trying to exploit them. I think Ancient kind of leans towards, I think in some ways a Dust 2-esque type of scenario. I mean, which Gaimin Gladiators did win, but I feel like Liquid may find more to exploit on a map such as this. So I would probably lean to, I would love to be proven wrong if we had a Gaimin Gladiators W here, because that would be the upset. That would be stepping up to a higher level for them in the eyes of many. So let's see then who goes to that 0-2 scenario. Less than desirable, I am sure. Jota here's lots of people coming his way. See if Lucan's able to deal with them. So far, so very good as it is. 4 for 4. No response just yet from what remains of Liquid, which is ultimate. And that's it.
Yeah, getting shut down straight away. I mean, you know, he's just rushing the B site. It can either go really well for you or it can really suck. And we saw the really suck version for the Liquid side. Statistically, you know, there's not an enormous amount of data, but Gaimin Gladiators, this is their highest win rate map, you know, with 4 maps played competitively over the last 3 months. 75% win rate, so 3 of 4. But the thing, though, is that, as we mentioned earlier, their competition is largely just Brazilian teams. So this is kind of a different level of play overall in this competition. So I don't know how much you want to really look into those statistics, but hey, numbers be numbers.
Numbers are indeed numbers, as far as I'm concerned. I bet somebody on Twitter will disagree, though. Almost a knife, but not quite. Oh, look at that. So quick, makes it look easy. He's been here before. Phelps struggled towards the end of that last map of Nuke on the T side, trying to find impact outside. He was impacted by the projectiles of the opposing force. But maybe he can rise once again here on Ancient. Very important feather in the cap for Gaimin Gladiators. Rifles abound in round 3. Phelps full send. Getting into a comfortable position early. Relatively unchallenged by Liquid, who come through from the other side. Those smokes won't be there forever. Phelps still standing for the time being, but Shuhei's got his crosshair in the right place. There's no way he creeps out of this. I can't believe he's got another frag from that. They stopped spraying the smoke. You have to wonder why.
It puts Liquid in a really nasty position now because they kind of have to gamble on what they have here towards the B sites. And Jota, he's just putting a very short time limit on this play for Liquid. They got to move quickly, but this flank is going to get activated just as quickly. And there we go. Naf goes down and it's really bad ultimate. I do like this, but it is being watched for. Just desperation. You know, there's not really anything else you can kind of do in this position. Really well played in mid. That forced Liquid's hand, and once again, it looks like Gaimin Gladiators off to a great start.
I was given a bookmark once with a Chinese proverb, which I think said, a good beginning is a fine thing, or something along those lines. I should probably confirm exactly what it is if I'm going to quote it. I think that's how quotes work. 3-0 for Gaimin Gladiators on their CT side. They'll find much comfort with these 4 AK-47s. That is the great way to start a CT round. But Liquid are one of those teams where you'll know they'll have the discipline and know-how to close the distance and execute in a Tech 9 round. And it is very important to have Tech 9 executes. They often head towards the B bomb site as well, which might be why there's almost 4 people over there. And Henny's essentially playing retake on A.
Retake time. Just a bunch of pistols. A lot of retake utils still, but I like the very active play into donuts. Henny now with problems on 2 sides. Spray transfer, not quite hitting the mark exactly, being toyed with. But hey, eventually they will eliminate every single player. Very well done, actually. A lot cleaner than I expected, ultimately, after all is said and done, with 3 left alive.
We often see classic Tech 9 executes over towards the other side of the map. Up the ramp with flashes and Molotovs, easy to clean out the site. Stop biting your nails. So it's nice to see something similar done, maybe with expectation elsewhere. More open bomb site kind of streamed into. 4-0 then. The score is rising quickly. Of course, the AKs will be out once again. This will be a full buy round for Liquid, but I mean, Gladiators have been skating away. Wonder. Did he fart, or does he just like the smell of his deodorants?
I refuse to answer.
Maybe it's a question for the mailbag to answer.
Perhaps. All right, there we go. Into the next one. Liquid needs to put one on the board. Nice chunky nade there onto Lucan. Both sides fighting for that control. Belt's going deep. He's rejected. Lucan will reject Elise.
Well, great support. I was wondering what the support looks like for Lucan there. Like, how does he escape that situation? They will find a 3 versus 2, but that certainly makes it doable for the T side as well. Over a minute on the clock, and there are 2 bomb sites to defend. So do you abandon one? Do you post up far back with Henny in CT spawn, which is kind of what's happening at the moment? But that still gives a worst case scenario of a 2v2 for Liquid. So this is absolutely winnable for them.
It's definitely a good setup for sure. They get their choice of positions here as well, post plant. HE double flash for Naf, and he's going to be... It's not going to be first contact. Doesn't seem. Or will he? He's actually moving out now towards CT. But Henny is posted. He really waiting for his teammates here to give him a hand. Ultimate takes down Neck. Is really nice headshots there. Now playing the clock really marvelously. There's nothing that Henny can do. Really a good hold from Ultimate there. And that will gift Liquid their first round.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate rotation from Gaimin Gladiators. They had Henny in that CT position, maybe worried about a red room push or just choosing to keep the teams together for safety. But they had some spots on both bomb sites there, but conceded one entirely with the man advantage. Didn't end up working out in their favor. So Liquid have found their way onto the scoreboard, and that will force the big spend for Gaimin Gladiators. Again, a consecutive round here for Liquid could really turn things around in the early to mid stage of this final game. Ultimate spotting one moving over, I believe. Hungry for a frag, but Henny's been waiting all day long.
Another boost onto the box. Oh man, mid control after that opening pick to make it a 5 versus 3. Gaimin Gladiators looking to really just crush Liquid's economy. I mean, there's a world where they don't. Is there a world where they just save? They're going to get reset here pretty hard.
Well, they've got about 2 minutes on the clock. If they open the right door, maybe they've got a 3v2 on a bomb site. So there is still a chance. See what the flicks look like for Henny. Oh, sees the barrel of the gun! Able to escape, trying to control the area. But again, time is of the essence now. They've got to charge into the bomb site, but Lucan's position is so strong, but so is that molly. Forces him away, and there's a second frag for Liquid. 20 seconds to get that bomb planted. Are they looking for one more?
Actually managed to do it. Get the bomb down. 2 players set up in donuts. Neck is in from the back. Lucan is going to open things up there for Gaimin Gladiators. Nav posted up from donut though. This is very challenging. He can hold this position. Wow. It's going to be great, but what is that angle? Donut completely dealt with. And in fact, everything's fine, and Liquid will be completely reset. At least there's the bomb money, but 5-1. Gaimin Gladiators are off to a phenomenal start here on Ancient.
And that was such a key round for them to win as well. We kind of set it up at the beginning. If they lose by elimination, then the doors are wide open. They're blown off even for Liquid to mount a charge. But yeah, Henny was ready for that one all day. Ultimate, I think he saw some players jumping over there when he first peeked to the sides as well. But, gambles sometimes have to be taken. And again, it was a good effort to get that far into the bomb site for Liquid. That peek from Phelps was outstanding. Definitely be stealing that one for my own purposes. There will be an investment here from Liquid. So we saw an execute over towards A with expectation of heavy forces towards B. And there will be numbers into B this time. Nekis will drop one early. Lucan needs to stay alive here, but he won't. He will be traded. That's so important. The pre-fire from Elige is outrageous. That leaves Phelps and Henny alone now. Fast moving round as Phelps tries to do what he can, but he will leave Henny in a 1 versus 2.
Quick rotation from Henny around the back. He's scoped in, so can't unscope at this point. Walk all the way. Okay, there's a freebie. Now he is able to potentially switch a gun if there's one nearby for him to collect. But Ultimate is close around the corner. Switches to the AK, and Ultimate is going to have him. Really important round from Liquid. Clutch looked very doable though.
Yeah, so important to scope in early so as not to reveal your position. All the Brazilian snipers know that. Great efforts on the first frag, but very difficult to claw that one back. Fantastic effort though. The pre-fire towards Cave is crazy from Elige. Awesome, awesome work there. And again, Ancient is it's one of a few really good maps when the chips are down, you've got some pistols and so on. You can do so much. Like that we saw it earlier towards the A bomb sites with expectation of more bodies towards B. And they deliver on B as well. Again, you might call it luck with a shot through the smoke, but you don't get it unless you do the lineups and look for that player in the first place. It requires effort, experience. That has changed the face of this half for Liquid. So much potential now. And in just a few seconds, a 5-on-3 early, breaking that CT economy.
Ooh. Shui takes off Nekis' head. You can use one more here. Doesn't get challenged though. But there's that smoke. And bomb will make its way across to A. And Shui's position, although he's low HP, he can really cause problems. They're looking for him. You can see that he's spamming. He knows he's around there somewhere. And they should have worked out that he's escaped through the smoke into mid. There's no other possibilities there. But keeping the AWP is a priority. The money is not there for the CT side. I just have a gentleman's agreement here in terms of no one fighting.
Things can become brittle so quickly in a tense game of Counter-Strike, and they've certainly become brittle for the Gladiators.
Terrorists win.
I think it's always good to, like, as you get through a half, to have a goal of how many rounds you want by the end of it. And I think for Gaimin Gladiators, that could be a good focus for them to try and squeeze what they can out of these remaining rounds now that things might look a little more difficult for them. Plenty of catching up for Liquid to do. And they are very capable. So 5-3. Let's see which way things are going. Henny's been busy in these early rounds. 9 frags for him. Same for Lucan. Ultimate looking to catch up. Both snipers with their scopes. And he's got to be careful now because Shuhei might around the corner. He will disappear into the smoke.
Into Red Room. So some ground has been gained for the loss of Nerds, at least. Lucan trying to back away. He will with a kill as well. Slowing Liquid down ever more. This is a great start for Gaimin Gladiators. Kind of got Liquid locked away now. Liquid need to kind of get back out of Red Room potentially. And there's no angle being held from Donut yet. Oh, actually, I'm making a mistake because Henny's just absolutely blasted them from a pixel position, gets a collat, and I mean, the round is just over. Liquid, nothing to show for it.
What can you say about that one? Just one of those things? But it is a bit crap, isn't it?
I was looking at the minimap and I was like, I don't think Henny's in a spot. But he had a spot.
He had the spot.
True.
Yeah. And that's just life. Sometimes painful. Sometimes the day is long. Sometimes the sun is low. (0-3-2) set up from the CTs as they get very aggressive in mid. Eyes towards B as well, where only Shuhei is. It might be a focus to clear that area, leaving A very vulnerable, which would be great if you're Liquid.
And that's further going to delay the response to A. A has Henny by himself. He's going to pick one up onto Elige. Henny's done a decent job there, getting an extra kill. Nuke hunting the mid player and just barely manages to make it work. And with that kill, I think it really now gives a solid shot for the retake. There's a smoke for Lucan and a flash as well, so some util to work with.
Not this time. It was all going so well. Especially with the frag from Shuhei, sending the CTs in all the wrong directions. And he was able to hold long enough. Nervous waters for those with expectations of Liquid. The night is young as far as Ancient is concerned. Although that maybe depends on how things look at half-time. There is potential for a 9-3 scoreline, and the Knights wouldn't be young on that occasion. But if they can find something extra here, could mean a whole lot. 3 remain. Make it 2. Great work from Phelps. Closing the distance now as Liquid look for a bomb plant at the very least. Maybe they feel they need frags first. Heavy presence here from the CTs. They may need to look elsewhere for shelter. If Ultimates can find Nekkers, that would cut off the blood supply towards B completely. Gotta be really careful about repositioning now. Gladiators, they are devoid of information, but high in personnel.
Good trade though. Now Nurse has to give it a go, but nothing left to do. 8 rounds now. Liquid really on the struggle bus at the moment. It's the comforts looking there for the Brazilian squad. I think, you know, that's something that you can say of Brazilian teams in general. I think they just maybe it's a cultural thing to a certain extent, but I think I've always associated, you know, a high degree of just innate confidence.
Yeah, I think you've got to work so hard to rise to the top of the Brazilian scene. Oh my word. Lucan's turning the lights off for Liquid one by one. Punishing the reload as well. Leaving Ultimate and Naf almost empty-handed in this half. Indeed, the night is no longer young. Ultimate and Naf remain. Plenty of clutch in them, but plenty more headshots coming their way. AK in the hand of Nekkers leaves Naf alone. He's got so much to do. 3 kits on the 4 remaining players. And just like that, through the smoke, Henny will find him. A monstrous half from Gaimin Gladiators, and Liquid are on the ropes.
Welcome back. We also need to welcome back, hopefully, Liquid onto the server. They've been having a hell of a rough time against the Gaming Gladiators, who I think are showing that they aren't joking around. They've mostly been playing against Brazilian counterparts, and they haven't really been tested at this level just yet. But now, up against Liquid, we're seeing that they can certainly do more than just hang, but they are threatening to take the series altogether here as we conclude in the final half of Ancients.
Nothing more dire than being completely reliant on the pistol round, and I think it's hard to argue that Liquid aren't at present. Gaming Gladiators posturing for a split of the A-bomb site. It would be quite risky. Oh, he just ate all of that flashbang though, Elige. And look at the deletions. Finger firmly on backspace, and there's nothing to be seen on A as far as Liquid are concerned. Might be a question of saving the Kevlar and the grenades. My words. Gaming Gladiators. Really put the G in Gladiators in that round. That was violent.
Well, this is not what Liquid wanted.
Terrorists win.
10-3 start, the pistol, the money, the prospects, the opportunities, the glory, the goals, everything is waiting for Gaming Gladiators if they're able to close this down. Only 3 rounds more to gain. And it could all just come back to back here, James, given the economic advantage. Liquid will take a timeout immediately because they need to figure this one out. They got to stop the bleeding. They've got to stop the momentum.
We just got here. And we may be leaving soon. Because it could be over in a few minutes. Worst case scenario, dire straits for Liquid on Ancient. And again, looking at the wider story for Gaming Gladiators, I think it will be, at least in the public eye, probably all criticism for Liquid and not so much praise for Gaming Gladiators. And maybe that's name value, team brand, the individuals and so on. However, you really have to credit Gaming Gladiators for having a solid game and good detail, good small detail here and there. But hey, they had a significant lead on Nuke and couldn't take it over the line. Will the same be true on Ancients? Not in this round.
Aggressive moves. Looking to be pretty good here. Neckers playing this spot really nicely. Somewhat reminiscent of the Dust 2 B sides. And it's an easy cleanup. It feels too comfortable, too cozy up in here for the Brazilians plus Argentinian. Up to 3, and the guns come out here now for Liquid, all on this one. And so we got to pay close attention to what their opening looks like. Do they want to try to take initiative, be aggressive, or do they want to play passive? They're going to be out utilitied in terms of just the number. They just don't have the money to buy full stacks. So that makes it hard for them to play long, drawn-out rounds.
They are at the mercy of their enemy. Here for a good time, maybe not a long time. Gladiators looking to seize control. It's purely dueling now for Liquid. A smoke for Elige. In no position to use it. B site evacuated with the presence of Phelps on A. And now they rotate over. Now, do they send Phelps into 8? They could rotate here. They still have just below a minute. And indeed they will. Keep an eye on that radar. Off they go. Now, Lucan doesn't want to fall here. And will realize that The place is almost completely empty. There's going to be a long rotation. Now, Luke and falling is really important here because that bomb's got a long rotation to go. This is a very winnable round for Liquid all of a sudden.
Yeah, Phelps in a forward position somewhat here. But getting across to the plant is going to be tricky. There's no utility to allow them to do this very easily. So somewhat of a risk, but Jota holding on is going to make a big difference. Now Phelps up close has to win his battle as well. Getting teased. Oh, instant headshot from Shui. Really nice. And he able to trade that one across though. HP low for both players. Flank coming on through. Jota spots it. He can slow it down. Oh, shot in the back though. And now it's up to Henny. Elige knows where he's at, and he's going to eliminate him. So, like you said, you know, it was a good chance for Liquid, and they managed to close it down and start the long journey back.
He's just so ready for those big frags under pressure. He just does not register any of that and delivers. No kit, no problem. Really important round. Liquid have been here plenty of times. These more storied players, the sports psychology should be fine. Focusing on the round in front of you and nothing more. Again, Gladiators making it go down to the wire. Impressive what I've seen from them so far. This will be a dangerous test. One of these teams might be financially broken after this. Stimulus package required. Elige continues to deliver, but Phelps to have a big swing. There are reinforcements coming though from the side as Shuhei once again collecting two. And this will cripple the round for the Gladiators. Henny gets his bell run, can't even see his enemy. Off he goes. Liquid starts to build.
So this actually happens on Nuke, the second map as well, where Gaimin Gladiators got decently far ahead. Not as far ahead as this, though. But they got to 11 rounds, and then suddenly everything collapsed. Round after round, they just couldn't find any. They look like a different team, almost. So as long as that doesn't happen again for a prolonged period of time, they should, in theory, be fine here. But obviously, this is good for Liquid to get themselves back into this one. And they can see the emotive Elige there as we go into the next round. Quick rush onto the B site. Shui looking good here for the defense. The spray down is going to really do everything that needs to be done.
Fast eco round is the best kind. On to the next one. No bomb plot, notably. So sacrifices may need to be made. I saw somebody with 4,300. So will it be the Galil? Will it be full nades? Will they manage to squeeze all of it out? We'll see. Bomb plant would have been a nice bonus there, though. But indeed, Galil will have to be bought by Henny. Especially if they stop these bomb plants from happening. And the comeback is not as daunting as it looks anymore. Each round might be worth 2. We'll have to see if Gaimin Gladiators have those half by Tech 9 and utility rounds, and if they can be as effective as Liquid. Because if they don't, then again, they will be stretched much thinner than you might imagine. Bumpy ride at the beginning of 18. 3 remain as Jota desperately tries to stay alive, as will Nertz with 1 HP. Liquid are looking strong now.
Just trading shots through the wood. And backing out. Is it happening again, James? Like we saw on Nuke? Are you a believer?
I'm not sure yet, because we had an early flashpoint which Liquid got the better of. But it's that kind of that freeze that we sometimes see. That's not bad work, you know. But yeah, it's that freeze that we sometimes see in the mid to late game, which is where the problems arise, because Liquid seems to have a good grasp of things mentally and know what to do to exploit. If we get back to that situation, then I think the sky will darken for Gaimin Gladiators very quickly. But again, right now, we're not really seeing the mileage of getting into bomb plants from Gaimin Gladiators as their loss bonus rises. the bomb plant could be the difference between having close to or a full buy, or a crappy round which Liquid might win with ease. And again, we could see if that's the case, then we'll see a very quickly tied scoreline. The advantages will dissolve very quickly for Gaimin Gladiators, unless they can right the ship when they get a full buy.
Getting into position. Gaimin Gladiators. Gonna lose their mid player though. Oh, wow. Just sitting that one through the smoke, but onto the side they go. Looking very confident. But they are getting just destroyed. Wow. This is what I'm saying, James. Like, you know, the rounds look very different.
That's crazy. They were light on utility. They threw bodies at the problem. Flashes came in really well for Liquid with those two players stuck in the corner. No trading, just utterly deleted. And indeed, Dan, this is problematic because that's 3 rounds now where they've had a war of attrition, but the body bags have only been really on the Gaimin Gladiators side. And all of a sudden, they've got pistols and Liquid are only 3 rounds behind.
They must be fired up here. Liege wrapping his way around the side, but he's going to get wrapped as well. So he has problems on his hands, giving up the AK. Ultimate, though, he has been a very dab hand with his AWP so far. T's now beginning to push forwards onto the site. Nurse, though, through the smoke, is going to make their numbers slightly lighter. And they maybe haven't made enough progress here. This is going to be very challenging. CT utility comes in, but that's a headshot and a half coming in from Lucan. And now the bomb very well should be able to go down. But the presence in Donut is just ever a threat.
Yeah, that smoke will soon be gone. They're fishing for another frag, or at least some information as to where the CTs aren't. But I don't know how they get the bomb plant now without control of that Donut position. So it might be on Phelps to open the map up some. And with the delay, the CTs will know that the Ts are searching for something, and there could be a rotation here. Now, how far does Naf go? His position is going to be really key. He can't fall here, because if he does, that is everything taken. Spots the bomb trying to rotate. Has to wonder now, where are the other two? Lots of questions for Liquid. Gladiators have found some util, though, so maybe there's an A plant after all.
Liquid dismantling the remainder, though. Lucan elevated, sitting by the tree trunk, praying to the gods that he can find the strength to get a 1v3 here. That comes in. Smoke for support. Lucan is gonna get destroyed. No chance to even fire his gun. To find some new gods.
There are learnings in these rounds that the Gladiators need to think about, especially with Shuhei's position and how he's been supporting some of the mid action. They need to look for that if they are to have success, if they go for these fights in mid. That's been a problem for them. I think he got a 2K supporting his teammates in one of these rounds. I think something like that, because, you know, they've just been on the receiving end of loads of lead at the beginning of these rounds, and there's like 4-on-3s, 5-on-3s, 5-on-4s for Liquid, day in, day out in these recent rounds. So they need to think about these scenarios, how Liquid responds, take the advantages, and how they can punish in the rounds to come. Because otherwise, they might find themselves real quiet in that room if they are to lose this series.
Time to see what they've cobbled together. Ultimate's really been doing a great job with the orb so far in the recent rounds on this comeback. He's working from Donut right now. Now the aggressive move in is going to get destroyed by Nerds. Forward presence, forward spray, and still holding this ground, dodging as best he can. Jota down to 31. And he's going to get finished off there around the back by Shuey. 3 versus 2 now for Liquid. But the A site's been, well, never mind. It was breached. The problem has been sorted out.
Again, another 5-on-3 for for the CTs at the beginning of this one. More presence along the side of B with regards to mid, as you saw from Jota. Henny in the clutch now. Liquid are finding the openings at the beginning of these rounds, just thinking about the bigger picture. The problems continue. Oh, he's found the 1v1 as well. Off he goes. Shoulder to shoulder, but it was awkward in that particular scenario. Now it's AWP versus AWP. Henny scoped in. Ultimate might be as well. But Henny rounds the corner first and drops one straight in the face. Webcam to the ceiling. You know he's celebrating again. That is such an important round. That is such an important clutch for them because they are getting spanked in these rounds, especially at the beginning. So to turn that around is crucial for Gaimin Gladiators.
Of course, it's Henny as well. He really just has to be. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they've got to do it again. One more time. Match point. Here now for Gaimin Gladiators. Oh, the flashbang's quite nice. And also, the frag comes way of ultimate. Moving the AWP to the B side. And mid's been taken by the Liquid side again. Nuts is down there.
Oh, boy. Yeah, again, they just... So many of these rounds, Liquid start with the man advantage. They are winning the duels at the beginning. Even on 12, it might be a tough creep to take it over the line for the Gladiators. 4 of them have a combined $50. I don't think we can rely on a repeat of that clutch from Henny here, but still feel like Liquid have a short-term advantage.
Seconds to play with now, and Gaimin Gladiators starting to run out of time. Liquid is not giving them anything. Although Nav, he's going to find a timing there. That was very... Oh, he actually does get Jota. Surprising frag found, and that's going to cue the T's to surely make a move here. They've got 10 seconds to plant the bomb, and they're going to... Well, they're off. They've timed out. They've been put into the corner.
Yeah, I think this is the right decision. The hold was good because it was spreading the CTs across both bomb sites. But Naf had the presence of mind to have a little look-see. There's so much money as well for the CTs.
Yeah. I was just looking at that too. That's actually so rich.
These rounds are going to be awkward for this Gladiator side. Again, they're taking losses at the beginning of every round. The fact they brought back a 5v3 is a miracle. And again, if you ignore that round, it's all Team Liquid of late. Can they have a better start in these rounds? And again, these rounds suck. It's even better for Liquid because it's going to be this round and then a 4-spy. It's basically 2 4-spies with the save, with a timeout for Gaimin Gladiators. But again, sometimes that can give you some freedom, but they lack util as well. How do they make this work?
They could have a different setup too. They're not playing mid near as aggressively. Previously, you know, Nuts is out here at this timing. He's hanging around. He's got his tent set up. But for now, I mean, it's going to be 3 players on B, 2 on A. I think perhaps Liquid more expectant of a fast hit. And he looking for the opening. Gets it. Finds the headshot. That's crazy. Still more work to be done, though, to get onto the site. And they choose to go through Red Room.
.40 seconds remain. They are positioning to split the A-bomb sites. Ultimate's going to have a lot of work to do. He's the man with all the grenades, but not really in a position to throw any of them. He's got to focus on the AWP. 27 seconds now. What has happened there? Lucan has found him, and we've got so many problems. They're doing it. Gaimin Gladiators are doing it. They have outpositioned all of Liquid. They have found the right door. They are 5-on-2.
As takes down Henny, Nap onto Phelps. Jota, Mac 10, Glock, and that's it. It's a wrap. Gaimin Gladiators in 3, doing on Ancient what they failed to do on Nuke, which is to take down Liquid, put them in the 0-2 bracket in this Swiss system, and they themselves will be in the 1-1, and you can see that they're super happy about that one. Great performance there across the board. I think notable work from Henny, absolutely. If you had to just pick one player, how could you not choose him?
That is such good work for them. I think too many times we've seen teams who just have the potential but can't take it over the line, but they've definitely got the monkey off their back in this scenario, beating Liquid. We saw the struggles earlier on. We saw the struggles late on in this game as well. So many times, Liquid open 5-on-3, 5-on-4, really strong starts, but still, when the chips are down, when they don't have that full buy, they find a way. Henny leading the charge with that AWP, solving the puzzle, picking the right bomb site, picking the players, dodging ultimate. Really nice work. They'll get so much confidence from that series.
And there we go. It's been a long day. Another long day of Counter-Strike with many more to come as we get to now kind of review the results that we've had. You know, we got to, start things off earlier here today, James. Not even remember what the best of 3 was because it feels like so long ago.
Yeah, we had NRG, Monte, 3D Max, SemperFi earlier on. Then we hopped on for NIP versus M80, Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators. What a series, man. I really enjoyed that. I think, again, people will look at Liquid losing the series rather than Gaimin Gladiators winning that series, but they had to fight hard to win that, and full credit to them. I think they really deserve some flowers for that, and we can see how the bracket is shaping up now. It's getting brutal. It's getting painful. We've got a few teams in that 0-2 scenario, such as, oh dear. Well, we've got a few there. I'm gonna have a quick look at NRG 0-2. We've got NIP down there as well. Liquid. It's sounding like a group of death down there. It's getting really brutal. But again, lots of action between Stream A and Stream B. G201 down. See if they can bring things to a third map. But yeah, a lot of action again on the A stream and the B stream. And there's plenty more to come tomorrow. So make sure you're following both the channels. You will have your choice. The games will be decided for both streams later on. But make sure you're following and you can pick and see whatever you want. But again, there's going to be, man, that 0-2 area is dangerous. It is, some people are going to be woefully unhappy once those 0-2 games have concluded. But there we go. Any last thoughts from you, Dan, on today's action?
No, I'm just looking forward to the elimination matches. That's where the drama is. It sucks to be on the team and get eliminated, but that's, part of the reason why it's so fun to watch is because the stakes truly are at the highest for the teams that are in that position. And we're already getting into that territory. So can't wait for the following matches in the days to come.
Yeah, it's going to be a day of more bangers tomorrow. So again, make sure you stay tuned. We will smell you later.
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zoe,
All right, let's do this.
And that's what laser beam! Window no scope from center! No way! It's a perfect end! This is counterfeit! This is madness! We're back in business. Is this where it ends for G2? Just a 2-0 versus Legacy? Not how they were expecting ESL Pro League to start for them. It's been a very frustrating series of events for G2. First losing out on Inferno, a map they're supposed to be comfortable on, but it is a signature pick of Legacy. Now we're on G2's turf, but you couldn't really tell if you look at the halftime score.
No, this is that first half was a very flat G2. Got knocked off kilter early, 3 timeouts burned trying to get G2 back into this game, and none of it worked. So you're doing this all on the fly in the second half.
Need a great start here in the pistol. Maybe Mobs can provide that, but he gets blinded. As he goes towards Pit, he's lost a lot of his health, but he stabilizes, he composes himself, and he gets that one headshot on Dumao. He's still here, still a threat inside of Pit. They're trying to deal with him, throwing lots of utility towards him, but Mobs has got another one out of this, and is staying alive for a very long time.
He's done so well.
Oh my God.
Another knife, okay. He goes down. He's done more than you would expect, more than he was worth. And there is that flank from Matusz coming in.
It's almost criminal Legacy let him get away with that.
Yeah.
Oh, swing from Hunter. Good pistol kill. Straight to the dome of Miss him. Art's gonna step through, needs this frag, he's got it. Over the top of the smoke, he's got no more bullets to work with. Doing his best to scale in a fighting fashion. And it's all on Lotto back in Pit.
Just took so long to kill Mobs that everyone rotated over towards the A site as well. And then when you finally get past Mobs, you got all the rest of G2 to deal with.
I mean, him getting the second kill is just...
Yeah, it's just not allowed, is it?
No.
Well, don't think they could have survived the pistol loss with the way the game's been going. And at least they've got it under their belt now.
And you would be a fool to think this game is over, Dinko. Legacy known to have issues on the
Okay, specifically me. Thinking this one is over.
This is their map pick. They're good on CT side.
Funniest guy in esports.
He's got it.
Definitely not over this one.
Learned my lesson.
Would be ashamed to be a fool.
Dinko.
Specifically.
Are they lagged out?
Oh.
No, we're just... Oh, they're doing the scout thing where you stay in spawn and if he gets one on the cross, you buy. Okay, you didn't get one on the cross, so you
sell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
And then you play football.
They are Brazilians after all.
Mm-hmm.
Like the second best football nation. Right?
Not very good at it considering the 7-1
good luck
scoreline.
on Twitter tonight, Alex.
I couldn't care less.
Bring it. Come to my Twitter feed.
Your imaginary friends. They don't know who you are, bro. Fucking fight for them if you care. It's so embarrassing. Grown men thinking these other grown men, like, they've got their name on their back.
Yeah, get him.
Yeah, man.
Please buy jerseys and support the Counter-Strike scene, though. Please, everybody, please buy your favorite players.
Yeah, but like I'm not like I'm not going to war for like
No, of course not.
imaginary friends.
You will never understand, Alex.
You will
That's the
never
problem.
understand.
I'll never understand.
Apparently, you
I
didn't
genuinely
have-
won't.
you
I
didn't-
genuinely won't. I agree. I agree.
If you'd only had an imaginary friend when you were a kid, you'd know how important they are.
Yeah, I had real ones. That was the difference.
Loser.
Yeah.
Dork.
Me and Sam, we had imaginary powers.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, much better.
Much better. I was convinced I could move leaves with my mind.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a second.
Don't be like
Wait.
this. Are you going to clear this? You're not going to clear this.
No.
Bad idea. Bad idea. Yeah, get him. Oh,
What the?
he did. Get him too.
That was very effective.
Oh, actually was. That
Yeah.
Glock was legit. Is that no head armor, or did you just like clean up with a headshot?
I think he just cleaned up. Let's go, G2. Let's go. Bang. We could get creative with the chants as well. I do think we've got these cool, like, you know, the different fan troops and stuff, the Hornets and all that of their ilk.
Yeah.
The Roaring Bears.
The Roaring Bears,
The
you know?
bees
Have no one to cheer for.
are coming.
because Big is playing CCT.
Well, at least they bring them a drum.
Domination is important.
You love the Brazilians bringing the drums to.
Oh, that's my
Arena,
favorite.
Alex.
Oh, I love that. Such passion.
We should bring Vuvuzelas next.
Yes. Let's bring all the loud instruments and put them right next to the casting desk. I'll never understand.